Damn, this kid is a lunatic. He is so recklessly squandering his fighting spirit here, and there is only one dead end. What a perverted destructive power, his fighting spirit is majestic and vast. Nothing like the third level of the Earth Fiend realm. This little bastard is so strong. It seems that when he robbed the incandescent Aurora stone a few days ago, he was not without the strength to fight back. Although the powerhouses in the heavenly astral realm were surprised by Lin Chen's destructive power, they were more likely to laugh at his ignorance. In this situation, they dared to squander their fighting spirit unscrupulously. This is not to test the waters by themselves and to cheapen others. Pure, stupid and reckless. The host gets 20,000 rune energy, 48,000 battle spirit essence, 198,000 blood energy. The host gets 30,000 rune energy, 98,000 battle spirit essence, 188,000 blood energy. The many attribute light balls scattered on the ground were rolled up by Lin Chen's dragon arm, and they were all picked up, and he laughed wildly in the sky. Ha ha ha. Cool. Happy, come again. Hearing Lin Chen's wild laughter, many Tian gang people couldn't help sneering and mocking, and some simply rushed into the back of the ancient temple on the spot. Yun Manqing, who was breaking through the siege, watched Lin Chen silently. Seeing that he was so reckless, she couldn't help being disappointed. This was not what she expected her crush to look like. Not good. Sister, be careful. Ling Ziki suddenly screamed, and she was breaking through the front row when she saw 4 or 5 skeleton soldiers jumping up and attacking Yun Manqing. The beautiful woman's expression turned cold, and the palm of her hand shone with light, and she was about to launch a counterattack. Roar. Boom. A blazing flame, a dragon-like war swept away. 8 skeleton soldiers were burned and destroyed, and by the way, the skeleton soldiers who attacked Yun Manqing were also destroyed. Lin Chen wore a silver robe and passed behind Yun Manqing like a ghost. As the young man passed by, Yun Manqing inadvertently saw that the corner of the young man's mouth had a confident smile of evil and maddening. This startling glance made Yun Manqing's expression shocked. Lin Chen's fighting spirit not only did not weaken due to the fierce battle just now, but instead was breaking through in a straight line. Not only that, his flesh shell also glowed with a majestic and domineering aura, and his strength became more and more condensed and heavier. Lin Chen walked like a gust of wind, after he killed many skeleton soldiers. He went to the corner of the hall near the dead bones, and slammed into the air. Boom. In just a few breaths, Lin Chen's battle aura burst out with super momentum, conveying a wave of battle aura that broke the shackles. His cultivation base arrived at the 4th level of the Earth Demon realm. He broke through the cultivation base? This young man is actually cultivating? But what is the principle? In the absence of spiritual energy, his body refining and combat aura cultivation are in a straight line. The face of Yun Manqing Xinyu Luoyan is full of unbelief. This young man is extraordinary, definitely not as reckless as everyone sees it. On the contrary, it is the exact opposite. He was plotting something, just as he saw him play the 17 heavenly astral realms with ease that day. Very good. After absorbing the attribute light balls of these powerhouses, I just arrived at the 4th level of the Earth Fiend realm. The pure strength of my flesh shell has reached 830,000 tigers, and the ultimate strength of the Qinglong arm has reached 990,000 tigers. Lin Chen put away his fighting spirit contentedly. There are not many light spheres with the essence of fighting spirit in this ancient temple. He can't waste his fighting spirit anymore. With a kick of the sole of his foot, Lin Chen jumped up into the air. His right hand was like a meteor hammer, and he bombarded the top of a skeleton soldier's head, knocking it to the bone crackling. Volley pulled out a whip leg, crushed the skeleton soldiers, and killed in 2 strikes. Lin Chen was windy every step of the way, his whole body jumped and threw like a projectile, smashed into the group of skeleton soldiers like a hurricane. Slammed his fists, kicked with one leg, and killed a skeleton soldier in 2 or 3 times. When Lin Chen's Qinglong arm had 550,000 tiger powers, he could already fight against the ordinary 9 levels of the Earth Demon realm. Now he has 830,000 tiger strengths and 990,000 tiger strengths on his own body refining realm. Alone, killing these skeleton soldiers is as easy as picking up grass. Mustard. So strong. Not only is the foundation of battle qi strong, but even body refinement belongs to the leaders of the younger generation. Just as Yin Manqing's eyes flashed with brilliance, he stared at Lin Chen intently. Just when she was fascinated, an old woman's palm stuck out, condensed into a big hand with fighting spirit, grabbed her, and pulled her back to her camp. Together. Manqing, how could you make such a low-level mistake? Now is not the time to be distracted, we have to deal with those 2 big skeletons together. The gray-shirt old woman yelled. Yun Manqing quickly apologized, focused on the opponent in front of him, and temporarily gave up observing Lin Chen. Many strong people saved a lot of energy because of Lin Chen's mad attack, but they did not break through the secret passage behind the ancient temple, but were blocked by 2 generals with a height of 5 feet. The 2 skeleton generals held bronze, great swords, which were the size of a panel, and the sword chi slashed out every time they wielded the great swords, forced back more than a dozen heavenly astral realm powerhouses. The strength of these 2 skeleton generals is comparable to that of the Real Heavenly Astral Realm, first layer. If it is placed outside the secret realm, for any Tiangang realm powerhouse on the scene, they can be suppressed by turning their hands. But in the secret realm of the evil king, where the cultivation base is suppressed, and in the temple space where the spiritual energy is depleted, these 2 skeleton generals are the real enemies. Their armor is extremely strong, and everyone's attack must be concentrated. Otherwise we will all be unable to survive. The young man of the ghost-faced swordsman suddenly snorted coldly. No one wanted to expose their trump cards here, and invisibly reached a tacit understanding, that is, kill the skeleton general together first. Jiuxiao. Sword art. When the heroes were discussing the countermeasures, the 2 skeleton generals moved together with their swords drawn, and the swords gathered momentum. There was an obscure murmur, and the sword's edge was like a rainbow in the sky, slashing horizontally, and the sword swept the 8 wastes. Let's do it together. Otherwise, everyone will die. I don't know who roared angrily. The eyes of the Tiangang realm powerhouses became unified and slaughtered at this moment, and the vigorous fighting spirit of the whole body broke out like a frenzy. Tong Tian fingers. Do Huang claw. Silver fire burns the sky. Heaven falls broken golden sword. Ghost shadow 7 killing knives. The sword light is vertical and horizontal, and the sword is like a tide. The fist and palm prints spread all over the sky, and one after another, the radiance of the gods was like a sky, and they bloomed one after another. Numerous high-level combat skills are all displayed at this moment. No one flinched, not only alerting the people around, but also showing real strength and facing the 2 skeleton generals. Even if the cultivation base is suppressed and the spiritual energy is depleted, more than 300 strong men will take the full attack of the two skeleton generals by virtue of their strong background. Bang bang bang. The ground shook violently, and the temple swayed several times. Smoke and dust rose, and a group of heavenly astral realm powerhouses spread out in a fan shape, surrounding the entrance of the secret passage at the end of the ancient temple. Roar. Those who break into the temple, die. When the majestic and shocking waves of war were released, the expressions of many people changed slightly. The ultimate skill that has gathered so many powerhouses is still not dead yet? Just when many powerhouses were gnashing their teeth and gaining momentum, running their majestic fighting spirit, their momentum was tumbling, and they were preparing to consume another wave of fighting spirit to brew the second ultimate move. Tear. The wind roared, the azure light fell from the sky. A young silver-robed figure broke through the smoke and dust, and the domineering and stalwart azure dragon claws brazenly beat the skeleton general's Tianling Gai. Boom. The earth-shattering collision sound was like a meteor falling to the ground. The airflow collapsed in an instant, and the skeleton general, who was about to fight back, was slapped by the Qinglong claws, and the whole body burst out with the sound of crackling bones. Break! The Qinglong claws spun in the sky, and Lin Chen twisted the skull general's head on the spot, and took away the attribute light ball at the back of his head. The host gets 50,000 rune energy. The 9 secrets of God's desolation, light fury. The white light in the palm of the hand is bright and dazzling, and it gathers into a ball of war energy, and Lin Chen, who is spinning in the sky, hurls it out. With a ray of anger, the other skeleton general who was at the end of the arrow was also blown to pieces, and the attribute light ball of rune energy rolled down. Quietly put away the second attribute light ball. Lin Chen put away the Qinglong arm, facing the heroes, with a calm expression on his face, patted the dust on his shoulders, and pointed the way of Jiangshan. Well, you all cooperated well, I am very pleased. I hope we can play such a beautiful combo in our next adventure. Seeing Lin Chen's deceitful appearance, some of the heavenly gang realm angered in one place, the blue veins on his forehead were exposed, and he gritted his teeth. Combine your sister's skills. You little speaker. You have to be ashamed of him. Picking up people's heads is so sober and refined by your kid. What about your face? Face. Do you want a face? I suddenly want to kill this kid. Count me in. I haven't seen such shameless. If this is given to him for a few more years, won't it be riding on our heads? Brotherly, forget it, don't be impulsive. After all, this kid killed so many skeleton soldiers for us just now, which can be regarded as saving us a lot of energy. Let him go. Among the many experts, only a few strong people realize the crux of the problem. The master of Yun Manqing, the old woman in the gray shirt, slowly looked up at the sky. The old eyes narrowed, and a gleam of light passed by the position where he rushed down from the sky just now. The old lady, I didn't perceive it at all. That is not the distance and position that can be touched by physical skills and combat skills. Yun Manqing and Ling Ziki looked at each other. The former's beautiful eyes radiated more and more anticipation. With empty hands, Lin Chen found Bai Ruoyan and Ling Yueqi in the crowd under the eyes of many eyes. Why do you become the focus wherever you go? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Can you keep a low profile? Ling Yueqi's face was frosty as she scolded coldly. This action is about her life for her, and she doesn't want her team to become the target of public criticism and therefore miss this one-time opportunity. I also want to keep a low profile. But my strength doesn't allow it. Even if my strength allows it, I won't even allow this handsome guy. Hey, this damn handsome, it's really annoying to look too handsome. Lin Chen sighed 3 times, almost making Ling Yueqi so angry that she acted on the spot, but it was by Ruoyan's words to calm her down a little. With your temper, I really doubt how you survived until now. Bai Ruoyan gave Lin Chen a peerless look, and a certain Lin shivered, looking up at the sky melancholy. Maybe it's because he's handsome. Second daughter. The 2 skeleton generals fell to the ground. The entrance to the secret passage at the end of the ancient temple was unobstructed, but no one dared to enter first. This kind of strange environment without even aura, the scope and distance that can be probed is very limited. If there is an emergency in the secret passage, no one can guarantee that they can evacuate safely. Cough cough cough. Since everyone is more cautious, let the old man and others take the lead. At this time an old man in linen with a kind-hearted look came out slowly, leaning on a cane. Beside him, there are also 5 Tiangang realm old people, 3 men and 2 women, and they are very young. Appears to be in his early 30s. As soon as the sackclothed old man came out, the expressions of the ghost-faced swordsman and the powerhouses of Yun Manqing's lineup changed in horror. It's an old ghost from heaven. I didn't expect that he would even come to enter the secret realm of the evil king this time. This old guy isn't dead yet, I'm afraid he's here for that thing this time. I can't believe that even the older generation of mathematicians in Lingzhou have come out. It seems that you only need to follow them to drink soup. The Tiangang realm from Lingzhou each had a ghost in their hearts. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he recognized the old man's identity as a mathematician at first sight. In the same way, his purple-golden pupils also detected a little danger from the secret passage, so he would definitely not take the lead. Looking at the old man Tianji at the entrance of the secret passage, his expression gradually became dignified. He held the void with one hand, and a scroll of otherworldly pictures of coming out of the dust spontaneously floated in the void. The old man Tianji held a pen with one hand, using blood as ink to decorate the scroll. The pen danced rapidly, and quickly sketched a mysterious ancient picture from the scroll. The stroke of the pen stopped suddenly, embellishing the secret printing and turning chi gathering, divine traveling picture scroll. The old man of Tianji pushed the picture scroll with both hands, and sparkling ripples flashed out of the picture scroll and spun rapidly from the void. Jiangshan Wangusu's Tianji, the immortals guide the way to explore the dangers. The smallpox falls to show the magical powers, and the monarch's method is used to see the fairy road. The sky pen was suspended in the sky, and under the premise that no one was controlling it, the quaint sky pen began to automatically move and paint on the scroll, and everyone was dazzled. This should be a fortune teller tool. The level of this old senior is like the difference between the world and the world. The difference between Haoyue and Yinghua is not the same level at all. Lin Chen was surprised. Through the purple eyes, he could even see some obscure threads of heaven and earth gathered together by this old man of heaven and earth. The pen stopped and fell, and the old man Tian quickly put away the scroll, carefully spied on the contents of the scroll, and the 5 young men and women guarded him attentively. Ha ha ha. Well, as expected, the emperor pays off. What is a mere institution? Let's go. After observing the contents of the picture scroll, the old man Tianji laughed. wildly, leaning on crutches, and the 5 people to break into the secret passage first. The rest of the Tiangang realm powerhouses glanced at each other and followed closely behind. Let's go too. Bai Ruoyan looked solemn, but Lin Chen suddenly pulled her soft weed and smiled mysteriously. Sister Ruoyan, don't worry. The show hasn't started yet. Why? Bai Ruoyan was puzzled. She didn't want to miss the chance to find Heiha. Qianyuanguo first. Have you forgotten who I am? Lin Chen smiled meanly. Bai Ruoyan suddenly realized. Looking at the indifferent Lin Chen, Lin Yueqi had no choice but to stand by. After most of the people had entered, before a quarter of an hour, there was a deafening explosion in the secret passage. There's an agency in it? How did you know that? Lin Yueqi glanced at Lin Chen curiously. The latter said something very flat. Want to know? Teacher Lin will tell you as soon as he kisses me. The former's face instantly became extremely cold, and a cold and beautiful smile appeared on the cold and arrogant face. Really, bring your face together. Someone Lin was frightened back a few steps, and at this moment, a burst of applause sounded. Sure enough, Tianjiao came out of a young man. It seems that my disciple Manqing did not see the wrong person. It is the most wise to follow your actions, young man. Dare to ask where you are from, what sect, and your name is Gao. The gray-shirted old woman and a group of figures walked to Lin Chen's side. The former asked with a kind smile. Oh? My name is Lin Chen. I was born in a dark horse club, and is the top card of the club. I teach myself without a teacher. People in Jianghu are called Shirleji. Lin someone cupped his hands and clasped his fists, and tugged a bunch of bells and whistles, but he didn't reveal any details. Senior sister, these 2 sisters are so beautiful, you have to do your best. Suddenly, Ling Ziki, who was beside the old woman, laughed coldly and playfully. If you talk more, I'll sew it up later. Yun Manqing was ashamed and angry. Xia Fei's cheeks, out of the corner of her eyes, aimed at Lin Chen from time to time. Seeing that Lin Chen refused to reveal his details, the old woman in the gray shirt smiled. Little friend Lin Chen is indeed a strange person. My wife, I won't beat around the bush. This temple is extremely dangerous, and there are many allies to help. The income in the temple can be divided equally. How about we work together? Lin Chen shook his head, stretched out his fingers and swayed. No need, old seniors, you have great strength on your side. In addition to being good-looking, there is no advantage to cooperate with you. The 2 purple-clothed youths behind the old woman sounded like their blue veins were exposed. How could this person be more shameless than a sentence? After speaking, Lin Chen counted with his fingers. There is one more breath. And it has to be bombed twice. Boom. Lin Chen's voice just fell. There were 2 earth-shattering explosions in the secret passage. Okay, Sister Ruoyan, let's go. With a smile and a wave of his hand, Lin Chen led the 2 daughters into the secret passage in a leisurely manner. What a strange person. The gray-shirted old woman's eyes lit up and she made a move with one hand. Let's follow him too. The 3 of Lin Chen crossed the secret passage. It was unobstructed. All the organs inside were triggered cleanly, and the 3 of them followed the large army, and they did not encounter any crisis at all, and their strength was the most complete. When you pass through the secret passage and arrive at the second temple, the atmosphere is suddenly different. In the second temple, the light is gorgeous and the light is full of brilliance. In the space where the spiritual energy was depleted, there stood a towering ancient tree full of vitality, deeply intertwined in the center of the temple. The towering ancient trees have white branches and black leaves, very mysterious. The branches are swaying with remarkable vitality, and the whole body is covered with streamlined lines, flowing with unprecedented vitality. As a whole, it is more than 1,000 feet tall, with lush branches and leaves, like a relic of an ancient civilization. On the pure white branches, there are two colors of fruits, black and white. If you look closely, there are hundreds of fruits combined. All the heavenly astral realms in the audience held their breaths, staring at the black and white fruits on the ancient tree. The atmosphere became tense at this moment. Even Wang, who had just arrived at the temple, felt uneasy ripples in his heart. This is the only black and white Qianyuan tree in the secret realm of the Earth Demon King. At this moment, all the heavenly astral realms showed their minions, murderous intentions, and desires. This thing has a divine effect on the heavenly astral realm. By Qianyuan can reshape the cultivation base or break through the cultivation base. The user can break through a realm below the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm, and there is no restriction on taking it, and it can be taken repeatedly. This has a fatal temptation for any heavenly astral realm present. It takes decades or even hundreds of years for every realm of Tiangang to advance. I don't know how many heroes and heroes stop in Tiangang. A breakthrough in a realm is not only an increase in strength, but also a continuation of life essence. Can live for hundreds of thousands of years. Although Heiqian Yuangua is inferior, it is still a body-refining fetish. It is like a treasure for body-refining warriors, and its value is comparable to countless fifth-order heaven and earth treasures. Ha ha ha. I am destined to borrow another 2,000 years from heaven. The Tianji old man, who has always been light-hearted, couldn't restrain the ecstasy in his heart at this time and laughed wildly in the sky. Grab it. This is the only chance to break through the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm in my lifetime. Many older generation of heavenly astral realm experts burst out with roars. And this battle may be the last burning in their martial Dao life. The fighting spirit surged into the sky, the light reflected the entire temple, and all the powerhouses went crazy. The figures are crisscrossed, and everyone rushed to the black and white Qianyuan tree like a chicken blood. What are 8-step ghosts, cloud cranes and dragons, 9 shadows and stars, chasing the wind and chasing the moon and 3-point instant shadows, the unique skills of movement that are rarely seen in ordinary people's eyes, are now frequent in many heavenly realms. There are so many. Any one is enough to cause an uproar in the outside world. The battle started in an instant, and around the black and white Qianyuan tree, many Tiangang realm powerhouses quickly fought each other. All kinds of precious and rare elixir are stuffed into their mouths like they don't need money at this time. The battle is only in the blink of an eye. I got it, I got by Qianyuan fruit. An old man in the Tiangang realm, who broke out of the siege, cut down the Qianyuan branch, and when he took the white Qianyuan fruit with one hand, he couldn't help roaring frantically and excitedly. He was about to put it into the nailing ring, when 2 fingers pierced the air and penetrated his arm from the front. The arm holding by Qianyuan fell suddenly, and the 2 black-robed old men just took it, and a sword light from the soaring dragon swallowed the mountains and rivers, strangled them from the sky, and cut them back again. Similar scenes were staged wildly around the black and white Qianyuan tree. And everyone was red-eyed, just for the black and white Qianyuan fruit. It took less than a dozen breaths to fight, and the heavenly astral realm has already begun to be besieged and fallen on the spot. The top powerhouses, who are usually placed in the 24 domains, can only sleep here at this time. It's crazy. This is the way to climb the martial arts. One person's success is 10,000 bones. Ling Ziqi's pretty face, who followed behind the gray-shirted old woman, was slightly pale with fright, even though she came from an extraordinary background. It was the first time she had seen so many scuffles in the heavenly astral realm. On the other side, Lin Chen urged Zijintong, and did not act the first time, but observed the entire black and white Qianyuan tree. If you want to grab it, then grab the best. The moment the purple phoenix wings unfolded from Lin Chen's back, the face of the gray-shirted old woman on the side changed suddenly. Lin Chen held the two daughters, the purple phoenix wings flew up in anger, and a stream of purple flames flowed down in the void. Almost in a blink of an eye, all the powerhouses were frightened by Lin Chen's sudden burst of speed. Different from everyone present, Lin Chen Jinyan's purple phoenix wings speed mainly depends on the strength of his flesh shell body refining, and his combat aura cultivation is secondary. It will not be affected by the depletion of spiritual energy at all. Whether it is entering the evil king's secret realm or being in the temple, these many restrictions are equivalent to nothing to the true flame purple phoenix wing. Phoenix wing? An earth demon realm can actually master such a mysterious treasure of living beings. The background of this child is really terrifying. The gray-shirted old woman's eyes flashed, and when everyone was attracted by Lin Chen, she took her 4 disciples and made a sudden move. Quick, stop him. He wants to take away the highest quality black and white Qianyuan fruit on the Qianyuan tree. The ghost-faced swordsman standing on the black and white Qianyuan tree, kilometer high, looked horrified. He pulled out his sword and slashed dozens of mysterious sword shadows, destroying Lin Chen. The Tian gangs who climbed to the heights of the black and white Qianyuan tree attacked Lin Chen invariably. Even the old man Tianji was no exception. If I was afraid of your attack, I wouldn't be flying in the sky to be a living target for you. Lin Chen jokingly smiled. The true flame purple phoenix wings flapped one after another, volleyed 360 degrees, and rotated back and forth for a week in the opposite corner, all dodging the attack that devastated him. What? So fast? All the powerhouses paled in shock. Lin Chen's speed was not much better than that of the first-level powerhouses in the heavenly astral realm. In the previous pursuit of the incandescent aurora stone, the 17 Tian gang realms encircled and suppressed Lin Chen, and almost all of them returned empty-handed. In this depleted environment, no one could touch him at all. There are also individual powerhouses who have flying weapons that Lei Yuelinlin has used, but in this case, almost no powerhouse will use them, because those auxiliary weapons are only suitable for the warriors of the Earth realm. In this environment of strong people, if the speed is not fast enough, they can only become a living target for everyone. At a distance of more than 2,000 feet, Lin Chen rushed to the top in almost 2 breaths, unobstructed. The peak of the black and white Qianyuan tree is in full bloom with dozens of feet of complicated black and white branches and leaves, shaped like a tray, holding 2 pairs of black and white Qianyuan fruit. These 2 pairs of black and white Qianyuan fruit are deep in color, the light is flowing, and the energy fluctuations released are the strongest among all. The black and white Qianyuan fruit in the audience. Just when the powerhouses who climbed to the heights saw that Lin Chen was only a stone's throw away from the 2 pairs of black and white Qianyuanguo, their faces were all slightly pale, and everyone shouted no in their hearts. A black and white light beam shot out like lightning from the leaf tray. Lin Chen's pupils shrank, and he instantly unfolded the heavenly fighting spirit. Bang! The powerful aftermath swayed in the void, passed from a height of more than 2,000 meters to the ground, and rolled up a gust of wind, like a big explosion. I saw that in the void. Lin Chen was bounced off a distance of more than 200 meters, and the frigid ice chips fell from the void. Are you okay? Rune, who was holding the jade hand by Lin Chen, glanced at him with a slightly worried look, and Lin Chen nodded with a smile. It's okay, I just didn't expect this thing to have a trace of consciousness. If it wasn't for Rune and Ling Yueqi's timely defense, Lin Chen's fighting spirit alone would not be enough to completely resist the counterattack of black and white Qian Yuanchu. Ha 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 ha. Boy, didn't expect it. The center of the Qianyuan tree is protected by self-consciousness. Do you think the best black and white Qianyuan fruit is what you want to take? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? It's unimaginable to imagine the great ups and downs of life. All the powerhouses burst out with mocking laughter, and Lin Chen sighed in the sky. Yeah, it's really surprising and surprising. However, if you don't see the end of the ups and downs, how do you know who will have the last laugh? Lin Chen pushed horizontally in the void and placed the two daughters at a distance of 2,000 feet from the Qianyuan tree. Then, a dazzling aurora like a star bloomed from Lin Chen's hands, and all the powerhouses were about to fight, and they were attracted by this aurora. 3 fist-sized incandescent aurora stones were suspended in Lin Chen's palm. And the flowing light energy surprised all the powerhouses present. This kid actually has an incandescent aurora stone? My good guy, this kid has a lot of good things. I'll take away this Qianyuan fruit later, and I'll just kill him. The powerhouses in the 4 directions all greedily stared at the incandescent aurora stone in Lin Chen's hand, but there were only individual powerhouses in the heavenly astral realm who seemed to have seen a ghost. I'm a jerk. Shouldn't it be again in the boy? The words were not finished. Lin Chen's childish face raised an innocent smile. He motivated his thunder element to fight, and the incandescent aurora stone suspended in his palm threw out angrily, turning into 3 meteors, and falling into the top branch tray of the black and white Qianyuan tree. Time, as if frozen in this moment. More than 100 people in Tianganging still haven't figured out what Lin Chen wants to do when he threw out such a precious treasure as the incandescent aurora stone. An earth-shattering explosion resounded from the sky above the entire temple. Boom! Boom! The dazzling rays of light like a newborn sun shone down from the sky, the airflow reversed, the wind raged, and a mushroom cloud rose in the void. When everyone looked at it again, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. The branches and leaves around the black and white tray were all blown up, and the top of the black and white Qianyuan tree seemed to be torn off from a distance, which was hideous and ferocious. What made many strong people even more stunned, it was the 3 incandescent aurora stones, which evaporated out of thin air. Gone. The different energy or that is comparable to the 5th order intermediate level weapon actually exploded like this and disappeared? Before everyone could react, Lin Chen took out 5 incandescent aurora stones. Again. I'll give you a bigger one this time. I see how tough you are. Can you be tougher than me? The 5 incandescent aurora stones seemed to be free of money. They were fired like cannonballs in Lin Chen's hands, and they shot out in a row. Bang bang bang. A series of sky-shattering explosions sounded again. This kind of formidable power is not much less than the full-strength attack of the 1st level Tiangang realm. I asked you to sneak attack on this handsome, grandma, I still can't blow you up. Isn't it just a few broken fruits, spicy chicken? When I blow you up, I will peel you alive on the spot and eat it on the spot. You little horn, you can't turn it on, you can't turn it on. Following Lin Chen's series of abuse, a large number of incandescent aurora stones were thrown out by him frantically, not 3 or 5 each time. What the hell is going on here? All the Heavenly Gang realm powerhouses suddenly felt their scalps numb, and some even froze in place on the spot, even forgetting to grab the black and white Qianyuan fruit. That's an incandescent aurora stone. Each one contains extremely rare light energy, the best material necessary for casting top weapons. Just one is priceless. Not to mention in the 24 regions, even in the entire Lingzhou, every appearance of the incandescent aurora stone will cause an uproar. Such a precious top-level treasure was actually regarded as a roadside stone by a teenager under 18, saying that it would be fried and thrown away? What kind of family background does this have to have? Hidden sectarian family? Eternal giant power? The sect of this fucking tycoon can't stand this kind of splurge. This can no longer be described as a tyrannical thing, it is simply insane. And people and gods are indignant. That's not right. Why does he still have so many incandescent aurora stones? We only have more than 30 left at most after this kid blew up last time. Could it be that there was another mystery under the lake at that time? Grass. It must be like this. It's a loss, it went to my grandma's house. We were miserable. The individual Tian Gang realm powerhouses who had chased and killed Lin Chen before suddenly realized, slapped their thighs and jumped with anger. His expression was as annoyed and regretful as if he had eaten shit. If they hadn't pursued Lin Chen at that time, then these large amounts of incandescent aurora stones belonged to them. This is all lost to the ancestors' home. This young Lin Chen has at least detonated more than 120 incandescent aurora stones. The old woman in the gray shirt trembled. This is an unimaginable amount of wealth for any sect in Lingzhou. Ling Ziqi's cherry lips slightly parted, and the man the senior sister saw was really unique in Lingzhou. Yun Manqing stared at the back of the young man almost insanely and obsessively, although he was a bit coquettish when he was chased by Tianganging. The way he threw the incandescent aurora stone was so handsome. At the time when Lin Chen caused an unprecedented shock, Ling Yueqi and Bai Ruoyan seemed to have a connection, and they took away, too, by Qian Yuan Gua from a height without knowing it. Bang! The black and white Qianyuan tree, which was more than 2,000 meters tall and shaped like a mountain, was shaky and shaky. Lin Chen detonated 10 incandescent aurora stones for the last time, tearing the black and white tray into a shocking crack. The host obtains 10,000 points of light energy, 9,500 points of light energy, 8,800 points of light energy. A dazzling array of light attribute light balls were suspended in the entire void. At the same time that Lin Chen snatched it away, the purple phoenix wings rolled up a stream of purple flames and slammed into the black and white tray, snatching away 2 pairs of black and white Qianyuan fruit. Lin Chen was holding 2 pairs of Qianyuan fruits, the energy flowing in his palms made him have lingering fears. There are 2 black Qianyuan fruits and 2 white Qianyuan fruits. These 2 pairs of Qianyuan fruits are the highest quality of the entire Qianyuan tree. Baby! It's not in vain for me to blow up nearly 300 incandescent aurora stones in one breath. No loss, no loss. Lin Chen laughed proudly. The purple phoenix spread its wings and flew to Bai Ruoyan sighed at high speed. He handed the 2 highest quality by Qianyuan fruits to Bai Ruoyan. Sister Ruoyan, a trivial idea is not a respect. Someone Lin didn't care very much and laughed. Seeing that he actually grabbed the 2 highest quality by Qianyuangua and sent them to him at the first time, Bai Ruoyan's heart had a rare ripple, and he took it seriously. Thank you, brother Lin Chen. I will never forget this kindness. Everyone knows the value of Bai Qianyuangguo. He can give it to himself so easily. This love is not unimportant. Seeing Bai Ruoyan so solemnly for the first time, Lin Chen suddenly felt embarrassed, scratched his head and smiled. It's still too early to say thanks, after all, we will be watched by everyone. Next. At the end of the speech, when Lin Chen turned around, he saw a group of people rushing towards them under the branches of the black and white Qianyuan. The team at the head is the Tianji old man, followed by the ghost-faced swordsman and others who had conflicted with Lin Chen. Kill this kid and take his phoenix wings. The highest quality by Qianyuan fruit, the old man will never let it go. This group of people is like hungry wolves rushing towards food, and there is only violent fighting intent and greed in their eyes. The group of the old man that day, leave it to me. I took Bai Qianyuan fruit. Their target should be me, you all retreat first, or find an opportunity to fight back. Bai Ruoyan, carefully put away, Bai Qianyuangguo, Konggu Yulan smiled gracefully. Are you sure? Sister Ruoyan, your cultivation hasn't fully recovered yet. When Lin Chen was astonished, the beautiful woman smiled sweetly, her elegance was peerless. Brother Lin Chen, when elder sister traverses the 9 major states, the heavenly astral realm can be destroyed with just a wave of your hand. Bai Ruoyan quietly turned into a wisp of light smoke, the mystery of his unique movement skills, even Lin Chen's purple golden pupils couldn't see a clue. Boom. Chi-chi. The colorful battle air swept up the sky, located at the position of more than 1,800 feet of the black and white Qianyuan tree. Bai Ruoyan confronted the 6 heavenly realms, including the old man of Tianji head-on. Don't let this woman go, she took the highest quality by Qianyuangguo and killed her. The old man of Tianji shouted loudly, he sacrificed his fortune-teller's life. Tool Eternal Heaven's secret scroll, the sky pen danced with dragons and phoenixes, and drew a line of words from the void, suppressing the sky and suppressing the world, wanting to block Bai Ruoyan's actions. A mathematician who doesn't even have a name in the sky would dare to speak so madly. Bai Ruoyan was light and windy, a ray of golden light quietly disappeared in the pupil, and between the flicks of the slender jade fingers, the strong wind of the 3 fingers easily tore apart the old man's eternal secret scroll. What combat skill is this? Hurry up, hurry up. The old man of Tianji was terrified and panicked, and the Tiangang realm powerhouses around him surrounded him. Bai Ruoyan's white sleeves are swaying, and her jade fingers are flicking. Later, the 3 heavenly astral realm who rushed up also joined the battle. Bai Ruoyan fought a battle, and the battle was earth-shattering. The aftermath of the collision easily shattered anything in the space of dozens of meters. It's amazing. It seems that Sister Ruoyan has reservations before. Since this is the case, I have to come up with some trump cards. Just when Lin Chen was gearing up and eager to take out the remaining incandescent aurora stone, he was suddenly stunned. An amazing and bold idea, it popped up in Lin Chen's mind again, and he couldn't help showing a childlike innocent smile, smiling like a child. Ling Yueqi, who was on the side, saw this scene, and there was an inexplicable lingering fear in her heart. This guy laughed like this when he saw the incandescent aurora stone for the first time before. It is said that this Heiqian Yuan fruit is the best in body refining, and it happens that I am at the bottleneck of body refining. The Qinglong arm is also at the opportunity of breaking through. Today, I want to see what the best method is. 2 Heiqian Yuan fruits were suspended in Lin Chen's palm, and the throbbing energy in the fruits was like a heartbeat with life, extremely mysterious. Did he think that? Ling Yueqi's expression was startled, her cold and arrogant face appeared stunned and shocked, and she was about to speak. Kachi. Lin Chen took a bite, and in 3 and 5 mouthfuls, he ate 2 Heiqian Yuangua. The moment he chewed the black Qian Yuan fruit and swallowed it, the 2 heroic and vast energies were like 2 dragons, and they were about to burst out of Lin Chen's body, turning the river and the sea. Hoo-hoo. 2 blue dragons roared and roared, one after another. Glazed dragon light began to flow from Lin Chen's left arm, straight to the white halo in his dantian. The glazed dragon light is like a stronger and more stalwart dragon. He suppressed the 2 energy dragons in front of him, and dragged them to the white halo in his dantian. Ah. I'm a mother, it's cool. Lin Chen rolled his eyes, his nostrils were smoking, and his body was twitching. He actually ate Heiqian Yuan fruit. Crazy. Even the masters who have reached the level of dragon power don't dare to mess around. Don't worry, kill him and then open his belly. Heiqian Yuan was energy is extremely domineering and vast, and it is impossible for him to absorb it in a short period of time. He even ate 2, it's just courting death. Lung Junfeng of Ghost-Faced Swordsman couldn't help sneering, and pulled the sword in the scabbard, as if the revolving sword energy reverberated in the mouth of the scabbard. Ghost-Faced Swordsman Lung Junfeng, right? Today I want to see what the bloodline of the Ling family is. An ice arrow cut through the cold ice line in the void, and swept across Lung Juanfeng's brows extremely fast. The cold air was released, and Ling Juanfeng's brows slowly formed an ice flower. The former stared solemnly at Ling Yueqi in front of him, and his voice was a little shocked and confused. Unexpectedly, you are also from the Ling family. This young master wants to see which faction you belong to. Look at my blood-red 3,000 swords. And kill you, slut. The trash of the outer faction dares to speak madly, courting death. The battle between Ling Yueqi and ghost-faced swordsman Lin Junfeng is about to start. The last 3 veterans in the heavenly astral realm surrounded Lin Chen, and the 3 had a good heart. They were all from Lin Junfeng. Their sleeves fluttered, and each of the 6 battle gas poisonous pythons reached 50 feet each, and the poisonous gas was sparkling, and they were born strangling Lin Chen. Power, the whole body is full of power. Lin Chen roared up to the sky, and punched him head-on with an unskilled punch. The punch was domineering and fierce, and it directly crushed 2 battle gas poisonous pythons. Bang bang bang. The other 4 battle gas poisonous pythons, like a volcanic eruption, bombarded Lin Chen's front chest, causing a series of big explosions. The moment he was hit by this force, Lin Chen's heavenly astral battle chi defense was just unfolded, and it was smashed frontally and shattered on the spot. In addition, there are nearly 50% of the energy in the body. This energy formed an impact, and unexpectedly formed a silent external force, helping Lin Chen to push the energy of Heiqian Yuangua into his dantian a little bit. Ah. This is really cool. Lin Chen was so excited that his whole body twitched. Although the energy that absorbs Heiqian Yuanguo is the white halo and blue dragon arm in the Dantian, but even if a little bit of energy overflows, the energy of Heiqian Yuanguo can be compared to the top elixir for washing tendons and cutting marrow. The pores were slightly opened, and Lin Chen's meridians and bones were partially purified by the energy of Heiqian Yuanguo, which caused all the waste and impurities hidden in his 8 extraordinary meridians and limbs to be discharged. Look, this kid was beaten up and twitched. He rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha. It must be about to explode by Heiqian Yuanguo, let's work harder and directly take out the energy of Heiqian Yuanguo. It stinks. This kid is afraid that the shit has been beaten out just now. Hit him, crush him directly. The headed Tianganging rushed towards Lin Chen with a palm, and the big madra of fire energy in the palm of the palm was destroyed like a hurricane, shocking the world. The 5 fingers overlapped and turned into dragon claws, tearing out like lightning, imprinting in 1,000 ways on Lin Chen's body, including tearing, twisting, spinning, pulling, etc. Chen was beaten flying all over the sky. The 3 heavenly astral realms launched a mad attack from Lin Chen's body, without dead ends, but the strength of each blow was helping Lin Chen to push the energy of Heiqian Yuanguo into his Dantian faster. Lin Chen's meat shell became more and more condensed, and after the pores were discharged from the fine residual impurities, it began to sublime rapidly. The 3 heavenly astral realms are wondering, how does this kid get stronger and stronger? Fantastic play. Next up is me. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes from the posture of defending with his wrists. The domineering smile on the corner of the boy's mouth was like a king looking down at the world. He shoved horizontally with one hand and one palm, and slapped an old man in Tiangang realm on the chest. He broke his ribs on the spot. Several attribute light balls volleyed down and suspended, and Lin Chen grabbed it and absorbed it into his body. What? So strong. The other 2 heavenly astral realm turned pale in shock, and when they retreated crazily, Lin Chen slashed out another whip leg in the void like a knife. Shield. Bang. Click. Together with the shattered battle aura prismatic light shield, and the leg bone of the Tiangang Jing, he screamed in the air, but Lin Chen aggressively unfolded his purple phoenix wings. His purple phoenix wings are bigger than before, 3-pointer, faster, and more powerful. It's shameless for you 3 to besiege me, an unarmed young man. There is a saying in our hometown that respects the old and loves the young. Today, I will treat the old with respect. Lin Chen, who unfolded his purple phoenix wings, appeared behind the 3rd heavenly gang like a ghost, his right fist smashed and smashed sideways, his left leg and knee smashed fiercely, and his left elbow stabbed like a dagger. Lin Chen was like a sophisticated killing machine. All the way to beat the 3rd Tiangang realm. Some savvy heavenly astral realm has discovered that Lin Chen's pure strength is already around 980,000 tiger strength, which is almost the same as his previous Qinglong arm. When they heard the words unarmed boy, the corners of many people's mouths twitched fiercely. You are unarmed, but every part of your body is countless times harder than his mother's black iron. Looking at Lin Chen's battle again, many of the older generation's heavenly astral realm is in a cold sweat. The 3 heavenly Ganges were surrounded and beaten by Lin Chen alone, even if they fell on the branches of the black and white Qianyuan tree. The most important thing is, he is not only terrifying and terrifying with pure power, but even his moves are extremely vicious and insidious. Or focus on the middle section of people, and slammed into the hearts of others. Either it is aimed at the lower part of others, and there will always be a record of cutting off the sun's leg, or it is aimed at the upper part of others, and it is shocking how ruthless it is. Insert the eyes, kick the crotch, hammer your chest, all in one go. I saw more than a dozen Tianganjing break into a cold sweat. This Nima is called respecting the old and loving the young? Everyone in the audience is afraid that each person will not be rewarded with 3 good people. It's cool. It's so happy, hanging and beating the heavenly gang realm, grandmas, this is a surefire business, ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed until his mouth cracked. Although they were suppressed in their cultivation, these old fellows are real. Heavenly astral realm. The attribute light balls that Lin Chen knocked down. From them, each of them has a super high value. In the outside world, they are all peak powerhouses who are highly respected. Famous for the ages, and famous for hundreds of millions of people. Outside of the secret, they are all super powerhouses of the 2nd and 3rd levels of the Tiangang realm. In the wasteland, they are the powerhouses at the top of the pyramid, almost equivalent to the old man and the vice president in the academy. The 4th level of the Earth Fiend realm hangs and beats 3 characters in the 2nd and 3rd levels of the heavenly astral realm. If this is placed in the outside world, it is simply impossible to happen. On the contrary, they can kill Lin Chen with one hand. Apart from the one trick of the Dragon Clan and the few 9 techniques of divine desolation, Lin Chen has no capital to confront them head-on. But in this secret realm, especially in this temple, they are Lin Chen's meat. Sandbags. They have no temper at all. The 9 secrets of God's desolation, light fury. Seeing that his battle spirit essence attribute value is about to fill up, and he is about to hit a new level, Lin Chen's mad attack is mixed with the 9 tricks of the gods. A huge light energy ball of dozens of feet suddenly fell, and an energy storm bloomed, sweeping the entire black and white Qianyuan tree. Having destroyed so many incandescent aurora stones before, Lin Chen's light energy value has reached a terrifying number of more than 2 million. A ray of anger severely injured the 2 Tiangang realm on the spot, and almost lost their ability to move. Grandma's, little bastard, I will fight with you today. The middle-aged Tiangang realm with tiger eyes and knife eyebrows screamed in the sky, and an unprecedented violent fighting spirit rose from his body and merged into a huge lion, swallowing the world, and it could be absorbed by rivers and rivers. Heavenly Astral Realm's Battle Chi cultivation base. This middle-aged man even forcibly broke through the seal of his cultivation in the secret realm. This terrifying momentum instantly made Lin Chen concentrate on the right, and the pores of the whole body burst out with alarm signals. However, before he had time to mobilize his majestic fighting aura, a jet black thunder light tore a space crack from the void, slashed from the sky, and slashed directly on top of his heavenly spirit cover, annihilating his fighting aura into nothingness on the spot. He himself was split in half by a black thunder and exploded, falling on the spot. Seeing this scene, some heavenly astral realm who wanted to unravel their cultivation immediately put away this careful thought, and panic and fear appeared in their hearts. This is the power of heavenly power in the evil king's secret realm. Once there is a warrior above the heavenly astral realm, they will be killed instantly. The host has obtained 3.84 million points of battle spirit essence, 21,100 points of spiritual power. Shutting between several figures, Lin Chen picked up all the attribute light balls at once, and filled up the exhausted fighting spirit again. Not only that, it seemed that he was about to touch a new bottleneck. The more advanced the cultivation method, the stronger the foundation, the difficulty of breaking through the cultivation base will also increase. The spiritual energy in the temple is depleted, and it is difficult to break through the cultivation base of combat energy in this situation. Even if Lin Chen slaughtered a heavenly astral realm this time, the light ball of the essence of battle energy he obtained was far from enough for him to break through a realm. Yes, killing a heavenly astral realm can get so much fighting spirit essence. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, his brows showed the ruthlessness that bare feet are not afraid of wearing shoes, and turned to the other two heavenly astral realm with a cruel smile. Oops, this kid is killing us. Come on. The two heavenly astral realms finally felt bad. After taking a pill, their battle aura nearly doubled, and the speed at which they performed the unique skills of movement was a few steps faster. Dude, if you want to run, do you think you're visiting a kiln? You can run with your pants on. Lin Chen smirked, and was about to urge Qinglong's arm to fight back, but his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it. Where's my Azure Dragon arm? As soon as Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves, at this time his left arm was clean and innocent. How could there be the previous Qinglong tattoo? What's the situation? My lord, where is my Azure Dragon arm? I absorbed two Qian Yuan fruit and made it grow wings and fly. This time, Lin Chen couldn't care about the two escaped heavenly astral realm, and immediately began to look at the situation in his dantian. In Lin Chen's dantian, in addition to the brilliant light, the nine-colored battle spirit surrounding the four-level Qi river, there is a cyan light ring suspended beside it. This blue light ring is the white halo that Lin Chen got on Jinlong Mountain before, but at this time it is shining with a light blue streamer, crystal clear and beautiful like a gem in the night sky. The most amazing thing is that Lin Chen still felt a life fluctuation similar to his own mind and body inside. What's in there? Get me out. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and the azure circle in his dantian was pulled by his fighting spirit. At this moment, with Lin Chen's whole being as the center, the terrifying aura that absorbs the stars and disturbs the nebula is in full bloom. Hoo-ho-ho. The earth-shattering dragon roar swept through the entire black and white Qianyuan tree like a frenzy. The terrifying sound wave of the dragon roar turned into a splendid air wave, which was more imposing than any battle situation that was being fought. When all the heavenly astral realm powerhouses cast their gazes, they all took a sigh of relief. It is more than 70 feet long, shaped like a long snake, with its limbs lying on a cross. It has 5 claws, a unicorn head, a carp tail, horns like a deer, a face with long beards, scales like sapphire, and the whole body is rolling and galloping with a prehistoric atmosphere. Its pupils shone with azure light. It burst out the evil spirit and dignity that dominated all living beings. Its bright and sharp fangs are like ancient iron-sharp knives, and the breath that it exudes is like a storm swallowing the sky and the earth. All the powerhouses were stunned by its dragon might, and all battle stopped. Ancient Qinglong. This is a genuine ancient Qinglong. It is not a descendant of blood, nor is it a scene of virtual combat skills. It is an ancient Qinglong that is truly flesh and blood, contains dragon power, and dominates the 8 wastelands. On the top of the ancient Qinglong stood a silver-robed youth, with his arms folded over his chest, and on his childish face, cold and rebellious, there was a domineering mastery of life and death. This kid actually hides a pure-blooded ancient Qinglong in his body. What a domineering Qinglong, the power has reached the power of a dragon, and it has the power to match the real Tiangang realm. Isn't it saying that, except for the fifth-order beasts, that the secret space itself has nurtured any Tiangang realm cultivation base and fifth-order beasts sneaking in will be wiped out? My God! How did he do this? How did he bring in such a big ancient beast? All the powerhouses in the audience were frightened. This ancient blue dragon, unless it is outside the secret realm of the evil king. Otherwise, even if they left the temple, none of them would be able to beat it one-on-one. It turns out that the halo I got on Jinlong Mountain is the source of life that nurtured the blue dragon. No wonder my blue dragon bloodline disappeared. It turned out to be all concentrated in the source of life. I made a lot of money, and I made a lot of money. Lin Chen stood on top of the dragon's head, looking like Qiyu was arrogant, cold and majestic, but in fact he was very happy. If there is no one at the scene, he can throw punches and roll on the spot. The Qinglong arm has already entered the evil king's secret realm. They have absorbed the massive resources that Lin Chen brought to it, which is the early stage of Qinglong's condensing energy. After the basic energy was fully absorbed, Lin Chen tried to swallow Tu He Qian Yuanhua again. Most of the life energy of the He Qian Yuanhua was absorbed by the Qinglong source in his dantian. Thus, this unprecedented ancient Qinglong was born. Because it is a blue dragon born in the secret realm of the evil king, the law of Tianwei in this secret realm has regarded it as a natural beast born in this secret realm, and it will not be restrained by the law at all. He really is the most special. Yun Manqing has completely fallen, and her beautiful eyes are staring at Lin Chen above the dragon head, with only extreme admiration left in her eyes. His grandma's, now it's time for Lao Tzu to turn over and call the shots. Lin Chen gave a wicked laugh when he rolled up his sleeves. All the powerful people in the audience were terrified. Done. When this kid was respecting the old and loving the young just now, the way he greeted people was more ruthless with each move, and now he gave him an ancient blue dragon. This Nima is going to heaven. Lin Chen's eyes first turned to Bai Ruoyan's direction. That smiling appearance made Bai Ruoyan cover her mouth and chuckle. Why is this brother Lin Chen so cute? How many trump cards does he still have? Bai Ruoyan gave a peerless smile when she heard the old man Tianji and the other 7 heavenly astral realms. She shuddered in her heart. Cute? It's almost as scary as it gets. Ancient Qinglong, fuck it. Dare to bully Sister Ruoyan, don't even look at who is covering it, and beat his son of a bitch for me. Lin Chen pointedly pointed at the 8 heavenly astral realms in the direction of Bai Ruoyan. The ancient Qinglong let out a roar in anger, leaped into the air, and the dragon's claws slapped down with the power of piercing the stars. The old man Tianji waited for the heavenly astral realm to turn pale with fright, and instantly unfolded his movements. The afterimages were heavy, the vertical leaps flashed, and all kinds of housekeeping skills and escape secrets were used. Bang! Boom! The airflow collapsed and the branches cracked. Several strong winds swept thousands of troops and erupted from the void. This claw went down, and the ancient Qinglong slapped the 100-meter thick branch of the Qianyuan tree in the middle, and before those heavenly astral realms reacted, the dragon's tail rolled, and it turned the river and the sea again. Tear. Snapped. The 2 heavenly astral realms were shattered in midair, their battle chi defenses were broken, their livers and gallbladders were broken, and they were slapped to death by the Qinglong tail, their flesh and blood were blurred. The ancient Qinglong continued to pursue the rest of the Tiangang realm, and took the lead in locking the Tianji old man and other people. Lin Chen jumped into the air, jumped to the two dying heavenly realms, and when he went up, he was a meal of respect the old and love the young. I saw that most of the strong people had numb scalps, and the attribute light balls flew all over the sky, and they returned them. 2 treasure chests out. Finally, the lightning flashed, setting off a thunderstorm. Lin Chen's lightning strike sent them on the road, making them die happily. The host obtained 3.94 million points of fighting spirit, 3.01 million points of blood energy, and 500,000 points of kung fu essence. The host opens the mithril treasure chest. Obtained 100,000 runic power. The host opens the fine silver treasure chest. Obtained 100,000 dark energy points. The host has obtained 4.08 million points of battle spirit essence, 69,000 points of spiritual power, and 410,000 points of water energy. Lin Chen picked it up wildly in the air, and the attribute value showed an unprecedented increase. The earth-shattering explosion sounded again, the ancient Qinglong crushed and killed 1 heavenly astral realm, and now it is still chasing 5 heavenly astral realm, including the old man of Tianji. There is no spiritual energy of heaven and earth here, and the ancient Qinglong can only move with its own pure power, but the speed is still the fastest level in the audience. Although the heavenly astral realm, killed by the ancient Qinglong also exploded an attribute light ball, but because it was not killed by Lin Chen himself, the attribute light ball that fell out was only half of what Lin Chen killed himself. Lin Chen, the old man fought with you. The brat, who doesn't even have all the hair, come and fight with your grandfather if you have the ability. What kind of skill are you? What kind of man are you relying on? A blue dragon. The old man Tianji and other 5 people were chased by the ancient Qinglong, forcing them to keep roaring wildly. Qinglong's defensive power and destructive power are proportional to each other. With their combat power in the temple, it is less than 1% of the heyday, and they can't break the Qinglong's defense at all. Even if they leave the temple and are in a space with normal spiritual energy, the 5 of them can work together with a real heavenly astral realm, but in such a ghost place where spiritual energy is depleted, not being killed immediately is the best result. This group of small speakers, these guys are old birthday stars who hang themselves, and they have a long life. Lin Chen's eyes were full of ferocity. He was just about to go to support Lang Yueqi, but these people provoked his anger. Killing one is killing, and killing 1,000 people is also killing. I am afraid that this opportunity to arbitrarily slaughter the Tiangang realm will never happen again in this life. Why should I be that old man? Some powerhouses have already seen the situation clearly. At this time, the situation in the temple is already dominated by Lin Chen alone, and no one has the ability to protect themselves in front of him alone. Many of the powerhouses who have won the black and white Qianyuan fruit have already withdrawn from the battle first, and have begun to circle around to seize the time to recover. At the same time, they have also invited each other to a temporary alliance. The strong people who can come here are not mortals. At this time, they can't see the situation clearly. That is the fish and meat on the chopping board of others, and they will be slaughtered by others. The purple phoenix's wingspan flew. Lin Chen instantly joined the battle with the old man Tianji. With a single wave of his hand, he ordered the ancient Qinglong to stop attacking. Whoever said you wanted to go head-to-head just now, stand up for me, I will. Fulfill you bastards, I will fight him to the end alone. Lin Chen is extremely domineering and full of aura, and his words shocked the 5 heavenly astral realm. But soon, they reacted immediately, and the old man Tianji sneered, if you say singled out, I will believe it? There is a book to put away the ancient Qinglong in advance. Lin Chen sneered disdainfully, and in a single thought, the ancient Qinglong turned into a ray of light and flew into Lin Chen's dantian and disappeared. Seeing this ferocious ancient Qinglong disappear into Lin Chen's body in just one breath, many powerhouses sincerely sighed the magic. Does this kid really dare to fight us one-on-one? It's still too young, we have to seize the opportunity this time. What about him, anyway? He has already put away that blue dragon, and we will fight one-on-one later. We will all go up together, take out the strongest attacks, and smash him to slide together. There was a cold killing intent in the eyes of the old man of Tianji. You're still a man, I just said that it was me, and I'm here to fight you. A young talent covered in blood walked out. He stared at Lin Chen with a grin. His face was covered with pale, dry human skin, and there was no trace of blood, which did not seem to match his true age. Come on then. Lin Chen pouted and said disdainfully. As soon as the words fell, the other party turned his hand, a dark red giant axe, like a giant axe, leaped into the air. The power of 10,000 wild horses galloped into the world, and the momentum like a meteor fell to the ground. The fighting spirit covered the mountains and rivers, and the situation suddenly changed. Blood hand. Rakshasa 10 swords. Great sorrow and ruthless palm. Behind the young man who launched the attack, the 4 people headed by the old man Tianji launched a sudden onslaught. The distance between the two sides was extremely short. Even if Lin Chen reacted, he didn't have time to escape. Many powerhouses sneered in their hearts, this Lin Chen is too bloody, right? Someone said that it's a one-off? I actually missed the best chance to kill the opponent. In the audience, only Bai Ruoyan smiled gracefully and quietly. She knew deeply that this younger brother of Lin Chen was never a master who suffered losses. You stand together, and it saves my time. Lin Chen smiled cheaply, his shoulders were slightly stretched back, his arms were turned over, and he tried to pull mountains and rivers. What? The jaws of the Tian gang people watching the battle almost dropped. What is the situation? The 2 Qinglong arms pierced the mountains and rivers, smashing left and right, smashing all the attacks in the air, and killing 5 heavenly astral realm with one palm. The 5 of them all used the few fighting spirits to attack, and they didn't have any preparations for defense at all, and they were as fragile as tofu in front of Lin Chen's azure dragon arm. Broken in one shot. Lin Chen's ancient Qinglong has completely become a part of his body. Whether it is to release the ancient blue dragon to fight, or to invoke the power of the ancient blue dragon himself, it is only a thought, as if the body parts are naturally connected together. The attribute light balls that filled the sky rolled out, and Lin Chen picked up these attribute light balls with ease, and his combat aura cultivation level rushed to the 4th level peak of the Earth Fiend realm. The thicker the foundation, the more difficult it will be to accumulate breakthroughs, but this difficulty still cannot stop Lin Chen. His cultivation base will break through with the pop-up of the system light screen. The host has advanced to the 5th level of the Earth Demon realm. In front of everyone, Lin Chen's cultivation level completely climbed to the 5th level of the Earth Fiend realm, and even made some of the older generations Heavenly Astral Realm powerhouse shocking. The spiritual energy here is so depleted and lacking, where did he come from? To break through the cultivation base on the spot. He has reached the 5th level of the evil realm. Yun Manqing, who had retreated to her master, looked at Lin Chen madly. She clearly remembered that Lin Chen, not long ago, was still at the 4th level of the Earth Demon realm. At this moment, everyone can see that this arrogant girl from the Sun Temple, Yun Manqing, has completely fallen. This son is truly an amazing genius, and he is a strange person who is not one in millions. The gray-shirted old woman sighed from the bottom of her heart. Because Lin Chen's true flame purple phoenix wings raid attracted attention, they also got 2 white Qianyuan fruits and 1 black Qianyuan fruit in the Sun Temple. Which was a good harvest. What's going to happen to this guy? Ling Yueqi and Bai Ruoyan gracefully fell by Lin Chen's side like a dragonfly. On the water. The ghost-faced swordsman was tied to the ground by 5 flowers. Throw it away, he's useless to us anyway, just keep what's on him. In the public eye, Lin Chen was not afraid to announce the fact that he offended the forces behind the ghost-faced swordsman. He had no time to think about these things. After taking off the ghost-faced swordsman's nailing ring, Lin Chen abolished his arm and threw it out to let it fend for itself. If it wasn't for his strength, this person would have taken his 3 heavenly astral realms to destroy himself. Not killing him would be the greatest kindness. He no longer likes the attribute light ball dropped by Tianjiao at the 9th level of the Earth's evil realm. What he saw was all the heavenly astral realms present. We have already harvested 4 black Qianyuan fruits and 6 white Qianyuan fruits, and 2 of them are of the highest quality. Ling Yueqi's expression was unusually turbulent, and she smiled happily. With this, by Qianyuanguo, her cultivation below the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm will never have too difficult a bottleneck. I'm so happy. Mentor Lung, the good show has only started now. Lin Chen licked his lips and looked down at all the heavenly realms below the black and white Qianyuan tree with a hint of coquettishness. That look is like that of a single dog who has not even had the chance to watch action romance movies for 30 years when he sees a group of stunning beauties. The people who were swept by his eyes were all horrified. This kid shouldn't have any tricks. Thinking of his ancient Qinglong, nearly 200 heavenly astral realms were divided into 5 groups, united and stood together, staring at Lin Chen all the time. There was a wonderful pleasure in Lin Chen's heart. The heavenly astral realm, who overlooked hundreds of millions of mortal creatures from the outside world, is now like a shivering sheep in front of him. Don't kill you at this time, still keep it for the new year? Without saying a word, Lin Chen decisively released the ancient Qinglong and jumped back to the ground with the 2 women. Seeing him release the ancient Qinglong, the hearts of all the powerhouses jumped. It's over, this kid still doesn't plan to let them go. But all of them together is definitely not easy to mess with. When it starts, it will be a dead fish. Don't be shy at this time. These, one by one, what a good fat sheep, they are all delivered to my mouth. If someone from Lin doesn't eat them, I'm really sorry for this handsome face. Lin Chen pretended to be depressed and sighed, and the corners of the strong men's mouths twitched. The next moment, Lin Chen changed his face faster than turning over a book. And his eyebrows became fierce. You must think that all of you are united and can compete with me. Let me tell you, without a pair of hard teeth, I really won't bite you guys so easily. The light flickered, Lin Chen sat on the dragon head of the ancient Qinglong. And a large pile of incandescent aurora stones radiated dazzling light, piled up into a hill. Just by naked eye observation, there are at least 200 incandescent aurora stones. This time, the incandescent aurora stone statue was the last straw that overwhelmed the camel. A trace of fear finally appeared on the faces of most of the heavenly astral realm experts. They have seen it with their own eyes, how powerful is the incandescent aurora stone that Lin Chen detonated before. An explosion alone is enough to seriously injure at least one of them. Just now, Lin Chen consumed nearly 200 incandescent aurora stones in one breath, which can blow up the defensive form of the black and white Qianyuan tree that has grown for thousands of years. In the space with spiritual energy outside the temple, Lin Chen detonated an incandescent aurora stone to damage a Tiangang realm. What about a space like a temple where there is no heaven and earth aura for defense? There is no doubt that these 200 incandescent aurora stones exploded together, enough for all of them to drink a pot. Not to mention that Lin Chen's own combat power and the two stunning beauties around him are not in the middle of the pack, and he still has the trump card of the ancient Qinglong in his hand. He actually has 200 incandescent aurora stones. What kind of aurora stone vein did this kid dug? His grandmother's. He used 400 stones before and after. Seeing that everyone's fighting spirit began to retreat, Lin Chen added another fire, and smiled lightly. Senior, you've been cowardly so soon? This is just the second batch. If it's not enough, I will have the third and fourth batches. I guarantee that each of you can experience being bombarded by this precious heaven and earth treasure. What a wonderful taste. Individual Tian Gangjing trembled, as if recalling something terrible. Boy, what do you want? The two heavenly astral realm from the Lingzhou area are still strong men who maintain their senses, said solemnly. What do I want to do? This is simple. Lin Chen rubbed his hands with a smile, and then suddenly changed his tone. Suddenly drinking coldly. It's all for the young master. From now on, robbery. Men stand on the right, women stand on the left. Those who are neither male nor female lie on the ground, the handsome stand in the middle, the ones with women's clothes stand in front, and those who don't have women's clothes, call me 300 times the handsome one. Hand over your nailing rings obediently. Okay, I'm done. Who still has questions? Lin Chen folded his arms around his chest, and just after speaking, more than a dozen people immediately ran away, jumping and shouting furiously. Why do you want us to pay the spirit ring? Your request is too much. When the old man was traversing Lingzhou, you didn't know where to play in the mud, you bastard with no hair. Yeah, how do we count as your seniors, young people? Don't be too strong, and absolute, maybe someday the feng shui will take turns? Just rely on you, kid, you are not qualified to eat all of us. Before the few Tian Gangjing who leaned on the old and sold the old, Lin Chen's mouth outlined a sneer. He pushed the void with his palm, and a dozen or so gigantic gray-white runes fell from the sky. The host activates the level 2 slow rune, which consumes 80,000 rune energy. At this time, the cultivation base of the heavenly astral realm is sealed, and to delay their actions, the slow rune of the second level slow rune only needs 80,000 points of rune energy, which is more than enough. Before they could react, Lin Chen threw 10 incandescent aurora stones at them. In the midst of the radiance, the powerhouses in the audience looked terrified and ran away. Bang bang bang. Every wave of explosion set off by the aurora reflects the panic of many heavenly astral realm powerhouses. This kid actually has a secret technique that makes the opponent's combat aura extremely slow? It's terrible. How many trump cards does he have? After the explosion, only a few bones were left on the ground, and a lot of secrets and elixir burst out from the original nailing ring. Lin Chen was not in a hurry to pick up the scattered attribute light balls, but asked seriously, "Okay, now who else has questions?" Seeing that Lin Chen didn't change his face, many Heavenly Gang realm felt troubled from the bottom of their hearts. Ruthless. A true peerless ruthless man. The killing is decisive, sharp and straightforward, and there is no trace of sluggishness. Is this kid really only 17 years old? Could it be that some old monster spirit took over the body of a young man? Each of his actions cannot be measured by common sense, and it completely subverts anyone's cognition. What everyone is really worried about now is that after handing over the nailing ring, Lin Chen still refuses to let them go, because in this temple, it is his best home to kill everyone on the scene. His strength is hardly limited here. Okay, now who else has questions? If not, I'll repeat what I just said. The men stand on the right, and the women stand on the left. The men who are neither men nor women lie on the ground, the handsome ones stand in the middle, and those with women's clothing stand in the front, those who don't have women's clothes retreat to the back and call me 300 times the single king is handsome. Then hand over your nailing rings honestly. Lin Chen's move is clearly determined to offend everyone. Let the old woman say something fair. At this time, the gray-shirted old woman from the Sun Temple came out and smiled kindly to Lin Chen. It's better for both of us to take a step back. If we take away the black and white Qianyuan fruit, we will hand over something of equal value in exchange. For you, little friend Lin Chen. What do you think? Just after finishing speaking, the old woman secretly transmitted voice transmission to the three of Lin Chen. Little friend Lin Chen, the two girls, most of the powerhouses who went to the temple on this trip are for the black and white Qianyuanguo. If you rob everyone, it is equivalent to taking their old lives. Doubts will fight with you, my wife. I admit that your current strength may destroy everyone, but it is also possible that they will fall under their dying counterattacks. This is not a warning, but an advice. The gray-shirted old woman's tone was more sincere, but Lin Chen could hear that. I agree with her, brother Lin Chen, don't push them too hard. Several of these guys are from Lingzhou, and they will definitely have the life-saving trump card to enter the temple. If they are urgent, neither of us will better. Even if you have an ancient blue dragon. This time, even Bai Ruoyan spoke up. Lin Chen glanced at all the powers in the crowd, although most of them looked at him in horror, but only a few sects still retained their perseverance or cold fighting intent. Okay, since Sister Ruoyan has spoken, I will take a step back. Lin Chen changed his face faster than flipping a book, and immediately said, with a smile, okay, I agree with this old senior's conditions. How many black and white Qianyuan fruit each of you took, you will hand over the equivalent. I guarantee with my character that I will definitely not pester you again. You have a fart character. Many strong people cursed in their hearts, but seeing Lin Chen back down, they were relieved. Don't try to deceive me. Whoever took the Qianyuan fruit and how many of you took it, I remember it clearly. If anyone is dishonest, I will immediately let him feel the power of the Aurora Stone. The corners of the strong men twitched slightly. The old woman in the gray shirt smiled. Since there is an old lady, I'm the first to make this suggestion. Let me start with the Sun Temple. Little friend, take it. The gray-shirted old woman took out 3 treasures from the nailing ring, the Ice-type weapon Ice Phoenix 3-feather arrow, the heavenly treasure Een Yang Tian Yuanzu, and a bottle of top-grade medicinal pill breakthrough bone. Sculpting Dan has a miraculous effect on body refiners. Lin Chen suddenly felt a little strange. I don't seem to have any friendship with this old lady. Why is she so happy? Seemingly seeing Lin Chen's doubts, the gray-shirted old woman pretended to be mysterious and smiled. Young man, don't have any doubts, just treat it as a dowry given to my disciple in advance. Huh? Dowry? Lin Chen's face was stunned, and he saw the long-skirted beauty in the opponent's team blushing slightly. Master, don't talk nonsense. Yun Manqing blushed, seeing her crush staring at her, although she was shy. She still bowed and saluted generously. The little girl Yun Manqing, the eldest disciple of the Sun Temple, has met young Master Lin Chen. Hello. Lin Chen's face was stunned, and Bai Ruoyan beside him said with a smile that was not a smile. Brother Lin Chen, you are very charming. Lin Chen, who didn't understand it, pretended to sigh and said, Hey, there's no way. Apart from being handsome, I really don't have any advantages. Sometimes I'm annoying too. Bai Ruoyan held back her smile, but Ling Yueqi chose not to hear her. This shameless appearance fell into Yun Manqing's eyes, but she felt that he was so unique and completely different from other men. Since the old senior is so happy, I'm welcome. Lin Chen took the 3 treasures of the gray-shirted old woman in one hand, and then shouted to the Tiangang crowd, next. Don't try to evade fares. Escape one and I'll blow up the other. The powerhouses in the Tiangang realm resisted their anger and started an unprecedented turn in action. What are the top secrets of the green rank, the rare treasures of heaven and earth, the top panacea, the high-level weapons that are famous in the 24 regions, the high-level pill furnaces, the high-level pill recipes. Everything. Lin Chen's background, in this wave of robbery, has become unprecedentedly rich. A 5th level of the Earth Demon Realm actually robbed hundreds of heavenly astral realm? If this is sent back to the 24th domain, I am afraid everyone will be shocked. If this is passed back to the Academy, if everyone knows that I have robbed hundreds of heavenly astral realm, I don't know how everyone will look. Seeing a few nailing rings that he had packed full, someone Lin snickered in his heart. After robbing everyone, Lin Chen took away the attribute light balls that fell from the heavenly astral realm before the Earth Demon Realm show stopped at the peak of the 5th level, and the flesh shell strength stopped at 990,000 tiger strength. In addition, Lin Chen found that his ancient Qinglong could also cultivate. Just like the bottomless pit before, it does not refuse any treasure, and it can swallow all of it with one dragon mouth. Lin Chen handed over all the many spiritual treasures he had brought back from the robbery, and he devoured them all, making Lin Chen ecstatic. After this, it is equivalent to having a super bodyguard who can grow with him. Of course, during this trip to the temple, Lin Chen knew that he had already provoked many forces and top powerhouses. There are some older generation powerhouses who refuse to admit defeat and have already killed Lin Chen. As long as they leave the temple, they may find trouble with him at any time. In this regard, Lin Chen is not worried at all. Soldiers will come to block, and water will come to cover. Some people have already left this temple, and they seem to have discovered the secret way to the next temple. Ling Yueqi said anxiously, because according to the records, the next shrine is likely to be the target of her trip, Jiaoxinbinglian. Seeing Ling Yueqi's eagerness, Lin Chen nodded and said, then let's go. With our current strength, we have an advantage in any treasure. The ancient Qinglong was reintroduced into his body, and Lin Chen unfolded his True flame purple phoenix wings. After his realm breakthrough, his fighting spirit was sufficient to fly freely. Motivating Zijintong, the entrance to the secret passage of the next temple is located in an edge area of the side corner of the black and white Qianyuan tree. A quarter of an hour later, the third temple is also the final destination of the entire temple. As soon as Lin Chen and others set foot here, they felt the suffocating temperature change in the temple. Small volcanoes stand, flowing lava flames that are burned to distort the space, and the hot breath that bursts out. If you are not extremely strong, you must run the battle gas to resist this scorching temperature. An ordinary 9th level Earth Demon realm might not be able to hold on for even a quarter of an hour. If it weren't for the fact that the entrants were all in the heavenly astral realm, the mentality and fighting spirit of cultivation were far from comparable to the ordinary evil realm, and they would have long since become roast suckling pigs. When Lin Chen arrived here, he found that all the heavenly astral realms were standing there. Even if he was sweating profusely by the fire, he didn't dare to act rashly. There are powerful beasts guarding the volcano. They are two big guys. Genuine fifth-order beasts. Lin Chen Zijintong's purple electricity realm was activated, and he saw through the secrets hidden in the volcano. No wonder these old guys are waiting for me. With their strength, they want to resist the heat here and break through the guards of two fifth-order beasts. It's really difficult. After Lin Chen saw through the nature of the problem, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, but he didn't say it directly. Now they need each other's strength to cooperate. This is the Temple of Ice and Fire. According to legend, it is a temple formed by the damage of an ancient powerful imperial weapon. The exit of the entire temple is between the iceberg and the volcano group. The old man held a fan with long beard and white hair, and turned to look at Lin Chen beside him. Little friend, let's get straight to the point. This time we need each other's strength to break through, otherwise we'll all have to die here. Right? Unexpectedly, Lin Chen now did not bird this old man, and released the ancient Qinglong. I don't need your power. I don't know what you old foxes are. Lin Chen smiled casually, and drove the ancient Qinglong into the volcano group with the two daughters. At this time, the ancient Qinglong was absorbing some of the treasures and high-level medicinal herbs that Lin Chen had robbed before. The body became nearly 80 feet, and it was continuing to rise. Many powerhouses are all looking sideways, full of doubts in the shock. What the hell is this dragon? It is still getting stronger, and its growth rate is as perverted as that Lin Chen. But at the moment, there is no time to think and doubt. Seeing Lin Chen's actions, all the heavenly gang states are tacitly understood, and all kinds of body techniques are unfolded. This is the last level of the temple, and they don't need to hide their cards. The dragon claws tore the mountains and cracks the mountains, destroying the dry and pulling the rot, and the ancient Qinglong destroyed all the obstacles along the way and moved forward with extreme speed. The ancient Qinglong rushed in for less than 10 breaths, and 2 roars were about to tear the sky apart, shaking the mountains, rolling the lava, and forming pillars of fire rising into the sky. Between several hundreds of feet of high mountains, 2 behemoths emerged. They crawl on all fours, their tails are as thick as pillars, their heads are like crocodiles, their scales are like soft armor, and their backs are shaped like flame crystals. It's 2 fifth-order fiery lava lizards. They fight at home and can control lava. Be careful. Bai Ruoyan saw through the details of the 2 beasts at a glance. Lin Chen nodded and looked up at the highest volcano. Located in the highest volcanic crater, a translucent 5-petaled red flower is suspended. It is coquettish and deadly, exuding suffocating high temperature. The blazing mandala is the treasure of heaven and earth, twinned with the 9-hearted ice lotus. Ling Yueqi said with rare excitement. This blazing mandala indirectly proved that the 9-heart ice lotus she had been searching for so hard was in this temple. I want this thing. I will let the ancient Qinglong entangle a flaming lizard. And you wait for the opportunity to break through these volcanoes. Lin Chen's true flame purple phoenix wings volleyed to the maximum, and Lin Chen turned into a stream of purple flames and flew to the highest volcano. Hoo-hoo! The ancient Qinglong screamed angrily, leaped into the air, the dragon claws tore the mountains and rivers, grabbed a fiery molten lizard and overturned it, and it roared hoarsely. The dragon's tail swept away, and the head of the flaming smelt lizard fell to the ground. This ancient Qinglong seems to have some of Lin Chen's fighting consciousness. And it is quite ruthless when fighting, and it is still in the process of getting stronger. Another flaming lizard was attracted by Lin Chen, seeing that Lin Chen dared to approach the blazing mandala that it had guarded for thousands of years. The body as huge as a hill jumped up, shaking lava in all directions, and a firestorm swept across it. Damn, come at me. Lin Chen's true flame purple phoenix wings volleyed into the air, changing directions at an extreme speed, causing the opponent to pounce in the air, avoiding the abyss-like bloody mouth without any risk. These fifth-order vicious beasts are comparable to the real heavenly astral realm. With Lin Chen's current strength, even if he can fight, he will only inflict some trauma on the opponent. He did not intend to do this kind of thing that does not take advantage of it. The tail of the flaming lizard swept away, and the strong hurricane was cut like a blade, and the purple phoenix wings flapped again and retreated to a farther position. At this time, Lin Chen discovered that the older generation of Tiangang realm powerhouses actually used the time when he and the ancient Qinglong were entangled with the flaming lizard, and quickly swept to the exit at the end of the volcano. As long as you enter the space vortex at the end of the volcano, you can be teleported away from the temple. Good guy, these bastards are planning to sell me, Lin Chen. They want to cheat you, my lord? There is no door. Lin Chen sneered in his heart. The light in both palms spun, the thunder light in the left hand flashed, and the white light in the right hand was extremely dazzling. The purple phoenix wings flapped extremely fast again, and after the second slaughter of the flaming smelting lizard and one of its flame breaths, it suddenly released a light and a thunder, two stunts at the same time. The host consumes 50,000 rune energy, activates a level 2 rechargeable rune, and increases the combat skill attack power by 240%. Charging rune, Thunderbolt, Light Fury. The two palms were pushed horizontally and shot, and the two energy fingerprints were reshot with one light and one thunder. During the flight, they quickly expanded to a huge size of hundreds of feet. They contained the power to push the vast wilderness horizontally, to overturn the river and the sea, and to destroy the two eyes of the flaming lizard. Bang bang. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion set off a fiery wave. Lin Chen's attack just hit the weakest point of the opponent's defense. Hey! In the energy storm, the entire body of the flaming molten lizard was slaughtered out in anger, and Lin Chen rode the purple phoenix wings, to retreat rapidly. At this time, the flaming lizard's head was blasted with two large holes, one eyeball has disappeared, and only half of the pupil on the other side is left, looking extremely miserable. The hatred for Lin Chen is unprecedented. Lin Chen attracted it all the way to the space vortex at the end of the volcanoes. As soon as the purple phoenix wings turned, Lin Chen deliberately lowered his flying height and got into the crowd of those who were trying to rush into the vortex of space. The fiery molten lizard was instantly furious, its fierce and brutal claws swept away like a gust of wind and swept away the leaves, swept away violently, and hit several heavenly astral realms in a series. The fiery molten lizard smashed the ground, and a stream of lava fire burst out of the ground, attacking many heavenly realms. This kid has attracted the fiery molten lizard. Watch out. This flaming lizard is provoked. What a sinister little boy, he even pulled us into the water at the last moment. These heavenly astral realms are constantly complaining. If they are in the outside world, they will not be afraid even if they come to 10 flaming lizards, but here, they will die if they are not careful. The flaming lizard obviously regarded these human races as Lin Chen's comrades, and more than half of its eyes were destroyed by Lin Chen, and the sight was blocked, whoever caught and killed whoever. After Lin Chen attracted the flaming lizard, he turned back to the previous volcano. Lin Chen was about to go back to take the Chi Mandala, but found that 4 teams rushed to the top of the volcano. He is about to take away the blazing mandala that he likes. It's selling me to attract the flaming lizards, and it's picking up ready made ones, these old Ainbi, let's see how I will deal with you guys this time. Holding it with one hand, the Black Mansion's show Heiyuan spear was born like a savage dragon, and even Lin Chen was stunned by the flowing deep breath. What's going on? Lin Chen looked confused. He carefully looked at the Heiyuan gun in his hand. At this time, the lethality of the Heiyuan gun has skyrocketed, and Lin Chen even has a feeling that he is about to be unable to lower it in his hand. Even without urging Zijintong, it can be clearly seen that the Black Abyss spear has broken through the 4th order and ranks among the 5th order weapons. I don't have time to explore the secret now, let's kill these old bastards first. After sending a ray of dark fighting spirit, the Heiyuan spear immediately calmed down. Lin Chen had a spear in his hand, and the purple phoenix wing swooped down to the highest volcano. Dark bite. The Black Abyss gun opened a dark curtain, and the tip of the gun revolved a dark and deep shadow. When the 990,000 tiger power erupted, it swept to the closest team, to the nearest Chi Mandala, and cut open a gap in the crater. It's Lin Chen. I didn't expect that he could lead the flaming lizard away so quickly, and his phoenix wings became faster again. Fight. It's close to the teleportation exit, there is no need to keep any cards, and the ancient Qinglong is not by his side, we will destroy him in one breath. Tear. Even though the rank of the Heiyuan spear had reached the 5th rank, Lin Chen's attack still couldn't shake the opponent, and he was defeated by the opponent in 3 moves and 2 styles in an instant. The 6 veterans in Tianganging are not easy people. They can distinguish Lin Chen's current trend at a glance, and they are not afraid of him at all. Flank him 3 ways, don't let him use the incandescent aurora stone. The sword chi was like a dragon tearing apart the void, and the 3-sword chi was more than 10 feet wide, blocking the retreat around Lin Chen, and the other 5 heavenly astral realm shot at the same time. The space fluctuated, the flower-like sword energy bloomed in the sky, cutting the void, surrounding the space above Lin Chen's head. A golden fist shone brightly, dominating the world, attacking from the space below Lin Chen. The meteor-like finger light bounced off the ripples in the void, and many stunts took Lin Chen's head directly. For this kind of attack, I don't even need to use the characteristic rune. Lin Chen sneered, and swung the Heiyuan spear with both hands. The surrounding area of the spear's flurry turned into a dark and deep dark battle spirit, to form a barrier. At the moment when all the ultimate skills were bombarded in the past, they were all annihilated into nothingness by the dark battle aura. This feeling is as if all the attacks have penetrated into an abyss, and no traces have disappeared. What? Our attack was swallowed? A rare dark-type battle spirit, such a strange exercise. This is the first time this old man has seen such a strange use of battle spirit. Before all the heavenly astral realms had time to open up the distance, the dark barrier trembled suddenly, shrinking and condensing into a black line on the black abyss spear in an instant. These attacks return to you. Lin Chen held the gun in both hands, swept across the sky in a volley, and the dark battle aura that filled the void rolled out like a wave of weather. The host activates the level 2 corruption rune, which consumes 60,000 rune energy. The dark horses smashed into the 6th heavenly astral realm, their battle chi defense was broken in an instant, the life-saving weapon burst with a bang, and 2 people fell on the spot. The remaining 4, because of the corrosive runes in their bodies, all their fighting spirits began to be rapidly eroded. In such a space where spiritual energy is depleted, it is necessary to rely on war energy to resist the high temperature of the lava volcano. Once the war energy is eroded, it will simply fall into an endless cycle of suicide. Lin Chen didn't have time to entangle with them. He didn't even pick up the attribute light ball for the time being, and rushed to the top of the mountain. At this time, the 3 teams standing in the crater had just arrived, and they each took their place. The 3 teams had a total of 22 people, and the 2 teams were from Lingzhou, with endless backgrounds. At this time, they were not afraid of returning Lin Chen. Let me lead the 2 flaming lizards away. Come and enjoy the success. Everyone is really good at calculating. Lin Chen walked in the air and smiled casually. There was a sharp killing intent in his eyes. The Chi Mandala is what our palace lord asked for by name. Lin Chen, if you are sensible, stand aside, we want this thing. At this time, the vortex of space to leave the temple is in sight, and the other party is no longer pretending to be a grandson, a team of Lingzhou Tiangang realm announced indifferently. This son doesn't have the ancient Qinglong by his side now, why should we fear him? If you are from the Lihua Palace, if you join forces with us, I can't wait for this blazing mandala, but the black and white Chanyuan fruit on this son's body belongs to us. Then I want the part that this kid robbed just now, Grandma's, the old man has long disliked him. These 3 teams hit it off, and briefly locked the target on Lin Chen. Previously, the reason why Lin Chen was able to hold them down was because, under the protection of the ancient Qinglong, the incandescent aurora stone could exert its full power. But there is no ancient Qinglong around at the moment. These 22 people have enough confidence to let Lin Chen kill him before throwing the incandescent aurora stone. It seems that you are very confident, then I will fulfill you. Lin Chen's mouth suddenly drew a devilish smile. System. I'm going to activate the level 2 slowness rune to calm down all these old bastards. The host consumes 250,000 rune energy, and activates the level 2 slow rune. Boom. Before they could react, a gray-white talisman suddenly appeared on the top of the crater, and the rushing aura of the talisman seemed to contain the mysterious power of the eternal sinking of the country. 250,000 runic power level 2 runes of slowness. This is enough to make dozens of Tiangang realm's fighting spirit runs slowly like a snail for several breaths in the temple. The gray-white talisman was extinguished in a flash, and all the powerhouses in the heavenly astral realm became slow as a turtle at this time, and the time to launch a combat skill was more than 100 times slower than normal. It was this moment, Lin Chen's purple phoenix wings flew in anger, snatched the blazing mandala suspended on the top of the crater, and angrily threw a nailing ring at the crater. The nailing ring shines brightly, and the reflected white brilliance is the energy unique to the Aurora Stone. My lord, I'll blow up you gangsters. Bang! Boom! The entire temple trembled fiercely a few times, the ground shook and the mountains shook, like a raging sea and waves that turned over the archipelago. And a flame storm that rolled thousands of meters high raged. Hundreds of thousands of meteor shower-like lava fires were ejected from the flame storm, and a fiery mushroom cloud slowly rose from the sky. This earth-shattering explosion shocked many heavenly astral realm to flee for fear of being swept in by the flame storm or being hit by the lava fire thrown by the flame storm. What the hell did this little guy do to create such a big momentum? Bai Ruoyan, who had just passed through the mountains of flames, was amazed. The power was comparable to the full-strength strike of the heavenly astral realm first layer. Lin Chen, who was far away from the volcano, hovered in the air and overlooked the situation below. When he urged Zijintong, he found that there were still 7 people who fled away. 50 incandescent aurora stones exploded together, and under the premise that the slow rune delayed the operation of the fighting spirit, there were still 7 people who survived, worthy of being a strong man from Lingzhou. Lin Chen gave up the pursuit, and instead took away the attribute light balls and treasure chests scattered around. The host has obtained 4.13 million points of battle chi essence, 1.21 million points of chi and blood energy, and 11,000 points of spiritual power. The host opens the mithril treasure chest and obtains a bottle of the 5th order intermediate medicine pill, the blood-washing marrow pill. The host opens the mithril treasure chest and obtains 200,000 rune energy. The host obtains 400,000 points of light energy, 710,000 points of ignition energy, 660,000 points of gold energy, and 320,000 points of water energy. Lin Chen turned into an afterimage on the battlefield and took away a large number of attribute light balls. Suddenly, he saw a treasure chest filled with brilliant golden light. The light was unprecedentedly bright, reflecting a golden ocean. Subconsciously swallowing his saliva, Lin Chen raised his hand and opened the treasure chest. The host opens the red treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 5th order, top-level medicinal pill, True Dragon Soul Refining pill. The medicinal properties of this medicinal pill made Lin Chen, as a pharmacist, feel his scalp tingle, and it was another body refining pill. The value of this thing is hard to estimate. Hurry up and put it away first. The 5th order, top-level medicinal pill is a balm for me now. If you eat it rashly, you will be courting death. After collecting the True Dragon Soul Refining pill, Lin Chen continued to collect the attribute light balls. It took nearly a quarter of an hour. He almost collected all the attribute light balls that fell from the heavenly astral realm just now. The host breaks through the 6th level of the Earth Demon realm. With the prompt bar that pops up from the system, the 9-color battle spirit in Lin Chen's Dantian has already rotated the 6th-layer Tianhe, symbolizing the 6th-layer realm. At this point, the battle has come to an end. The ancient Qinglong paid the price of minor injuries and completely tore off. One flaming smelting lizard, and the other blazing smelting lizard also fell under the counterattacks of many Tiangang realms. Obviously, at the last moment of the temple, many powerhouses did not hide it anymore, and fought back brazenly, even if it was only the cultivation of the 9th level Earth Demon realm. It could destroy the 5th order flaming lizard that had lost its eyes. Lin Chen flew down the sky. He fell into the end of the lava mountains. At this time, the heavenly astral realm powerhouses have quickly left this ghost place. Almost no one is willing to stay, and no one is willing to stay in a place that may be slaughtered by others. At the end of the flaming mountains, there is a world of ice and snow. The goose feather snow fell, and Lin Chen and the second daughter were standing in the snow ravaged by the cold storm. Just as Lin Chen used his purple gold pupils to clear the terrain in the glacier snow-capped mountains, a voice came from behind him. Wait a minute, little friend Lin Chen. The 5 people from the Temple of the Sun appeared behind Lin Chen, and the gray-shirted old woman headed to stop Lin Chen. Oh? Senior hasn't left yet, dare to ask for any advice. Lin Chen turned around and bowed his hands politely. Little friend Lin Chen, you have provoked so many strong people, and you will definitely have a lot of trouble after leaving the secret realm. Although the little friend is very powerful, he has no family or faction after all. If there is no good place, you can come to my Lingzhou Sunshine Temple. We will definitely treat you with the highest standards, and help you deal with those who trouble you. Do you want to think about it, little friend? The old woman in the gray shirt had a polite tone, and took out a token engraved with the sun icon to hand to Lin Chen. Ling Ziki and Yun Manqing behind her, both girls looked at Lin Chen expectantly. It turns out that the seniors are here to recruit talents. Lin Chen suddenly realized, but by Ruoyan's voice transmission escaped into Lin Chen's ears. Brother Lin Chen, after leaving the secret realm, I may be in a seclusion for a long period of time. At that time, no one will protect you. Your trip to the temple has offended the veteran Tiangang realm of the 24th realm a lot, and it's a good choice to have a good relationship with the Sun Temple. Even by Ruoyan suggested Lin Chen. He smiled casually and took the other party's token. Since the senior is so admiring, the junior must go to the Sun Temple to sit. And sit. Seeing Lin Chen taking the token, Yun Manqing's face was overjoyed, and she walked out with courage. Young master's demeanor is unparalleled throughout the ages, and Manqing admires it very much. If you can go to the Sun Temple, Manqing will treat him as a person of honor and taste the holy tea in the temple. Drink tea? No, let's do it another day. Lin Chen's answer made other people look puzzled. They didn't invite you to drink tea now, another day? Another day? When Lin Chen said goodbye to the people in the Temple of the Sun, when Lin Chen turned his head again, Ling Yueqi had long since disappeared. Huh? Where's my teacher Lung? Let's have another day with your little beauty. Your beauty tutor couldn't wait to break in. Bai Ruoyan covered her mouth and chuckled. Lin Chen patted her thigh. Oh my god, I forgot to tell Instructor Lung that there are also 2 5th order beasts. The very center of the snow glacier, an ice pool reflects the faint cold light. The temperature here is extremely cold, but the water in the ice pool is not frozen, only emitting a faint cold air, condensing into a mist and lifting into the sky. Every wisp of mist flows into the lotus flower in the center of the ice pond. The lotus is snow white, the lotus seed is like a palm rest. There are 14 petals and 9 hearts. 9 heart ice lotus. It really is a heavenly and earthly treasure twinned with chi mandala. Ling Yueqi crossed an iceberg and overlooked the situation in the ice pond. From a high place, seeing the 9-heart ice lotus, she couldn't help showing excitement and anticipation. Ka ka ka. At this moment, the snow on the ground suddenly cracked, the crust changed, and a scorpion tail as clear as a crystal stabbed towards the top of the mountain where Ling Yueqi was located. Are there beasts? With the ice bow in her hand, Ling Yueqi was about to fight back. The dragon, Shao, who dominated the world, was born. The dragon mouth bit the scorpion's tail, and the dragon body rolled between them, crushing the entire mountain. A stream of purple flames flew through the void, and when the mountain collapsed, Ling Yueqi was swept away. The ancient Qinglong pounced on the crystal-clear scorpion tail, the dragon's claws tore off the poisonous barb, and when the dragon's body turned over, it pulled out the behemoth hidden in the snow. This is a frost sapphire scorpion, and it is also a 5th-order vicious beast. Its shell is as bright as sapphire jade, its defense is indestructible, its attack is accompanied by a cold air, and a pair of giant pincers attack the ancient blue dragon with murderous aura. The latter's dragon claws pushed, and the frost sapphire scorpion was bitten and killed together. Hiss. Before Lin Chen could fully react, the ice of another glacier suddenly shattered, and the sturdy body nearly 100 feet long slaughtered Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi in the air. Be careful. Bai Ruoyu holds a 3-foot green front in her hand and stands on top of a mountain not far away. The sword's edge flows with a sharp aura that cuts the air violently into a saw shape. Sky Silver Heart Sword. Bai Ruoyan came out of nowhere, like a sword fairy, descended to earth, when the huge ice python attacked Lin Chen and the two of them, the sword's edge was pulled, and the sword light of the rainbow as thin as a fingertip was like a long rainbow penetrating the sun, and it slashed away with one sword. Jinghong Jianmeng swept across a corner of the glacier along the way, and split the glacier without any suspense. Hiss. The sword glow was branded into the scales of the ice python, blood surged violently, and the snake-letter child was revealed in pain, falling to the ground, causing a snowstorm in the sky. What a powerful sword skill. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. His sister Bai Ruoyan was indeed very powerful, and she was able to hurt this 5th-order ice robbery python with her 9th level cultivation of the earth demon realm. This formidable power is even stronger than the 9 techniques of gods desolation who use rechargeable runes. I can't hold it for too long, hurry up and grab the lotus. Bai Ruoyan snorted, and Lin Chen immediately came back to his senses and put Ling Yueqi on the snow. You have to be careful, don't let anything happen. Ling Yueqi rarely asked Lin Chen worriedly. It was the first time that Lin Chen couldn't help but stare blankly when he saw that his iceberg beauty tutor was so worried about him. Don't worry, it can't clean me up, I'll kill it later, and our classes' beautiful teacher will get a python coat to wear. Lin Chen laughed and said. Ling Yueqi had a rare smile, and then went straight to Jiuxinbinglian. The purple phoenix wings fluttered the purple flames of the heat wave, and the black abyss gun was burning with dark red flames of war, and the dark war energy was mixed with the fire war energy. Lin Chen raised his spear high and aimed at the back of the head of the ice robbery and slashed down sharply. Puff. The spear slashed the tough and indestructible python skin and tore a large piece of flesh and blood. The ice robbery python, whose attention was still on Bai Ruoyan's body, rolled all over the ground in pain. The pain was unbearable. Lin Chen's speed is at the top level in the first layer of Tiangang realm, and the distracted ice tribulation python has no time to respond. Look at me giving you a grand slam. Lin Chen's palms slammed into force, and stabbed the tip of the spear into 3 more points. The blood of the python raged. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen used the fire and wind energy of his whole body, and the gust of wind and fire passed through the tip of the spear into the body of the ice robbery python. The 9 secrets of God's desolation: wind crack, flame extermination. The next moment, Lin Chen, who was squeezing his fighting spirit with all his strength, sprinted on the back of the ice tribulation python, cooperated with the flapping of the purple phoenix wing, and pulled and tore a shocking wound on the back of the ice tribulation python. The scarlet flames of war are still burning continuously on the wound, and with the trend of violent cracking wind, it will endure for a long time, and it will burn more and more fiercely. Seeing that the Bingjia python was in pain, Bai Ruoyan was about to turn her head and bite Lin Chen, but the sword in Yu's hand flipped over, pulling open a long river of sword energy, sweeping away the stars in the 9 heavens, slicing the Bingjia python's head, and falling down. A sword mark with blood stains. Being attacked by the 2 of them, the ice tribulation python, who had been sleeping for thousands of years, had never suffered such a violent attack, and suddenly he took out his strongest trump card. Bai Ruoyan was about to take advantage of the victory, but when she saw the aura of the Bingjia python suddenly change, she gave a cold snort. "Brother Lin Chen, get off its back." As soon as Bai Ruoyan's voice fell, Lin Chen himself realized that it was not good. Zihuang's wings slapped and flew at an extreme speed. Poof! Boom! The astonishing cold air that engulfed the world instantly burst out from the body of the ice robbery python, freezing a large piece of glacier from the dozens of feet around its body surface. If it is blocked by this cold air, I am afraid that the life will be frozen in a few breaths, which is deadly enough. What a powerful cold! It is worthy of being a 5th-order beast, and it is not as easy to deal with as a 4th-order beast. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with murderous intent. However, it is also at the end of the battle. I cut a half-length wound on its body. As long as I add another slam, it will definitely die. Holding the Heiyuan gun tightly in his hand, Lin Chen's purple phoenix wings exploded the purple flames in the sky with a bang, and Lin Chen urged the only remaining thunder-type fighting spirit in his body. The host activates the level 2 charging rune, which consumes 50,000 rune energy. Attack power increased by 240%. Charging rune thunder burst. The black abyss spear stabbed out, turned into an electric dragon-like dark thunder light, and stabbed across the void. The edge of the 5th-order weapon is combined with Lin Chen's full strength thunder explosion, and the bombardment of such attack power runs through the self-shaped glacier of the ice robbery python, piercing a big hole alive. Eat my 70 incandescent aurora stones. Lin Chen injected a trace of thunder-type battle energy into the 2 nailing rings, and suddenly threw them into the giant glacier cave. Sister Ruoyan, retreat quickly. Lin Chen suddenly burst into a drink. The 2 quickly evacuated. Before 2 breaths had passed, the 2 nailing rings were just thrown onto the surface of the wound of the Bing tribulation python. The moment before the rays of light bloomed, the Bing tribulation python still did not understand why the 2 human races suddenly saw it and evacuated. At the moment when the light bloomed, the unprecedented aurora enveloped the entire space of the temple, as if tens of thousands and 100,000 aurora gathered at one point at the same time and were detonated. Under the dazzling and beautiful light, there was a deadly murderous intention hidden. Bang! Boom! The power of the 70 incandescent aurora stones was as powerful as the sky, and it just landed on the wound of the ice tribulation python. This time, the entire body of the python was blasted open, and countless pieces of flesh were annihilated into ashes. In the void of the corpse of the ice robbery python, a large number of blood, color attribute light balls and water-type light balls were suspended. Lin Chen's purple phoenix wing swept away, and all the attribute light balls were taken away in a few breaths. The host has obtained 3.46 million points of qi and blood energy and 1.24 million points of qi and blood energy. Because the limit of the host's strength is approaching the bottleneck, the qi and blood energy has been absorbed, but the limit has not been broken, and the strength remains unchanged. The prompt box popped up by the system told Lin Chen's current situation. His pure power is already the limit of 999,900 tiger power, and then it is the level of dragon power. He must absorb more attribute light balls to break through this limit. Right at this moment, a vision was born. The whole temple began to crumble. One after another shocking cracks began to spread from the structure of the temple, and the entire temple was about to collapse. Not good, the energy source that maintains this temple has reached its limit. And our previous battle has affected the foundation of the temple, and now the temple is about to collapse. Bai Ruoyan's expression was solemn. When he glanced at Lin Chen, he immediately understood. Sister Ruoyan, I'll be faster, you withdraw first, and I'll go to help. Teacher Long. Seeing that Lin Chen had already acted, the speed of Zihuang Wing was a kilometer in an instant. If Bai Ruoyan forcibly stayed, it would be a hindrance. Bai Ruoyan's shadow trembled and disappeared into a puff of smoke. However, Ling Yueqi, who is located near the ice pool, is not optimistic. When she approached the ice pond and was about to take the 9 hearts ice lotus, the ferocious frost jade scorpion broke through the ancient Qinglong's block and attacked Ling Yueqi. The ancient Qinglong and the frost jade scorpion fought fiercely again near the ice pond, completely blocking the space for Ling Yueqi to advance, and could not enter the ice pond at all. As a result, Ling Yueqi didn't get the 9 heart ice lotus. She took out the ice bow and madly attacked the frost sapphire scorpion, but this kind of beast is known for its defense and stamina, and it is impossible to defeat it in a short period of time. Defense. The ancient Qinglong had previously fought a flaming smelt lizard, and facing the current frost jade scorpion, it was impossible to tell the winner for a while. If it wasn't for the ancient Qinglong taking a lot of medicinal herbs and treasures that Lin Chen robbed before, it would have already lost to the frost jade scorpion. Boom. At this time, the temple began to collapse, and several pieces of molten iron fell down like stars, each of which was several tens of feet in size. The position was just aligned with Ling Yueqi's position. Teacher, be careful. Lin Chen suddenly drank coldly. The condensate in the palm of the body contained the few light-type battle chi in the body, condensed into a light fury, superimposed a level 2 rechargeable rune with 50,000 rune energy, and threw it angrily while its power skyrocketed. Blast. However, the power of this move did not shake the fragments that fell from the temple at all, but only flew a certain distance with the blast of wind and waves, giving Ling Yueqi a short time to spread out her skills and avoid it. What kind of thing is this? It's so hard. Lin Chen took a breath of cold air. That light rage just now could blow a hole in the body of a 5th-order beast, but it couldn't destroy a few pieces of gravel. Not caring too much, Lin Chen arrived at Ling Yueqi's side and picked her up immediately. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Let me down, I haven't taken the 9 heart ice lotus yet. Ling Yueqi scolded Lin Chen emotionally and coldly. My mentor Leng, his life is dying, what kind of lotus do you want? This time, Lin Chen is almost anxious. Why is Ling Yueqi so determined at this time? No. This thing is my hope of revenge. If I don't get it, it's useless for me to live. If you don't put me down, don't blame me for being rude to you. Ling Yueqi clenched her silver teeth tightly, threatening Lin Chen Dao. Damn it. Isn't it just an ice lotus? I'll get it, you hide it for me. The stream of purple flame swept across a glacial mountain peak. After Lin Chen put down Ling Yueqi, he turned around and flew towards the ice pool at high speed. Be careful. Ling Yueqi shouted worriedly. Lin Chen was concentrating on connecting with the ancient Qinglong spirit. The frost sapphire scorpion is sticking to the ice pond at this time, and if you want to take away the 9 hard ice lotus, you have to kill it. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, his pupils turned light cyan, and the middle of the pupils became a vertical eye, which was exactly the same as the dragon pupil of the ancient Qinglong. I saw the ancient Qinglong screaming in the sky, opening the dragon's mouth and biting angrily, biting the pliers of the frost jade scorpion. The dragon's claws suddenly swayed, and the position of the jade scorpion was moved away from the center of the ice pool by more than half. The 2 pairs of pincers of the jade scorpion suddenly attacked, tearing apart a large piece of the dragon scale of the ancient Qinglong. Qinglong was not at all timid, and took a step back to clear enough space. I want to see how you're going to guard. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly roared hoarsely. The ancient blue dragon leaped into the air. The dragon squatted in the 9 days and swept the stars. Blue dragon, split soul, claw. Roar. The ancient azure dragon's claws slammed down suddenly, and the faint and sharp azure light danced out from the dragon's claws. Scorpion. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever the Qinguang dragon blade passes, it destroys everything, cuts it open, and shreds it. The airflow collapsed, the ground shook and the mountains shook, and the glaciers disintegrated, the crust changed, and the mountains shattered. The azure dragon blade dancing in the void seems to have taken away the surprise and the brilliance. After the ultimate destruction, all that remains is the endless silence and noisy earthquakes. The 9 hard ice lotus in the ice pond was taken away by a stream of purple flames that swept in at a high speed, and was carefully placed in the cold air jade box for careful preservation. It's finally here, I'm leaving. Lin Chen flew behind the ancient Qinglong, and the ancient Qinglong waved its dragon claws and took Lin Chen away from the ice pool. Lin Chen was out of breath, and after a series of fierce battles, his fighting spirit was completely exhausted. Even the spirit has been in a tense state. And now there is a constant sense of dizziness. Ling Yueqi saw that he finally got the 9 hard ice lotus, and finally let go of the heart that he had been holding, and was about to evacuate the snow. A series of shrine gravel began to fall madly, smashing the glaciers and snow-capped mountains. Lin Chen's face changed drastically. He gritted his teeth fiercely. The true flame-purple phoenix wings spread out from behind again, blood bleeds from the corner of his mouth, and flew in the direction of Ling Yueqi. Boom! Boom! Ling Yueqi's slender waist was hugged by Lin Chen, and she was taken away before a few pieces of temple gravel fell. When bringing Ling Yueqi back to the ancient Qinglong's back, Lin Chen suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as paper. Forcibly controlling the purple phoenix wing, he has begun to reach the limit of his body. Not caring too much, when Lin Chen looked up at the peak of the temple, his pupils trembled. Not good. The temple is about to collapse completely, and we have no time to rush out. Regardless of the 3721, Lin Chen ordered the ancient Qinglong to approach the nearest and largest glacier. The dragon's body was on a plate. Under the glacier, the ancient Qinglong tightly guarded Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi. What followed was an earth-shattering sound of collapse. The entire temple collapsed completely, and the earth-shattering sound of the fall lingered incessantly, and the entire glacier and snow was reduced to ruins. The same is true of the lava mountains on the other side, which are even more terrifying than the iceberg and snow. In the dark and narrow space, the cold invaded Lin Chen, stimulating his consciousness and causing him to slowly open his heavy eyelids. Am I being buried alive? Oops. Where's Instructor Lung? Lin Chen was shocked, instantly lifted his spirits, and hurriedly fumbled around to find someone. Right now, his situation has no fighting spirit, and the surroundings are smeared again, so he can only find it by feeling. Suddenly, Lin Chen caught a piece of soft and silky cloth from the cold ice cubes around, but the more delicate one was the owner of this cloth. This feeling made someone in Lin frown. How can there be steamed buns here? I rely on it. It's a tutor. Lin Chen hurriedly stretched out his hand, leaned against the ice cube carefully, and lifted it up violently. Lin Chen vaguely saw a beautiful body lying on the snow in the darkness. Stretching out his fingers, Lin Chen found that Ling Yueqi still had a faint breath, but it was already in danger, and all the internal organs were injured by shocks and suffered severe internal injuries. It should be the fragments of the collapsed temple that hurt the tutor. The tutor used the last shred of fighting energy to protect himself, but he still fainted. He has to help her heal quickly. Lin Chen immediately explored what was left of his nailing ring to use. Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong have the same soul, and he knows that the ancient Qinglong is in the space above his head at this time. If it weren't for the ancient Qinglong, he and Ling Yueqi would have to be crushed into meat sauce. Oops, almost all of my treasures from heaven and earth were eaten by the ancient Qinglong, and the only ones that can be used are this 1,000-year-old blood ginseng and biling fruit. Lin Chen flipped through the nailing ring for a long time, and there were only 2 medicinal materials left. As for the medicinal pills, there is nothing left at all. The space in the temple is depleted of spiritual energy, and the medicine pill is the only use for restoring battle energy and injuries, and it has long been exhausted. The rest are some captured weapons, which are useless for healing. Just try it out. As a pharmacist, Lin Chen still knew the functions of the remaining bilingual and the Millennium Blood Ginseng. He opened the biling fruit, carefully cut off a small piece of pulp, smashed it into pieces, and carefully put it into Ling Yueqi's cherry mouth. The energy of high-level medicinal materials is very strong, and ordinary people are generally not allowed to take them directly. Then, Lin Chen quickly took a bite of the biling fruit. His fleshy shell was tyrannical, but he was not afraid of this violent energy. After eating half of the bilingual, Lin Chen regained a bit of fighting spirit. He ran the true water returning yuan art to heal Ling Yueqi. First, let her refine the energy of the bilingual, and let her body first generate the fighting spirit to protect Ling Yueqi. Meridians. Afterwards, Lin Chen cut the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng into 1,000 pieces, each of which was almost the size of a few strands of hair, and then slowly fed it to Ling Yueqi, using the qi and blood energy of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng to help her treat internal injuries. In this way, I don't know how long it took, Lin Chen finally gave Ling Yueqi 1,000 servings of blood ginseng and half a green spirit to gradually consume it. When Ling Yueqi's internal injuries began to recover quickly, he breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground so tired that he was panting like a cow. There is no spiritual energy in these 4 weeks to help me recover my fighting spirit, so I can only wait for death. Lin Chen explored the surroundings, and now the space that he can move about is only a few feet. Lin Chen felt a small fragment of the temple beside him. He used pure power to smash a few punches, except after shaking a pile of ice and snow, there was no sign of breaking, and Lin Chen's fist was painful. This is terrible. The ancient Qinglong was crushed to protect my position. I lost my fighting spirit, and it was impossible for me to shake the falling fragments of this temple. The incandescent aurora stone may explode these temple fragments, but I don't have a trace of thunder-type fighting spirit now. How can I detonate the incandescent aurora stone? For the first time in Lin Chen's heart, there was a trace of confusion. He couldn't find a way for him to get out. His characteristic rune is only effective for living creatures, or to increase his combat aura attack. But at the moment he has no means to restore his fighting spirit. In the space where his spiritual energy is depleted, this situation seems to be waiting for death. The ancient Qinglong used the Qinglong soul-splitting claw and fell into a certain state of weakness. It was a blessing to be able to protect himself. And he could not break the fragments of the temple that were pressing in all directions. If you can't leave here, you will either starve to death, freeze to death, or thirst to death after the last bit of battle energy is exhausted. The top powerhouses can completely immediate without eating, but the premise is that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is inhaled to fill the energy. Cough, cough, cough. Ling Yueqi heard a light cough. Lin Chen hurriedly ran over, and with her fingers, she found that Ling Yueqi's body temperature was gradually rising. Oops, even if the energy of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng is dispersed, it is still too overbearing. It needs some water sources and other energy to neutralize it. His brows were furrowed, and he had no time or ability to find water. Just give it a shot. Lin Chen took out a dagger and opened a mouth in the palm of his hand. The moment the blood flowed out, in order to prevent freezing, he immediately put it against the beautiful woman's cherry lips and fed her a drink. Ling Yueqi's body temperature gradually dropped, and her face began to turn rosy, but Lin Chen's face turned paler and paler. I don't know how long time has passed in the dark underground. Ling Yueqi's eyebrows trembled slightly, and she opened her eyes. He found himself in the boy's arms, with strong arms hugging him. This? Lin Chen, you dare to insult the tutor. Ling Yueqi's spirit recovered instantly, and the moment her brows became fierce, her aura disappeared immediately. At this time, Lin Chen was leaning on a piece of ice. His body was cold and bloodless. Before he passed out, he held himself tightly. Ling Yueqi saw the blood on his palm, touched the corner of her mouth again, and explored the wounds in her body, as well as the beards of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng scattered next to her. Being she was smart, she suddenly understood what happened. Lin Chen, you are so stupid, why do you do this? Ling Yukafeng's heart throbbed slightly, and there was a hint of stubbornness and distress on her Lingyan cheeks, and she transported the few fighting spirits in her body into Lin Chen's body. The fighting spirit entered the body, and Lin Chen's flesh shell image regained a trace of vitality. His eyebrows trembled slightly, and Lin Chen opened his eyes slightly. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw his beautiful tutor pursing his red lips and staring at him like angrily. In normal times, it must be full of murderous aura, but now, Lin Chen looks like a weak woman who is stubborn and angry, quite cute. Hee hee. Teacher Leng, you are awake. Lin Chen smiled palely. Lin Yueqi wanted to be angry, but couldn't. She just shook her head. Why are you doing this? You're stupid, you know. You're going to die. In response, Lin Chen fell on the ice and smiled indifferently. It's better that I'm dead than you are. Lin Yueqi was stunned and snorted coldly, I don't allow you to say such things against yourself. I didn't practice myself, but I felt that the things that Mentor Lin carried were much heavier than me. I, Lin Chen, just wanted to be free, not as much as Mentor Lin you carried, so you are more worthy of living than me. Hearing his seemingly relaxed answer, Lin Yueqi stared at him dazedly. The softest part of her heart seemed to be touched, her beautiful eyes flashed with blue waves, 2 lines of clear tears flowed, and the beautiful woman's soft weed was hugging her. Lin Chen. Why? Why do you say such a thing? It's obviously that I'm sorry for you. If I didn't insist on taking the 9-heart ice lotus, you wouldn't have been reduced to such a result. Everything is my fault. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Seeing Lin Yueqi revealing her true feelings for the first time, Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Teacher, this is my own choice, and it has nothing to do with you. It doesn't matter how, if you don't help me, you won't be trapped here, you still have a bright future, and a future full of infinite, you shouldn't die. Here, it's me who hurt you. Lin Yueqi cried more and more, as if she was crying out the grievances she had squeezed for many years and the sadness she felt now. Don't you blame me. Lin Yueqi, who was crying so much that her pear blossoms were raining, suddenly raised her head and asked. Lin Chen stroked her long hair. How can I blame you? This is my own choice. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yueqi cried even more. Lin Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Why is this girl the same? How can her IQ drop when crying and falling in love? In order to make Lin Yueqi happy, Lin Chen endured the cold that invaded his body and smiled casually. Then you should cry more. Come, raise your head, and cry in front of me. When I go out later, I will tell everyone in the class what the beautiful teacher of our college Bingshan looks like when she is crying. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yueqi had tears in her eyes, and scolded. With a smile in her tears, you stinky brat thinks so. The beautiful woman's tears flickered, and her smile contained tears, like a snow lotus that melted and bloomed. Lin Chen stared at Lin Yueqi, hugged the beautiful woman's slender waist, and said seriously, Teacher, you are so beautiful. The cheeks of the two were close at hand, and Lin Yueqi heard the words, for the first time, 2 blushing blushes appeared on the cheeks that had always been glamorous and arrogant. No, I'm your teacher. Hey, what about the teacher? Lin Chen shamelessly smirked, and then sighed. Teacher, you are so beautiful, you must look like a fairy in a wedding dress. What is a wedding dress? Wedding dresses come from my hometown, girls only wear them once in their lives, and only for one person. Lin Chen talked about the customs of his hometown, trying to stay sane as much as possible, and at the same time, so that Lin Yueqi would not fall into sadness again. In this way, the young man hugged the beautiful woman, relying on each other. In the dim space, Lin Chen was talking, and found that Lin Yueqi finally fell asleep quietly in her arms. She has not yet absorbed the medicinal effects of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, and her injuries have not been completely healed. This is the second time the medicine's effect is exerted, causing her body to enter a state of dormancy, and she will recover from the injury at a faster rate. When she wakes up again, Ling Yueqi's injury will be completely healed. At this moment, Lin Chen's situation is extremely bad. The flesh was weak, bleeding too much, and without the fighting spirit to protect his body, he was hungry, cold and thirsty, almost in a desperate situation, and half of his feet stepped into the state of the gate of hell. As the eyelids became heavier, the sleepy Lin Chen bit the tip of his tongue fiercely. I can't sleep. If I slept, I might really sleep here forever. Lin Chen casually touched a dagger and carved a picture on the ice, trying to find something to concentrate his mind. Time has passed for an unknown amount of time. Ling Yueqi wakes up with the disappearance of the warm current in her body. Why, I'm in a coma again. After waking up, Ling Yueqi hurriedly looked at Lin Chen, and found that he was still looking at her with a smile, but his lips and face were already bloodless. Lin Chen, are you okay? How long have I slept? Ling Yueqi worriedly probed into Lin Chen's vitality, her pupils trembled slightly. At this time, Lin Chen's body condition was extremely bad. The meridians and dantian were attacked by cold air, and they were about to freeze into ice. The most important thing is that his blood has lost any vitality and almost stopped flowing. In this situation, a normal person would have died a long time ago. If it wasn't for his body refining realm being strong enough, he wouldn't even have the chance to breathe his last breath. It's okay, you didn't sleep for a long time. Lin Chen smiled weakly. Ling Yueqi's anxious tears flashed. Don't talk for now, I'll see if I can help you. Lin Chen shook his head, and suddenly said seriously, Teacher, don't find any way, turn your head first, I want to give you a gift. It's all this time, why are you making me turn around? Ling Yueqi turned her head and looked to the side while her heart was burning. When Ling Yueqi looked at the ice cube beside her, she gasped slightly, covered her red lips with both hands, and stared blankly for a while. I saw it, a light white dress carved from ice and snow was carved on the ice. So beautiful. The white skirt has a peach heart front collar, a white and soft silk scarf in front of the collar, the shoulders on both sides are flat and slightly exposed, a white ribbon is tied around the waist, and the white and flawless long skirt is fluffy and fluffy, thin as gauze, long, the hem extends to the floor. This is a white wedding dress carved from ice and snow. Its beauty and sophistication can be described as magical workmanship. It is like a splendid and transparent crystal carefully cut and built, comparable to the most beautiful and exquisite works of art in the world. If there are fairy clothes in the mortal world, maybe that is the case. What is this? No matter how cold Ling Yueqi is, she is still a woman. Seeing this one-of-a-kind ice and snow wedding dress, it is equally difficult to keep her calm. This is the wedding dress I told the teacher. It's a pity, I don't seem to have the chance to see the teacher wear it. Lin Chen's eyelids drooped and wanted to close them. No. Lin Chen, don't pass out, you'll be fine. Tears rolled down, the beautiful woman hugged the boy sobbing silently. Before Lin Chen closed his eyes slowly, he still managed to squeeze out a smile. After I came to this world, I haven't had a girlfriend yet, can the teacher kiss me? Before Lin Chen could see the shyness of Ling Yanjia, his eyelids closed drowsily. Bang. Before his consciousness disappeared, Lin Chen vaguely heard a violent vibration. In a world where consciousness is free, Lin Chen seems to see a handsome face walking towards him. When Lin Chen saw it clearly, he found that the other party was earth-shatteringly handsome. He subconsciously grabbed the opponent's arm and asked eagerly. "Brother, why are you so handsome? Please tell me your tricks." The handsome face shook his head and smiled, turned away without turning his head, and left only one sentence before leaving. "Because I was reading in the palm of my hand, I clicked to subscribe." Frozen and snowy. The two stunning beauties stared intently at the boy lying on the ground. Suddenly, without warning, the young man suddenly opened his eyes and screamed in fright. Hurry up and subscribe." When Lin Chen woke up, the two beauties were both surprised and happy. This little guy finally woke up. Bai Ruoyan wasn't relieved yet. Ling Yueqi unexpectedly hugged Lin Chen. "You bastard, I thought you would never wake up again." The pretty face of the beautiful woman was so excited that it was burning like a rosy glow. Tears were pouring down her cold and noble cheeks, and even Bai Ruoyan was stunned. What is this scenario? Lin Chen calmly looked around, as well as Ling Yueqi, who was holding him, and Bai Ruoyan, who had a curious face, and just remembered what happened. "I'm not dead? Ha ha ha. You can't die if you're handsome, you must be blessed." Excitedly, someone from Lin who wanted to throw a fist suddenly felt severe pain from his chest, and his injury had not fully recovered. The pain made him shiver. "What are you calling? Your injury is less than half recovered." Bai Ruoyan gave him a funny look, and Lin Chen immediately calmed down. Looking at Ling Yueqi, who was still hugging her, a little like a dream. Ling Yueqi seemed to sense the gazes of the two, and quickly let go of Lin Chen. Her cold and beautiful face turned red. She pretended to be calm, and taught Lin Chen a lesson in the tone of a teacher. "Next time, don't do such absurd things again. If Sister Bai Ruoyan didn't spend a month to find us, you'd be doomed this time. You still have a bright future. It's not worth gamble on your life like this. Listen to know." Seeing Ling Yueqi pretending to be brave, Lin Chen felt a little funny in his heart, and said seriously, "I'm not a hero of the world. I only fight for the day and night. If I were to come back, I would make the same choice. You? Okay, that's all he is. Let's get out of here now." Bai Ruoyan said with a smile. Ling Yueqi turned around angrily, and simply ignored Lin Chen. "This temple has collapsed, but the band still exists. If we want to leave, we still have to go to the exit from this space." Bai Ruoyan pointed to the vortex of space not far away. At this time the temple had already collapsed more than half. "Let's go then." Lin Chen reluctantly got up, and there was a sense of weakness in his body, which made him feel dizzy. The damage he suffered this time was no worse than before. The cold temperature frostbitten his meridians and internal organs, and he needed to be properly recuperated for a period of time. There was a tendency to stand unsteadily. Her delicate skin touched someone Lin's arm. Ling Yueqi supported Lin Chen. Her tall figure was no shorter than Lin Chen at all. "I'll help you go. After all, you were also injured because of me," Ling Yueqi said lightly. The lingering fragrance of the virgin on the beautiful woman made someone Lin a little confused, and her eyes stared straight at Ling Yueqi's perfect imperial sister's figure. Surprisingly, Ling Yueqi didn't seem to care about Lin Chen's eyes. Her face was calm, but the tips of her delicate ears were burning like fire. Bai Ruoyan glanced at the two of them secretly. With a smile on her brows, she deliberately walked ahead, then entered the space vortex first, and was teleported away. Lin Chen was also about to lift his foot into the vortex of space, but the beauty suddenly stared at him, with a rare trace of tenderness in her eyes. She actually held Lin Chen's face, her red lips touched like a dragonfly, and She quickly tapped on Lin Chen's face. Someone Lin was stunned. Brother, am I being kissed? Leaving at a touch, Ling Yueqi whispered Fong Lan's words in his ear. Thank you for everything you did for the teacher. The teacher likes that wedding dress very much. Ling Yueqi's noble and glamorous face smiled sweetly, as beautiful as a fairy. Like an iceberg melting, a touch of morning light shone in Lin Chen's eyes. Like a dream. After speaking, Ling Yueqi jumped into the vortex of space. Lin Chen stood there in a daze for 2 breaths and hurriedly followed. Take advantage of me? Run away after kissing, slip away after flirting, how? Can there be such a cheap thing? I want to kiss back. Returning to the outside world again, Lin Chen ran the 9 tribulations of creation mental method a little, and he absorbed a large amount of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like a whale, adding a lot of fighting energy to the dantian. Filled with fighting spirit, Lin Chen ran the true water returning Yuanju. Now, he has completely cultivated the true water returning Yuanju to perfection, and in less than 2 hours, all his internal injuries have been healed. Lin Chen took advantage of the situation to open the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 2.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Earth Demon Realm 6th layer. Ultimate Strength, 999,000 Tiger Strength. Chi and Blood Energy, 90.81 million points. The Essence of Fighting Spirit, 81.22 million points. Mental Strength, 141,000 points. Cultivation Essence, 2.01 million points. Mind Method, 9 Calamities of Creation, 15%. Learn the exercises, 8 Desolate Mysterious Fire, True Water Returning Yuan. Ju, 100%, Tian Gang Fighting Qi, 100%, Taisher Bible, 19%, Shenhuangjiao. Ju, 60%. Possess Special Treasure, True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings, 40%. Possess Blood Energy, Qinglong Bloodline, 2,150 points, Zijintong Bloodline, 10,000 points. Abilities Runes, Slow Rune Level 2, Corruption Rune Level 2, Charge Rune Level 2. Runic Power, 1.07 million points. The energy of each element, Fire 4.182 million, Earth 4.005 million, Wood 4.07 million, Gold 4.91 million, Water 4.87 million. There are 1.701 million points of thunder, 1.28 million points of wind, 2.74 million points of light, and 980,000 points of dark. Entering the temple this time, Lin Chen's strength has been raised by several levels. If he encounters the heavenly astral realm in the outside world, he is not without the strength to fight back. The most important thing is that in addition to his own combat power, he also has an ancient blue dragon that he can cultivate together. There is still a month left before the closure of the Evil King's secret realm. Our goal of this trip has been achieved. Next, it can be said that we can walk in the secret realm with ease. Bai Ruoyan smiled quietly and elegantly. Bai Qianyuanguo has already been obtained, and it is of the highest quality. There is nothing to attract her in this secret realm. Hey, there's still a month left to be presumptuous. My De Qinglong and I are already hungry and thirsty. Lin Chen rubbed his hands cheaply, and the ancient Qinglong absorbed all his black Qianyuan fruit. At this time, he was not far from the realm of 3 dragon power. In this secret realm of the evil king full of treasures, his blue dragon can be regarded as a hungry wolf entering the flock, and he is full of food. 28 days after leaving the secret realm. In the southern region of the secret realm, a cliff is surrounded by aura, forming a faint purple spiritual mist. In the spiritual fog, a jadeling longzi is derived, the blurred energy lines surround the whole body of Longji. Beneath the cliff, two heavenly astral experts are fighting because of this. 5th rank intermediate jadeling longzi. Suddenly, an ancient Qinglong that was over 100 feet in size flew through the clouds, swept through the sky, and was born. Its dragon mouth opened wide, and it immediately ate the jadeling longzi on the cliff. Then the real dragon flew into the sky and left the scene, leaving only two dumbfounded heavenly astral realm. Looking at the direction of Qinglong's departure, the two left in a hurry, and nothing happened to each other. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the back of the ancient Qinglong dragon, his brows furrowed. Your Qinglong pure power has reached 7 dragon power. In terms of strength, you can compete with the second level of the Tiangang realm. As long as you don't meet the top masters in the second level realm, you will basically not suffer. Bai Ruoyan stroked the blue silk between her brows, indescribably elegant and youthful. But it basically won't grow anymore. It seems that the bloodline has reached its limit. Lin Chen sighed very regretfully. His Qinglong bloodline was only 2,150 points. And the ancient Qinglong at this time had grown to the limit of contact. If you want to improve again, you must find a new Qinglong bloodline attribute. Light Ball. The existence of the ancient dragon race is rare in the 24 domains. And Lin Chen's strength can only be regarded as an appetizer by the other party. It took 28 days, and I defeated many heavenly astral realms. I just entered the 7th level of the earthly demon realm, and if I go up, it will be hard to see an inch. Before entering the evil king's secret realm, he was only in the 2nd level realm. He broke through 5 realms in more than 2 months, and he was still not satisfied. Seeing that Lin Chen was not satisfied with the speed of cultivation, Bai Ruoyan smiled and shook her head. In the realm of body refining, Lin Chen has still stopped at 999,000 tiger power. It is much more difficult for the human race to break through the realm of dragon power than for the beast race. Forget it, in the rest of the time I will collect some treasures from heaven and earth, and go back to refining some medicinal pills for everyone in class. 66. The blue dragon swept away, and Lin Chen and others disappeared into the sky. 2 days later, Lin Chen and the 2 daughters returned to the location of the previous teleportation entrance. They arrived at the ruined ancient city. As soon as they arrived here, more than a dozen heavenly astral realms stared at Lin Chen. They were all heavenly astral realms who were robbed by Lin Chen in the temple before, and now they hold grudges. Some stared at Lin Chen greedily. This kid is arrogant and domineering. He must have gained a lot of good things in the secret realm. In the secret realm, they are afraid of Lin Chen, but outside the secret realm, Lin Chen is a kid at the 7th level of the Earth Evil realm. In their eyes, an existence that can be slapped to death in the blink of an eye. Even his blue dragon is no exception. But in the secret territory, no one dared to do it. Boom. The spatial fluctuations opened up a space ladder from above the void, extending into the void. The powerhouses rushed into the ladder one after another anxiously. This trip to the secret realm, at least 1/3 of the heavenly realm fell. This ratio is very terrifying in the 24 regions and even in Lingzhou. It takes hundreds of years of accumulation for any region to be born in the heavenly astral realm. It takes billions of people. After all the arrogances compete, it is possible to give birth to 1 or 2. Finally you can leave. Both Ling Yueqi and Bai Ruoyan's beautiful eyes turned with anticipation. After leaving the secret realm, one of them was recovering their cultivation. The other was breaking through, and they both looked forward to how far they could go. Entering the space tunnel, the three were pushed by a huge space force. In less than a quarter of an hour, he returned to the previous Tianqi Island. The only difference is the space outside Tianqi Island. As soon as Lin Chen and the others were sent out, two bright sword chi as wide as a long river slashed through the sky, swallowed the mountains and rivers, and swept the wind and clouds with murderous aura. Before Lin Chen could make a move, Bai Ruoyan smiled calmly and quietly, and, with a wave of her hand, the blade chi, as thick as a horned dragon, was instantly annihilated into nothingness. The sword chi was extinguished, and there were 12 Tian Gang Jing surrounding the three people from all directions. Sister Ruoyan, we are surrounded. Lin Chen didn't panic, and smiled playfully. Haha, you've robbed people all over the place. Who else would you surround yourself with if you didn't surround yourself? Bai Ruoyan teased with a smile, and looked at the heavenly astral realm calmly. My friend, we are here today only for this kid, and we have absolutely no idea about the girl. If the girl can evacuate, it will be regarded as a face for us old guys. This kind of favor is counted as what we owe you. How? The strength Bai Ruoyan showed just now aroused the fear of everyone in the heavenly astral realm. Everyone knows that Lin Chen has many tricks. If this mysterious woman can evacuate safely, it will undoubtedly be a lot less variable for them to sell you a face. Even if the old guys from the hidden sect in Lingzhou come out, they may not dare to negotiate with me like this. In addition to facing Lin Chen, Bai Ruoyan regained her aloof and fairy-like temperament, cold, utterly dusty, and aloof. The shadows are suspended, and a battle aura rushes to Shaohan, covering the sky and the sun, and reigns in the world. Bai Ruoyan's cultivation level began to climb rapidly, and the terrifying aftermath of the war shook the sea level thousands of miles away and set off turbulent waves. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth levels of the astral realm. The sixth-level peak of the Tiangang realm. Heaven and earth tremble with fear, and everything is silent. One after another, huge waves of hundreds of feet rolled from the sea. The screams of high-level sea beasts came from the bottom of the sea, and they were suppressed by this unprecedented momentum and painful. Bai Ruoyan alone quelled the 12 veteran Tiangang realm powerhouses in the barren realm. All the veterans in the heavenly astral realm are like falling into an ice cellar. They know the situation in the wasteland very well. There are only a few hidden old monsters in the sixth layer of the heavenly astral realm. How holy is this woman in white? Sixth heavenly astral realm? Dare to ask your excellency. A few people are old and sophisticated, and the Tiangang realm old man who sees the wind immediately bends down and clasps his fists. They don't even have the courage to turn around and run away. The heavenly astral realm is different from the earthly demon realm, and every realm contains a whole new world. The second level of the Tiangang realm can completely suppress the first level of the Tiangang realm. At this level, it is extremely difficult to leapfrog battles. Among them, the highest realm was only at the fourth level of the heavenly astral realm, and most of the rest were at the second and third levels of the heavenly astral realm. Bai Ruoyan, the sixth level peak of the Tiangang realm, has the ability to kill all of them within a few tricks. This is an absolute lack of strength. Sixth heavenly astral realm, my mother, it turns out that Sister Ruoyan is so strong. Just standing beside Bai Ruoyan, Lin Chen had a feeling of dizziness in his eardrums. In a head-to-head confrontation, a powerhouse of this level can make himself ashes in the blink of an eye. This young man, in the future, you dare to touch a hair of him and destroy the family. Bai Ruoyan waved his jade sleeves, without any fluctuations in fighting spirit, the bodies of the 12 heavenly astral realms exploded to varying degrees. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions caused them to spit out a large smear of blood, and retreated dozens of steps in the void, their eyes full of horror. Get out. Bai Ruoyan was otherworldly, and looked down on 12 people with a posture of surpassing all living beings. This scene makes Lin Chen yearn for, how free and easy, how domineering. If he, Lin Chen, had enough strength, why would he do so much bells and whistles? The fairy method is extraordinary, I will admire it, and it will be indefinite in the future. Thank you fairy for being merciful, I have written down this son, and I will definitely not provoke him with a hair. Many Tiangang realm dared to be angry and did not dare to speak, and immediately fled into the void. Sister Ruoyan, why didn't you kill them all? What a pity to let them go. Lin Chen said regretfully. Bai Ruoyan restrained his aura, and flicked Lin Chen's forehead with his green jade fingers, blaming. It will take some time for me to restore your cultivation base, and kill them all, and the forces behind them will mobilize the whole body. When investigating the cause, maybe I will send a real powerhouse, and then it will not be so simple. Lin Chen suddenly realized, then he asked, curiously. Didn't you say that you can enter the secret realm only by taking the secret medicine below the 5th level of the Tiangang realm, sister? Is your cultivation base exceeding the standard? You detoxified me for the 2nd time before. I deliberately suppressed the cultivation base and did not let the cultivation base rebound, so I could sneak into the secret territory. Bai Ruoyan's lotus step lightly tapped the void and stepped up in suspension. Brother Lin Chen, keep your kindness in my heart. From now on, my sister needs to retreat for a period of time. After leaving the customs, my sister will come to you and look forward to your entering the heavenly realm. With your potential, the heavenly realm will be yours. Just the beginning. Bai Ruoyan waved his hand with a smile, and Lin Chen asked quickly. Is Sister Ruoyan leaving so soon? Well, my enemy is beyond your imagination. The most important thing is to restore strength as soon as possible. There will be a period later. Fairy smiled sweetly, said goodbye to Lin Chen, turned into a wisp of smoke on the horizon, and disappeared quietly. Looking at the direction of the beauty's departure, Lin Chen's heart is infinitely melancholy, like a fairy that only exists in the sky, always by your side, but suddenly leaves one day, without any psychological preparation. If you think of her so much, you can just go with her. A cold ethereal voice came from behind. Lin Chen was so excited that he almost forgot his beautiful teacher. What, teacher, let's go back to the academy together? Lin Chen smiled embarrassingly. Ling Yueqi looked at him coldly and said in a cold tone. Go back yourself, I'm going back to the family. After finishing speaking, Ling Yueqi flew into the air and wanted to leave. Lin Chen wanted to speak, and he was usually tongue-in-cheek, but now he didn't know what to say. In this regard, Ling Yueqi saw it all in her eyes, and saw that the teenager was depressed in the same place. Her beautiful figure was once again, and she said plainly, my family is the Lingyu family in Lingzhou. If you are free, you can come and see. Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately regained his energy. He smirked. Teacher, what happened under the snow mountain? Then it depends on whether you have the guts to come to me after you participate in the General Academy's assessment. Ling Yueqi is like a dexterous elf, she turns into a streamer on the horizon. I will definitely go. I will make a real wedding dress for the teacher. Lin Chen shouted in the direction the beauty left, and watched Ling Yueqi until she disappeared into the distance. Go back to the academy first, I don't know how everyone is doing. True flame purple phoenix wings shot out hot purple flames, and Lin Chen's figure disappeared in the sky above the sea in an instant. Tianqi Island is very far away from the barren realm, passing through the underworld realm of the 24 realms. It was because Bai Ruoyan led the team before, and now Lin Chen flew back at the speed of the purple phoenix wings, and it would take at least half a month to reach the wasteland. With Lin Chen's background, the true flame purple phoenix wings can't bear to fly at full strength for half a month. If the ancient Qinglong is called, it will easily attract the attention of the strong, not to mention that he is still passing through the nether realm. If he encounters two heavenly astral realm, it is not so easy for Lin Chen to escape. 10 days later, 37,000 miles north of the nether realm, the Tianhu dynasty. The Tianhu dynasty has a strong national power, and the emperor is even more respected as the cultivation base of Tiangang realm. However, with the perennial development of the dynasty, the common people have suffered greatly, and the living environment of the officials and the common people is very different. In the capital of the dynasty, Lin Chen was wearing a cloak and black robes. Like an ascetic passing by. He walked out of a restaurant. He had passed by this dynasty for a day and a night. He just found a place to rest temporarily to recover his spirit and exhausted fighting spirit. It's almost time to rest, let's continue our journey. Lin Chen found an empty alley, and was about to spread out his purple phoenix wings to fly into the air, but a stream of extremely fast-flying light flashed across the sky. Lin Chen looked at the situation. The streamer flying in the sky was actually a pure and flawless snow-white Pegasus, with wings, horseshoes treading on the clouds, with extraordinary handsomeness, flying in the direction of the dynasty. However, two exquisite silhouettes, one purple and one green, stood on the snow-white flying horse, but Lin Chen instantly locked his gaze. Huh? Is it Ning Qingxian and Ning Qingxue? Lin Chen was shocked. The speed of the snow-white Pegasus was extremely fast, and it flew across the sky in an instant, flying towards the palace in the dynasty. Could it be that I saw it wrong? What about him? Go to the imperial city and see. The purple phoenix wings rolled up, Lin Chen flew into the air, and the purple flames ripped through the airflow, following behind the Pegasus. In the imperial city, in a loft in the back garden, the ministers kneeling outside the attic did not dare to take a breath. All the people who arrived in the dynasty today were famous alchemists in the nether realm. It is said that even some forces from ancient times passed through here and committed themselves to treating the king's ills in person. After a while, a group of old people with old faces and wearing noble medicine, refining robes, walked out of the attic. They shook their heads and sighed. Hey, it's the first time I've seen such a strange disease after so many years of refining medicine. It's too difficult. This His Majesty's mental method is the Heavenly Tiger splitting heart technique. He has the power of a heavenly tiger in his body, and his heart is splitting and fighting. The 7 green-inch poison is a Yin-type toxin, and it is extremely difficult to remove itself, and it will absorb the positive Yang type of battle energy. Your Majesty's power of the Heavenly Tiger has been completely absorbed and restrained. At this moment, a sneer of disdain entered everyone's ears. It's really a bunch of rubbish. It's just 7 green and 1 inch poisonous. What's so difficult? It seems that these 24 regions are full of ignorant garbage, and you dare to be called a pharmacist? The young man sitting on the white jade soft chair said casually. He was playing with a roll of pill recipes with one hand, white shirt and brocade trousers, sword eyebrows, and phoenix eyes. He was heroic and rebellious, and he despised all the alchemists present. What kind of thing are you? Dare to speak madly. Do you know who I am waiting for? When the old man was refining medicine, you were still spinning in your mother's womb. Where are you, a yellow-haired brat? This little friend, do you dare to ask for any advice? The young man in white made a rude remark, which made all the pharmacists immediately look unhappy. Some have been furious and want to drive the sun away. A bunch of lowly trash, get out. The youth waved his sleeve robe, put away the pill recipe in his palm, and the transparent waves of fighting spirit were like thousands of miles of waves. Bang bang bang. The silhouettes flew around, and a burst of gas slammed into the alchemists, who had just contradicted the youth, causing them to scream and break their bones. The 9th level of the earthly evil realm? No, how can the 9th level of the earthly evil realm have such strength? The remaining few pharmacists were startled and their faces were horrified. The veteran pharmacist who was sent flying was also at the 9th level of the Earth Fiend realm. But the gap between the two sides is indeed like a world of difference. The strength of this young man is far less simple than the superficial cultivation. Base. Dan Qing, what are you doing? An ethereal voice like the sound of heaven descended in front of the attic. The young man in the white shirt immediately stopped and bowed respectfully. The alchemists were amazed, and the snow-white flying horse rolled into a gust of wind and landed in the courtyard. The kneeling ministers quickly made way. The purple veil is soft, the beauty does not show her true face, and there is not much decoration. The 3,000 blue silk is like a waterfall and reaches her waist, and her eyebrows are as far away. A pair of purple gem-like eyes turned with ethereal and peerless elegance. When she walked leisurely, time and space seemed to freeze at this moment, and her youth was better than the thousands of beautiful scenery in the world. There is inherent dignity in the bones of beautiful women, and no one has any disrespectful thoughts in their hearts. It seems to be the supreme being born in this world. It's Ning Qingxian. That had a relationship with Lin Chen, like a fairy, a mysterious woman suspected of being a saint, actually appeared in this Tinhu dynasty. Behind Ning Qingxian was the quirky Ning Qingxue who was next to her. Meet Mississippi. Deep admiration flashed in the eyes of the young man in white shirt. He knelt down on one knee and bowed his head respectfully. Dan Qing, I should have told you not to kill innocent people indiscriminately. If there is another time, you can return to your own clan. The bland and unremarkable tone made the young man in white shirt tremble. His expression swept over the hurried color, and said quickly, yes. Dan Qing takes the lead. What happened to what I asked you to do? Has the emperor in this dynasty ever been saved? Ning Qingxian asked seriously. The young man in white replied respectfully. Miss Answer, I have a 50% confidence to cure him. As for the remaining 50%, it depends on his own good fortune. This person has been poisoned deeply, and the cultivation state is just right to meet the needs of the poison. The poison is no small matter. The young man in white shirt looked arrogant and raised his voice. The expressions of the alchemists behind him all changed, with a 50% chance. Which is already a very high chance. If this is the case, it can only show that this young man's refining level is definitely not the same level as them. Hee, that old man is just sitting and watching your master's tricks. An old man in blue sneered. He was a famous fifth-order, low-level pharmacist in the underworld. Even he himself does not have a 20% certainty to cure it. Obviously he does not think that the young man in white has such strength. The ministers outside the attic did not dare to interject any more words, because few of the characters here today could be provoked by them. The entire Tianhu dynasty had to rely on them to save their king's life. If it wasn't for the lady's order not to see blood, then you pariahs, I would be a matter of one palm. The white-shirted youth disdainfully said that the former had a gloomy expression, and the weather was uncertain. He stood up and asked respectfully, since it is the request of the young lady, then Dan Qing will definitely go all out and ask the young lady to enter the building. Ning Qingxian nodded, and Ning Qingxue was about to walk into the attic when she suddenly turned around. Meimu said with a smile, I didn't expect that I would see you here again. It's really unpredictable. Are you right, Mr. Lin Chen? Everyone was shocked. Ning Qingshuan's voice just fell, and the snow-white flying horse suddenly let out a long howl, suppressed and frightened by some breath. Wrong. Miss Ning Qingxian, it's not Mr. Lin Chen, but the handsome, invincible black dragon in the waves, Lin Chen. Purple flame swept through, the young man dressed in a silver robe, handsome and unrestrained, with a confident and indifferent smile on his face from beginning to end. Z retracted. Lin Chen walked slowly to Ning Qingxian. Ning Qingxue stuck out a small head from behind Ning Qingxian, and stared at Lin Chen with a smile. Wait. Where are you, a pariah, dare to approach my lady? The young man in the white shirt had a gloomy expression, standing in front of the two women, and suddenly shouted coldly. His shoulders were shaken, and the 10,000 waves of turbulent fighting spirit shot straight into the sky, overturning the ministers 100 meters away. A lot of the guards of the Earth Demon realm were so shaken that they couldn't even stand on their heels. The strong winds of war attacked him, wanting to forcibly suppress Lin Chen, and wanting him to make a fool of himself in public. However, Lin Chen was standing in the center of the battle, and the strong wind, standing still, and even took a step forward with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Earth Demon Realm 7th layer? How long has it been since he was already at the 7th layer Earth Demon Realm? When he fought with his sister last time, he was only a spiritualist. Ning Qingxue lightly covered her mouth, and looked at Lin Chen with a curious light in her eyes. This promotion speed may be slightly comparable to the people in their clan. Oh, this dear man is really considerate. How do you know that my brother, I came all the way to find Sister Qingxian, who is sweating profusely, so I need to take a rest for a while. So considerate, old man brother, I should learn from you. I can't do that, I always understand people's clothes. Lin Chen stepped forward seriously and held the palm of the young man in white shirt, secretly running the ancient Qinglong's power a little harder. The power has exceeded 990,000 tigers. Ugh. How did you? The corner of the young man's mouth twitched. How could this kid's power be so terrifying? Pure power far surpassed the limits of the earthly evil realm. Okay, Mr. Lin Chen, why are you looking for me this time? Ning Qingxian stood beside the white-shirted youth and smiled lightly. Lin Chen understood, immediately let go of his hand, and smiled in a mocking tone. Can't I find you if I'm okay? I remember that there seems to be no such rule between us. Hey, you can never take advantage of my sister like you did last time. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson personally. Ning Qingshui wrinkled Yuqiong's delicate nose and pretended to snort fiercely. That was a misunderstanding last time. Besides, I didn't take much advantage of it, didn't I just touch it? Your sister also touched me several times. In terms of it, I still suffer. Lin Chen's cheeky appearance made Ning Qingshui pursed her cherry lips with anger, and the little white rabbit with ruthless eyes stared at Lin Chen. Last time? Take advantage? Touched? The young man in the white shirt was shocked, his thin lips trembled slightly. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were already burning with jealousy. That heroic face became a little hideous, murderous. Okay, don't make trouble. Since Mr. Lin Chen has nothing urgent for the time being, let's go in and have a look. I remember you are still a pharmacist. Ning Qingxian interrupted their anger and said helplessly. Neither of these two enemies will accept the other, and let them fight, I don't know how many. Things will be delayed. Led by Ning Qingxian, Lin Chen, Ning Qingshui and the alchemists entered the attic. The young man in white shirt followed Lin Chen's back, and a crazy killing intent was brewing in his heart. On the second floor, an open-air roof was opened, surrounded by pure yang spirit stones, which contained a strong yang atmosphere. On the linkshore, there was a man with tiger eyes with a blue face. The man's brows were thick and black, and his face was cut like an axe. Even if he closed his eyes, he still had a domineering dominance. In front of his chest, there are blue stripes that wriggle like blue veins. Crawling like green snakes, very strange. Hey, this man. Lin Chen subconsciously urged Zi Jintong to see that the poison in this person was completely attached to his body, completely eroding his internal organs. The most important thing is that most of his fighting spirit has been eroded by toxins. If it weren't for the extremely high-quality pure yang spirit stone here that gathered the energy of the yang system and forcibly suppressed a part of the toxin, he would have already died from the poison. How about it? Did Mr. Lin Chen see any clues? Instead, Ning Qingxian asked Lin Chen's opinion for the first time, perhaps. She had seen various unique behaviors of Lin Chen, and she always wanted to see how Lin Chen would react when faced with difficulties and crises. It's a little troublesome. The poison penetrates the meridians and even the internal organs of the whole body. It is extremely difficult to completely eliminate it, but the real problem is that the fighting spirit in the Dantian has also been eroded. If you want to disperse, the best result may be to save your life and lose your fighting spirit. All the veteran pharmacists looked at Lin Chen in surprise and curiosity. They tried their best to investigate the emperor's injury, but this son could see through it in just one breath? This is too evil. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen smiled confidently and added a sentence. After. Of course, the premise is that this is the case when I don't take action. Hee, in front of the young lady. How dare you put a green onion in your pig's nose and pretend to be an elephant? See what's going on, can you solve it? I'm 50% sure that I can restore him to his original state without any loss. In cultivation. The young man in the white shirt sneered at Lin Chen, full of gunpowder. Ning Qingshui, who was next to him, kept muttering as if it was a big deal. Quick! Cousin Ning Danqing, beat him up. This man is a bad guy, trying to take advantage of my sister all day long. With Ning Qingshui's incitement, Ning Danqing's mood was even higher, and he sneered. What people fear most is that they don't have self-knowledge. I have a cloud And mud difference with you. If I want to deceive the young lady, there is no door. Yo? It's so hanging, if I don't speak again, you're afraid that your tail will be lifted to Juzangshan. Lin Chen said in a funny way. He crossed his chest with his hands. Ning. Qingxian was very interested and did not seem to intend to stop Lin Chen. Seeing that her young lady was paying attention to herself, Ning Donqing's blood boiled, and said with contempt for Lin Chen. If you don't agree, we can compare it on the spot. How about someone who can heal him and let him have his original cultivation? Little did he know that Ning Qingxian paid more attention to Lin Chen. Not enough, a simple test is too boring. Let's play something interesting. Whoever loses, between the two of us, will be punished. If both of us lose, then both of us will be punished. And punishment, the content is written on a note. By all of you here, put into the punishment box, and free to draw lots. How about it? After finishing speaking, Lin Chen called out an exquisitely carved jade box and handed it to Ning Qingxian. Lin Chen's novel proposal instantly attracted playful little witches like Ning Qingxue, and she raised her hand first. This is fun and interesting. I'll decide first. Ning Qingxue excitedly wrote down a small note, which clearly read, please use a chamber pot on your head, strip your clothes, and run naked across the imperial city. Some veteran alchemists gasped fiercely. This is too cruel. However, it seems to be quite fun. Everyone swarmed up and wrote their own weird ideas and punishments. Pissing upside down, kissing the ugliest woman in 1,000 kingdoms. Learning to crawl through brothels, everything. Even Ning Qingxian, after staring deeply at Lin Chen, put a note of his own into the jade box. When it was Lin Chen's turn, he shook his head in disappointment. No, the content of your punishment is too polite, it's up to me. As soon as Lin Chen picked up the pen, the stroke of the pen was flying, and the pen stopped and fell. Lin Chen walked to the jade box and showed the content of his note. Everyone looked intently, and it was clearly written, in the most populous location of the capital dynasty, complete the following posture for a quarter of an hour, put the palms behind the back and turn the hands backwards, insert the thumbs of the 2 feet into the nostrils, and lick the tongue to the tip of the nose. Everyone took a deep breath. This is too cruel. It's a shame he can figure it out. If this lottery is drawn, it will be ruined. Ning Qingshua's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Chen's note, as if she had found some kind of treasure. The girl looked at the two expectantly. Who is the loser to complete this action? Just thinking about it makes me excited. In the end, it was Ning Donqing's turn. He gave Lin Chen a vicious look, and put in a note. Before putting it in the jade box, he deliberately showed the contents of the note for everyone to take a look at, and it turned out to be the words on the spot. If the loser draws this lottery, wouldn't it be the death of Huangquan? Since the two of you are so confident, let me be the witness of this punishment competition. Ning Qingshuan's slender fingers tapped lightly, and a ray of brilliance of war sealed the jade box, and no one could spy on or take away the contents inside. Which of you will go first? I can't wait to see the results. Ning Qingxue waved her little pink fist excitedly, and her white little tiger teeth were exposed, which was truly charming. It must be the most handsome and the best. People who are confident are never in a hurry, right, Sister Qingxue? Lin Chen folded his arms around his chest, as if he was watching a play. Ning Qingxue spat out his clove tongue in disgust. Pretend to be a big-tailed wolf. Ning Danqing waved his sleeves in disdain and walked to the emperor's side. Extending his palm, Ning Danqing sent a ray of fighting energy and spiritual power to investigate the details of his body. In less than a quarter of an hour, Ning Danqing got up with a slightly dignified expression, and sacrificed a black-yellow pill stove on the spot. The whole body of the Dan furnace is engraved with deep and ancient lines, and the double top is dark yellow, like a pair of dragons roaring together. Seeing this cauldron, the pupils of many alchemy masters shrank, and with their vision, they could not see the origin and grade of this cauldron. Go get me these medicinal materials. Although your mortal treasury is not very good, you must still have these things. Ning Danqing flicked his finger, and a list of medicinal herbs was shot from his fingertips. The minister who took over the list took a closer look, his expression changed slightly, he gritted his teeth sharply, and clasped his fists, and said, "Okay. Your Excellency, please wait a moment." When the minister led the order to fetch the medicinal materials, Ning Danqing sat down cross-legged, and called out 10 main medicinal materials from nailing ring, and suddenly aroused a vigorous fighting spirit. Flying pill refining seal. Ning Danqing's ring finger, index finger but, middle finger folded together. The spiritual power swept out like lightning, and the alchemy madra quickly formed. The 2 spirit-melting berries immediately flew into the Xianhuang pill stove. And the entire pill stove was suddenly filled with his fighting spirit. Inside the pill furnace is intertwined with the fighting spirit of the gold system, like 2 sharp knives. The tips of the knives quickly remove and peel off the outer skin of the Rongling berry, and extract its essence spirit pulp. The 2-finger shock bomb was another 5th-order blood-drinking flower, inhaled into the pill furnace. The 4 gold-type fighting spirits are like 4 sharp knives, sharply, and quickly removing the roots and stems of the bloody flower, leaving only the essence of the flower's heart. The alchemy masters present were all solemn and stunned. Too fast. So refined. These alchemy handprints and techniques are incomparably stronger than the handprints they practiced. To be able to have such a fast speed and maintain the level of alchemy with ultra-high precision and density, this itself requires a very strong spiritual power to be able to do it. His alchemy handprint is not a common thing, at least it is above the green rank. Maybe it is of the same rank as my 8 desolate profound fire seal. Sure enough, it is the people around Ning Qingxian, none of them are vegetarians. The forces behind her, how huge is it? As soon as he shot it, it was an alchemy handprint above the green rank. Lin Chen couldn't help but be surprised by the forces behind Ning Qingxian. The top alchemy fingerprints of the green rank have already stood at the peak of the wasteland. As for the alchemy handprints of the Qing rank, there are not many copies in the entire 24 regions. Not to mention the handprint of the same level as his own 8 wilderness profound fire. One of Ning Qingshuan's attendants, who is an alchemy handprint above the green rank, is hard to imagine the background behind her. Stinky rascal, what's the matter? Are you feeling stressed? Ning Qingshui glanced at Lin Chen and smiled. Pressure? He won't put me under pressure, I'm just thinking about your sister. Besides, I already know roughly what kind of medicine he wants to make. There is no possibility that he can cure this emperor. Lin Chen smiled calmly, and even Ning Qingxian couldn't help looking at him curiously. The medicinal materials you want have been prepared, and all are 2 copies. The eunuch who had left before hurriedly ran into the attic, handed over a nailing ring, and told it respectfully. Ning Dan rolled up his sleeved robes, and sucked the nailing ring from the air. With a flick of his finger, he unlocked the spiritual seal of the nailing ring. And all the medicinal materials inside fell out, and more than 100 medicinal materials fell on the floor in a dazzling array, all of which were rare medicinal materials of the 4th and 3rd tiers. Ning Danqing raised his hands. 7 or 8 medicinal herbs were taken into the pill furnace like lightning, and the refined gold-type battle gas quickly cut off many medicinal herbs. As expected of the arrogance from the ancient forces, the speed of alchemy alone is more than 10 times faster than that of me. The blue-level alchemy handprint is well-deserved. The only 5th-order low-level pharmacist at the scene shook his head and sighed. He thought he was the tallest among the alchemists who came this time. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than a dozen medicinal herbs were ingested into the pill furnace, and Ning Danqing began to sweat profusely, still maintaining a high-intensity speed to concoct pills. Lin Chen laughed in his heart and shook his head slightly. He could see that Ning Danqing's alchemy fingerprints were based on speed and efficiency. But if he refines it so hard, the mental power consumed will be doubled dramatically. Once he fails, there will be no second chance. Time passed, and it took less than 2 days for everyone to observe. When a 5th-order Yang system beast nucleus was finally added, the energy of the entire pill furnace began to fluctuate violently. Hey! Ning Danqing's gesture changed again, sealing all the energy. Not even a trace of Danxiang overflowed. The energy of the condensed pill cloud was absorbed by the pills in the pill furnace. This miraculous technique made the alchemy masters look surprised and puzzled. The birth of high-level medicinal herbs, not even Danyun? This is the Naden technique, so that all the energy of the medicinal pill is reintroduced into the medicinal pill before it is released, so that the medicinal pill can be released with almost no energy loss. Only one has a unique insight into the refining of a certain medicinal herb. Extraordinary skills that can be used. The only 5th-order pharmacist was amazed. Although he was not reconciled, he had to admit that this observation of alchemy had an immediate effect on his own improvement. A Longan-sized medicinal pill with milky white radiance floated up from the pill furnace. The faint scent of medicine wafted up, and several pharmacists just took a slight sniff and found that there was a new vitality in their internal organs. And some waste impurities were quietly evaporated. 5th-level low-level medicinal pills, clearing the mind and cleansing the marrow. Consolidate the root and cultivate the essence, heal wounds, and detoxify. It can cleanse all the toxins hidden in the martial artists' internal organs, meridians, blood, and even the fighting spirit. Ning Danqing held up the milky white medicine pill, and declared arrogantly, just relying on the energy and literal explanation of the medicine pill, all the masters of medicine sighing. This elixir can be called a real antidote. If it is put up for auction, it will definitely cause a lot of competition in the heavenly astral realm. Carrying this elixir with you is equivalent to an extra life at a critical moment. The value speaks for itself. Hey, if this pure spirit cleansing pill is refined by an old man, the success rate will not be higher than 20%, let alone refining it within 2 days, so I'm convinced. That 5th-order low-level alchemy master was convinced, and his attitude towards Ning Danqing was extremely respectful. The field of pharmacists is similar to the cultivation of fighting spirit. Strength is king. Ning Danqing convinced the alchemist with hard power. I saw. Ning Danqing's eyes turned to Lin Chen with a hint of provocation. How, do you have confidence? You're not even worse than him, are you? Ning Qingxue winked playfully at Lin Chen as if she was picking on something. Lin Chen seemed to see through something. He suppressed a smile in his heart and said calmly, Don't worry, let's see the results. If he is not well treated, even if he is a fifth-order, high-level medicinal pill, it is useless, right? Ning Danqing sneered disdainfully. I'll see which penalty ticket you want to draw later. He walked to the emperor of the Tianhu dynasty, opened his lips with his fingertips, and pushed the Qingshan Shisui Dan into his mouth. The entrance of the medicinal pill melted, and it turned into a flickering white light that merged into the whole body along the throat. I saw, the dazzling white light, like the dazzling aurora, began to shine from the emperor's chest, extending all the way to the dantian. Everyone was looking forward to it, especially those ministers, their nervous palms were sweating. If their majesty never recovers, he will be coveted by the enemy country. There is only one heavenly astral realm in the Tianhu dynasty. If it is lost, its shocking power will also be gone. Chi chi chi. A wisp of cyan aerosol rose from the emperor's body, and it made a strange squeak sound. Under the pressure of the white light emitted by the Qingshan Shisui Dan, the emperor's whole body was exuding a cyan mist. His complexion began to recover a little bit of rosy, and the cultivation base of the earth evil realm can clearly feel that the emperor's toxin is gradually being eliminated. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? A pariah like you has ever refined a detoxification elixir with such an effect? Ning Danqing burst into laughter in high spirits. At this time, he was almost 80% sure that he could let the emperor survive while preserving his cultivation. Lin Chen shrugged lightly. It's not that you're going into the bridal chamber with the bride. Why are you in a hurry? Look at it again, and see it at the end. Looking at the calm and relaxed Lin Chen, Ning Qingshuan's beautiful purple eyes flashed with curiosity and anticipation. What she was looking forward to was what Lin Chen saw through, which would make him so calm. The emperor's whole body twitched as the smoke came out. Suddenly, his face turned red again, and a few breaths came from his throat. Cough cough cough. He coughed violently a few times, and spit out more cyan smoke, and his complexion began to gradually improve, and he began to look like a normal person. However, what everyone didn't realize was that the emperor had recovered so well, but he had not regained his full consciousness. The blue smoke gradually diminished, and the flickering white light became more and more powerful. Just when everyone thought it was about to end, there was a bang. Boom. A heaven-shattering evil spirit emerged from the emperor's body, shaking the entire attic to the verge of collapse. How is this going? Look. What is that thing that came out of His Majesty's body? Everyone hurriedly exclaimed, at the position of the emperor's dantian, a thick dark blue mist rose. The mist turned into the appearance of a fierce tiger, and a pair of pupils glowed with azure light, and the evil spirits were surging. When this dark cyan tiger counterattacked, the gleaming white light that had been like a broken bamboo, before suddenly became extremely dim, as if it was going to be extinguished at any time. At this moment, everyone is stunned. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing up to the sky. Ha ha ha. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you stabbed? Ning Danqing couldn't believe it, and even had a hint of panic. It's impossible. My purifying spirit purifying pill is extremely powerful. How could it not be able to deal with the 7 green-inch poison? Even many masters of alchemy have not figured out what is going on. They have seen how powerful the medicinal power of the Qingshan Shisui Dan, a ray of medicinal fragrance, is better than the third-order medicinal. This medicinal should be no problem for a 7 green-inch poison. How can the disparity be so big? I understand. The poison in this mortal is not the 7 green-inch poison at all. It's another more terrifying poison. Damn it, how could this be? Panic, Ning Danqing said in a panic. Only Lin Chen and Ning Qingxian smiled. As if they had seen through the truth. Okay, if you don't know it, you don't know it. This is the 7 green inch. Poison. At this time, Lin Chen finally stood up and smiled lightly. All the alchemy masters who didn't see the essence of the matter turned their heads to look at him. If the poisoning has just been less than a month, this pure spirit cleansing pill can be vicious, but the Emperor's poisoning has been deep, at least for more than 9 months. Become a venomous beast. Lin Chen was in high spirits while talking and laughing, and he had a taste of pointing the country. Yes, His Majesty resisted this poison with fighting spirit at first, but it is true that it has been poisoned for nearly 10 months. A minister nodded in agreement. When the alchemy masters thought of the characteristics of the 7 green inch poison, they all suddenly realized. I see. Ning Danqing gritted his teeth angrily, and stared at Lin Chen angrily, and fiercely. Why are you staring at me? I'm not poisonous. If you have fire, you can send it to me. Lin Chen didn't know whether to laugh or laugh, and he pointed at the tiger shaped 7-inch poison that emerged from the Emperor's body. Ning Danqing, if you don't agree, you can continue to heal. Ning Qingxian said plainly. Ning Danqing's face muscles shook violently, and his eyes suddenly dimmed. Danqing believes that there is no better detoxification pill than Qingshan refining marrow pill, but I don't think he can detoxify either. Ning Danqing clenched his fists unwillingly, and said in a hoarse voice. Ha ha ha. You can't do it, it doesn't mean I can't do it. Even if the whole world can't do it, it doesn't mean that I can't, Lin Chen. Lin Chen laughed proudly, and there was a domineering in his laughter. He stepped forward and looked at the Emperor, whose face turned pale again. The dark blue 7 green poison was still at work. It's time to come up with some real skills. Go and collect these medicinal materials. Lin Chen flicked the list of medicinal materials prepared in advance to the previous minister. The latter took a look and couldn't help but look horrified. So much? Your Excellency is going to rob our treasury. In order to invite so many masters of medicine refining, their dynasty has already lost a lot of money. If this is based on the preparation of Lin Chen's list of medicinal materials, the treasury of their dynasty will be really empty. So what if there are many medicinal herbs, which is more important than the one who can heal your majesty? You choose yourself. Lin Chen spread his hands and said indifferently. Thinking that the Tianhu dynasty can no longer have a monarch, if His Majesty dies, the dynasty will surely perish. Thinking of this result, the loyal old minister gritted his teeth and left the attic. I want to see what you can do with it. Ning Danqing sneered as if not admitting defeat. The alchemy masters looked at Lin Chen in amazement. Judging from the fact that this son can see through the background of the Emperor at a glance, he should not be a general person. But the difficulty of this situation is obvious to everyone with a discerning eye. I am afraid that it may not be able to solve the problem by inviting some veteran 5th order intermediate alchemists to come. 5th order intermediate, this level is almost extinct in the nether realm. Even if there is, it is not something that a Tianhu dynasty can invite. Bang! I saw. Lin Chen stepped up and kicked over the pure young spirit stones that helped the Emperor suppress toxins on the spot. Everyone was shocked. Instantly. Lin Chen is Lin Chen in the end. As soon as he made a move, he never followed the normal way of thinking. What are you doing? Are you crazy? The fifth-order low-level alchemist suddenly shouted. The method of placing the pure yang spirit stone to resist toxins was proposed by him at the beginning. Isn't Lin Chen hitting his old face when he steps down? It's not up to you to tell me what I do. This pure yang spirit stone is adding fuel to the fire. I kick it away to save this person. Lin Chen waved his hand at will, and with 3 fists and 2 feet, all the pure yang spirit stones piled up beside the emperor were lifted off. Fart. Your Majesty is practicing the yang system. This pure yang spirit stone helps his fighting spirit resist toxins. You are murdering like this. The chief alchemist in the imperial city blushed with anger and shouted at Lin Chen angrily. Ha ha ha. I thought you really had some way, but it turned out to be a broken jar. Ning Danqing happened to be in a bad mood and laughed wildly. Lin Chen glanced at them disdainfully, and said indifferently, a bunch of scumbags. Afterwards, Lin Chen didn't bother to pay attention to these noisy guys, and with a wave of his hand, he brought out the pill furnace. The pill furnace that Lin Chen took out this time was the treasure obtained from the robbery of those old-fashioned Tiangang realms from the secret realm of the evil king of earth, and it was named Yuyuan Furnace. The elixir furnace is a deep black light, 10 feet high, 7 hole grooves, and 4 ears on the top of the furnace. Don't worry everyone, let's take a look at the situation of the poisoned person. When many people were furious, Ming Qingxian spoke gracefully, and everyone immediately fell silent. When they looked at the emperor again, they were surprised to find that the emperor without the pure yang spirit stone seemed to have less violent reaction to the poison in his body. It's as if the creatures have lost some vitality. It's very strange. Ning Danqing's eyes suddenly widened. Unbelievable. Sister, what's going on? Ning Qingxue didn't understand the situation and asked curiously. Mr. Lin Chen, please clear up everyone's doubts. Seeing so many puzzled eyes, Ning Qingxian said with a smile. Seeing Ning Qingxian speak, Lin Chen just said slowly. The principle is very simple. Kekinkan poison is a yin-type toxin, and if it encounters a yang-type battle qi or energy, it will frantically suck it. Although this emperor is in the realm of heaven, he may be able to resist the toxin at the beginning, but it cannot be eradicated long-term in this way. Most of his combat aura has been eroded by Kekinkan poison, and his combat aura has been completely mixed with toxins. If he continues to provide energy support to his combat aura at this time, it is equivalent to increasing efforts to nourish Qi. Qing-inch poison, it's not me who harmed him, but the people who kept adding spirit stones to him. Finished, everyone is waking up like a dream. Why didn't they think of this? Instead they naively thought that adding some yang element spirit stones could help His Majesty resist the progress of toxin erosion. Can you find out like this? Wow, this rogue is so powerful. That fifth-order primary alchemist master is even more cold sweat. If this matter spreads, his reputation can be ruined. How did this pariah find out about this? Is his level of refining medicine still higher than mine? Ning Danqing's lips and teeth trembled slightly, her face became pale and weak. In cold sweat. Lin Chen disregarded the gazes of others, and he called out many treasures from the nailing ring. There are a dazzling array of medicinal materials. There are 17 kinds. All of them are fifth-order grades, and some medicinal materials are still fifth-order intermediate. These were all captured by Lin Chen in the secret territory of the evil king. 1 month after he left the temple, for him, using such a batch of medicinal materials would not affect his foundation. It took the loyal old minister almost a day to prepare the medicinal materials. This time, when he came back, there were as many as 7 nailing rings in Lin Chen's hands. This made a lot of medicine masters' eyelids jump. Did this fucking rob the treasury? How many herbs does it take to fill 7 nailing rings? Very good. Master Lin took the 7 nailing rings very naturally, and after exploring around, released all the medicinal materials in the 2 nailing rings. Then, he put the remaining 5 nailing rings in his pocket openly. This action made the alchemy masters numb their scalps and twitch the corners of their mouths. This kid just wants to make it clear, upright, and ruthlessly cheat on the Tianhu dynasty. They are all veteran alchemists, and it is common to receive benefits. But it's the first time they've seen someone as brazen and upright as Lin Chen. After putting away the spirit ring, Lin Chen's demeanor became more serious than ever before. For Lin Chen, he has never had an opportunity to let him make medicine with all his strength. But this time, it was his chance to test the limits of his medicine refining. The medicinal pill he wants to refine is ranked in the 5th order, intermediate level, and medicinal pills of this grade are rare in Lingzhou. It is very difficult to directly refine it into finished medicine pills, and the effect of the medicine is not enough to exert the perfect effect. Maybe I can use another method to avoid these problems. The palm of the hand slaps the abyss furnace, the index and middle fingers of both hands are crossed, and the pure and domineering fire-type battle aura and spiritual power converge at the fingertips. A ball of fire poured into the elixir furnace. Lin Chen quickly formed a handprint. The middle 3 fingers were bent and closed, the thumb and pinky were together, and an orange-red elixir seal appeared in the elixir furnace. Go! Just a few fingers, 10 medicinal herbs flew into the elixir furnace. Lin Chen decisively dropped a fierce beast core of a fiery molten lizard. What kind of alchemy is this? The alchemy masters were full of doubts and did not understand at all. It was the first time they had seen each other, and the medicine was put into the beast core from the very beginning, and it was still together with the initially refined medicinal materials. Okay? But if you say that he is a fool, looking at his mental power and alchemy fingerprints, this son is not weaker than Ning Donqing's ruthless character. The alchemy handprints of both hands change rapidly, and within the orange-red alchemy seal, under the control of mental power, one after another fire type battle aura becomes precise and sharp. Spiritual power is drawn with high precision. Fire-type battle aura is like a halberd, picking, slashing, and stabbing. The 10 medicinal materials were removed in 3 strokes and 5 strokes. And the complex energy and excess substances were removed. Lin Chen's eyes were quick and his hands were clasped together. Spiritual expulsion, transfiguration. I saw the 10 medicinal herbs that had just been removed from the pill furnace. They were immediately shattered by the high temperature into a spiritual liquid with the essence of energy. And the fiery beast core of the fiery smelting lizard is spinning frantically. And streaks of red-gray air flow are separated out. These are the impurity energy of the beast's core, which cannot be easily absorbed. With a flick of his finger, Lin Chen released a burst of energy, causing the emperor to open his mouth. The faint blue essence of spiritual liquid spurted out from the pill furnace and flowed into the emperor's mouth and nose. Then, the core of the beast that had finished refining the flaming lizard was pulled out by Lin Chen, and he floated it with the fighting spirit, suspending the core of the beast in the emperor's lower abdomen. Dan Tian. At this time, strange things happened. The dark blue poisonous smoke of 7 green-inch poison began to be inhaled. into the core of the fierce beast. Before everyone could react, Lin Chen put in dozens of medicinal herbs again. This time, his refining speed is even faster. The consumption of mental power is twice as much as before. At the speed of electric light and flint, 30 kinds of fourth order medicinal materials were refined, and then they were sent to the emperor's mouth. The speed at which Kakinkan poison was inhaled increased by a few points. The emperor's complexion began to recover gradually, and the thick black sword eyebrows trembled for an instant. Let the loyal old minister shed tears and look at the emperor with anticipation. Turning the palm of his hand, he was involved in more than 70 kinds of medicinal materials into the pill furnace, and Lin Chen started another wave of unexplained medicine refining. He transferred 12 extremely high-quality silver needles from the nailing ring and placed them in the center of many medicinal materials to refine. Together, all the medicinal essences and spirits were finally refined into the silver needles by him. 12 silver needles turned crimson, condensed with a coated energy layer. Lin Chen called out the silver needle, and quickly pierced the silver needle into the emperor's temple, Tianling, Jingmai, and Tianquan with his fingertips. With each silver needle rushing in, the emperor's body became red and hot, and the whole body was steaming. What is this method? The masters of medicine refining were stunned by Lin Chen's unique acupuncture and moxibustion. Ning Danqing shook his head in disbelief, and kept saying words like impossible. Lin Chen's acupuncture was flowing, and Ning Qingshua's eyes were shining with small stars, shaking Ning Qingshuan's sleeves. Sister, is he alchemy? Well, it should be to divide the steps of alchemy into several parts, and then inject them into the body of the target with a special technique. Ning Qingshan Yuan Dai is picturesque, with a smile of admiration and admiration under the veil. I saw half of it, the fifth-order low-level medicine refining master slammed his thigh. I understand. This son is refining some kind of high-level medicinal pill. But he uses different steps and methods to bring the medicinal properties to perfection and inject it into His Majesty's body, so that the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill can be better and more perfect. It's evaporated. He looked at Lin Chen frantically. How much experience did he have to accumulate, and how much he knew about the alchemy recipe to the extreme before he dared to make such a bold and brand new modification. Moreover, his magical acupuncture is also a major point. Where is this child? Sacred, and there are so many ways to turn corruption into magic. After the acupuncture was over, Lin Chen poured the last batch of medicinal materials into the elixir furnace. At this time, he was already sweating profusely. This kind of refining medicine is no less than Lin Chen's battle with a powerful Tiangang realm powerhouse, or even worse. 8 desolate profound fire 8-layer quenching. Lin Chen folded his hands and slammed them together, and the 8 pill seals were suspended from the top of the pill furnace. One after another, the energy like a fire dragon implements all the medicinal materials, releasing a kind of dominance like a king. The shock made many people retreat again and again. Is his alchemy handprint higher than mine? Ning Danqing gritted his teeth, a touch of fear and hysterical madness spawned from his heart. The last batch of medicinal materials was pressed into a ball of fiery red energy spirit liquid by Lin Chen, and when it merged into the emperor's body, the position of the dantian suddenly made a piercing scream. Zizizi! A series of blue smoke rose up, and a faint white light shone from the emperor's abdomen, actually helping Lin Chen to expel the last batch of 7 green-inch poisons, and they were completely burned to nothingness by the beast nucleus. This scene is very interesting in everyone's eyes. The residual medicinal power of Ning Danqing's Qingshan Shusui Dan before actually helped Lin Chen to get rid of the Kikinkan poison faster. Even with his own efforts, he even made wedding dresses for others, and some alchemy masters were secretly laughing frantically. Brother Danqing, you are really a big gelding man, and you actually helped my brother, the beauty of an adult, thank you so much. Although Lin Chen was dripping with sweat, he still smiled seriously. That Ning Danqing was so angry that his veins were exposed, his eyes were splitting. It was like a beast that was about to pounce on and bite Lin Chen a few times. Pfft. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, the emperor suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a large mouthful of blue-red blood. Everyone is happy, wake up. The emperor is awake. A miracle has come. Kikinkan poison is such a violent and highly poisonous poison that it not only completely eradicated it, but also wakes up the first time after eliminating the poison. This is simply a miracle. The masters of alchemy looked up at Lin Chen's figure with almost adoring eyes. This ingenious and unique and wonderful medicine refining competition has opened a new door for all medicine refining masters. Their admiration for Lin Chen is beyond any pharmacist they have ever seen. During Lin Chen's intense and exciting refining process, 2 days and 2 nights had passed. The Emperor's 7 green-inch poison was completely forced out, and with his first-level cultivation of the heavenly astral realm, he immediately woke up and regained his senses. How long has this been in a coma? The Emperor got up with difficulty, and several old ministers and maids hurried over to help him. Your Majesty! You've finally woken up. You've been in a coma 3 months. After you resisted the 7 green-inch poison, and it's been half a year. Several old ministers burst into tears and knelt down beside the Emperor. You are, Master gone? And Master Liu and Master Shi. Did you cure me? The Emperor recognized many acquaintances at a glance, and greeted him with a fist. No, your Majesty's words are serious. How can I have the ability to heal you? It's Miss Ning, who passed by our dynasty, cared about the development of the people of our dynasty, kindly helped His Majesty, and healed your dragon body. It was Miss Ning. This little friend Lin Chen. The chief alchemist in the palace hurriedly spoke, the Emperor's eyes flashed. Although he was weak, but his experience was still there, and he recognized Ning Qingshuan's extraordinariness at a glance, and immediately said respectfully, My lord, Xing Tianhu, thank you miss for your kindness. In front of Ning Qingshan, the Emperor did not dare to call himself Zhen. No need to be polite, Your Majesty, there is a price for me to save you. I passed by your dynasty a few days ago. Although the dynasty was prosperous, the people were suffering and wailing, and they were already in a situation where water and fire were incompatible. I hope that you will overcome the difficulties of life and death this time. The kindness of the dynasty can be returned to the hundreds of millions of people in the dynasty, and the system of the dynasty can be rebuilt so that everyone should have the qualifications to pursue happiness. Ning Qingshuan's ethereal voice was like a goddess proclaiming that the sentence of destiny had a trace of supreme majesty that was irresistible, which made Xing Tianhu tremble and said respectfully, Yes, I must abide by the instructions of the young lady, take the people as the heaven, cultivate the system of the dynasty, return the mountains and rivers to the people, and help the people of Li and the people. You have just finished expelling the poison, so we won't disturb you for the time being. After your cultivation is stable, it will not be too late for us to discuss it in detail. Ning Qingxian turned around and left. Many masters of medicine refining, Ning Danqing, and Ning Qingxue all retreated in turn and left the attic. Among the people who left the scene, only Lin Chen frowned. Outside the attic. Danqing, you have already lost this competition. When Ning Qingxian turned to Ning Danqing, she spoke calmly. The latter's body trembled. Ning Qingxue showed off her white little tiger teeth, smilingly holding the jade box sealed with the fighting spirit, and placed it in front of Ning Danqing. Draw it, you can't even compare to a rogue, you deserve to draw this penalty ticket. Ning Danqing was trembling with anger, took a deep breath for a while, and put his hand into the jade box with a look of death. Everyone in the audience looked at Ning Danqing in anticipation. What punishment sign would he draw? If it was his own, it would be wiped out on the spot. With the character of this young lady, it is absolutely impossible to be soft-hearted. After hesitating again and again, Ning Danqing's palm slowly stretched out from the punishment box. But when he spread out the contents of the punishment sign, he first breathed a sigh of relief, but before he was finished, the corners of his mouth trembled a few times. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen and Ning Qingshue's laughter sounded almost at the same time, when everyone urged their fighting spirit to observe carefully. The penalty ticket Ning Danqing drew was Lin Chen's. The content of the penalty ticket: finish the following postures in the most populous position of the capital dynasty and continue for a quarter of an hour. Put your palms behind your back and turn your hands backwards, cross your two toes and insert your thumbs into your nostrils, and lick your tongue to the tip of your nose. This penalty ticket is much more ruthless than others. Except for Ning Danqing's own self-determination penalty sign, this is the most ruthless one. Please start your show. Lin Chen laughed until tears almost came out. Ning Qingxue stared at Ning Danqing full of expectation. Miss I. Ning Danqing was about to speak, but Ning Qingshuan's tone became a little indifferent. Ning Danqing, people of my clan, how can you not believe what you say? With just one sentence, Ning Danqing immediately froze, pursing his lips and clenching his teeth. Since the young lady has said this, then Danqing will do it. In the Tianhu dynasty, the capital is located in the center of the Tianhu square, and the flow of people is always more than 1 million. Today, when the sun sets, the Tianhu square is crowded with people, on a high platform for publicity. On weekdays, the Xuanfa High platform is used when there is an emergency in the dynasty to be announced. Today's stage, but suddenly there is a young talent with heroic spirit. He was dressed in white, with heroic eyebrows, a straight waist and a slender figure. He had the skin of a girl's dream lover. Before everyone could realize who this person was and why he appeared on the emergency stage in Tianhu Square, he made an amazing move. I saw, he was sitting on the ground, palms folded behind his back. Then, he broke off his bare feet and inserted his two thumbs into his nostrils, startling all the people, sectarian organizations, caravans, traders, and soldiers who passed by Tianhu Square, all staring at this handsome young man in stunned eyes. My God, what is this young man doing? What a good son, why is your brain sick? Hey! I'm a mother, this mother seems to be a master at the level of the earth. Oldly? Are you sure you read it right? How could such a young earth demon realm be possible? Where did this idiot come from? He looks so dignified and upright. I don't know how much better than those dandy sons. How could he do such a stupid thing. What the hell is this pose? I've never seen it before. Just when the crowds in the four directions were terrified, Ning Danqing was so angry that his teeth were almost clenched. But he still tried to open his mouth, and then the tip of the tongue slowly licked to the tip of the nose, and everyone in the audience gasped even more. What ruthless man! Really cruel. Someone Lin and Ning Qingxue, who were outside the square, were rolling on the floor with laughter, and tears came out. It's so fucking happy, ha ha ha. This kid was arrogant as soon as he entered the imperial city. He opened his mouth to a pariah and closed his mouth to a wild dog. I don't know how many times more mad than us. Yeah, that's right. Who let his tail go to the sky? We were not as crazy as him when we were young and frivolous, when we became third-order alchemists. Numerous medicine refining masters clapped their hands in secret. Ning Danqing's strange posture lasted for a full quarter of an hour, not a second. Not a second, and his body was full of fighting spirit, murderous. Lin Chen. You wait for me. In front of the crowd in the square, Ning Danqing roared angrily, then walked in the air and angrily left. This scene scared the people's faces to change, and walked in the air? Could it be that he is the powerhouse of the heavenly astral realm? In addition to being amazed, everyone was curious about how this Tianjiao figure, who was suspected of being in the heavenly astral realm, could make such a move. Where is this Lin Chen sacred? At this moment, a high-ranking official also stepped onto the stage and announced loudly, "Today, it's a memorable day. My Majesty was rescued by the Master of Alchemy, Mr. Lin Chen, and woke up today. The dragon's life is revived, and the world is ruled. Today, the world will be amnesty, the warehouse will be released, and the world will be aided. Competitors, Mr. Ning Danqing was defeated by Mr. Lin Chen. According to the regulations of the competition between the two sides, Ning Danqing has completed the punishment for the loser, and hereby declares." As soon as this statement came out, the whole square was in an uproar. The young Tianjiao, who flew away just now, turned out to be a master of medicine refining. The powerhouses of some sects are very aware that the emperor of the Tianhu dynasty is so poisonous that even a fifth-order pharmacist is not sure. The other defeated Mr. Lin Chen, I am afraid, is even more shocking. Even the fifth-order alchemy master has not completed things, but he has conquered it. It turned out to be the punishment for failing the competition. No wonder the young man just acted like this. At such a young age, he is already a master of medicine refining at the 9th level of the Earth Fiend realm. It's terrifying. Tisk, what's more terrifying is the one named Lin Chen. He actually defeated the Peerless Tianjiao, who flew away in the air, and healed the king of the Tianhu dynasty. The powerful people from all sides have different opinions, and they are full of amazement and curiosity about the name of Lin Chen. Outside the square, among Lin Chen's group, Ning Qingxian spoke suddenly, with a serious tone. "Mr. Lin Chen, I have something to discuss with you, please come with me." Lin Chen was stunned and smiled casually. Could it be that Miss Ning Qingxian has any reward for me? Just in time, I have something I want to talk to you about. Ning Qingxue rolled her quirky eyes and was about to follow the two of them out of curiosity, but Ning Qingxian threw an order of "don't follow up," and the little girl could only leave in aggrieved. Before leaving, Xiaonizi glared at Lin Chen fiercely, as if she felt that because of him, her sister didn't take her with her. Yuding Lake, the lake is sparkling. This is a quiet valley outside the Imperial City. Lin Chen and Ning Qingxian, who did not show their true appearance, were standing in a pavilion by the lake. Now, Lin Chen was a little flustered, and even wanted to run away from the scene. Come on. Under the veil, Ning Qingxuan's beautiful eyes flashed with anticipation. Miss Ning Qingxian, this is not good. Someone Lin swallowed and his breathing became heavy. You didn't say that at the beginning, do you want to go back on it? The beauty's questioning made Lin hesitated and said in a difficult way. Miss Ning Qingxian, I am a principled person. This doesn't conflict with your principles, right? Keeping promises is just right. Seeing that the beautiful woman did not intend to let go of her tone at all, someone Lin's heart beat faster and faster. How to do? If you do, maybe your handsome name will be ruined. But if you don't do it, you will regret it, and it's not fair to others. Then I'm here. Lin Chen gritted his teeth fiercely, and put his hand on. Put it in the jade box with the punishment ticket. Yes, that's right. Lin Chen didn't pass the original test. Ning Qingxian came out to Lin Chen just to tell him about it. The content of the competition set up by the two was to heal Xing Tianhu, and, at the same time, to restore his original cultivation. However, Xing Tianhu, before the poisoning, was in the late stage of the first stage of the Tiangang realm. After detoxification, because part of it was eroded by toxins, his cultivation base fell back to the middle stage of the first stage of the Tiangang realm. Yes. Strictly speaking, Lin Chen is indeed not a winner. Lin Chen, who reached out to the jade box and touched it, felt uneasy. If he draws some punishing content that is too explosive, his end will be no better than that of Ning Danqing. Huh? What's going on? Lin Chen looked around and found that there was only a penalty note in the jade box. He looked up at Ning Qingxian in shock and astonishment, and the latter stared at him with an elegant and ethereal smile. Only one? Isn't this little fairy trying to fuck me? If she asks me to take Ning Danqing's one, will I really kill myself on the spot? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, but then he thought about it. Ning Qingxian didn't need to give himself the motive to draw that one. As if he had regained some confidence in his heart, Lin Chen took out the only punishment ticket in the jade box. After taking it out, the punishment sign clearly reads, Please give Miss Ning Qingxian a coming-of-age gift. Seeing this sign, Lin Chen froze in place. This? Lin Chen looked at Ning Qingxian in disbelief. She turned to stare at the sparkling lake, her beautiful eyes turned upside down, and she whispered to herself. The day after tomorrow is my 20th birthday. In my clan, if I reach 20 years old, I will completely give up my personal freedom and dedicate everything to my clan. So, this last day will be my last free period. Mr. Lin Chen, perhaps my only friend outside the family, you are very unique. I want to talk to you about me and hear your heart. La. I don't know if you are willing to listen. That night, Yuasha Pavilion Lake. Young and beautiful, their eyes are facing each other, and between each other's eyes, there is a pure and single light. Appreciate further details. Hearing Lin Chen's answer, Ning Qingxian slowly closed her eyes, and Konggu Yolan's voice sounded softly and gracefully. When chaos was born, the heaven and the earth gave birth to an eternal holy fire, which has the power to create and destroy the world. At that time, there appeared the first batch of human races who could bathe in the holy fire and accept the baptism of the holy fire. A transformation that transcends the ordinary human race. And within each clan that has been baptized by the holy fire, the one with The highest talent is also called the Holy Son or the Holy Daughter. I am the ancient family of Lingzhou, one of the saintess of the Ning family. Talking about this, Ning Qingshuan's always elegant and refined expression showed a complex and struggling expression. I am different from the saintess of the ancient forces. My life has long been decided what kind of person I want to become, what path I want to take, what kind of mentality and fighting spirit I want to cultivate, who I want to marry, or where to live in the family. Ning Qingshuan's jade hand couldn't help clenching tightly, and her ethereal voice trembled slightly. I was born with the envy of ordinary people, even if they were poor and ordinary. But they were born free, and even though their lives were short, they could dare to love and hate, to fight against the world, and against fate. Compared with my heart of even resistance, for those who have none, how great and brave are mortals. No. It's not like that, you're wrong. Seeing that Ning Qingshuan's mood was getting lower and lower, Lin Chen interrupted her. Miaomu stared at Lin Chen in surprise, and Ning Qingxian stared at him curiously. Mortals are not free, they have more oppression and threats to face. Even though the world is not absolutely fair, the opportunities given are equal. What about a prescribed life, a person who truly desires freedom, no matter what? At no time will he feel that freedom has come too late, he has always been free on the road to freedom. Lin Chen grabbed Ning Qingshuan's jade shoulder, his eyes were more serious and solemn than ever. You are just willing to accept your fate. As long as you are willing to resist fate, you are always free, because you are pursuing the path you desire. Ning Qingxian stared blankly at the serious and immature face of the young man, a touch of comprehension and radiance quietly spawned in her heart. At this moment, the roar ripped apart the sky. Hoo hoo hoo. The earth trembled in fear, and the earth-shattering dragon roar spread throughout the capital of the dynasty, and the overbearing dragon's might swept away thousands of miles of clouds. All the commoners in the dynasty looked up at the sky, no one was surprised. No one was shocked. Under the bright moonlight, a huge real dragon with 9 heads and feet of 100 feet was born, and the dragon's might is unparalleled in the world. Sweeping the heavens. 5-clawed golden dragon, Shantian wood dragon, blue sea blue dragon, scarlet flame red dragon, Song Mang earth dragon, ancient blue dragon, crazy devouring dragon, starfall heavenly dragon, moonlight rain dragon. Kowloon is like clouds and rain, flying clouds and fog, neatly lined up and flying over the entire capital of the dynasty. They seem to have traveled through time and space, from that ancient era, to the world. What's even more mysterious is that their dragon capital is tied with golden chains, and the 9 dragons are pulling a splendid palace sedan chair. It is unimaginable for all mortals to look up at that miraculous palace sedan chair. What kind of person is fit to sit in it? Kowloon carrying a sedan chair, who is the holy lady of that young lady? As the emperor, Xing Tianhu stood in the palace, looking up at the 9 dragons, only trembling like an ant. Not only the Tianhu dynasty, but the powerhouses, with a radius of 100,000 miles were all drawn by the opportunity of the 9 dragons, and they all turned their shocking eyes to the direction of the Tianhu dynasty. Kowloon lifts the sedan chair. In the end, who is the supreme being able to have such a big deal? Underworld? 24 domains? This is by no means a height that secular forces can reach. Che, is that guy Ning Danqing? There's still a day left for my sister's coming of age ceremony, and she arrived so quickly. Ning Qingshui gritted her silver teeth lightly and swept in the direction of Lin Chen and Ning Qingxian. Jiolong carried the sedan chair forward slowly until it reached the height of thousands of feet in the valley where Lin Chen and Ning Qingxian were located. Is this sent by your family to pick you up? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, his expression solemn. The nine-headed real dragon carrying the sedan chair alone is second only to his own ancient Qinglong, and any one of them is enough to match the late stage of the first stage of the heavenly astral realm. Yes, I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Sorry, I made you listen to some willful words, but I will definitely remember your advice. Ning Qingxian smiled lightly. Lin Chen frowned, and turned to look at the nine-headed dragon in the sky. At this moment, four slender young figures jumped down from the dragon's back. Of the nine-headed dragon. Ning family, Ning Zhan, is here to pick up the lady. In order to avoid accidents, we need to return to the family in advance. Please be considerate of the lady. The young man at the head was armed with a war spear. He was arrogant, his eyes were domineering and cold, his face was cold, and he was wearing golden armor. I see, I still want to spend a little more time with my friends. Ning Qingxian nodded calmly, as if she had expected it. Friend? With all due respect, in these 24 domains, no pariah is qualified to be friends with you, miss. The young man stood up slowly, his eyes swept to Lin Chen. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly transformed into a hurricane-like energy, mixed with a sharp fighting energy, and slammed into Lin Chen. Bang! The entire pavilion was overturned into pieces. With just one look, the destructive power far surpassed the realm of evil. The strength of this young man has reached the realm of the first layer of the heavenly astral realm. His actual age is only about 25 years old. This kind of terrifying talent is even more terrifying than the Lingzhou Tianjiao that Lin Chen encountered in the secret realm of the evil king. Ning Zhan, what are you doing? Ning Qingxian questioned coldly. She, who has always been elegant and refined, felt a trace of anger for the first time. Don't be angry, miss, my subordinates are just cleaning up the trash for miss. A mortal who is at the 7th level of the Earth Fiend realm is not qualified to stand by your side. Ning Zhan said respectfully, and Ning Qingshuan's tone became colder. You mean, you can disrespect my wishes, don't you? Ning Zhan was expressionless, and said indifferently. My subordinates don't dare, but this subordinate is carrying the Holy King's order. We must ensure the absolute safety of the young lady. Even if the young lady's order is necessary, it cannot shake the subordinate's decision. Ning Zhan held a sapphire token with the word Holy King engraved on it, which completely made Ning Qingshuan's heart feel a touch of despair. Her pupils gradually lost their past spirituality and brilliance, leaving only the indifference that gradually dimmed. Are all these people now mad dogs, the kind that bark when they meet? At this moment, the young man's chuckle sounded, and in the crack 100 meters away from the shattered pavilion, Lin Chen withdrew his fighting spirit, patted the dust on his shoulder. His face was flat and calm. Seeing that Lin Chen was fine, Ning Qingxian breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly said, Lin Chen, hurry up. Ning Yu, Ning Long, escort the lady back to the sedan chair. Ning Zhan suddenly drank coldly, and the other two young people who were also in the heavenly astral realm stood in front of Ning Qingxian. Ning Zhan, do you dare? For the first time, Ning Qingxian scolded angrily and coldly, making the two youths from the heavenly astral realm apologize. Sorry, miss, how offended. The two opened their arms to form an indestructible cube of fighting spirit, imprisoned Ning Qingxian, and immediately levitated into the air, forcibly taking Ning Qingxian to the Jiolong Palace sedan chair. Cousin Ning Zhan, it's this kid. Ning Danqing stared at Lin Chen viciously and resentfully, wishing to cramp his muscles and peel his flesh. Are you the one who humiliated the people of my Ning family? It seems to be a little bit better than those rubbish mortals. If you can stick to my hands for half an hour, you can leave safely. If you can't do it, just kneel and climb over Ben Xiao's crotch, and I'll spare you a dog's life. Ning Zhan waved one hand, and a golden light barrier enveloped Lin Chen, forming a range of hundreds of feet wide, covering everything by the lake. Ning Zhan, what kind of a man are you in the Ning family? You bullied my elder sister and didn't accept the baptism of the holy fire of adulthood, and you still want to bully a mortal who is 7 or 8 years younger than you. At this moment, the girl's tender shout sounded, and Ning Qingxue stood outside the golden light barrier, scolding Ning Zhan angrily. It turned out to be Miss Qingxue, and my subordinates are going to pick you up. However, it must be after cleaning up some garbage. The corners of Ning Zhan's mouth outlined a trace of hideousness and murderousness. Just when he wanted to see how Lin Chen would react, Lin Chen ignored him from beginning to end. His purple-gold pupils had been staring at Ning Qingxian on the Jiulong Palace sedan from the very beginning. Her every move, as well as her gradually dimming eyes, were all in sight. He held the unique punishment lottery and carefully put it into the nailing ring. Lin Chen didn't speak, but his eyes seemed calmer than ever before. I haven't entered the world for a long time. I didn't expect the mortals to be so mad. It's time for you wild dogs to know who is the master of Lingzhou continent. Ning Zhan laughed in anger, the soles of his feet trembled, the ground shook, and cracks appeared in all directions. 10 sharp Gingjin edges burst out of the ground, plowing along the ground and slashing at Lin Chen. Boom! The land around the lake was cracked, and Ning Zhan's battle aura had the power to shatter mountains and rivers, and it was several times stronger than the ordinary Tiangang realm. The host activates the level 2 rechargeable rune, consumes 50,000 rune energy, and increases the attack power by 240%. The 9 Secrets of God's Desolation, Dark Devour. The dark attribute war aura like a roulette wheel was slapped on the ground angrily by Lin Chen, and the ground shook. The dark battle spirit swallows the mountains and rivers, and the domineering golden light is completely swallowed into nothingness during the rotation. The aftermath of the battle between the two made the entire valley crumbling, and cracks began to crumble in all directions. Young rank top-level combat skills, a bit capable, no wonder it's so crazy. Ning Zhan's sneer came from the void. Lin Chen urged Zi Jingtong, and his figure that escaped into the void suddenly appeared. Tear. The space was distorted. Ning Zhan held the golden tiger-headed spear in his hand, and the distance of 100 meters approached in an instant, and the tip of the spear turned around and stabbed at Lin Chen's head. With the black light rising to the sky, Lin Chen activated the 9 techniques of God's desolation, and activated the fire element's fighting spirit. Clang clang. The shadows of the guns danced wildly, the 2 guns tit for tat, and the golden lights shot and flashed indiscriminately. In just a dozen or so rounds, under the premise that Lin Chen was running Tian Gang's fighting spirit, his arms were still shaken, his arm bones were bent, and he was losing every step of the way. On the other hand, looking at Ning Zhan, Lin Chen had no effect on his attack. The strength of his body does not seem to be a mortal body at all. When the fighting spirit is running, it is full of brilliance. A streak of vibrant rays of light revolved on his body. This was the first time Lin Chen saw such an opponent. But so, die. Ning Zhan sneered disdainfully, the golden spear smashed down in the air, the space was twisted and turbulent, and he wanted to crush Lin Chen's head with one blow. The host activates the level 2 slow rune, which consumes 50,000 rune energy. Activate level 2 charging rune, consume 100,000 rune energy, and increase the attack power by 300%. A gray-white talisman suddenly appeared out of thin air in the space between the two, and Ning Zhan's fighting spirit and movements paused for a moment. The purple phoenix wings fluttered and the purple flames rolled, and Lin Chen's palms, which were already ready to go, suddenly flipped and shot out, facing him in front of his breastplate. Thunderbolt Light Fury. The Thunder-type battle aura pierced through the void like an electric dragon. And the Light-type battle energy turned into a fist-sized energy ball that exploded. The entire valley set off a huge energy storm that illuminated the entire night. How could this kid perform such a terrifying attack? The expression of Ning Danqing, who was watching the battle, changed slightly. And he was jealous of Lin Chen. The energy storm passed away. Lin Chen urged Zijintong, and couldn't help but cross a trace of surprise. In the void, Ning Zhan walked in the air, with messy hair, and the armor on. His chest shattered, revealing faint bloodstains. Minor injury? That's a 300% charge rune, just breaking his armor for minor injuries? Lin Chen frowned, and under the cover of purple gold pupils, he vaguely saw a wave of energy flowing through Ning Zhan's body for the first time, making his life extremely strong. Lin Chen, don't fight him. Ning Zhan has been baptized by my family's holy fire. You are not his opponent. Ning Qingxue was furious and reminded Lin Chen. In terms of mortals, your strength is still reluctant, but in front of my family, you are not even an ant. Jin Zhan gasified to form a fierce tiger, several dozen feet tall. Ning Zhan stepped on the golden light fierce tiger, and sneered sneeringly. Today, the young master wants to see how hanging the body of this holy fire baptism is. Lin Chen suddenly drank, his hands shoved, and the gray-white light disillusioned the void. The flow of spiritual energy in the space has become extremely slow in an instant, as if time has slowed down. Ning Zhan's demeanor, for the first time, has a terrified look. The host activates the level 2 slow rune, which consumes 400,000 rune energy. Boom! The gray and white talisman was born, suppressing the heavens and the world, and incorporating it into the galaxy. Stop the space. 400,000 rune power. This is the first time that Lin Chen used so much rune energy to activate a characteristic rune. The powerful rune energy made Ning Zhan unable to even ask for help, and there was only panic in his pupils. What? Ning Danqing's face changed suddenly. He clenched his teeth fiercely, and exerted all his strength to use his unique skills. Golden light jumped into space, and attacked Lin Chen's back. Jingfeng breaking heaven palm. Ning Danqing's cold drink suddenly sounded behind Lin Chen, and his palm turned a sword-like light of Gangjin, stabbing Lin Chen's back angrily. Despicable, 2-on-1 sneak attack. Ning Qingxue screamed badly, and bit her teeth lightly. Qinglong. Come out. Let me see if your body baptized by the holy fire can withstand the full beating of my Qinglong. Between the electric light and flint, a green dragon claw in the void pushed the mountains and rivers across the river, and it was shot out in anger, tearing Ning Zhan's fierce fighting tiger with one claw. The dragon tail swept the galaxy, carrying the power of shattering Xingyun to remake it angrily, and Ning Danqing, who was trying to sneak attack in one hit. The dragon's claws were raised high, slammed down, and the Chao Ning Zhan was crushed by the violent wind and rain. Boom! The entire valley was swept up in an earth-shattering energy storm, and the battle air barrier that Ning Zhan had set up before was completely shattered. The energy of the entire lake began to evaporate rapidly, and the terrifying energy fluctuations shattered the ground cracks that were thousands of meters long. Ning Zhan was hit to a depth of 1,000 meters, his ribs were broken, his flesh was blurred, and even his body that had been baptized by the holy fire could not withstand the fierce bombardment of the ancient Qinglong. The mad attack lasted for nearly 5 breaths before Ning Zhan broke through the shackles of rune energy. Dive Tiger Broken Soul Claw. Ning Zhan supported the serious injury, and recklessly counterattacked with a palm, and when he slightly shook back the blue dragon claws that were smashing. In turn, he fled to the ground in a hurry. 8 lights and profound shadows. Ning Zhan, who desperately urged his life-saving secret method, turned into 8 mysterious lights and fled to the void outside the valley. The 8 mysterious lights merged, and Ning Zhan's figure appeared in the void again. When he stared in Lin Chen's direction, his eyes were full of shock and doubt. In the void, a behemoth reigns over the world. It is nearly 200 feet long, shaped like a long snake, with its limbs lying on a cross. It has 5 claws, a unicorn head, a carp tail, antlers like a deer, a face with long beards, scales like sapphire jade, and its dragon eyes burst out with a star-piercing ray of light. Hoo-ho-ho! Sensing the appearance of a dragon clan stronger than them, the 9-headed real dragon roared uncomfortably, staring at Lin Chen's ancient blue dragon, full of hostility. This kid actually conjured an ancient blue dragon out of thin air? Where did he come from? Ning Zhan clutched his wound with a shocked expression. He didn't even notice any signs in advance, and Lin Chen even hit a blue dragon with such terrifying combat power. The most important thing is his strange secret technique that seals his fighting spirit and body. When his secret technique was shot, there was no warning at all, not even the fluctuation of battle aura. Hard to guard against. Lin Chen stood on the top of the ancient Qinglong's head, holding Heiyuan, full of suffocation like a dragon, looking down on the world, dominating. Kyushu. Ning Qingxue lightly covered her red lips with both hands. Her eyes were full of splendor, full of amazement and shock. Ning Qingxian, who was on the palace sedan chair, felt ripples in his heart. And the originally gloomy expression rekindled a glimmer of hope. More than 3 months ago, Lin Chen was only a psychic realm under the battle soul realm. Today, less than 4 months later, he actually has the strength to rival the heavenly astral realm. At this time, Ning Danqing's scream resounded through the valley. Ah! Cousin, my hand! Ning Danqing fell into a huge pit, his right arm was missing, and was crushed into slag by the previous slap of the ancient Qinglong. It seems that the body of this holy fire baptism is not very beaten. Lin Chen's eyes were like knives, and he sneered. The ancient Qinglong spit out a dragon breath and locked Ning Zhan aggressively. Enough, don't fight anymore. At this moment, the situation was changing, and there was a constant old voice from the sedan chair of the 9 Dragons Palace. The 9-headed real dragon, who was still restless before, heard this voice and immediately became silent. Elder Shah? The corners of Ning Zhan's mouth bleed, and he floated up in the air, clenching his fists at the palace sedan. Ning Zhan, we're just picking up Mississippi. This young man has already proven his strength. If you continue to fight, you'll be humiliating yourself. The voice was as calm as water, Yu said. Although Ning Zhan's expression was extremely unwilling, he did not dare to Disobey the old man's will, and clasped his fists, with trembling hands. Yes. Ning Zhan knows. Young man, this Qinglong is of the same origin as you, not from your captivity or domestication. You have already proven your strength. We will never make things difficult for you again, but this young lady can't be delayed on her way home. If you have anything to do with it, you can find the Ning family in Lingzhou in the future, of course, if you can grow to this height. The old man's voice was passed into Lin Chen's ears through the air, and he could see at a glance that Lin Chen's ancient Qinglong was of the same origin as him, and its strength far surpassed that of Ning Zhan. At least, it is also a powerhouse above the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm. Don't worry, senior, I will definitely go to that place. Putting away the Heiyuan gun, Lin Chen clenched his fists at the high-altitude palace sedan. Then, he jumped off the ancient Qinglong, landed outside the valley, and came to Ning Qingxue. Sister Qingxue, please give this to Ning Qingxian. Lin Chen took out the punishment sign given to him by Ning Qingxian from the nailing ring and handed it to Ning Qingxue. Qingxue Nizi, come up, the clan elders have orders, the old man has no time for you. I saw. Ning Qingxue floated up and slowly flew towards the palace sedan chair. Before leaving, Ning Qingxue shouted seriously. Lin Chen, you must come to Ning's house, my sister and I are waiting for you. Lin Chen didn't speak, just nodded to her silently. Ning Zhan on the side helped Ning Danqing, the ancient Qinglong roared at them, and the two of them glanced at Lin Chen unwillingly, and flew to the Kowloon Palace sedan chair. Boom! The 9 dragons soared into the clouds and began to fly away from the Tianhu dynasty. Lin Chen swept into the giant pit, took away all the attribute light balls, and also took a dropped attribute treasure chest. The host obtained 750,000 points of gold energy, 880,000 points of fighting spirit essence, 120,000 points of martial arts essence, 10,000 points of spiritual power, and 30,000 points of rune energy. After taking away the attribute light ball, Lin Chen looked up at the starry sky, quietly watching the direction Ning Qingxian was leaving, and after watching the palace sedan leave, he took a deep breath. Lingzhou Ningjia. After one night, the Tianhu dynasty had different opinions about the Kowloon sedan chair the night before. Lin Chen, on the other hand, returned to the dynasty, met with Xing Tianhu, and implemented Ning Qingshuan's previous ideas. Saving Xing Tianhu is just so that he can better protect the people and stop them from suffering too much. Lin Chen stated to Xing Tianhu and the civil and military officials that if he couldn't do it, he would personally kill Xing Tianhu and destroy their dynasty. No one in the dynasty dared to disobey Lin Chen's wishes. Everyone knows that. The battle outside the dynasty last night was caused by this seemingly childish young man. After completing this, Lin Chen immediately left the Nether Realm and returned to the Desolate Realm branch. In a boudoir of the sedan chair of the 9 Dragons Palace, the beautiful lady slowly opened the note with only 2 lines engraved on it. Please give Miss Ning Qingxian a coming-of-age gift. I will make you mortal. A purple veil fell down, and the woman's ethereal and graceful chuckle echoed in the boudoir. Then I'll be waiting for you. Wasteland, Tianga Academy. The bald old man who was sitting cross-legged in the void suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Where is the holy place? Dare to break into my Tianga Academy? The stream of purple flames swept across the sky at an extremely fast speed, making the bald old man stand guard. Senior bald, shouldn't you even recognize your own students? The young man's chuckle resounded in the sky, the purple phoenix wings flapped, and when Lin Chen stepped in the air and hovered in front of the old bald man, there was still a playful smile on his mouth. Lin Chen? My dear, why did you come back? Huh? You have broken through to the 7th level of the Earth Demon realm. The old man was ecstatic, and when he looked at Lin Chen, he found that he actually gave him a faint sense of crisis. It seems that you have gained a lot from this trip. It's just right. Someone came to play today. It's just in time for your kid to come back. The bald old man smiled, and someone Lin suddenly realized, revealing a coquettish smile that was tacitly understood. Yo, there are still people who dare to come to our wasteland branch to play. Don't worry, I will let him go. College Square. More than a dozen people stood there, and 2 students from the wasteland branch were still in a pool of blood. Just relying on this broken place can still win 15 places in the general hospital assessment? No one will believe it. This is the wasteland branch that defeated the Tianyu branch? It's true or false. How come there is no one who can pick me up? A young man in brocade with a single sword sneered. Hundreds of old students from the inner courtyard were filled with righteous indignation. They listened to what the bald old man said. This group of people are the distinguished guests of their wasteland branch, so they dare not neglect. Unexpectedly, the other party not only did not appreciate it, but also dared to hurt the people in their inner courtyard. Hey, what is the Tianyu branch? Our Mingyu is the #1 branch of the 24 this year. I'm talking about you. Just because you rubbish go to the general hospital to participate in the assessment, you will die. Why don't you give the quota to our Mingyu branch? In Japan, our senior brother Meng Xingchen can come to your branch to be a guest. Love you more. What about the female students? Ha ha ha. A group of young men and women humiliated every old student in the inner courtyard with their foul language. Everyone gritted their teeth and dared not speak. They can clearly see the strength of these guys. Hong Fei, who ranks in the top 25 and 29 in the inner court, can't even handle the 2 moves of these guys. They are students Tianjiao from the Mingyu branch. This time to participate in the general hospital assessment, I passed by the wasteland and came to see what kind of crouching tiger, hidden dragon, the legendary wasteland branch that defeated the Tianyu branch. What a fucking wasteland. Lin Chen, who dares to claim to be the #1 in the 24 regions. What a bunch of bullshit. They're all a bunch of shrunken turtles. If you have the ability, ask him to come out and fight with my senior Meng Xingchen. The 2 young Tianjiao spat in disdain, and the corners of their mouths were full of sneers. You are not allowed to insult junior brother Lin Chen. A icy sword energy slashed into the void, and the eyes of the 2 young Tianjiao were condensed. The yellow war energy condensed their palms, and the palm was shot out. The airflow collapsed and turned into 2 ferocious, cracking claws. The conflict between the 2 sides collided, and the waves exploded. The beautiful woman walked slowly with slender jade legs. Her eyebrows were curved, her face was beautiful, and she had the beauty of national color and heavenly fragrance. The light blue dress perfectly outlined her exquisite and plump figure. Shuang glanced at the dozen or so people. Wow, here comes the best. The young man in brocade with a single sword whistled and greedily looked at the beautiful woman's exquisite figure. You can question us, but you are not allowed to insult junior brother Lin Chen. Also, this is not the place to fight. If you want to fight, just follow me to the arena. Ling Yanjia is the Su Lan who acted with Lin Chen before. After these 4 months of transformation, her ranking has been ranked in the top 20 in the inner courtyard, and her real strength is at the top 10 level. Come on, there are not many opportunities to fight against such a top-notch. Girl, you guys step aside, I'll go first. The brocade-clothed youth smiled evilly and followed closely behind. Everyone looked at each other, some ran to inform the elders, and some followed to the arena together. Arena. More and more old students from the inner courtyard gathered, and everyone shouted and supported Su Lan. On top of the ranking arena, Su Lan and the young man in brocade are opposed to each other. Beauty, how about you and me? Yu Hong is famous for treating women well. The young man in brocade clothes, Yu Hongxia, smiled, and before he could finish speaking, the sound of his sword came out of the sheath. Choking. Without further ado, Su Lan suddenly drew his sword. 10 ice blue swords of war slashed open a road of ice and snow that was dozens of feet long, and the icy sword chi froze the air and slashed at Yu Hong. Hey, bug carving trick. Yu Hong turned a knife into his hand and swept it out, a blood-colored knife. Light swallowed the light clutch, strangling Su Lan's sword shadow. Sigh. Unexpectedly, the cold air under Yu Hong's feet rose, instantly freezing his legs. The sword is sharp, and Su Lan's figure quietly emerges from behind him, and stabs behind him in a volley. Clang. A violent metal collision sounded, and Yu Hong did not know when to draw his sword. His sword was as spiritual as it would block Su Lan's sword. Little beauty has some skills, then I won't let you. Yu Hong laughed evilly, the sword danced wildly, and the swordsmanship slashed one after another like a tidal wave, and Su Lan was instantly suppressed in just one encounter. Sword, light and sword shadow, every sword light is mixed with murderous aura. Like a gust of wind and rain, one knife after another, Su Lan only has dozens of rounds to fight back. Taking advantage of the suppressed momentum, Yu Hong reached out and grabbed Su Lan's plump mountains. Let everyone shout, shameless in their hearts. Su Lan clenched her teeth tightly and twisted her waist, barely avoiding his clutches. But then, his blade technique was even more violent, and he actually reached his thigh for the second time. Ha ha ha, I'm not surprised, I'm not surprised. Yu Hong smiled and laughed again and again, and there was a strong possessiveness in his eyes. Su Lan's face instantly became colder, she forcibly retreated, and the shadow turned around, avoiding Yu Hong's palm at the same time. The sharpness entrained by the blade suddenly blasted her with her sword. This kind of strength makes many old students take a deep breath. This Yu Hong from Mingyu branch is no different than Ling Chanyu before. Elder sister. A beautiful figure rushed into the ring and supported Su Lan, who was bleeding from the corner of her mouth. It was her twin sister, Su Lan. My mother, it's still for the twins. It's a surprise, a surprise. I want it. This time. Yu Hong laughed wildly and rushed towards the two sisters. Su Lan's eyes were shining brightly, and she planned to defend her sister too. The death. Since almost all the top 20 old students in the inner courtyard were gone, the incident happened suddenly, and everyone could only watch helplessly as the two sisters were about to fall into the clutches of Yu Hong. Tear. Boom. A knife-like sonic boom suddenly sounded, and a vague afterimage appeared in the arena like a ghost, and no one at the scene could detect it in advance. The afterimage swept in front of Yu Hong, and kicked Yu Hong's chin from bottom to top, instantly shattering his bones and teeth. Accompanied by the sound of his bones shattering was the sneer of the boy. What is a surprise? Pressing his palm on his Tianling cover, the young man patted Hong Yu Hong back to his original position, making him stand there forcibly. Yu Hong suddenly vomited blood, with horror and fear on his face. He found that his fighting spirit and body were so slow that they could barely function. The Tianjiao of the other Mingyu branch also appeared in a similar situation to Yu Hong. His fighting spirit and body were as slow as tortoises, and he could hardly even perform normal actions. The two daughters of the Su Lan sisters stared blankly at the silver-robed boy standing in front of them. The silver robe is rolled up, the waist is like a gun, the body is slender. The sharp eyes seem to contain the stars and the sea, the childish face showing a cold and domineering, the corner of the mouth faintly outlines the evil charm and crazy smile. When the familiar face appeared, the two sisters felt incomparable peace of mind and an unprecedented sense of security. Everyone in the audience was stunned in place, and a shock that was as familiar as before flooded into their hearts. The young man grabbed Yu Hong's arm and smashed him to the ground like a hammer, smashing the entire arena into pieces. What a surprise! The boy's cold drink resounded throughout the arena. Lifting his foot and stepping on it, the young man smashed Yu Hong's arm with one foot and kicked him like a ball in the direction of everyone in the Mingyu branch. The teenager rolled up his sleeves and jumped off the ring. Everyone in the underworld branch can't move. What a fucking surprise. Clap clap clap. The teenagers slapped each of them on the spot and slapped a few young talents away. What a fucking surprise. Lin Chen raised his palm and twitched again. Bang bang bang. Everyone was pumped away on the spot, and two of them were almost slapped on the spot, and their neck bones were broken. After pumping everyone away, the young man turned to face all the old students in the audience and smiled. Everyone, tell them what a surprise is. The old students looked at each other and laughed heartily. The surprise is that our senior Lin Chen is back. Surprise is the most handsome single king. Damn, we have a traitor, hit him. Lin Chen, all the old students in the audience laughed heartily. Afterwards, he walked to the two daughters of Su Lan's sisters, stared at Su Lan, and asked with a rare seriousness, "Are you all right?" Looking at his seriously concerned face, the sisters' pretty faces turned red. For no reason. How did this guy become so serious after a trip? He was still not used to it. For a while, seemingly seeing through the thoughts of the two girls, Lin Chen said in a serious manner, "Well, I stopped talking. It seems that the injury is very serious. Look at this chest, it is swollen. I feel distressed when I see it, senior sister, Su Lan, I will rub it for you." "Hey, Su Lan, you kick, what am I doing?" "I carry a gun, be careful, oh my god, it hurts." Just as the beautiful lady, Su Lan, was flushed with anger and kicked and punched the hooligan, a majestic old man's voice sounded angrily. "What a big dog, dared to hurt the students of my Mingyu branch." As soon as the words fell, a huge hand with 100 feet of fighting spirit descended from the sky, containing the power to crush mountains and stars, penetrate the clouds, and shoot at Lin Chen. The two sisters turned pale. This turned out to be a shot from a Tiangang realm powerhouse. "Lin Chen, hurry up." Su Lan was so anxious that she pushed Lin Chen away, and she herself rushed towards the big fighting hand. "Lanner, don't." Su Lan's pretty face was pale, and Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. "I beat the little mad dog, and the old mad dog ran out too. But this girl is too stupid and cute, right?" The purple phoenix wings suddenly unfolded, and Lin Chen soared into the sky and hugged Su Lan. He flipped over with one hand, and the white light flickering palm condensed a circular energy ball and threw it out. The host consumes 10,000 rune energy, activates the level 2 rechargeable rune, and increases the attack power by 200%. Light Fury. The white light energy ball and the fighting spirit collided suddenly, and an explosion of energy swept all directions from the high altitude of the arena. Fortunately, the height of the attack was high enough to not hurt the students. The afterglow of the energy explosion turned into dots of light scattered on Lin Chen's side face. Su Lan in the young man's arms couldn't help but be a little ecstatic. All the old students in the inner courtyard were stunned. Lin Chen actually received a blow from the heavenly astral realm head-on? Could it be that in just a few months, he has grown to the astral realm? Two old men, one black and one white, stepped into the air and stood in the air. The black-robed old man's eyes were full of disbelief. How is it possible? Isn't this kid at the 7th level of the Earth Fiend realm? How can he take on the attack of this old man head-on? This son's martial arts and combat skills are very strange, be careful. The white-robed old man's eyes narrowed, like a bald old man. He actually felt a vague sense of crisis in Lin Chen. Okay, it's all my own, what's there to fight? The clouds dissipated, and the old man sat on an auspicious cloud floating in the high sky of the arena, and glanced lazily at the second old man. Baby old ghost, we brought students to visit your college. Is this how you treat our students? The white-robed old man said with a sneering smile. Aha, everyone knows this stuff, so you don't have to open your crotch to talk. Shit. The old man took a sip of wine and said nothing. This bald old ghost, our students came out after being beaten, it's not a thing. The black-robed old man gritted his teeth, but he never thought of the faces of his students when they humiliated the old students of the Wasteland branch. Lin Chen, how can you be so rude to the guests, and then you will go to the punishment hall to receive 300 plates later? You mustn't make any mistakes. The bald old man pretended to be stern, and Lin Chen immediately shouted. Injustice. No students. It's these seniors from other branches who want to know what a surprise is. I just explained the meaning and positioning of surprise to them. I don't have to be rude to them. If you don't believe me, ask everyone present. Someone Lin sang with the bald old man, causing the black and white old man to grit his teeth and sneer. Baby old ghost, you don't have to pretend, since you don't welcome us here. Then we'll see you during the assessment. The second old man, black and white, waved his hand, and the dozen people who were sent flying by Lin Chen were wrapped in a fighting spirit and floated up. Among them, a handsome young man in white stared at Lin Chen viciously. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This person is the strongest student in the Mingyu branch, and it must be that Meng Xingchen. However, under the sneak attack of Lin Chen's slow rune just now, all of them could not move. Lin Chen's slap was no joke, and even his teeth were broken several times. Hey, why are you doing this? It's okay to occasionally have a little spark in the friction between the juniors. If that's the case, then I won't be far away. The bald old man seemed to be sighing, but he was actually driving people away. The old face of the second old man shook a few times, and left with a cold snort. Seeing the second old man leave, the old students in the arena cheered with excitement one after another. How long do you want to hug? The beautiful woman's blushing and angry cheeks reminded Lin of Su Lan's existence, smiled embarrassingly, and landed back to the ground. Su Lan hurriedly ran back to her sister, and someone Lin sighed in admiration. Nice body. When Su Lan heard it, Pretty blushed as if Xiao was burning, and turned around and gave him a fierce look. Okay, little guy, I'll take you to meet your class 66 first. The old bald yawned and smiled lazily. Lin Chen unfolded his purple phoenix wings, flew to the void, nodded, and smiled. Just right, I also miss these guys, I'll take the trouble to lead the way. You kid, you don't show off the mountains or the water. As soon as you come back, let me watch a good show, ha ha ha. The old bald patted Lin Chen's shoulder with satisfaction, and then waved his hand. You two girls are also coming together. After all, you are also in class 66. The old man took Lin Chen and the two daughters into the clouds and headed to a very deep mountain in the branch, Tianqiao Mountain. A secret room, many old students from the inner courtyard gathered. Why can they occupy 5 places without any effort? We are not convinced. That's right, it's our class 66 and big brother Lin Chen who won the fight. With those bastards. What are you mixing with? What do you mean we are still young and have a chance? Damn you. We have to give you opportunities when we are young? Do you really think we are stupid? Inside the secret room, many old students in the inner courtyard and everyone in class 66 were arguing. In the last team battle with the Tianyu branch, the Wasteland branch won 15 places, but the allocation of the places has never been balanced. Class 66 hopes to compete for 10 places, but many mentors and elders in the inner courtyard believe that opportunities should be reserved for other students with the strongest potential and strength. After a round of disputes, the place still could not be finalized. Although the old students respect Lin Chen, they have a rare opportunity to participate in the examination of the General Academy. If you can enter the General Hospital, it will be soaring into the sky, and there will be a foothold in Lingzhou. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and no one wants to let it go. At this moment, the door of the secret room was kicked open. Noisy, what's so noisy? With such a simple question, who is more handsome? Oh. No, who is stronger? Everyone looked around, and in the secret room of the silver-robed boy striding meteor, everyone in class 66 was ecstatic. Brother Lin Chen? The squad leader is back. Humph, this time the squad leader is back, let me see how you guys are suppressing our class 66. Everyone in class 66 immediately turned their momentum, and those old students and elders scratched their heads in embarrassment. What are you worried about? Since everyone has not yet reached a conclusion, I propose to hold a competition in half a month. Our class 66 will play against you old students. The winner will take the place, and the loser will have nothing to say. Lin Chen's remarks made the old students overjoyed, and the tutor in the inner courtyard couldn't see what was going on. Brother Lin Chen, if you are fighting alone, there are still many people in our class who are not their opponents. At this time, Ying Liang came over and said in a low voice, if you can't beat it, then you can't beat it. If you don't have the strength, you shouldn't participate in the assessment of the general court. Isn't this a matter of course? Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. Everyone in class 66 was confused. Why didn't the class leader help them this time? Wasn't it unanimous before? Some old students in the inner courtyard were very grateful to Lin Chen, and the mentors praised Lin Chen loudly. Huh? Bihan, Junhao? Lin Chen only found out that Bai Juanhao and Shangguan Bihan were also here. Junior Junhao and Shangguan Bihan passed the assessment and entered the inner courtyard within 2 months, and they took the initiative to ask to come to our class 66. Yu Linlin smiled and explained Lin Chen's confusion. That's it, it's easy to handle, since we're here. All of class 66 will go back to the classroom with me, everyone. We'll see you in half a month. Lin Chen waved his hand and took class 66 out of the secret room. Lingyu Mountain Peak, in the magnificent classroom. Lin Chen stood on the podium and faced the whole class. Although there were doubts in everyone's eyes, almost everyone believed in Lin Chen and would not do anything that would harm them. Okay, one by one, you didn't even plan to ask me why I wanted to fight with them in a single ring. Lin Chen jokingly smiled, and the whole class burst into laughter. Brother Lin Chen, as long as you have a word for us, it doesn't matter if we give up the General Academy assessment. Gu Chenfeng smiled arrogantly, and some boys nodded in agreement. Fuck, you must go to the General Hospital assessment, but it's up to you how many 14 places you can win. From now on, you will tell me the characteristics of your own cultivation techniques and the attributes of fighting spirit one by one. I will do my best to help you become stronger in this half month. How much you can improve is up to you. With a wave of Lin Chen's hand, dozens of secret manuals fell out of the nailing ring, and everyone was stunned. They picked up a volume or two and read it, and their expressions changed drastically. These combat skills are all high-level and top-level combat skills. And they're all top-notch products at the same level. Taking a random volume back into their family power is enough to call it a treasure of the town, a family heirloom. These are all obtained from robbing the old-fashioned heavenly astral realm in the temple of the evil king's secret realm, and almost none of the exercises that are brought out are inferior. Most of the rare exercises that even the entire Wasteland branch does not have in the collection. My mother, squad leader Lin Chen, are you the first-class sect that robbed the entire Wasteland? Qin Xiaofeng trembled with excitement and said excitedly, there are not so many good exercises in the Wasteland to rob me. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. When the whole class flipped through the scrolls of exercises that were piled up into hills, their eyes could not help but light up. Brother Lin Chen, are these all for us? The simple and honest Zhang Yu swallowed in disbelief. Nonsense, don't give it to you, I keep it so I can have a cub. Everyone in class 66 looked at Lin Chen again, and it already meant that they would follow him to the death. I have to say, this love is too heavy. Unable to stand the frenzied and numb eyes of everyone, Lin Chen waved his hand and scolded with a smile. How can these people be provocative? Although I'm handsome, you don't have to look at me like that. Forget about female classmates, I'm not interested in male classmates. Lin Chen's words made the whole class burst into laughter. Okay, don't talk nonsense, first report all your fighting spirit attributes and characteristics to me. It took Lin Chen less than an hour to write down all the characteristics and characteristics of the whole class. After Lin Chen's departure for more than 2 months, almost everyone who followed Lin Chen to execute a level 6 character has entered the realm of earthly evil. But compared to the old students in the forefront of the inner courtyard, everyone still has a little gap. If there is no problem in the team competition, you can fight alone, and the strength is still slightly insufficient. Lin Chen opened the furnace and refined the medicine on the spot, and selected several types of pills from the pills he captured or found in the attribute light ball, which can help the whole class to make rapid progress in their cultivation. 2 days later. Boom. The peaks of Lingyu Mountain continued to send pure energy fluctuations rushing straight into the sky, causing the passing disciples to be amazed. It's the fluctuation of the birth of high-level medicinal pills. I really Envy Class 66, there is such a versatile and powerful squad leader. This is like the 17th time, right? It's terrifying to have refined so many high-level medicinal pills in 2 days. Even the Supreme Elder of the Medicine Refining Department of the Inner Court doesn't have this efficiency, right? It's the monitor of someone else's family again. Let's look at the monitor of our family. Grandmas. People are more popular than dead people. Lingyu Mountain Peak, on the top of the mountain. A group of young men and women practiced cross-legged. The entire class of Class 66 fell into a state of hitting the bottleneck. Lin Chen wiped away a sweat. Even he could hardly bear the continuous high intensity alchemy. Suddenly, a crisp and pleasant voice rang out from Lin Chen's ear. Well, are you the squad leader, Lin Chen? Boom. Lin Chen was so frightened that the purple phoenix wings spread out. Immediately soar into the sky, sweating coldly. With his current cultivation base, he didn't even notice when someone approached him. Although there is a certain reason for over-refining medicine, this situation will surprise everyone. I saw, in the position behind Lin Chen, a lovely person stared at him timidly. Her short hair is like a light frost, her lips are a little crimson, her eyebrows are pale, her skin is soft and delicate, and the flowers and trees are covered with snow. He was less than 1.6 meters tall, dressed in exquisite silver-embroidered clothes, and stared at Lin Chen with pure eyes like the clear moonlight, both curious and a little scared. Who are you? Why are you approaching me suddenly? Lin Chen said with some caution. He found that the other party's breath was so weak that it was negligible, and he couldn't even detect his mental power. Me, I'm also from Class 66. My name is Han Yiji. The vice president asked me to come to squad leader Lin Chen. Are you squad leader Lin Chen? Han Yiji was like a timid little white rabbit, as if she was afraid to cry. Even if she looked at Lin Chen a few more times. You're also from Class 66? Speaking of which, it seems that there were 23 people in the original Class 66. One person was removed, and there were 22 people left. There were 21 people who were in level 6 with me. Lin Chen recalled and calculated carefully, just one person was missing. So you're from Class 66, and I'm Lin Chen. Classmate Han Yiji, how did you approach me without knowing it? Lin Chen put away the purple phoenix wings and landed in the void, looked at Han Yiji curiously. I am born with a phantom physique, and everything in my body will be covered up by my spiritual power. Unless someone whose spiritual power is several levels higher than mine, I cannot detect my existence, so I often go in and out of the inner courtyard. Didn't pay attention to me. Han Yiji rolled her curious eyes, but she didn't dare to meet Lin Chen's gaze. And such a miraculous physique. Lin Chen released his mental power and used purple gold eyes. Apart from purple gold eyes, Lin Chen really had no second means to discover the existence of Han Yiji. Your physique is very powerful, and your mental power is also very strong. In this way, I will pass you a practice method. Lin Chen picked up a scroll of jade slips, and began to draw a lot of content from the jade slips with his mental power. After a while, Lin Chen handed the jade slip to Han Yiji. After the latter read it with mental power, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This is the method of spiritual cultivation? Yes, there are also some simple mental means of attack and defense. If you practice this well, you might be able to participate in the General Academy assessment with us. Lin Chen smiled. What he engraved on the jade slip was part of his Taisher Bible. Since he was from class 66, he didn't plan to hide it. Thank you, squad leader Lin Chen. This jade slip, I must not spread it. Although Haniji was afraid of life, she fully understood the preciousness of this scroll of jade slips, and bowed to Lin Chen crisply. After a few more chats with Haniji, the relationship between the two became a lot more familiar. Lin Chen unfolded his purple phoenix wings, left Lingyu Mountain, found a random mountain top to rest in the inner courtyard mountain range, and turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 2.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Earth Demon Realm 7th Layer. Ultimate Strength, 999,900 Tiger Forces. Chi and Blood Energy, 92.81 million points. The Essence of Fighting Spirit, 93.22 million points. Mental Power, 150,000 points. Cultivation Technique Essence, 2.04 million points. Mind Method, 9 Calamities of Creation, 15%. Learn the exercises, 8 Desolate Mysterious Fire, True Water Returning Yuan. Ju, 100%, Tian Gang Fighting Qi, 100%, Taisher Bible, 20%, Shenhuang Jiao. Ju, 60%. Possess Special Treasure, True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings, 40%. Possess Blood Energy, Qinglong Bloodline, 2,150 points, Zijintong Bloodline, 10,000 points. Abilities Runes, Slow Rune Level 2, Corruption Rune Level 2, Charge Rune Level 2. Runic Power, 620,000 points. The energy of each element, Fire Element 4.2 million, Earth Element 4.01 million, Wood Element 4.1 million, Gold Element 5.08 million, Water Element 5.05 million. 1.75 million points of thunder, 1.29 million points of wind, 2.79 million points of light, and 980,000 points of dark. System, I want to use the essence of the exercises to cultivate the highest proficiency that can be mastered in 9 tribulations of creation. The host consumes 1 million points of martial arts essence and is cultivating 9 tribulations of creation. The vast and massive memories poured into Lin Chen's mind. In the past, he was unable to deeply cultivate the 9 tribulations of creation, because there were no 2 combat energy attributes of light and darkness, and the energy attribute values of his other elements were not enough to meet the requirements of the mind. Nowadays, Lin Chen's elemental energy has millions or even millions of attribute values except for the dark element, and the background is far beyond that of the past. The memory of the practice of integrating the 9 tribulations of creation. This time is surprisingly long, and it took half a month. During this period, the entire class of Class 66 has all left the customs. Start participating in the one-on-one duel with the old students in the inner courtyard. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, his 9 tribulations of creation proficiency had reached 30%. It turns out that the Chaos 5 Spirits art is just laying the foundation. And the 9 tribulations of the creation are the time to shape the complete body. When any of the 9 battle energy attributes reaches the peak, you can forge a special bloodline that belongs to that battle energy attribute. Lin Chen's heart was silently running the fire element fighting spirit, and a pure and radiant energy was injected into Lin Chen's blood, and even his limbs. Lin Chen's whole body burst out with red flames burning. He raised his finger and flicked, a fiery pointing light shot into the sky. Boom! 2,000 feet high in the sky, the flames exploded, and the clouds burned all over and turned red, and finally evaporated and disappeared. Such destructive power is comparable to the heavenly astral realm. This is the physique of fire, and the destructive power it explodes is comparable to the initial stage of the first stage of the Tiangang realm. If you use the 9 techniques of God's desolation, you may be able to play the power of the later stage of the first stage without using the charging rune. Lin Chen clenched his fist excitedly. Before, if he wanted to hit a combat attack comparable to the heavenly astral realm, he had to use the rechargeable rune. But now you only need to turn into a special bloodline to have this destructive power. This is just an incomplete special bloodline. If the 9 types of battle energy are transformed into special attributes, the strength is unimaginable. Converting into a special bloodline requires at least 4 million attribute points, and my basic 5-element energy meets this condition. Converting it into a special bloodline consumes a lot of money, and Lin Chen can only use this as a trump card. Huh? Has everyone in the class come out? I've been in seclusion for more than half a month? Lin Chen's purple golden eyes saw that there was no one on the top of Ling Yufeng's peak, and the purple phoenix wings spread out and flew towards the inner courtyard. Inner courtyard, arena. A large number of students gathered in the arena, including students from the outer court. As soon as Lin Chen arrived at the scene, he heard cheers and exclamations from the audience. There is also the result announced by the elders loudly. Bai Juanhao beat the first place in the inner court, Xiangding Tian. Shangguan Bihan beat the 15th place in the inner court, Huangfu Linger. Yu Linlin beat the 11th place in the inner court, Liaoying. Lu Liner beat the 10th place in the inner court, Tang Qianyue. Yan Haitang beat the 8th place in the inner court, Long Huang. Gu Qinfeng beat the 7th place in the inner court, Yang Feiyu. Han Yizhi defeated the 2nd place in the inner court, Ziyu Exin. Su Lan beat the 3rd place in the inner court, Xia Feng. Su Lan beat the 4th place in the inner court. Even the vice president and the bald old man, who were used to seeing wind and waves, were horrified. Only half a month. The whole class of Class 66 has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only did all of them break through 2 or more realms in a row, but everyone mastered at least one of the advanced and top-level combat skills of the youth level. Lin Chen's 9 techniques of God's desolation is also at the top of the green rank. Only 60% of the proficiency can break out attacks that are close to or comparable to the astral realm. Even if everyone in Class 66 has only learned a little bit of the top-level combat skills of the green rank, it is by no means comparable to the ordinary low-level and intermediate-level exercises of the green rank. What are you kidding me? Bai Juanhao, who just came up from the outer courtyard, actually defeated Senior Xiangding Tian? What do you know? I heard that this Bai Juanhao and Senior Lin Chen were the top geniuses who were discovered by himself before he entered the academy. TSK. If there is no Senior Lin Chen this year, it is estimated that this Bai Juanhao is the biggest dark horse. Many old students were talking about it, and by the time Lin Chen arrived, all 66 classes had won 14 places in the General Academy. We didn't let you down. The woman's soft and graceful voice sounded. Shangguan Bihan smiled and stared at the back row of the arena. Everyone followed her line of sight curiously, and one after another, the surprise sounded. It's Senior Lin Chen. Wow, it's real. It's really handsome. Hee, Senior Lin Chen is so immature. Senior sister sees the senior? A large number of students rushed up frantically, admiring the stars for Lin Chen, so that he had to spread his purple phoenix wings to fly into the arena. After falling into the arena, Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder when he saw a Purple gold brilliance in the depths of Shangguan Bihan's pupils. Your purple gold pupil has been promoted to the 4th level? Yeah, thanks to you helping me eliminate the hidden danger of blood awakening and refining medicinal pills for me to break through to the 2nd level of the earthly evil realm. Zijintong's realm has also successfully broken through. Shangguan Bihan smiled sweetly. No one could imagine that such a soft and weak woman could defeat the top 15 strong men in the inner courtyard. Okay, you Lin Chen, I didn't expect to hide such a hand from us, ha ha ha. The bald old man stepped out of the air and laughed proudly. Everyone from class 66 gathered around Lin Chen, and Yu Lin was the first to ask curiously. By the way, squad leader Lin Chen, I wanted to ask you before, why didn't Teacher Ling Yueqi come back with you? Teacher Ling Yueqi has an opportunity and good fortune, so she will go back to her family first. Hearing Lin Chen's remarks, the old man and the vice president looked at each other with tacit smiles. An old and obscure voice came from the sky. It made the audience quiet down. Students of class 66, congratulations on your becoming the latest top 15 in the inner courtyard. Please prepare now. After 3 hours, you will immediately leave for the centralized location of the general assessment. The deputy dean nodded and said, well, counting the time, it's almost the same. You class 66, hurry up and prepare. After 3 hours, the dean will personally lead you out. The 15 people who went to Tianga General Academy to participate in the assessment this time were all from class 66. They are Bai Juanhao, Han Yizhi, Su Lan, Ying Liang, Gu Qinfeng, Yu Lin, Lu Liner, Yan Haitang, Shangguan Bihan, Qin Xiaofeng, Xiang Qinghong, Xiao Sanqing, Zhang Yu. And, the Wasteland branch has the strongest history, Lin Chen. What the 15 people will face next are all the branch geniuses from the 24 regions, as well as the arrogant heroes from the main hospital. Those students in class 66 who did not participate in the election will not have a big gap in their hearts. They have benefited too much from Lin Chen, and the kindness of the top level Qing level exercises is enough for them to remember them for a lifetime. Now the team in the Wasteland branch is already a real strong team. Not to mention Lin Chen, the strength of Bai Juanhao in a single round, the Qinglong bloodline that started to stimulate the peak period can suppress the original Ling Tianyu. 3 hours passed in a flash. The 15 people who were resting in the arena floated in the air without warning. Don't be afraid, the dean will lead you to the assessment site in person. The old man smiled and waved, and the students in the entire arena said goodbye to Lin Chen and everyone in class 66. In the void, a flying sword tiger hundreds of feet huge, and everyone from class 66 was taken to the back of the sword tiger. I saw a kind and amiable old man standing on the sword tiger. He was leaning on crutches, dressed in a single coat, and looked weak. You guys, well done, compared to previous years, you are the best group of students ever. I look forward to your performance this time. Everyone in class 66 looked at the old man in amazement. Is this the dean of Shenlong? It doesn't seem to be anything special. Only Lin Chen could vaguely feel the field covered by the deep and vast fighting spirit of the dean, which is far from a level comparable to that of the vice dean. Are you the dean? After Yan Haitang bowed respectfully, she asked curiously. Hee, let's change it. You don't have to be so restrained, just sit down. The dean smiled kindly, and when he looked at Lin Chen's eyes, he paused for 2 breaths. Kid Lin Chen, old man Rong asked a question suddenly. I don't know why the Mentor Ling Yueqi, who was with you, didn't come back. Talking about this matter, the dean's eyes are solemn and deep. The dean has been thinking too much. Sister Yueqi just got what she wanted in the evil king's secret realm and has returned to the family. Lin Chen said with a light smile, making everyone in class 66 stunned. Miss Yueqi? Since when did the squad leader and the witch scream so familiarly? The dean took a deep look at Lin Chen and said with a smile. That's good, with what you said, boy Lin Chen, the old man will be relieved. Okay, little guys, this old man will explain to you the content of the General Court's assessment this time. The questions for this year's examination have already come down. The dean grabbed a scroll of jade slips in his arms and slowly spread them out. This time, the General Academy's assessment is on an island called Giant Whale Island outside the 24th territory, and credits are collected. The main way to obtain credits is to kill the beasts on the island. Students in each academy need to collect credits. 10,000 points are required to pass the examination. Assessment time limit, 15 days. Killing a Tier 4 beast on Giant Whale Island will get you 2 to 10 points. If you kill Tier 4 beasts alone, it will be difficult to clear the level in such a short period of time. On this island, there are also 25th order vicious beasts nests, and each 5th order vicious beast is worth 100,000 points. Hearing this, everyone can't help but gasp slightly. This is a clear rhythm for them to hunt 5th order beasts. Earthfiend Realm Cultivation Base to encircle and suppress 5th order beasts, standing in common sense, is equivalent to courting death. Just like in front of the heavenly astral realm, the earthly demon realm is equivalent to the fish on the chopping board, and the heavenly astral realm can make the opponent vanish into ashes at the click of a finger. We are not as good as the earth demon realm, but we are going to encircle and suppress the 5th order beasts that are comparable to the Tiangang realm. It is worthy of being the headquarter of Tianga Academy, and it really does not recruit mediocre talents. Ying Liang smashed its mouth, but aroused fighting spirit in his eyes. In addition, the battle also allows students to compete with each other for points. As long as no one is killed, the disability does not count. If it is fatal, 2,000 points will be deducted. The biggest problem in this assessment is when the 5th order beast is encircled and suppressed, you have to beware of other students who also participated in the assessment. After speaking, the dean raised his head and said seriously again, I have been to the old man of Giant Whale Island. In addition to the above 2 points, there are 2 more difficult problems to deal with, and that is the chain reaction of battle. Several of the 25th order vicious beasts' nests are connected nearby. Once a battle is triggered, it may attract a second 5th order beast. And of the 25th order beasts, 5 are overlords, perennially entrenched on the Giant Whale Island, standing in an invincible position, the leader among the 5th order beasts. Once these 5 overlord-level beasts are provoked, I'm afraid no one will be able to survive except for the students of the General Academy. After listening to the content and rules of this assessment, everyone fell into silence. This test is very difficult. Even if Lin Chen didn't return in time to help them all improve their strength, even if they were given the quota to participate, it would be just courting death. One by one, why don't you talk? Could it be that the 5th order beasts scared you all? At this moment, Lin Chen's playful laughter sounded. Since you are going to enter the general courtyard, you will always have to face those monsters with monster-level talents in the future, right? If you retreat here, then it is not worth going to the general courtyard. Lin Chen is full of pride, and a few understated words made everyone have the determination to break the boat. Monitor Lin Chen, you are amazing. Han Eiji showed her white teeth and smiled happily like a crescent moon. Haha, as expected of the Lin Chen boy who defeated the 10 arrogances of Tianyu branch, he has the courage. We have already left the wasteland for this trip. We will be able to reach the giant whale island in about 3 days. The dean's words surprised Lin Chen. After they boarded the flying sword tiger, they didn't feel like they were flying. After so long, they all left the wasteland. Everyone cherished the time, and while recovering the previous consumption, they concentrated on practicing the top-level green-level exercises that they had just acquired. Lin Chen sat cross-legged and ran the Taisher Bible together with Han Eiji. He was surprised to find that if there were 2 people running the Taisher Bible at the same time within a certain distance, the efficiency of cultivating spiritual power would be several % higher than that of a single person. This surprise made both Han Eiji and Lin Chen overjoyed. Both of them were cultivating their spiritual power without eating or sleeping. Lin Chen's spiritual realm has entered the spiritual realm of perfection, and has touched a higher bottleneck. Looking at these hard-working children, the dean shook his head with a gratified smile. In a flash for 3 days, the flying sword tiger leaped hundreds of thousands of miles and arrived at the Nether Sea near Lingzhou. In the Nether Sea, a vast ancient island flows on the sea. Its scale is dozens or even hundreds of times larger than conventional islands. A sword light cut through the void, and the flying sword tiger arrived at the giant whale island and landed on the coast. There are already 5 old men in red robes waiting here on the coast, and the voice of the dean can be heard in the sky. The wasteland branch is in place, and 15 students will be assessed. The dean came to the 5 old men in red robes, and said indifferently, "Oh? Your wasteland branch seems a little interesting this time." On a bench, behind the 5 robed old men, an old man in linen felt his mouth full of greasy, and looked at Bai Juanhao, Han Eiji, and Lin Chen with interest. "This is your reference jade card this time, don't lose it." Several red-clothed old men flipped their palms, and engraved 15 pieces. With 4 blood-red characters, General Institute Assessment, and the rays of light flowed, restraining Xinhua. Everyone in the wasteland branch just received the jade card, and a stream of light shone from the sky. It was the people from the Netherland branch. As soon as they arrived, they discovered the culprit who beat them violently, and couldn't help staring at Lin Chen viciously and resentfully. Mingyu branch is in place, and 13 students will be assessed. The red-clothed old men were expressionless and continued to issue bloody jade orders. One after another, meteor-like rays of light flew across the sky and landed on the coast. The high-level branches of the branches distributed in the 24 regions gathered on one island at this time. As 2 people who have cultivated to the realm of Zijintong, Lin Chen and Shangguan Bihan are eye-opening. The people who can reach here are all people with thaumaturgical skills and endless backgrounds. The largest number is the Tianyu branch, with 35 people. Among these 35 people, there are many outstanding talents who surpassed the previous Ling Tianyu. The branch with the smallest number of people also has more than 5 people who signed up for the assessment and competed for the assessment places. Just as the arrows were drawn from all sides, the vision suddenly appeared. Whoosh whoosh. The speed of cutting through the clouds ripped apart the airflow, and 10 beams of light descended, and the terrifying fluctuations of war aura caused the waves to set off violent waves. 10 handsome men and beauties walked out of the beam of light slowly. Lin Chen and Shangguan Bihan reacted immediately and looked at each other. These 10 people are the Tianjiao students from Lingzhou General Hospital. All the masters of the 9th level of the evil realm. There is still a half-step Tiangang realm. This lineup is really powerful. Lin Chen was perceptive, and he saw through the details of the 10 people in less than a breath, and was slightly amazed. Half-step Tiangang realm, this is the realm that only absolute talent can step into. Once you step into the half-step Tiangang realm, it means that the cultivator can control the timing of breaking through the Tiangang realm at any time, and regard the bottleneck as nothing. The half-step Tiangang realm that Lin Chen has seen so far is only a few Tianjiao in the secret realm of the evil king, and Ling Yueqi beside him. The students of the General Academy are responsible for adding the most difficulty to this assessment. They not only have to kill the 5th order beasts on the giant whale island, but also hunt the freshmen participating in the assessment. If a team of 10 people, almost all teams can be swept away. But the hospital did not want to see such a result, so after the assessment began, the 10 senior students of the General Hospital would be completely scattered on the giant whale island. They might act alone or form a team, depending on their own wishes. The chain reaction of the 5th order beasts, the competition among the assessors, the existence of the overlord level beasts, and the wandering of the old students from the General Hospital. These 4 deadly unstable factors may eliminate people at any time. But if you successfully pass the assessment, you will undoubtedly be the top geniuses in cultivation, Xinqing, talent, and fortune. At the moment when the senior students of the main hospital appeared, there were 4 senior students who kept eye contact with the Tianjiao of the Tianyu branch. In less than a while, the 4 old students murderously locked a group of people from the Wasteland branch, especially Lin Chen. Squad leader Lin Chen, we are being targeted. Lin covered his mouth and chuckled lightly. Lin Chen turned his neck lightly, and smiled indifferently while moving his body. No way, who made our team handsome, beautiful women, and the most handsome are us, isn't it natural to be targeted? Seeing that everyone had arrived, the linen-clad old man who had been lying on the soft chair stood up leisurely and wiped his greasy palms. Well, since everyone has arrived, let's not talk more nonsense. The rules must have been told to you by your own elders, and if you don't understand it, it's none of my business. In this assessment, the rest will be the king. As long as you don't kill people intentionally, you can do whatever you want. Just bring back 10,000 points to Lao Tzu. The sackclothed old man waved his hand, and the red-robed old man, behind him, stepped into the air, each taking away 2 senior students from the General Hospital. Brush. The sound of breaking wind sounded, and the 10 old students were teleported to different directions on the island. The entire giant whale island occupies a huge area. It will take at least 7 days for these old students to meet. During these 7 days, you must hurry to collect enough points and hide them until the end of the assessment. The dean quietly transmits voice to his own students in secret. Not only the Wasteland branch does this, other branches also secretly transmit voices to their own students. After finishing speaking, the dean also handed Lin Chen a map in private. The old man in linen pretended to be invisible and waved his hand in a loud voice. Okay, now the assessment officially begins. Everyone will set off and gather at the same place in 15 days. After speaking, he lazily lay back on his soft chair and slept on his own. Tianjiao from the 24th Region branch, with their own thoughts, began to pour into the giant whale island, and the assessment officially began. Lin Chen even took out the map that the dean gave him. This map is very detailed, recording the route on the island and the nests and routes of 20 fifth-order beasts. Even the races and names of the 25th-order beasts were marked very carefully. Lin Chen looked at it for a while, and let the people from the other branches enter the treatment first. After taking a full look around, his eyes suddenly brightened. He smiled. I've already decided on my first destination, so I'll find this devilish blue dragon. Hearing this name, even the eyelids of the old man in linen jumped a few times, and said in surprise, Magic Qinglong? Isn't this one of the 5 overlord beasts? Does this kid dare to look for overlord-level beasts as soon as he comes up? The old man in linen was not sure yet, and Lin Chen led the crowd into the Giant Whale Island in a hurry. Giant Whale Island Demon Swamp. This place is full of muddy swamps. If you get stuck in it, even the fighting spirit will be absorbed and it will be difficult to break free. In the towering ancient trees around, there are many strange shadows lurking. It is the people from Tianyu branch and Mingyu branch who are ambushing here. The leader was a stern, rebellious young man with a single knife hanging from his waist and a deep scar on his right eye. The strongest active student in the Tianyu branch, Zhao Yunfeng, at the pinnacle of the earth demon realm, is much stronger than Ling Tianyu. The other handsome and feminine man had a face of resentment and resentment. It was the strongest student of the Mingyu branch who was smashed by Lin Chen. Before, Ling Wanqing. The students of the 2 branches have already set up an ambush here from the very beginning of the assessment. The young Tianjiao of the 2 underworld branches lurking in a towering ancient tree is also vicious. This time we have joined forces with Tianyu branch, and they can't escape. I just don't know if that cunning Lin Chen will fall for the trick. At this moment, the students surveying the high altitude suddenly heard a low voice. Everyone is ready, they are coming this way. The voice just fell. 2 figures quietly appeared on the other side of the swamp, and all the 2 students lurking in the devil's swamp were waiting in an instant. Here. It's from the wasteland branch. Why are there only 2? It's probably the unlucky guy who was sent by Lin Chen to lead the way. Kill these 2 first, and then find out the rest of them. It was Ying Liang and Qin Xiaofeng from Class 66 who appeared first. As soon as they stepped into the swamp area, they found that the swamp here actually hides the mystery of the inability to operate the fighting spirit. No, this place is weird. The timid Qin Xiaofeng suddenly shouted. Boom! The overwhelming battle gas attack was madly devastated, and afterimages swept across the sky. Swords, fists, and arrows immediately surrounded the 2. Rush up, their people are over there. Ling Wanqing of the Netherland branch roared hoarsely. He wanted to avenge his previous revenge. Unexpectedly, Ying Liang and Qin Xiaofeng, who were besieged, showed strange smiles. A stream of purple flame suddenly swept from the sky. The dark roulette wheel was turned in the palm of his hand, and Lin Chen slapped it angrily with his palm. Dark bite. The pitch-black roulette trembled from the void, spun away at an extreme speed, expanding into a huge dark vortex hundreds of feet, swallowing all the attacks. Give me a hay and a rabbit. When Lin Chen suddenly drank coldly, 2 graceful figures emerged from the sky, shocking the students of the 2 branches to change their demeanor. They couldn't find out when Yan Haitang and Lu Liner approached them, even. Their mental perception didn't detect any aura. Han Yizhi, who was hiding in the shadows, took cute little steps, jumped over many towering ancient trees, and stayed away from the battle area. 1,000 arrows snipling. Yan Haitang pulled the colorful splendid longbow, and arrows with hidden secrets shot out like lightning, tearing the air flow, like a chaotic sky, and suddenly shot to the position of the students of the two branches. Bang bang bang. The characteristics of these arrows do not have much lethality, only one characteristic, that is fast. It's almost too late for most of the branch arrogance is to react. When each arrow exploded from the void, a light blue poisonous mist swept across the entire demon swamp like a hurricane. The arrows are poisonous, escape separately, and withdraw to the heights. Zhao Yunfeng had a single sword in his hand, and after splitting more than a dozen arrows, he suddenly shouted coldly, "Damn Lin Chen, how dare you play?" Ling Wanqing's feminine and handsome face is full of madness and unwillingness. The Tianjiao of the two branches understood the mind and body, and showed their magical powers, and immediately divided them into 12 directions, to evacuate. Lin Chen grabbed Ying Liang and Qin Xiaofeng and quickly withdrew. I saw that Lin Chen was retreating, his shoulders were suddenly shaken, and the pure water-based battle aura spread out through the void, and ripples appeared in the void. Boom! The people from the two branches had just withdrawn a certain distance, and huge waves of hundreds of feet rolled up in all directions. There are huge waves rolling up in all directions in the Devil's Swamp. The most terrifying thing is that these huge waves are condensed by the water-based battle gas. All Tianjiao panicked. It is possible to condense such a terrifying momentum simply by fighting spirit, and I am afraid that only the powerhouses in the heavenly astral realm can do it. Frost cold ice wall blade. What's even more terrifying is yet to come. Just as everyone was watching out for this sky-swallowing giant wave to be photographed, a chill that was penetrating to the bone suddenly rose. Ka ka ka. The Devil's Swamp rolled up in all directions with a frightening cold air, freezing all the huge waves of more than 100 meters in an instant, freezing them into an ice wall that enveloped all directions. On the surface of the ice wall, there are also ice blades that are more than 10 feet long, extremely sharp. Because the surrounding poisonous gas was all over the place and the fire was in a hurry, more than a dozen Tianjiao teamed up to aim at one location and launch a frantic attack. Combat energy attacks with different attributes were mixed together, setting off a chaotic energy storm, but in the end, only a crater was left in the ice wall, and even an ice blade could not be broken. This ice wall is more than 100 zhang high, and its thickness is close to 100 zhang. With the strength of everyone, even if it is opened, it will be exhausted to death. The key is that the poisonous gas that was injected into the crowd before has begun to attack, and everyone has begun to feel dizzy, and their faces are blue. This toxin is so weird, my fighting spirit can't be disintegrated. This is a toxin prepared from several types of fierce poisons, and it is not a toxin that can be removed by ordinary third-order detoxification pills and battle chi resistance. The Tianjiao of the two branches wailed all over the place, and this ice wall, unfolding in a circle, completely trapped them all. The combination of Lin Chen's water-based combat chi and Su Lan's sister's ice-based combat qigong technique is perfect. When he urged the 9 tribulations of creation to transform into a special bloodline physique, his combat aura attack was comparable to that of the heavenly astral realm. Coupled with the super-strong ice-type fighting spirit, even the powerhouses of the first layer of the heavenly astral realm need a lot of effort to open this ice wall. Above, there are exits above. Everyone called for help in danger, and in a hurry, they saw the top of the ice wall in the shape of an upside-down bowl, and there was a gap several feet wide that was not frozen. Some Tianjiao, who couldn't hold on any longer, hurriedly unfolded their movements and rushed forward in 2 or 3 strokes, trying to rush out of the gap. No, you can't rush there. Zhao Yunfeng was stunned. He was one of the few people in the audience who still maintained a sense of reason. Boom. The 4 Tianjiao who rushed up were instantly smashed back, vomiting blood and falling. Friends, have you ever played hamster knocking as a child? If you haven't, let's experience it now. Lin Chen's sneer came from the top of the ice wall, and all Tianjiao clearly saw that Lin Chen and his party were standing at the top of the gap and overlooking them. In this environment filled with poisonous gas, all the arrogances are crying frantically. You bastards, you want to fuck us? Brother Chen and I are the ancestors of playing with you. You still want to fuck me? Are you thinking about eating shit? Lin Chen jokingly smiled. The collusion between the 2 branches must have been privately established by the elders of the 2 branches. There are nearly 50 people in the 2 branches combined. With such a strong team, no one can compete with them except the old students from the main hospital. If everyone in the Wasteland branch was successfully ambushed by these guys, I am afraid that with their characters, everyone would be tortured to death. 2. Treat such a person. Lin Chen did not intend to be soft-hearted. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, what if you trap us? Do you dare to take our lives? There are regulations in this assessment. If you dare to take our lives, you will be deducted 2,000 points once. Ling Huanqing said with a savage smile. Still unyielding, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, don't say 2,000, even if it's 20,000, 200,000, none of the people I want to kill, Lin Chen, have survived. Boom. The condensed light element fighting energy in the sky condensed into a ball of energy that revolved in Lin Chen's palm. With a flick of one hand, the anger locked on Ling Huanqing and flew away. Ling Huanqing's voice stopped abruptly, his face suddenly pale, and his throat made an owl-like cooing sound. He really dared to do it. Before the words were finished, the light energy of the anger exploded, and the spirits who were poisoned by the battle gas didn't even have a chance to escape. The geniuses of the 2 branches saw Ling Huanqing's fate, and their expressions were full of horror. They thought that by virtue of the assessment rules, Lin Chen would not kill them, but they didn't expect to be so decisive. The blood-colored jade order hidden in Lin Chen's arms suddenly flickered slightly, and Lin Chen's points became the information of -2,000. Boom. When Tianjiao of the 2 branches was just shocked by Lin Chen's thunderous means of killing, there was a violent vibration on the whole ground. Not good. There is a fierce beast that is raiding in our direction, and the speed is very fast. Standing on the top of the ice wall, Shang Wanbihan, who was on full alert, scolded abruptly. Because the imposing manner of Lin Chen and the 2 branches has a great impact, it has already alarmed the 5th-order beasts in this NX area. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he immediately spread out the map. In the nearest area near them, there were only red flame-red rhinoceros and magic blue dragon. Suddenly, Shang Wanbihan's pretty face turned pale, her teeth clenched, and she hurriedly changed her mouth. No, there is another. The other has a completely different breath, and it is suspected to be a fierce beast of the 5th-order overlord level. Hearing this, Tianjiao of the 2 branches almost pissed his pants with fright. 2 5th-order beasts? There is also a level of dominance. Let us out now. We don't want to die, brother Lin Chen, you have a lot of adults, don't care about us like this. Wow, I beg you, I'm only 22 years old, I don't want to die here. Master, Mom and Dad. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have participated in this assessment. The young talents of the two branches were so frightened that they cried on the spot, and they were terrified. If they encounter two fifth-order beasts head-on, the chances of them being able to survive are very slim. Not to mention that he is still poisoned. Brother, should we withdraw first? When the whole class was waiting, Bai Juanhao tried to propose. But he found that Lin Chen's eyes burst out with excitement and even excitement. Shut up, they came just in time, brother, I haven't looked for them yet, but they have come to the door by themselves, already, give me a hard blow too. These two bastards. Fiercely exposed, the domineering Lin Chen startled everyone in class 66. After this squad leader Lin Chen went to the legendary Evil King's secret realm, he was so overbearing. When the Tianjiao of Tianyu branch and Mingyu branch heard Lin Chen's answer, their minds instantly fell to the bottom. Crazy. Must be fucking crazy. More than a dozen earth demons dared to challenge two fifth-order beasts. They're still less than 70 miles away from us. Shangguan Bihan said anxiously. Lin Chen immediately assigned combat tasks. The big guys who have started the two assaults are Mora Qinglong and Qian Red Rhino. The advantage of Qian Red Rhino is that it is extremely powerful in offense and defense, but its flexibility is poor, so this attack you need to start a guerrilla warfare formation first. It's a good group of 4 or 5 people, and everyone has to focus on the same area and location every time they attack. Hearing this, everyone was puzzled, and Yu Linlin was the first to ask. Curiously, what about this overlord-level demonic Qinglong? Just leave it to me alone. Lin Chen's words once again made everyone take a deep breath in their hearts. A 7th-level Earth Demon realm heads up a 5th-order hegemonic beast? No. Storyteller dares to say that. It's less than 50 miles away, one to the south and one to the north. Shangguan Bihan reported the location of the two beasts again, and everyone dispersed immediately. As for the students from the two branches, Lin Chen just left them to fend for themselves in the ice wall, and it was up to them whether they could escape before the war started. To the south, a red giant rhino that was dozens of feet high and as huge as a hill slammed into it. Its fiery red huge rhino horn transmits the light that penetrates the golden cracked stone, as if it can penetrate the stars. Boom! Strong wind swept through, and the mountain collapsed. This crimson giant rhino is like a large moving disaster, destroying everything that blocks it. Along the way, everyone in class 66 was standing on the top of a hill more than 10 miles away, waiting for Shangguan Bihan's instructions. The light of Zijintong gradually disappeared, Shangguan Bihan said seriously. Senior Qin Xiaofeng and senior sister Yu Linlin cooperate with the two senior sisters Su Lan and Su Lan to interfere with its actions, and the rest of the classmates are responsible for attacking its flanks. Next, I will be responsible for observing its actions, and I will respond to any situation. The voice transmission will be sent to you as soon as possible. As soon as the order was given, everyone acted immediately. Yan Haitang took the lead in pulling the long bow and shot at the eyes of the red giant rhino. The arrows blasted violently poisonous smog, instantly covering the sight of the red rhinoceros. The two teams flanked the two sides of the Qian Red Rhino on the left and the right, and a series of combat techniques attacked the flank and abdomen of the Qian Red Rhino like a hurricane. Be careful, its first wave of attacks is coming. Shangguan Bihan sent a voice transmission through the air, and everyone immediately evacuated with a heart-to-heart, retreating 100 feet away. The abdomen was in pain, the rhinoceros horns of the red-flamed red rhino burst out with dazzling rays of light, and the heat waves swept over, and the entire jungle of the Devil Swamp burst into flames. Chi-chi. The violent and ferocious red fire waves exploded in a circle, and the flame beams shot up into the sky, and even the clouds and mists in the sky were burned into nothingness. Everyone in Class 66 was a little shocked, being able to launch such a terrifying attack in an instant. Only the Fifth Order and even the Heavenly Realm-level creatures can do it. This is the first time they have fought a Fifth Order beast, and it is still a battle without Lin Chen's help. Just when the whole class of Class 66 and the Red Rhinoceros started a fierce battle, it was less than 50 miles to the north. In the jungle basin, the ferocious and violent breath goes straight into the sky. It seems that some peerless evil is about to be born, disrupting the world. Unlike the red flame and red rhino battle in full swing, the silence in this valley is eerie. The ground was faintly cracked, the mountains and rivers collapsed, the wind and clouds changed, and under the strange silence, there was an almost suffocating sense of oppression of Long Wei. Everything is only the calm before the storm. I saw that in the valley basin, two vast and stalwart Qinglongs were crouching. On one side, one head, dragon scales like sapphire jade, 4 limbs and 5 claws, and a body as long as 200 zhang, the dragon's breath whistling. One head, dragon scales are green, 4 limbs and 4 claws, the body is more than 200 feet long, and the dragon's eyes are blood red. The dark red dragon horn above its head releases the dragon breath of evil, killing, like a space vortex, swallowing all the breath of life. It's Lin Chen's ancient Qinglong and demonic Qinglong. In terms of size and strength, the Mora Qinglong has the upper hand. It is the bloodline of the fusion blood beast family, and it also inherits the bloodline of the Qinglong. This kind of dragon clan only has pure killing intent, and lives by following the killing intent instinct. Although they are not brave or resourceful in combat, they are very strong. A true dragon is disdainful of being a dragon with this kind of dragon clan. It is generally judged as a demon dragon among the arrogant dragon clan, but its strength is absolutely beyond doubt. Kill this big guy, my Azure Dragon bloodline attribute value is temporarily settled. Lin Chen licked his lips, the war spirit that was running secretly was always ready to be converted into a special energy bloodline. Since you dare not move, let me strike first. Lin Chen suddenly kicked the soles of his feet, and the ancient Qinglong suddenly roared furiously, disturbing the situation, opening the dragon's mouth and spit out a storm that blew towards the dragon's breath. Hoo hoo hoo. For the first time, the demonic Qinglong roared like a life and death battle. To the same kind that appeared. The dragon body jumped into the air, and the void rolled and twisted, like a heavenly dragon, swinging its tail. Boom. The dragon tail crushed the dragon breath storm of the ancient Qinglong. Charging rune light fury. The stream of purple flames pierced through the void. Lin Chen slapped his rage with one palm, and the energy ball exploded from the dragon head of the demonic blue dragon. Lin Chen knew very well that this kind of attack could only play a role of scratching the itch. With a thought, the stalwart figure of the ancient Qinglong suddenly rushed out of the smoke and dust, and slaughtered it on the devilish Qinglong. Mora Qinglong was enraged by Lin Chen, and when he opened his mouth, he bit the back of the ancient Qinglong. The crackling sound of scales clearly showed The terrible power of Mora Qinglong. The dragon's claws were pushed horizontally, and the ancient Qinglong was trapped and locked. The demonic Qinglong, and the dragon's teeth were embedded in its flesh and blood, biting off the dragon's scales. The dragon claws tore apart, the long hell tore through the sky, and the dragon blood and dragon scales kept sputtering and breaking. Two wild beasts from the ancient times are fighting here, and the dragon breath that shoots one after another is like a vast blade, cutting the valley and basin. The Heiyuan spear flashed in his hand. Lin Chen was engrossed, and all the dark elements of the whole body were concentrated on the tip of the spear. At this moment, the host activates the level 2 charging rune, which consumes 100,000 rune energy and increases the attack power by 300%. The 9 secrets of God's desolation. Dark devour. Boom. A wave of purple flame suddenly rang out from Lin Chen's wings, and Lin Chen's figure was thousands of meters away in an instant. The ancient Qinglong seemed to have a consonance in his heart. At the moment Lin Chen sprinted over, he suddenly rolled and turned around, regardless of his back being bitten off. He bit the upper body of the devilish Qinglong in reverse, and pressed it to the ground. Boom. Lin Chen's black abyss spear just pierced through the wound of Moro Qinglong. It suddenly hurt and burst into a furious roar. The furious and violent Moro Qinglong swung the dragon's claws, and swept out the blade of the dragon's breath, like a half-moon blade light. One of the aftermath dragon breaths swept to the position where Lin Chen was before, in the middle of the ice wall, and cut a living crack. Quick, there is an exit here too. We can leave here too. Those who were trapped in the ice wall immediately said with ecstasy that the exit at the top of the ice wall was surrounded by ice blades, and it was not so easy for those with poor movement skills to go up. More than a dozen Tianjiao immediately fled along the crack. Just when they broke away from the ice wall, there was a violent earthquake that shook the ground. Boom. The overwhelming fiery wave engulfed the entire forest and ignited a monstrous fire. The 8 Tianjiao students escaped too fast and almost lost their lives in being involved. They frantically retreated for a distance, only to find that there was a battlefield with staggered figures not far away. Ha ha ha, be happy, be happy. Qin Xiaofeng, let's come again and attack it. 3 ways. Grandmas, it's interesting to fight the 5th order beast. Seeing that its left leg is not injured, Senior Lu Liner, give me something good. We wrapped its right leg, and no one wants to move it. The 14 members of Class 66 all attacked the red rhinoceros. The scene was extremely shocking. With their almost seamless cooperation, the 5th order beasts failed to hit a single attack. It's so enjoyable to fight the 5th order beasts. Damn, what kind of monsters are these people in the wasteland branch? The fire is coming, run north. The Tianjiao who had just withdrawn immediately ran along the only gap in the fire, and the figures crisscrossed the jungle. Just when everyone unfolded their movements, when they were far away from the flaming battle circle, they were about to breathe a sigh of relief. Roar. The roar that ripped apart the sky resounded for thousands of miles. Some Tianjiao students were shouted until their eardrums bleed and became dizzy. When they stared at it in shock, everyone's eyes stared like eggs, and they all showed the eyes of a ghost. I saw that in the valley not far away, 2 ancient blue dragons were fighting. And in the middle of the 2 blue dragons, there was still a blurred figure, running back and forth, constantly launching fierce attacks. Yes, it's Lin Chen. My mother, isn't this the devilish Qinglong that the dean told us not to provoke? It's really a monster, and he dares to fight even the devilish Qinglong? Is he not in the battle circle just now? My God, is it because the whole class of their desolate branch has singled out 2 fifth-order beasts? What the hell is this monster? Why don't you run quickly and wait for death? Any dragon breath from this demonic azure dragon can wipe us out. The first time all Tianjiao came back to their senses, Sayazi ran away, and all the pills and weapons were taken out to save their lives, and they rushed to the previous battlefield like crazy. Compared with the devilish blue dragon, the red flame red rhino is so fucking cute. Many people thought silently in their hearts, as long as they escaped this time, they might as well stab themselves to death with a knife if they would provoke the evil spirit Lin Chen in the future. A quarter of an hour ago, the coast of Giant Whale Island, the old man in linen who was still relaxed suddenly sat up in shock. The battle between these little guys has alerted 2 fifth-order beasts to besiege them? Huh? No. These little guys were able to counterattack the Qian Red Rhino? Look again, look again. Before half a quarter of an hour was observed, a large area to the northwest of this giant whale island set off an unprecedented earthquake. Not only the linen-clothed old men, but even the red-clothed examiners who had been calm all the time showed a strange look. Damn it, it's hidden too deep, too deep. There is such a monster in a branch of the wasteland. He actually raised a green dragon in his body? The old man in linen jumped up and rubbed his hands together, excited and cursing. No. It seems that his trump card is more than this blue dragon. Grandmas. How many secrets does this kid hide? Let's see and see. The eyes of the sackclothed old man were staring into the distance, as if seeing the situation in the distance through space. Giant Whale Island, 3,700 miles north. The red flame and red rhinoceros battle circle has fallen into a white-hot tug of war. As long as Class 66 persists, victory is only a matter of time. But the problem now is the battle between Lin Chen and the devilish Qinglong. In terms of actual combat power, this demonic Qinglong is infinitely close to the second-level peak of the heavenly astral realm. If he fights alone, even if Lin Chen's ancient Qinglong uses the supernatural powers of the Shenglong family, at most it will be a lose-lose with it. With the current Class 66, even the severely injured Moru Qinglong can't be its opponent. The only chance is for Lin Chen to defeat the evil Qinglong. The valley collapsed, the ground crumbled, and the entire valley was completely destroyed by the melee of the two terrifying blue dragons. The dragon's tail swayed like a tianhe, swept the sky angrily, and slammed on the dragon's claws of the demonic blue dragon. Bang bang bang. The sky was turbulent, and two blue dragons flew to the sky to fight, and the dragon breath like a holy glow swept the sky. The dragon bodies between the two blue dragons collided with each other, like mountains and rivers collapsing and screaming, the world reversed. The battle between the ancient Qinglong and the devilish Qinglong entered the white-hot stage. Because of Lin Chen's previous sneak attack, while the opponent's wound was enlarged, Lin Chen himself also suffered a counterattack. Although this big guy is seriously injured, but if I continue to fight, my ancient Qinglong will not be able to support it first, and then it's time to decide the outcome. Lin Chen's whole body turned into a transparent azure blue, standing on a cliff, his eyes narrowed, covered with purple golden pupils, and he looked up at the battle above thousands of feet in the sky. His injury is recovering at an astonishing speed. Lin Chen casts the true water returning origin art on the premise of transforming his whole body into a special energy bloodline of the water system. The effect of healing the Injury is more than 10 times faster than before. The combination of the water energy bloodline and the true water returning Yuan Ju has produced such a miraculous effect. Otherwise, with my physique, I wouldn't be able to move freely if I was slapped by that devilish Qinglong. Lin Chen felt that he had recovered nearly 90% of his body, and there was a strange sense of pleasure in his heart. He healed his severely wounded body in a short period of time by consuming 50% of the water-type battle energy, and the price was well worth it. At this moment, Lin Chen's purple-golden pupils suddenly detected that the dragon breath in the body of the devilish Qinglong suddenly soared several grades. No, this big guy is going to work hard. Lin Chen screamed badly in his heart. Blood-blue dragon-breathed light blades revolved around the whole body of the demonic blue dragon. Each of these dragon-breathing blades is surrounded by a terrifying edge, and thousands of them gather on the whole body of the demonic Qinglong, forming a bunch of swallowing tornadoes, swooping down towards the ancient Qinglong. Blue dragon, split soul, claw. The ancient Qinglong raised its claws, and suddenly ripped apart the void. At the moment when the space was broken, the dragon-breathing green blade cut out. By the monstrous dance was mixed with an overwhelming momentum, and it collided with the demonic Qinglong head-on. Boom! Boom! The huge dragon breath explosion of hundreds of meters exploded in a circular shape, raising a mushroom cloud of destructive energy. The entire giant whale island is clearly visible above the sky, and such a life and death confrontation at the second level of the heavenly astral realm is rarely seen in the outside world. When the violent energy storm swept through, suddenly shot a dragon-breathing blade. The blood-blue light blade cut most of the dragon scales on the forelimbs of the ancient Qinglong, and the demonic Qinglong burst out from the energy storm, opening the dragon's mouth and biting it angrily. Kachi! The devilish Qinglong tore off one of the ancient Qinglong's forelimbs, and the dragon's blood rushed on the spot. It's now. Lin Chen's figure suddenly moved, and the true flame-purple phoenix wings spread a full 10 feet wide, and the speed increased to a speed of more than 10 times the speed of sound in half a breath. Brush. The sound of breaking wind came, and the stream of purple flames suddenly flew over the dragon's back, and Lin Chen's palm turned a gray-white. Talisman. The host activates the level 2 slow rune, which consumes 640,000 rune energy. Pressing all the rune energy in one breath, Lin Chen angrily slapped the body of the demonic Qinglong with a palm. After the fierce battles just now, the dragon body of the demonic Qinglong was at the end of the force. Hoo-ho-ho! The demonic Qinglong, who had never been attacked like this before, roared in panic and started to fall directly from the sky. Now you know you're going to be called? I've made my Qinglong so embarrassed. Let's see if I don't call you a dragon meat sauce. Lin Chen's whole body was aggressive, and his whole body was transformed into a special energy bloodline. The colorful energy of battle energy circulated throughout his body. Pure power is ready to go. Lin Chen's left hand is a gold-type fighting spirit, showing his sharp edge. The right hand is a fire-type fighting spirit, which is fiery and violent. The left leg is earth-based fighting spirit, as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The right leg is a wood-based fighting spirit, as thick as a forest. At his heart, the azure water-type battle aura gleamed, and he was always in the best healing state. 5 kinds of special energy blood vessels are fully opened. This is one of the capitals that Lin Chen dared to fight with Moru Qinglong. Death to me. Lin Chen suddenly waved his fists along the biggest wound on the dragon's back, like a pair of hammers beating a war drum, madly beating the evil Qinglong. His legs, knees, fists, and elbows seemed to be turned into sharp weapons, constantly beating out. The colorful energy explosion of war energy continued to sound like a series of cannons behind the demonic blue dragon. The dragon's blood was pouring out from the sky, and a large number of blood and blood attribute light balls continued to fall from the sky. Lin Chen was like a madman, and he beat him all the way from the wound of the demonic Qinglong. Boom. 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 His pure power is combined with the battle energy transformed by his for special bloodlines, so that every blow of his blows out an attack comparable to that of the heavenly astral realm. Lin Chen's melee combat is strong, and there are few opponents among his peers. He beats Mo Xing Qinglong violently, and he can hit dozens of attacks comparable to Tiangang realm with one breath. The host obtains 3 million points of qi and blood energy, 3.1 million points of qi and blood energy, 2.95 million points of breath energy. The host obtains 181 points of Qinglong blood energy, 199 points of Qinglong blood energy, 195 points of Qinglong blood energy. Lin Chen's attribute value suddenly increased sharply. Some of those flying attribute light balls are scattered outside, and some are directly fused into Lin Chen's body. If it was the Mora Qinglong in its heyday, just relying on Lin Chen's attack power, it would only be considered painless for the Mora Qinglong. But if it was delayed by the slow rune, it was still beaten all the way by Lin Chen with the wound. This kind of onslaught is simply unbearable. There is no capital or opportunity for defense. The dragon body of the demonic Qinglong was constantly twisted in pain. Because of the slow rune, he couldn't even make a scream, and he fell from a high altitude, shaking the ground and shaking the mountains, and smashed a jungle. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen's mad attack continues. The system light screen that popped up frantically seemed to stimulate Lin Chen's nerves, calling for him to keep punching. Drum 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 drum. A large number of qi and blood energy attribute light balls are integrated into Lin Chen's body, such as the power of the prehistoric creation flowing through his body, casting a brand new miracle. Lin Chen's limbs flowed with brand new strength, his bones became brighter, and his meridians became more delicate and tough. The muscles and bones became radiant and restrained, and the momentum was glowing. The flesh and blood constantly encouraged a new energy to baptize his body. His pure power is hitting that bottleneck time and time again. The host gains 5 million qi and blood energy. The ultimate strength of the host has exceeded 1 million tiger strength. Accompanied by a powerful injection of qi and blood energy, a crisp sound came from Lin Chen's body, such as breaking through the shackles and regaining a new life. Lin Chen's body refinement level has officially entered the realm of the astral realm. When the power became one dragon power, Lin Chen's strength has not stopped rising, and his pure power lethality has increased by more than 10 times. The power of each punch has become overwhelming, even if Lin Chen's fighting spirit is exhausted due to the transformation of special energy bloodline. He will also blow up the entire demonic blue dragon with pure strength. With the last punch, the demonic Qinglong only had a keel left, as well as the attribute light balls scattered around. In Lin Chen's blood token jade card, the points suddenly became 98,000 points. The injured ancient Qinglong was brought back into his body, and while recovering from the injury, he received the new Qinglong bloodline energy. The other side. The old man in linen, who was spying on the whole process, jumped completely. His mouth was as wide as an egg, completely lacking the demeanor of seniors. This kid actually blew up the evil dragon? Even the chief examiners in red, who have always kept the clouds and winds light, were amazed. What a good Lin Chen from the wasteland branch. His body refinement actually broke through to the heavenly astral realm on the spot while destroying the demonic Qinglong. The old man is even more curious about what kind of secret technique he used, so that the devilish Qinglong couldn't move at the most critical moment. You guys know shit. The most important thing is the ancient Qinglong he kept in captivity. It's easy to put it away, and it has the same origin as him. This kind of trump card is simply unpredictable. It's very interesting, it's really interesting. The assessment has just begun, and such an outstanding genius has turned out. Lin Chen madly collected the rest of the scattered attribute light balls all the way. When he turned on the system, he couldn't help but look ecstatic. Tiandao Pickup System version 2.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, the 7th level peak of the Earth Demon Realm. Ultimate Strength, 2 Dragon Force. Chi and Blood Energy, 193.25 million points. The Essence of Fighting Spirit, 98.54 million points. Mental Strength, 170,000 points. Cultivation Essence, 1.09 million points. Mind Method, 9 Calamities of Creation, 15%. Learn the exercises, 8 Desolate Mysterious Fire, Taisher Bible, 20%, God. Desolate 9 Techniques, 60%. Possess Special Treasure, True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings, 50%. Possess Blood Energy, Qinglong Bloodline, 13,500 points, Zijintong Bloodline, 10,000 points. Abilities Runes, Slow Rune Level 2, Corruption Rune Level 2, Charge Rune Level 2. Runic Power, 0 points. The energy of each element, Fire Element 4.2 million, Earth Element 4.01 million, Wood Element 4.1 million, Gold Element 5.08 million, Water Element 5.05 million. 1.75 million points of thunder, 1.29 million points of wind, 2.79 million points of light, and 980,000 points of dark. 13,500 points of Qinglong blood. At this time, the blue dragon ring in Lin Chen's dantian has been constantly rotating, absorbing this new blue dragon bloodline all the time. The direct improvement brought by the Qinglong bloodline may not be large, but it determines the upper limit of the growth of the ancient Qinglong. When he was in the secret realm of the evil king, Lin Chen had already maximized the existing potential of the ancient Qinglong. Now that the bloodline energy points are 6 times higher than before, at least until the ancient Qinglong grows to the 5th order advanced level, there will be no more upper limit problems. I didn't expect that my pure power would grow to 2 dragon power after absorbing the demonic blue dragon. Now I can fight the heavenly astral realm head on with pure power alone. Turning off the system, Lin Chen got up from the grass and clenched his fist excitedly. At this moment, another war broke out in the distance, which attracted Lin Chen's attention. Huh? Isn't that where everyone is fighting? Gurua Qinglong is fighting, and I have become very far away from everyone's position. Lin Chen's purple phoenix wings suddenly unfolded. At this time, the true flame purple phoenix wings were dazzling, and the lingering purple flame rays of light were like flowing tianhe. With just a slight slap, ripples appeared in the space, and Lin Chen's whole person appeared thousands of feet away. More than 900 li to the south. The red flame and red rhino fell like a hill and fell to one side. There are 3 figures standing on its body. Judging from the medals on the chest of the clothes, it is the geniuses from the General Hospital. TSK, 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 it's really terrifying. 13 people have defeated a 5th order beast. If you are allowed to enter the general courtyard, I am afraid that even our limelight will be overshadowed. If you were still in your prime, and if Senior Song didn't make a move, we really wouldn't dare to fight you directly, but for now, let's go. The 2 slender, handsome young men smeared their blood tokens against the body of Qi Yan Hong Rhino. With a flash of light, their blood tokens gained 30,000, 30,000, and 40,000 points, respectively. These 3 olding dogs, Grandma's direct attack, we picked up ready-made ones. Yingliang's mouth was bleeding, and he said unwillingly, "Don't act rashly, the background of these disciples of the General Academy is not weaker than ours, and the cultivation base has overwhelmed us by several points." Lin's eyes flashed with a dignified expression. As a master of casting, she found out that the red-cloaked fat man among the 3 was the most dangerous. His whole body, from head to toe, is all wearing a precious and high-level treasure. If he starts a war rashly, I am afraid that this person alone will be able to suppress all of them. Huh? Where's classmate Han Yiji? Shangguan Bihan had just urged Zijintong to feel puzzled when the other 3 were about to leave. A phantom mental fluctuation turned into a violent storm and hit the 3 of them. Because the distance between the eruption of mental fluctuations is extremely close, the 2 young Tianjiao hardly have time to react. Sigh. Spiritual fluctuations are extremely penetrating, like a war gun piercing the spiritual consciousness of the 2 of them. The spiritual realm is only in the middle stage of the spiritual realm. A small and light person landed beside the 3 of them. The cute person pouted, and his eyes were both timid and courageous. It's Han Yiji. Those whose spiritual realm has not reached the realm beyond him cannot detect the existence of their breath. With a grasp of her delicate little hand, Han Yiji took the 2's blood token, jade token, and was about to take the token from the red-cloaked fat man when Shangguan Bihan and Lin scoffed at the same time. Don't want. Han Yiji looked up and saw the red-cloaked fat man showing a wicked smile. He stretched out his fingers leisurely and flicked them. A stream of light completely penetrated Han Yiji's fair calf. Blood rushes. The huge pain in the calf made Han Yiji's eyes glisten with tears, and her teeth clenched tightly. Han Yiji did not give in, but made a handprint and ran the Taisher Bible. Taught by Lin Chen again. 10 strands of glass-colored spiritual sword energy swirled around Han Yiji's head, swirling in the air, bursting into the red-cloaked fat man with a spiritual whistle. Bang bang bang. The red-cloaked fat man didn't even move his body, and the 10 glazed sword chi exploded out of thin air. Han Yiji's face changed slightly, and just as he was about to retreat, the fat man in red stretched out his fat palm and grabbed Han Yiji's short silver hair like lightning. He smiled brutally. The spiritual power has reached the spirit transformation realm. No wonder it is so strong. If the real heavenly astral realm is attacked by your spiritual power, I am afraid that I would have fainted on the spot. Unfortunately, you met me. Immediately, the red-cloaked fat man looked at Han Yiji's whole body, and gave a lewd laugh. It's a superb product, grab it back and chop off the hands and feet for a few days, before putting it back. Han Yiji was not deep in the world, and it was the limit that he was able to hold back the huge pain of the broken calf bone. Seeing his lewd and lewd smile, tears rolled down his pale cheeks, and his face was full of terror. Let go of Han Yiji. The two daughters suddenly sneered, blue liner sleeves fluttered like a flick, and more than a dozen green-on toxins were born like poisonous pythons, and they raided the red-cloaked fat man. Yan Haitang pulled the bow with extreme speed, the arrow was like electricity. And the arrow swept the sky, piercing the stars and shattering the moon. Ka, bang. The attack of the two was not enough to get close to the red-cloaked fat man. At a distance of 10 meters, and they were shattered on the spot. Don't shoot. He is full of high-level treasures, you are not opponents. Lin shouted anxiously, and as soon as the voice fell, 2 energy waves suddenly exploded from the 2 women's delicate bodies, and blood spilled into the void. Yan Haitang and Lu Liner fell from the void, and Shang Wanbihan and Xiang Qinghong jumped to catch them. The whole class of Class 66 burst out with a terrible murderous aura. Everyone has come together in life and death, and there is already a special feeling that maintains each other. Seeing their partner suffer this humiliation, everyone has a desperate energy in their hearts. TSK, want to fight with me? Then I'll do it for you. The men are killed, and the women are kept as slaves. It just so happens that I have no fun staying in this ghost place these few days. The fat man in red grabbed Han Yiji's silver hair and smiled coldly and cruelly. Just when everyone was about to fight for life and death, Lin Chen's indifferent voice echoed around him like Wanyan Shuangbing's voice. Today, you must die. Call out. An aurora of purple flame swept from the sky, and Lin Chen rushed down from a height of 100 meters. He stomped his feet fiercely towards Tian Lingai, the fat man in red. Boom! Boom! The whole ground collapsed and disintegrated in an instant. The fat man in red stood on the body of Qian Red Rhino, and was stomped by Lin Chen, stepping into the flesh and blood of Qian Red Rhino. A big earthquake centered on the body of the red rhinoceros, and the hard rock was shaken to pieces in an instant. All the rock fragments were bounced into the air, and the cracks in the ground, as thick as a horned dragon, spread like lightning to thousands of meters away. And everyone in Class 66 almost lost their stability. Everyone retreats, Brother Lin Chen is angry. Brother Lin Chen, beat this bastard hard. Everyone shouted excitedly, and went back more than 10 miles. The wolf smoke billows, and the wind blows. Lin Chen, who was flapping Yan's wings in the void, held Han Yiji in both hands, and the murderous aura of disillusioning the stars appeared in his eyes. Chewing his lips and teeth, Lin Chen ate a little pill to restore his fighting spirit at will, and ran the true water, returning Yuan Ju to control and stabilize Han Yiji's injury first. Squad leader Lin Chen, you have to be careful, this person has a lot of treasures, some can resist war attacks, some can defend against spiritual attacks, and some can quietly launch attacks, it's very dangerous. Han Yiji whispered in Lin Chen's arms, her bright eyes staring at Lin Chen's profile, her face was burning with a faint crimson. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lin Chen's expression and voice were a little cold, and he let out a soft whirlwind in the air, sending Han Yiji to the side of the entire class of Class 66. This time Lin Chen was really furious. If he came later, the consequences would be disastrous. The wolf smoke dissipated, and the red-clothed fat man, who climbed out of the body of the Qian Red Rhino, was unscathed. Lin Chen used his strength just now, and stepped on the top of his head with 2 dragons, and he didn't even hurt a single hair of his. Hey, it seems that you are the leader of this group of people, right? You are. Very powerful, a body refiner, but for me, the one I like most is the body refiner. The red-cloaked fat man grinned. Lin Chen was expressionless. The pure power of Tu Longli was like a burst of cannonballs, and he swung his fists more than a dozen times. Bang! I saw the fist wind crushing on the red-cloaked fat man. His robe suddenly rolled up, and there was a ripple in the space. Under his clothes, there is a treasured armor in purple clothes. This armor seems to have the power of space. It can bounce Lin Chen's pure power attack and transfer it to another space. The red-cloaked fat man stepped slightly, his calf crossed like a purple lightning, turning into a flash of light, and his fat and thick palm slapped Lin Chen head-on. From the palm of his hand, mysterious crystal light energy surged out, forming a triangular battle spirit seal, which was branded on Lin Chen's chest at close range. Clang! Boom! Boom! In the successive explosions, Lin Chen's figure retreated. His whole body was swirling with golden light, and he transformed into a special bloodline of the gold system, and the heavenly astral battle chi he displayed was indestructible. What's wrong? Where did the momentum just now go? Gaga. After I kill you, just play with the bitch in your branch. To be favored by this young master is the blessing you cultivated in your previous life. The red-cloaked fat man has a fat head and big ears, and when he smiles, his saliva is flying, which is disgusting. Suddenly, Lin Chen's purple phoenix wings suddenly launched, dodged, turned to his back in the air, and smashed the leg of the sickle wrapped around the heavenly arrogance upside down. The red-cloaked fat man sneered disdainfully, flicked his fingers, and a beam of orchid bounced from his fingertips, penetrating through Lin Chen's calf, almost breaking his heavenly game battle chi defense. The airflow was torn apart by the huge impact of the beam. Lin Chen turned around like a dragon, and he punched the fire energy bloodline with a backhand. The red-cloaked fat man's belt shone with a faint light of space, and a vortex appeared out of thin air that devoured the burning fighting spirit of Lin Chen's fist, and burst out a fierce heat wave to rebound Lin Chen. Bang! Lin Chen fell heavily to the ground, and the surrounding hard rock layers burst in an instant, smashing into a shocking crack, and flying away countless fragments. Squad leader Lin Chen. Big brother. Brother Lin Chen. Everyone in class 66 exclaimed, isn't even brother Lin Chen this person's opponent? It turns out that your whole body is full of treasures. In the smoke and dust, Lin Chen patted the dust on his shoulder and stepped out of the crack slowly, smiling indifferently. Humph, you are still acquainted. I am Luo Wanquan, the most well-off family member in the general courtyard, and even the dean has to give our family 3 points of face. In Lingzhou, there are not many business groups that can be associated with my family. Comparable, Lao Tzu never cares whether others have money or not. Anyway, I have no money. Luo Wanquan snorted coldly, quite proud. Although he is not the son-in-law, he is considered to be in the middle of the Luo family, and the resources he has obtained are not small. Just relying on his fully armed full-body treasure, it is enough for him to challenge a powerhouse at the 9th level of the earth-shattering realm and the first stage of the Tiangang realm, and a powerhouse in the 2nd stage can also evacuate safely. We really have a bit of fate. I never look at other people's handsomeness in fights. I'm not handsome anyway. Lin Chen smiled casually. The former's face suddenly became gloomy, and he, Luo Wanquan, hated others talking about appearance in front of him the most. since you are rich, come and see today, who the fuck is richer? When Lin Chen was drinking, he grabbed the void with one hand, and the incandescent aurora stones piled up like a hill were suspended above his head. Luo Wanquan's eyes suddenly widened, greed and shock flashed in his eyes. Incandescent aurora stone? He is no stranger to this item. Their Luo family business group can fully utilize the value of any commodity. The rarer the treasure, the more important it is. This incandescent aurora stone, which contains the energy of the light system, can be described as a top grade or with no market price and a price that can top the country. This kid actually has nearly 100 incandescent aurora stones? Luo Wanquan's heart was filled with crazy greed. He swallowed and stared at Lin Chen. Let's see today, you have money, or I have money. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth were slightly lifted, and his palms were pushed horizontally. When the thunder-type battle energy was injected, 10 incandescent aurora stones flew out immediately. Huh? This kid's brain is flooded? Why throw the incandescent aurora stone at me? Luo Wanquan was both happy and surprised, but he could not resist the temptation of the incandescent aurora stone when he wanted to avoid it. He thought that with the treasure on his body, Lin Chen would never threaten him. When the incandescent aurora stone was less than 5 feet away from Luo Wanquan, it suddenly radiated violent energy shrouded in thunder. The waves of light energy became turbulent and fierce. Luo Wanquan was shocked, and the moment before the aurora bloomed, he showed his last expression before his death. Boom. Boom. Come on. Let's see if you motherfucker is rich or I am rich. Lin Chen threw it wildly, and threw all the last 90 or so incandescent aurora stones left in the evil king's secret realm in Luo Wanquan's direction. Boom. 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 Bang. The earth-shattering aurora storm swept across the sky and gradually expanded to hundreds of feet. Just before the energy explosion was brewing to the extreme, Lin Chen suddenly unfolded his purple phoenix wings, threw out a few gold-type battle gas into several golden whips, tied the whole class, and led them away from the explosion area together. The explosion alarmed several chief examiners invigilating the exam, and even they hesitated for a moment. Hey, it's over, this kid Luo Wanquan is over. His grandma's, I don't know what kind of monster this kid is, using the incandescent aurora stone as a consumable? Luo Wanquan's character is not very good. If he died, he died. Who asked him to provoke this kid? However, the regulations do not seem to specify what kind of punishment will be imposed for killing a student in the General Academy. How should we deal with it? Several chief examiners looked at each other, and the old man in linen couldn't help laughing and scolding. Damn, why do you care so much about him? Just use this kid's talent to make the above change the assessment rules. Okay, we'll continue to wait and watch the show. The host gets 30,000 rune energy, 40,000 rune energy, 30,000 rune energy, 2.75 million battle spirit essence. The host obtains 9,800 points of light energy, 10,000 points of light energy, and 20,000 points of light energy. Lin Chen took away the attribute light balls dropped by Luo Wanquan, as well as the attribute light balls dropped by the last batch of exploding incandescent aurora stones. In addition, the many treasures that fell out of Luo Wanquan's nailing ring and those high-level treasures he originally wore, were slightly destroyed. And all were taken away by Lin Chen. As for Luo Wanquan himself, he had already been bombed to pieces. Tianyu's secret light ring, space-moving armor, purple light soft armor, green soul walking shoes. Wow, brother Lin Chen, this guy is so rich. Ying Liang excitedly took stock of those high-end treasures, and Lin Chen nodded. Well, this person's background is indeed extraordinary. For these treasures, Yan Haitang and other classmates are given priority to choose. They paid a lot for this battle. In the end, Lu Liner, Yan Haitang and other women chose some defensive treasures, while the boys chose some offensive weapons. Because the girls are obsessed with cleanliness, they don't want to use the treasures that Luo Wanquan wore on their bodies, so Yu Linlin, the master forging craftsmanship, personally remodeled these treasures. Lin Chen led everyone to rest temporarily on a 10,000-year-old tree. He took away all the valuable things on the red rhinoceros. As for the two Tianjiao of the general court who were affected, they had fled in embarrassment when they just woke up, and they have long since disappeared. At night, everyone set up a bonfire, and Lin Chen personally went into the battle to roast rhino meat. Han Yizhi handed over the 2 blood tokens from before, plus Luo Wanquan's 1, and everyone shared 100,000 points on the spot. Instead, Lin Chen looked at his jade token of blood token. After killing Luo Wanquan, his points showed no sign of decreasing. Perhaps it was because the chief examiner did not envisage that the branch would be able to kill the Marshal Dao Tianjiao of the main hospital. After eating and drinking enough, everyone began to enter the state of practicing pranayama. As for Lin Chen, he sat on the top of the ancient tree to let everyone out. Squad leader? Why don't you take a break? The clear and clean voice sounded like a clear spring. Lin Chen turned his head and saw that Han Yizhi was wearing a trench coat, and her petite body looked a little thin under the moonlight. I'm not tired, what's wrong? Lin Chen smiled casually. While he was on guard, he was observing how much the Qinglong bloodline in his dantian merged with the Qinglong origin. Looking at the current speed, it can be completed before dawn tomorrow. Squad leader, you are really amazing. You are good at refining medicine, you are also good at rhythm, and you are strong. Han Yizhi came to sit less than 1 meter away from Lin Chen, and said longingly, No, the most important thing is that people are so handsome. Lin Chen shrugged and smiled casually. Pucci, yes, the squad leader is handsome and confident. I have always wanted to dream of becoming a squad leader, strong and confident. Han Yizhi sighed with envy. Everyone is different. The most important thing is to act and experience, but it's normal for a beautiful girl like you to be young and have not experienced this level yet. Lin Chen waved his hand at will. Han Yizhi was startled, a trace of strangeness and blush appeared on his fair cheeks, and he was about to speak up. By the way, Yizhi, can you help me set the whistle first? Oh, all right. Han Yizhi agreed without thinking. Lin Chen thanked him and immediately sat down with his knees crossed. Seeing that Lin Chen suddenly entered the state of cultivation, Han Yizhi muttered, Then tell the squad leader next time. At the same time that Lin Chen entered the state of cultivation, his spiritual consciousness sneaked into his numerous nailing rings. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen found his goal. A coquettish mandala sealed in a high-level secret box. It overflows with intense and fiery energy fluctuations, like a passionate beauty locked in a box. This is the blazing mandala obtained by Lin Chen in the last volcano in the temple in the secret realm of the evil king before. This blazing mandala is an extremely rare heaven and earth treasure. To be precise, it only has pure fire energy, and there is no rank. Therefore, Lin Chen couldn't identify its rank, but its energy was unusually powerful and domineering. Lin Chen couldn't bear this energy at all, and for the time being, he didn't think of what kind of pills he would use to use this blazing mandala. Before, Lin Chen didn't have enough strength to directly absorb this blazing mandala, but now his flesh shell has been tempered to the realm of dragon power, which is enough to try to absorb the energy of this blazing mandala. If it can be absorbed successfully, my fire energy should be able to skyrocket a lot, and when it is converted into a special energy bloodline, the power will probably be more than doubled. Lin Chen called out the secret box of the blazing mandala from the space ring and transformed his whole body into a special fire bloodline. Lin Chen's whole body suddenly turned into a mass of red flames, and he swallowed the blazing mandala with his mouth open. On the occasion of the entrance, the fire meridian route of the 9 tribulations of creation is running at full speed. The pure fire-type energy erupted like 100 volcanoes, and the flames of Lin Chen's whole body suddenly expanded more than 10 times. The host obtains 50,000 ignition-type energy, 100,000 ignition-type energy, 80,000 ignition-type energy. Lin Chen's fire energy was rising in a straight line, and the light screen of the system kept popping up. Squad leader Lin Chen is cultivating what kind of exercises, and he is so domineering. Han Yiji was a little surprised, and quickly released her mental power to cover the surrounding area to prevent any creatures from interfering with Lin Chen. Lin Chen clenched his teeth tightly, although his meat shell had withstood the impact of the blazing mandala, but the fire energy it contained was beyond the speed that Lin Chen could absorb. No, if it goes on like this, the part of the energy that overflows will be wasted and scattered between heaven and earth. Just when Lin Chen was desperate, 2 purple flames of light bloomed between heaven and earth. Boom! The wings are like flames, clear and bright, Lin Chen's true flame purple phoenix wings spread out uncontrollably. At this time, the purple phoenix wings were about 10 feet long, and the brilliance of purple flames circulated. The majestic fire energy that Lin Chen was about to be unable to suppress suddenly turned to the true flame purple phoenix wing, making every feather of it flow with the brilliance of purple flames. Lin Chen, who had not had time to be ecstatic, followed by a second wave of momentum. Ka-ka. A crisp sound came, his 9-colored battle spirit revolved extremely fast in his dantian, and the 8th layer of Qi was derived. The host has entered the 8th level of the Earth Demon realm. The moment the system light screen popped up, Lin Chen's cultivation level steadily stepped into the 8th level of the Earth Demon realm. He was happy without saying a word, and absorbed the energy of the blazing mandala with a deep mind. At dawn, everyone's rest and recuperation were initially restored. This night, the biggest gain was Lin Chen. After the purple phoenix wings absorbed the energy of the blazing mandala, the speed skyrocketed. Lin Chen's fire energy attribute value has reached an unprecedented 7.8 million points. Let's go, let's continue to look for the 5th order beasts on the giant Whale Island, and we will fight each other. Lin Chen waved his hand domineeringly, and laughed with pride. Everyone in Class 66 was refreshed. With the current background and strength of their desolate branch, I am afraid that this giant whale island can threaten their existence. There are only a handful of them. 12 days later, Giant Whale Island, 7,800 miles to the south. Everyone in Class 66 took out the blood token and divided the points equally. At this time, everyone in the class has more than 30,000 points. During these 12 days, under the leadership of Lin Chen, Class 66 hunted 6 first-order 5th-order beasts. After Lin Chen personally killed the 5th-order beast, an attribute light Ball exploded in one place, and his chi and blood energy skyrocketed. In a single round of body refining, Lin Chen's pure power has just broken through 4 dragon power, and now he can kill ordinary 5th-order beasts without dropping too many attribute light balls. With our current strength, we are very confident in challenging the 2nd Overlord level 5th-order beast. Lin Chen put away the map, stood on the top of a mountain, and stared at a pink forest on the edge of the sky. There is the lair of the 2nd 5th-order Overlord level beast, the illusory demon disc. Let's go, this time we're going to the lair of the dreaming demon disc. Lin Chen led the whole class towards the pink forest. Inside the pink forest, the mist is lingering, and the dream is blurred, like a dream. Under a towering ancient tree, there are pink honey cocoons, and the slightly stirring life fluctuations are like a newborn baby is about to be born. The soft and greasy woman's coquettish voice echoed from under the ancient tree. Cuckoo, another human is coming to die. Which one should my children eat first this time? Outside the pink forest, a group of figures quietly emerged. Lin Chen, Han Yizhi, and Shangguan Bihan stood at the front of the 3 positions of the team. The 3 people's insight and observation are the strongest. Once there is any trouble, they can react immediately. There's a pink mist everywhere here. Why does it look a bit infiltrating? I just feel that it's unlikely that there will be vicious beasts living in such a ghost place except for the illusory demon plate. Ying Liang and Zhang Yu whispered. Suddenly, Lin Chen and Han Yizhi's expression suddenly changed. The pink mist in the forest suddenly began to blow the wind and roar, and the hurricanes wandering around formed a storm of spiritual tides. Buzzing. One after another spiritual whistling was transmitted, and everyone felt that the world was spinning, and there were 4 different plates around. Lin Chen's eyes were quick and his hands were fast, and he punched out violently, causing the space to distort and stir, and the surrounding fog was shaken and rolled away. Bang bang. The boxing wind shook the surrounding mountains and forests to disintegrate. But it still failed to stop the spatial isolation of everyone by this strange mental fog. Giggle, what a good little brother, the meat shell is refined, and you are young, you will definitely feel good when you eat it. The charming and soft voice echoed in the forest, and the thick fog emerged again. At this time, everyone in Class 66 had disappeared, and only Lin Chen was left in place. Giant Whale Island, coast. Several chief examiners and the old man in linen showed hesitation. These little guys actually broke into the lair of the illusionary demon disc. The illusory demon plate is different from other beasts. It is more destructive to people with low spiritual realm than several other overlord level beasts. Although Lin Chen's potential is good, his spiritual realm shouldn't be enough to surpass that dream disc. Several chief examiners were a little hesitant. From the beginning, they were calm, and after seeing Lin Chen's potential and combat power, they also moved outside compassion. Even if Lin Chen won't fall into the lair of the illusory demon plate, once he suffers any kind of mental trauma, it will cause permanent damage to a person's potential. Grandma, look at each of you. At first, you were as indifferent as a block of ice. After seeing the potential of others, you became like cats that smell fishy. The old man in linen pouted, and several chief examiners glanced at him with disgust, and one of them said angrily and funny, I don't know which lousy old man was just wandering around in worry when he saw that he and Mo Xing were fighting so hard. The old man in linen didn't change his face, as if he didn't hear anything. In the pink forest, The whole class suddenly disappeared, and anyone would be alert to this strange scene. However, there was a strange smile on Lin Chen's mouth. In a red bee forest 10 miles away from Lin Chen, the enchanting and exquisite figure walked up. The beauty's pink robe is like frost, her skin is creamy, her red lips are cherry red, and her delicate ear tips are wearing earrings embellished with star jade. Down the beautifully lined collarbone is the plump mountain that is about to burst the robe. Her rippling blue and seductive eyes swayed with a charming charming and dazzling, like a ripe peach blooming, tempting the other party to pluck her all the time. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This pink-robed beauty was a form that was condensed by the spiritual power. Being able to transform with spiritual power, this illusory dream demon plate has probably already stepped into the spiritual power of the spirit transforming realm with half of its feet. If it wasn't for the presence of Iji on this trip, I really wouldn't dare to bring the whole class in. Lin Chen was secretly frightened. The pink-robed beauty was lying gracefully on a red bee tree, and she glared at Lin Chen. The beautiful lady lifted the hem of her pink robe, revealing her round and slender, fair jade legs. When she slowly lifted it up, she spit out Feng Lan and smiled charmingly. Little brother, why are you still doing a human race? With my sister, you can degenerate to your heart's content. Isn't it good to enjoy the love of fish and water? Someone Lin subconsciously swallowed. Who the fuck can resist this? Fortunately, I'm an artist who's seen a few T's of love performance films, or else I'd be here today. Secretly exclaimed in my heart, I saw someone. Lin said seriously. This girl, if you are unmarried, please cherish yourself. If you are married, please be worthy of your other half. If you are selling, please state your price. If it is just a leak, then please leak a little more. Because it's a little hard to see down there. The beautiful woman chuckled, her red lips bit her slender fingers, and her slightly raised blue eyes looked at Lin Chen provocatively. Why did my little brother say such unfamiliar words? How can people sell it? They just play games with you, the happiest game in the world. Every frown and smile on the spiritual power of this fantasy demon disc exudes the most seductive charm of human women. If it were an ordinary person, I am afraid that it would have already rushed towards it like crazy. Bang bang bang. At this moment, 2 explosion-like roars shook the entire forest, and a group of people slowly appeared. It was Ying Liang, Gu Chenfeng, Zhang Yu, Bai Juanhao, Qin Xiafeng, and others. What? Shouldn't these teenagers be lost in my fantasy dream? Why did they rush out so quickly? The long and charming eyes of the phantom demon Dai squinted, and there was an unpleasant feeling in his heart. I saw Ying Liang, Qin Xiafeng, and others saw Lin Chen. Their faces were happy, and they trotted all the way over. Hey, there are a few more little brothers here. The slave family is very itchy. The little brothers are not coming soon. The phantom demon disc seems to be impatient, or anxious to charm everyone. The boys ran to Lin Chen's side, but before they spoke, when they saw the pink-robed beauty in front of them, all the boys, except Gu Chenfeng, suddenly gasped. Who is this beauty? So fierce, so fierce. Qin Xiafeng and Ying Liang were amazed, but Lin Chen smiled. It should be the phantom demon disc. What? Is the beast a humanoid? Can it speak? Everyone was suddenly startled, only to see the phantom demon plate showing its jade shoulders and showing its back, with its back to everyone, lazily and charmingly speaking. As long as you satisfy me, you can all leave. Hearing this, several male students swallowed at the same time. Brothers, hurry up, this woman is too fierce. I'm coming to the rear of the palace. Qin Xiaofeng, who has always been timid, showed a gesture of who will go to hell if I don't go to hell, and looked at everyone tragically. Brothers, I can't stand it anymore. If everyone from Tianga Academy asks me how Qin Xiaofeng died, you must tell everyone that I, Xiaofeng, dedicated my life to friendship. Hearing this, Ying Liang was heartbroken and grabbed Qin Xiaofeng's arm. Xiaofeng, don't go. We have so many years of friendship and brothers, are we separated? This task is too heavy, let my brother come. No. Brother Liang, you and I have been in a hut together for many years. Brother, I will never let you in danger. Leave it to me. Let's go. I will. Delay this fierce demon girl for everyone. Qin Xiaofeng sacrificed his life for righteousness, with a very tragic expression on his face. Brother Feng. No, you are still young, and you have a great future ahead. Brother, I have no future. I haven't driven meat since I was a child, so let my brother go. Brother Liang, didn't we promise to stab the sword for the sake of the brother, when we worshipped under the ditch, how could the younger brother betray our promise? Just let the younger brother go. Ying Liang grabbed Qin Xiaofeng and said angrily, Grandma, have you treated your brothers as dogs for so many years? Shouldn't it be for your eldest brother now? You usually flirt with so many girls, what's wrong with letting me do it once, and saying it's a brother? I'm blind to a brother like you. Seeing these two brothers who saw the true love in adversity, Bai Juanhao laughed frantically, but Gu Chenfeng's heart didn't waver, and he even wanted to pick his nostrils. Someone Lin couldn't stand it any longer, he snorted loudly. Enough. In broad daylight, what do you two look like? Haven't you seen a woman in your last life? How can this kind of behavior that corrupts your personality and affects the social atmosphere appear in our class 66? Get out of the way, and let me come. The two brothers have a black line, come on. Are you still human? You can say this. You have fascinated all the girls in our class, even this one. Don't you leave the soup for us? Boom. A hurricane swept through, a lot of pink mist dissipated, and the girls from Class 66 also appeared. After the girls appeared, they stared at Lin Chen for the first time, like anger, a faint crimson lingered on the cheeks of the girls, it was like 100 flowers blooming, and they were the best. Someone Lin was stunned, Brother Chen, I didn't do anything, what happened to them? It makes me feel like I've insulted them, I don't recognize them when I lift my pants. What Lin Chen didn't know was that the illusory realm demon dream would go straight to the deepest part of people's spiritual consciousness, and transform into the person who each other most yearns for. Obviously, the girls in Class 66 saw Lin Chen in their dreams. In reality, Lin Chen didn't do anything, but in fantasy, it's not necessarily hee. But on the other hand, when looking at the magical dream demon disc, it was completely panicked this time. Its fantasy dream can even be trapped in the heavenly astral realm. How on earth did these people from the earthly demon realm break their illusions in such a short period of time? Outside the pink forest, 100 zhang tall forest stands, and 5 young talents walk into the forest softly. 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. Some walk with their swords in their hands, their eyes are shattered with thousands of sword chi, with a sword in hand, their murderous aura is sky-high. Some are rebellious and arrogant. The battle chi cultivation base has touched the threshold of the heavenly astral realm. The red-haired youth headed by him is cold and domineering with a single sword across his waist. Its cultivation base is already half-step Tiangang realm. The strongest Tianjiao who participated in the assessment of the general hospital this time is Yao Wuji from the general hospital. A peerless genius who has half-stepped into the astral realm and can step into the astral realm at any time by his own will. In the pink forest. Who are you? Why did you break my fantasy dream so easily? The spiritual doll of the dreaming demon disc roared frantically. She looked around her territory and found no clues to break the illusion. Because we have a little cutie with the spiritual power of the spirit. Transformation realm, the illusory demon plate, I didn't expect that we would break through the illusion so easily. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly, setting off a sneering arc. Impossible, you lied to me. Gugu, how could I not know about the spiritual power that has entered the spiritual level in my territory? This illusory demon disc has a very high spiritual level, speaks very clearly, and possesses a wisdom that surpasses that of most fifth-order beasts. Unfortunately, the spiritual power of the spiritual realm on my side is relatively unique. If the spiritual realm cannot surpass its realm, it is impossible to discover it. During the interval between Lin Chen's conversation with the phantom demon, Yan Haitang, Shangguan Bihan, Gu Qinfeng, and Bai Juanhao had already surrounded the forest behind the spiritual doll from left to right. It is said that the power of the illusory demon plate lies in distributing fog and performing mental attacks. Once the body is discovered, it is equivalent to a living target. Lin Chen's eyes were as sharp as electric light, and his mind moved the blood energy of the fire system. When his legs changed into two balls of blazing fire, Lin Chen's feet suddenly stomped the ground. Bang! Ka ka ka. For the pure power of the dragon force is released like a landslide and tsunami. And the violent and fiery fire energy is transmitted into the ground, like the eruption of 10,000 years of magma. A beam of fire pillars shot up into the sky from the forest, behind the spirit figure of the demon dish. Blast the heat and scatter the firestorm. Grumble. The spiritual humanoid of the phantom demon disc burst out with a piercing spiritual whistle, and disillusioned on the spot into nothingness. The body of the tens of feet of the demon plate flew out of the forest, flapping its wings, and swept towards the people behind Lin Chen. Buzz. It rolled down the viscous pink liquid, and the two tentacles were constantly shaking, emitting a high-frequency mental wave that impacted everyone's spirit. The wings suddenly trembled, and the illusory demon disc set off a tornado. Like violent and twisting emptiness spiritual storm that devastated Lin Chen. The great beginning Bible, Qi, and deity. Lin Chen's spiritual realm has not surpassed the phantom dish yet. His spiritual power released a snow-white light that enveloped him, forcibly resisting the mental storm of the phantom dish. Seeing that Lin Chen has a way of spiritual defense, the illusionary demon plate immediately changed the target to someone else. Damn it, Brother Liang, I'll leave it to you here, I'll slip away first. Qin Xiaofeng didn't say a word, and quickly used his body skills to run away. Fuck, brothers for so many years are fake. Ying Liang couldn't help but yelled, holding back the turbulent feeling of shaking from his spirit, just when he was about to forcibly retreat. The phantom demon disc was approaching Ying Liang. It opened its bloody mouth, and there were countless heavy spiral fangs arranged in a circle. If it was bitten, it would have to be ground into meat. Sauce on the spot. Brother Liang, don't move. Qin Xiaofeng shouted. He held a bloody dagger in his hand, and cut a blood-red sword light with suffocating aura. The sword light suddenly slashed on the huge mouth of the abyss of the illusionary dream plate, making its movement paused, and the aftershocks of the collision of the strong wind shook the fly and retreated dozens of meters. Frost flurry. Binding star arrows. The lightning bolts of hundreds of twists and turns were evacuated and shot. Along with it, there were also the ice beams on both sides, forming a chain like entanglement to lock the fantasy demon disc. Chi. The ice froze the wings of the phantom demon, causing it to temporarily lose the ability to fly. Nice job. Lin Chen applauded loudly, azure light all over his body, the ancient azure dragon was suddenly released by Lin Chen, slaughtered and bit on the fantasy demon disc. GG. Qinglong, why is it a Qinglong? Human race, how could you have a Qinglong in captivity? The dream demon disc screamed hysterically, and Lin Chen controlled the ancient Qinglong with his mind, tearing and biting. The ancient Qinglong tore the body of the dreaming demon disc into several pieces on the spot. Lin Chen jumped up and punched the head of the fantasy demon disc, killing him on the spot. At this time, the ancient Qinglong has 9 dragon powers in pure strength, which can already match the peak of the second level of the Tiangang realm. It is easy for the ancient Qinglong to tear apart a fragile dream disc. Seeing the ancient Qinglong, who was the monitor of his own class once again, everyone in class 66 was still full of shock. Being able to carry such a divine beast with you, you will feel a sense of security wherever you go. Putting away the ancient Qinglong into his body, Lin Chen looked at the attribute light ball all over the ground with excitement. These attribute light balls are all spiritual attributes. I don't know if I can step into the spiritual power of the spiritual realm after absorbing them all. After the phantom demon disc died, the fog began to gradually disappear. At this time, Lin Chen and others hadn't had time to clean the battlefield. 5 figures quietly emerged in the forest, instantly making everyone in class 66 stand ready. Who? Bai Juanhao motivated the blood of the blue dragon, wearing dark blue dragon scales all over his body. The dragon is domineering and imposing, like a sinister dragonborn, standing behind the entire team. What an amazing new team, they actually defeated the illusory demon dish. You are the desolate branch that defeated the Tianyu branch, right? I can't believe that such a group of talented people can emerge in a barbarian land. The woman's chuckle was as crisp and clear as a bell, echoing in the forest. After the 5 people showed their true faces, the whole class couldn't help being a little dignified and afraid. The young man at the head was actually a half-step Tiangang realm. The corpse of the fantasy demon disc is left. You guys, get out. The red-haired youth Yao Wuji is indifferent, with an extremely domineering attitude. He didn't take Lin Chen and others into his eyes at all. Shangguan Bihan secretly used purple gold pupils, and she couldn't help but jump in her heart. On the other side, except for Na Yao Wuji, everyone's strength is equally powerful. No matter the treasures and exercises they wear, the sense of oppression is second only to Luo Wanquan, who had encountered before. Outside the giant whale island, several chief examiners have solemn expressions. Whether it is Yao Wuji or Lin Chen, they are the top talents of Tianga Academy in the future. From the point of view of the academy, the most feared thing about this kind of top-notch fight is that both sides have the intention to kill, and the entire academy will be damaged. Forget it. Instead of getting a mediocre genius, it's better to let them fight each other and pick out the real powerhouses who are capable of standing at the peak. The eyes of the sackclothed old man were bright, and the chief examiners could not help but sigh deeply. It's not a pity. I think we came here like this back then. A trace of nostalgia and memory appeared in the eyes of the old man in linen, as if thinking of his past self. In the pink forest, the atmosphere is tense. Everyone in Class 66 habitually unfolds their familiar positions. If the other 5 dare to take any action, all kinds of unique combat skills will explode. Like a storm. I have to say, the people from your general hospital are really domineering. They will make people die at every turn. Haven't you considered when you are pressed to the ground and rubbed? Lin Chen smiled softly. No matter how strong Yao Wuji's half-step Tiangang realm is, he, Lin Chen, is not afraid. Shame on your face, get out. Yao Wuji's legs were like a swift shadow, and he swept out a force of training that blended into the heaven and the earth, like a knife's edge. The speed is so fast that almost no one in Class 66 can react except Lin Chen. Chi-chi. The purple phoenix wings rolled out a purple flame, and the energy rushed into the air, slashing the hard ground, and the python-like cracks burst open in an instant. Amazing, terrible, really terrible athlete's foot, brother, do you want to use my special dog skin plaster to treat dog athlete's foot? The purple phoenix wings flapped, and Lin Chen levitated into the void. Jokingly laughed. The 2 female seniors from the general hospital couldn't help but burst into laughter, and immediately realized that they had lost their way and pretended to be serious, but in fact they couldn't help laughing. Destroy these guys, and grab the corpse of the phantom dish. Yao Wuji's veins were exposed, he quickly turned around in the sky, his legs were flying, and he slashed out a fierce wind, destroying the entire pink forest. 100 poisons pierce the heart. Soul-chasing arrow. Blood dragon bite. The people in Class 66 reacted faster than the 4 people in the general hospital, and immediately shot violently, 3 against 1. The blood of the gold system was transformed. Lin Chen's Tiangang fighting spirit was like a mad dragon going out to sea, and a golden beam practiced and swallowed Yao Wuji's attack. Lin Chen clenched into a fist, and threw an angry fist with his backhand. The power of the 4 dragons was like the power of a ghost and god, shattering the void, and the fist wind slammed into Yao Wuji's body. With a slight change in expression, Yao Wuji's hand knife turned into an afterimage, slashing out the light of the sword that split the wind and waves. Boom! The knife light exploded, and the remaining energy of the 4 dragons still penetrated Yao Wuji and shattered his battle chi defense. Pfft! Blood spat out. Yao Wuji stared at the blood on his hands and chest in disbelief. I was actually injured by a bastard from the branch? Lin Chen's pure power lethality has approached the peak of the 1st level. Tiangang realm, the feeling of being hit is unpleasant. If it wasn't for Yao Wuji's special physique, this punch would be enough to shatter his body. Take your people and get out of here. This is my last advice to you. Otherwise, die. Lin Chen said indifferently. His attribute light balls became scattered because of the battle. He didn't want to play with these people anymore. Ha ha ha. It's a joke. This young master has a noble bloodline, was born in Jiuyang, and is born supreme. It's your turn to warn me from a wild species. Like you born in a wasteland? Yao Wuji raised his head to the sky and laughed wildly. The murderous aura and cruelty between his brows became more intense. There was fury in Lin Chen's eyes. He completely turned his fire-type battle aura into a special bloodline. Fuck, all of you guys in the general hospital have a high self-esteem, young master, I will kill you superior dogs today. When they shook hands and closed their fists, the billowing flames flowed over Lin Chen's right fist. The fire energy was like 10,000 volcanoes. Erupting in unison, the dragon pierced the galaxy, and the tyrannical and fiery fist wind shook the space and distorted it in disguised form. Bang! The fist wind tornado swept the mountains and rivers, like a flaming beast. Passing by, destroying many towering ancient trees in the pink forest along the way, and igniting a fire. What? The boxing style is in the middle of Yao Wuji, and he was caught off guard, forcing the fighting spirit to take Lin Chen's punch. Boom! The fist style passed by, and a hill of more than 300 feet in the south of the pink forest was pierced alive by Lin Chen's fist style, setting off a mountain. Fire! The students in the main hospital all looked sideways. If they hit the punch, I am afraid that they would be disabled for the rest of their lives. Equal to the attack of the second level of the astral realm, the lethality of the 7.8 million fire energy, combined with pure power, is really powerful. Lin Chen was overjoyed, and before he had time to be happy, a pillar of battle aura bloomed from the void. Yao Wuji had burns all over his body, his red hair fluttered, and he walked in the air, with a strong evil spirit, like a devil. The aura between heaven and earth is centered on him, forming a huge vortex of red aura. The surging solar energy of his body is like the rising sun, igniting the spiritual energy in a radius of dozens of miles. His fighting spirit fluctuates more than 10 times stronger than his previous self. Oh? In order to fight me, he even broke through the cultivation base of Tiangang realm. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. He just punched him, just hoping that the other party would retreat in spite of the difficulties. He didn't expect that they would be shameless. Today, he wanted Class 66 to get out of the way. Is he crazy? He even forcibly stepped into the heavenly astral realm at this juncture. For the wings and beast core that a woman wants, this guy has even crushed his own future. He's really a lunatic. Hey, it's too reckless. Forcibly advancing into the heavenly astral realm is not considered a perfect advancement, and there may be many problems in the future. The Tianjiao of the general court, who had just started fighting each other, secretly sighed or shook their heads in disappointment. Yao Wuji was bathed in yang fires all over his body, and he looked majestic and became the center of this world. Yao Wuji is a well-known figure in the main courtyard. If he is defeated by a branch pariah like this and returns empty-handed, then he really has no face to stay in the main courtyard. I have to admit that if I don't step into the astral realm, even if I use this 9-yang physique, I have to do my best with that punch just now. Now, I have paid the price, and it's your turn. He said coldly, waved his hand, and when the air conditioner moved the world's spiritual energy into his own fighting spirit, he slammed into the air with a punch. Directly above Lin Chen's head, a giant fist of splendid yang fire energy fell from the sky, like a punch from a judge master. The giant fist of yang fire energy is as huge as an acre of field, and it slams its head down, mixed with the dominance of suppressing everything in the world, and wants to kill Lin Chen with one punch. Shame on your face, if you want to hit it hard today. Lin Chen's momentum was shocked, and his whole body seemed to be a little transparent, burning red flames. His fists were like the hammer of war drums. And he swung up to the sky. Bang! The mountains and rivers roared, fists collided, and the collision of the burning fist and the giant fist of yang fire energy shocked the sky and the raging yang firestorm. Lin Chen smashed his fists violently, and shattered the Yonghua energy giant. Fist with half a breath. Yao Wuji flew in the air, the two of them slammed into each other like a sea of anger and of fire, and they collided again in an instant. Bang bang bang. Airflow collapses and space distorts. The two fought fiercely from the sky to the ground, and the aftermath of the collision burst out along the way, smashing and burning everything. Everyone in Class 66 immediately retreated, and no one dared to approach the battle circle of the two easily. Lin Chen transformed into a fire-type energy bloodline, combined with pure power. His strength can be compared to the second level of the heavenly astral realm. Yao Wuji has the bloodline of the nine yangs, a special physique that is unique among the billions of arrogances, and he was already familiar with the control of the spiritual energy of the heavenly astral realm when he was half-stepped into the heavenly astral realm. Even if you step into the heavenly astral realm on the spot, you can perfectly exert a leapfrog-like powerful combat power. Another full-strength punch, blasting two energy waves, the two sides refused to give an inch, and the offensive resumed. With a flash of fire, Yao Wuji's knees collided like a star and turned around, rushing towards Lin Chen. The flaming elbows slashed down like a knife, and Lin Chen, who smashed Yao Wuji's knees, smashed his backhand and punched the opponent's abdomen. Boom! With a loud noise, Yao Wuji's abdomen was injured, and he was the first to be injured. Lin Chen took the attribute light ball dropped from his body, and the system popped up a light screen. The host has obtained the Yang attribute light ball, which has been automatically converted into fire energy 170,000 points. The host has obtained 3.25 million points of battle spirit essence, 3.4 million points of battle spirit essence. This dropped attribute light ball contains a lot of fighting spirit essence and solar energy. Lin Chen became more and more brave in battle, pursued with victory, punched Yao Wuji's chest ruthlessly, the fire energy exploded, and the dragon force penetrated into the body. With the chance of Yao Wuji spitting blood, Lin Chen slammed down from the sky all the way, and his attribute values skyrocketed, like two meteors meeting together and falling into the pink forest together. Boom! The two fell to the ground, shattering the ground, and cracking 100 Zhonglong crater. The host has entered the 9th level of the earthly evil realm. When a light screen popped up, Lin Chen actually entered the 9th realm. Shortly after breaking through the 8th realm, as expected of the outstanding genius in the main courtyard, the attribute value brought by the attribute light ball dropped from the first layer of Tianganging is so strong. With a sigh of admiration in his heart, Lin Chen is only one step away from Tiangang realm. In addition, his fire element energy has soared to 9.5 million points, becoming a higher level before. Pulling off Yao Wuji's nailing ring, Lin Chen walked out of the crack all the way. All the fighting stopped immediately. The 4 people in the main hospital saw that Yao Wuji had lost his breath, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. And the 2 male students fled quickly. I didn't expect that this class of newly admitted juniors would be so powerful. I won't get involved in your affairs, senior sister. Farewell. The 2 female seniors smiled apologetically, Ying bowed, and then fled away. Seeing this result, the examiners who have been secretly spying were completely shocked. Yao Wuji was never Lin Chen's opponent even when he forced his way into the heavenly astral realm. All the examiners believed that Lin Chen at that time could only withstand the heavenly astral realm's Yao Wuji by releasing the ancient Qinglong. That day, when he fought against the demonic Qinglong, he didn't have this kind of strength. Now his cultivation base and combat power have made a new breakthrough, and his growth rate is extremely fast. Looks like we made the right bet. I'm afraid there's going to be a fierce person in the assessment of the General Institute. Ha ha ha, the old man is very much looking forward to how wonderful the expressions of those little guys will be when they enter the General Hospital. While all the examiners were laughing and negotiating, only the old man in linen looked meaningfully at the situation in the pink forest. It's not over yet. In the pink forest. Brother, you are amazing. This guy is not your opponent even if he breaks through the heavenly astral realm. Bai Juanhao was the first to rush up, full of envy and admiration. The main thing is that he wants to kill himself. I have already let him go. He prefers to fight me. Lin Chen casually threw Yao Wuji's nailing ring to Bai Juanhao. After that, he released the Qinglong arm, rolled it in one hand, and picked up a large number of attribute light balls. The host gains 20,000 mental power, the host gains 30,000 mental power, and the host obtains 28,000 mental power. A large number of mental power attributes have risen wildly, and Lin Chen's mental power attributes have never risen so fast. 400,000, 450,000, 500,000, 600,000, 800,000 points. After picking up all the attribute light balls, Lin Chen's mental attribute value soared to 800,000 points, before it stopped. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt that his spiritual power had become incomparably soft. And his spiritual perception had been magnified several times. Transforming spirit realm spiritual power. When Lin Chen's spiritual realm reached 600,000 points, he stepped into the spiritual power of the spiritual realm. When he has 700,000 spiritual power attributes, his spiritual realm will be more stable. Kaka. When Lin Chen's mental power was stabilized in the spirit transformation realm, a brand new memory emerged in his mind. Taisha was born, wandering in the world, the divine yang turned around, and it was endless. The obscure formula was imprinted in Lin Chen's memory, which was actually a memory of cultivation from the Taisha Bible. This is a secret that can heal other people's spiritual power. It's so mysterious, even the wounds of the spiritual source can be healed. Lin Chen was amazed. It turned out that after his own spiritual power stepped into the spiritual realm, he reached the threshold of the new cultivation secret of the Taisha Bible and automatically released his cultivation memory. The surprise is not over yet. When Lin Chen's spiritual attribute value reaches 800,000 points, the mutation will regenerate. Lin Chen's spiritual power and Zijintong communicated a wonderful connection. The two forces in the past should have performed their own duties, but now they are quietly connected after the breakthrough of Lin Chen's spiritual power. Huh? When I use my spiritual envoy Zijintong, I can detect it 10 times more. Finally, no, it's much more than that. Lin Chen's face suddenly burst into ecstasy. He first activated the fourth realm of Pingxing Zidian. When looking at some distant voids, Pingxing Zidian couldn't detect too much weather. When he used his mental power to connect Zijing pupils one after another, the originally blank void was filled with countless energy lines, as well as some wonderful luck lines. The realm of Zijintong is divided into 6 realms, insight into the micro, the pupil is like watching fire, the breath is dew, the purple electricity is born, the nothingness is changed, and the golden pupil twins. My purple gold pupils are the realm of nothingness. Lin Chen was very pleasantly surprised. No wonder no one in the Shengguan family has cultivated to the 5th realm since later generations. It turned out that the fifth realm of creating something out of nothing must reach the spiritual power of the spiritual realm. Even many experts in the heavenly astral realm have their spiritual powers too. Stay in the spiritual realm for a lifetime, not to mention the spiritual power of the spirit transformation realm. It is hard to find a few people in the entire wasteland. The imperial envoy's mental power stimulated the realm of something out of nothing, and Lin Chen took a peek at this brand new world. Lin Chen found that the things that can be spied on in the realm of something out of nothing are no longer limited to things that exist in the form of energy. In this way, he can even see some bad luck, murder, and bad luck in the world. In addition, there are heaven and earth textures that symbolize good luck and odd luck. This change made Lin Chen feel a little bit against the sky. In this world, the most illusory thing is the way of luck. This purple gold pupils things out of nothing realm can actually spy on the fate of heaven. Being able to spy on the texture of these heavens and the earth, you can predict and sense one step ahead of others, whether it is an adventure or a crisis, you can discover it in advance. The harvest this time is not too big. Lin Chen held back his ecstasy and sighed in his heart. When everyone took away Yao Wuji's bloodling jade card, they found that he had as many as 200,000 points. Squad leader, I have broken through all the illusions, but for some reason, the mist of illusions here has not completely dissipated. At this time, Han Yiji waved her little hand through the pink mist and appeared in front of everyone. Lin Chen smiled, but before he spoke, a very obscure murderous intent passed by. The purple gold light shrouded Lin Chen's pupils, and he instantly stood upside down. Lin Chen's purple gold pupils peeped into the void, and there was a faint gray texture of murder that enveloped everyone in the audience. Don't move, prepare to fight. The sound transmission mixed with spiritual power reached everyone in class. 66. Let everyone subconsciously enter a state of alert combat. Lin Chen turned around suddenly, staring at the burned jungle. After a while, Lin Chen sneered at the corner of his mouth. As expected of a fifth-order overlord-level beast, its name is well-deserved. Illusory demon disc, get out. Lin Chen's words made everyone's nerves suddenly tense. His voice fell, and there was nothing unusual in the jungle. However, there was a strangeness in the atmosphere. The entire class of class 66 unconditionally believed in Lin Chen. Everyone was within a certain range, and they dared not act rashly. The most doubtful one is Han Yiji. Her spiritual power in the spirit transformation realm can't be felt at all. How can there still be living beings here? Lin Chen's eyes were fixed on the burnt jungle, and there was a rare trace of fear in his voice. I almost got your way. If it wasn't for my spiritual breakthrough, the promotion of Zijintong's realm, and your vague murderous intent when Yiji appeared, I'm afraid all of us would have to be buried here. When the voice fell, it was still quiet and silent, not hearing any movement. If you don't show up, then I will force you to show up. The soles of the feet stomped abruptly, and the fire elements erupted violently, like magma burning the ground, causing the ground to shake. Bang! The flame soared into the sky, and the blazing fire column exploded a dozen times one after another. Finally, at the 20th fire column, everyone heard a soul-shattering scream. Gee! Humans, how could you find me? What the hell are you? You want that kid? It turned out to be a special physique that I couldn't detect. The huge wings fluttered in the void, and every time the wings vibrated, they would sway the dust all over the sky. The pink fog that was even fiercer than before suddenly enveloped the entire pink forest. This is a winged insect, with a size of 700 feet. Its wings are gorgeous pink. Clear and bright, its head is like huge teeth, and it has 4 bloody pupils. Its entire body is abscessed and fat, and it has 12 flying feet. Butterfly, it's more like a moth. Easy, protect everyone. Lin Chen suddenly sighed, this genuine fantasy and demon disc has reached the level of spiritual power alone. Han Yiji unleashed all her spiritual power and turned it into a glass-colored spiritual wall, sealing the entire class. Without further ado, Lin Chen didn't care about anything this time. He leaped into the air and released the ancient Qinglong. The huge dragon body instantly entrenched near the whole class, and the dragon tail swept away, destroying everything around it. Lin Chen slammed his fist on the ground angrily, turning the gold energy into a special bloodline, and the sharp and domineering Bingjing fighting spirit followed the dragon power of the fist, shattering the entire ground, and the cracks like a giant python spread for dozens of miles. Most of the fog was dispelled, and the pink forest finally showed its prototype. The swamp here is like a lake, and there are many blood pools. The stench of rancidity and corpse that can be seen everywhere permeates the forest, and the mountains of bones exude a fresh smell of blood, both human and animal bones. It turns out that we were still in the secret realm just now. It's terrible, this is the beast of the spirit system. Could it be that the phantom demon disc we killed just now is a fake? Or are there 2 phantom demon dishes? The whole class was stunned and shocked, subverted by the shocking facts in front of them. In fact, this result was equally shocking to Lin Chen. For techniques such as illusion and illusion, Lin Chen has a more powerful recognition skill than Zijintong, and that is the attribute light ball. When Lin Chen killed a large number of spiritual attribute light orbs from the phantom dish, all of them were genuine, which led him to think that the phantom dish had died before. Good guy, I just walked on the tip of the knife, sir. Lin Chen pinched a cold sweat. If his purple gold pupils did not break through the realm this time, perhaps their class 66, including him, Lin Chen, would all be wiped out in the lair of this fantasy demon. Gigi, human race, what if you see through my illusion? I already know all of your cards. This time, even if you have an ancient Qinglong to protect you, you will die. The phantom demon disc suspended in the void wriggled its fat abscess body, sneering sharply. My pseudo-bodies, come out. The phantom demon disc burst out with a sharp hissing sound. It was located in the forest that had just been burned down, inside a pitch-black ancient tree that was hundreds of meters high. It began to shake and tremble constantly. A cocoon of several dozen feet began to drop vertically from the branch and began to split quickly. 30 fantasy demon discs split open from the cocoon and emerged from the cocoon. These 30 pseudo-bodies are the heritage that I have prepared for thousands of years. Human race, I have used all the pseudo-bodies to deal with you. This is your honor. The phantom demon disc sneered greedily, and it could faintly feel that if it could eat Lin Chen and Han Yiji, the 2 secretive human races together this time, its realm would usher in a soaring rise. For this opportunity, it will not hesitate to use its 1,000-year-old heritage to get the 2. Those hatched phantom demon discs are twice as small as the original phantom demon plate. But when 30 illusory demon plates cast the illusory demon dream together, the surrounding dust storm suddenly swept up with a terrifying spiritual shock. The tidal-like mental shock penetrates into the void, trying to sneak into everyone's spiritual consciousness. Even Han Yiji's spiritual power of Hualing spirit realm, it is almost Impossible to protect everyone from being attacked by the 30 illusory dream. Demon discs working together to protect everyone from being attacked. GG. Even the main body's illusory demon disc has joined the army of jointly. Displaying the illusory demon dream, and a group of spiritual shocks caused. Space ripples. Even Lin Chen felt dizzy for a while. On Han Yiji's side, the corners of his lips had begun to bleed slightly, and he was holding on with one breath. No, if this goes on, everyone will have an accident, and this guy must be killed as soon as possible. The mind controlled the ancient Qinglong, and the Qinglong flew out, and suddenly bit a few fantasy dream dishes. When the ancient Qinglong was about to rush through the 4 directions of the big killing, a strong illusion fog lingered, and all the fantasy demon discs disappeared into the fog. The dragon's tail swept away, and the ancient Qinglong turned upside down the surroundings, but still did not attack a fantasy demon plate. It's not that simple this time, Jijijiji, human beings, die. The illusory demon disc hidden in the mist of the illusion sneered at Lin Chen, and once again increased the frequency and density of the mental shock. Han Yiji's face was pale, and the corners of her mouth began to bleed continuously, and the spiritual hood shrouded in glass-colored rays of light suddenly appeared several cracks. Okay, it hurts. Everyone in Class 66 experienced different levels of mental trauma, including Han Yiji. Everyone fainted on the spot. Oops, everyone's mental strength has been severely traumatized. Lin Chen's face changed slightly, his figure flashed, and he immediately came to Han Yiji's side, unfolding his mental shield to protect everyone. This is the first time that Lin Chen led the 66 class and caused the whole class to be hit hard. Mental strength is injured, ranging from serious injury to affect potential. And in severe cases, thinking is destroyed, and dementia is on the spot. This result made Lin Chen's eyes burst with monstrous murderous intent. Calm down, this is not the way to go. Lin Chen took a deep breath and put away his murderous intention, the more mad he was at this time, the easier it was to make mistakes. Jijiji, see how long you can last alone. I will slowly suck your head dry and let you experience unprecedented pleasure. The phantom demon dish sneered wildly, in its eyes. Lin Chen and the others are already on the plate. The quick and calm Lin Chen and Han Yiji guarded everyone, while urging his mental power to create something out of nothing again. Creating something out of nothing can't directly see the potential position of the opponent, but it can capture the murderous luck and bad luck released by the opponent. Under the investigation of Zijintong, there was only a blurred spiritual dust and a vague murderous shuttle, straight in the void. I found it. These pseudo-bodies of it are different from the carefully shaped pseudo-bodies before. They don't have much independent thinking. They are all manipulated by the body. Only the body can kill us. Lin Chen's heart was shocked, but he found that this illusory dream dish was extremely cunning, and it was hidden behind 20 pseudo-dish bodies. In the fog of fantasy, it changes and moves very fast. Even if my ancient Qinglong kills it with all its strength, it is still possible to run away. Under the suicide cover of more than 20 demon disc pseudo-body. Completely calmed down, Lin Chen's thoughts became extremely clear. If it finds out that it has probed into its existence, the outcome is still unknown. There is only one chance. I can't act rashly, I have to kill with one hit. Lin Chen, who had made up his mind, suddenly had red eyes, and he roared hysterically. Why is this happening? Lin Chen Tian, is a prodigy, and it's no problem to kill the enemy all the way. Am I going to die here? Impossible, die for me. Die for me. Hoo hoo. Long Xiao ripped apart the sky. The ancient Qinglong was like Lin Chen. The dragon body was tumbling, and it began to slap the dragon's tail, frantically. Spit out the dragon's breath, and frantically destroyed everything around it. Finally, I can't hold on anymore, Jijiji. After all, it's a young human race. Although the talent is high, but I can't hold my breath, it is much inferior to the experienced human race powerhouses I have encountered. Gugu, I really want to eat him quickly. The main body of the phantom demon disc is hidden in many pseudobody. Although it intends to move, it has not yet begun to act. It is very cautious. As a spiritual high-level beast that has lived for thousands of years, its intelligence far exceeds that of beasts of the same level. Ancient Qinglong and Lin Chen became more and more mad. After nearly a quarter of an hour of destruction, they finally began to run out of breath and fell to the ground. Lin Chen was like a candle in the wind, urging the last trace of spiritual power to protect everyone, and muttered to himself in confusion. Fantasy demon disc, don't you dare to come out, ha ha ha. Can't you come out? I won. I, Lin Chen, are the winner. Lin Chen suddenly raised his head to the sky and laughed wildly. Seeing that the ancient Qinglong didn't move very much, there was a trace of contempt in his heart. Stupid human beings, not even conscious. Time to eat you up. The phantom demon plate detoured in one direction and approached slowly from behind Lin Chen. It is still very cautious, and there are 15 demon disc pseudobody following it. I won. I'm the real genius, ha ha ha. Lin Chen's neck twitched slightly, and there were some unclear words in his mouth. 100 feet, 80 feet, 70 feet. The phantom demon plate is getting closer and closer to Lin Chen, silently. When it and its dozen or so prosthetic bodies were less than 40 feet away from Lin Chen. Lin Chen suddenly turned around. A gleam of light suddenly flashed across his eyes, and his spirit re-emerged. With an endlessly strong fighting spirit. I don't want to be a madman at all. The moment Lin Chen turned around, the illusory dream demon disc was horrified. Isn't this human race crazy? Boom. The purple phoenix wings suddenly unfolded, and Lin Chen's speed unfolded too. The extreme. After absorbing the blazing mandala, the purple phoenix wings were more than twice as fast as before. Pseudobody, stop him. The phantom demon plate quickly evacuated, and all the phantom demon plate pseudobody stood in front of it. However, Lin Chen didn't come at it at all, but led everyone in class 66 to withdraw a large distance behind him. Before he had time to wonder, the dreaming demon disc saw that the ancient Qinglong had already raised its dragon claws, and the violent and ferocious azure dragon breath lingered on the dragon's claws, interpreting the rise and fall of the dragon civilization. Blue dragon, split soul, claw. Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong let out a low roar almost at the same time. The dragon claws slammed down angrily, and the flying dragon breath light blades were like waves, annihilating mountains and rivers for thousands of miles, and destroying all obstacles along the way. No matter how fast the phantom demon plate is, and no matter how many pseudo-body, at close range, there is no chance to escape from the azure dragon soul cracking claw that the ancient azure dragon is ready to go. How is it possible, this human race? The illusionary demon disc could not even let out a scream. It was a monstrous blade of light that passed by, cutting its whole body into countless pieces. Those phantom dishes are even more fragile, like thin paper, and they will disappear in an instant. The main body dies, and the phantom dishes that are not attacked also die. Boom. In the entire pink forest, nearly half of the territory was torn apart by Lin Chen's Qinglong soul-splitting claw, and its power was already pushing the mountains and rivers horizontally. The momentum was so great that it could be heard clearly in a radius of 5,000 miles. Many participants in the assessment were alarmed, and some curious. People couldn't help but flock here. The pink mist began to gradually recede, and it disappeared completely after a few breaths. This time, the dream disc is the real death in Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen couldn't care about the attribute light ball dropped after the body of the dreaming demon disc died, and a purple gold treasure chest suspended in the void. He took out 3 Longan-sized medicinal pills shrouded in golden light from the nailing ring. This is a spiritual recovery elixir that Lin Chen had previously obtained in the academy using a large number of high-level medicinal materials harvested in the secret territory. With everyone's spiritual realm, only Haniji can withstand the effects of this medicine pill, so Lin Chen can't directly feed the whole medicine pill to everyone. The palm of his hand suddenly crushed the Qingshan Jin Yuandan, and a mass of pure spiritual light was suspended. Lin Chen released his spiritual power to disperse this group of spiritual light, and in turn, transported it into everyone's spirit platform sea of consciousness. No, Jin Yuandan can heal their mental wounds, but it can't make up for their lost spiritual origin. Even if they can wake up, everyone may even lose some of their memories. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. If he can't find a way to restore everyone's spiritual origin in a short time, except for Haniji, everyone's spiritual origin will be permanently damaged. Where am I going to find one that can restore the source of my spirit? Right? I have a way to restore the source of my spirit. Lin Chen slapped his thigh, and a hint of enlightenment suddenly appeared in his heart. Lin Chen sat cross-legged beside the fainted Yu Lin, with his hands facing each other, chanting obscure formulas. Taisha was born, wandering in the world, the divine yang turned around, and it was endless. In Lin Chen's sea of spiritual consciousness, a strand of pure white pure spiritual origin trembled slightly, and following the handprint, it slowly flowed into Yu Linlin's sea of spiritual consciousness. Yu Linlin's eyebrows trembled slightly, and there are signs of recovery. Sure enough, the Taisha Bible is really wonderful. Lin Chen was about to heal the second person when suddenly, there was a sense of tiredness from his sea of consciousness. Because of the host's use of special exercises, the mental power will drop by 20,000 points. If you continue to use it, the mental power will be reduced by 50,000 points. Please use it with caution. Just when Lin Chen was puzzled, the system popped up a light screen, and Lin Chen's attributes showed a decrease in regression for the first time. Grandma, will this fucking reduce the mental power attribute value? I have to rescue people in a hurry and give me this hand? Lin Chen was furious, and when he was about to take stock of how many medicinal herbs he had that could increase his mental power, he suddenly slapped his forehead. The more anxious I get, the more stupid I get. Isn't that the fact that there is a ready-made mental power attribute value? Lin Chen turned to look at the attribute light balls that were all over the ground. These attribute light balls were left behind by the dream dish, and they were all spiritual attribute light balls. Because the first one that was beheaded by Lin Chen was not as complete as it was before, the attribute light balls dropped by the rest of the demon disc pseudo-body were very small. Regardless of whether it is 3, 7 or 21, Lin Chen accepts everything according to the order. While the mental power attribute value soared wildly, it dropped rapidly. While Lin Chen was busy taking away the attribute light ball and treating everyone in class 66, a series of figures quietly appeared near the pink forest, coming from all directions. Isn't this the lair of the phantom demon disc? My God, how could it be ruined like this? Hey! It's from the Wasteland branch. Look, there's that Lin Chen? Even the illusionary demon plate has been killed. Are these guys monsters? Those are rare fifth-order spiritual beasts. There is an ancient blue dragon beside him? Isn't this a violation? There is no need to doubt the decision of the examiner of the general hospital. It is no wonder that after the guys from the Tianyu branch and the Mingyu branch met the Wasteland branch, they died and were injured. This Lin Chen is really a ruthless character. If this person enters the general hospital, I am afraid that he is also a famous person. I didn't expect that we would encounter such a monster in the same session. I don't know if it is good luck or bad luck. Let's go quickly. Later, maybe he will kill us and kill us. Some passing branches of Tianjiao Dark Center were shocked. Almost all the fifth-order overlord level beasts on this giant whale island have the potential to grow to the fifth-order intermediate level beasts, comparable to the fifth-level Tiangang realm. Even the chief examiners were very surprised. They hadn't brought the island for many years, and they didn't expect that the phantom demon disc would have transformed into such a terrifying level. From the results, Lin Chen can be regarded as eradicating a devastating disaster for this assessment. If the magical dream disc had released all the demon disc pseudo-body from the very beginning, then no one who participated in the assessment would have survived. As expected of a rare spirit-type beast, it has evolved so many strange things. Speaking of which, we still owe this kid a favor. Ha ha ha. It's amazing, amazing, this assessment has been successfully concluded. Some chief examiners and the old man in linen couldn't help but admire that Lin Chen's performance in the assessment this time was enough to rank among the best in the history of the General Academy's assessment. But if combined with his age, he can be so outstanding at the age of less than 18 years old, he is the first in the history of Tiangai Academy. In the pink forest, Lin Chen was sweating profusely, and almost collapsed to the ground. This time, he killed the illusory demon disc body, and the spiritual energy attribute light ball obtained almost surpassed the total attribute value accumulated by Lin Chen before, reaching as many as 900,000 points. But in order to heal those who were injured by the spiritual source, Lin Chen continued to deplete his mental power. In the end, the mental power attribute value only stayed at 860,000 points, which was only 60,000 points more than before. After this blow, I will help them restore their spiritual origin and stand upright. Their spiritual realm will go to a higher level. Lin Chen fell to the ground. The battle of the fantasy and demon saucer is not only a breakthrough for himself, but everyone's spiritual realm will also rise. Unable to suppress the mental exhaustion, Lin Chen fell asleep on the ground. Like this, only the ancient Qinglong was still quietly guarding everyone by his side. When Lin Chen slept, 2 days and 2 nights had passed. Within 2 days and 2 nights, everyone in class 66 woke up one after another. When everyone probed their own spiritual power, almost everyone's spiritual power broke through at least a small realm. When they saw the situation around them and Lin Chen, who fell asleep on the ground, they immediately knew what happened. Everyone was tacit, without making much noise, quietly guarding Lin Chen's side. Until the morning of the last day came, Lin Chen woke up and found that everyone in the class had been waiting for a long time. The squad leader is awake. Brother, my spiritual power has broken through. Thank you, Monitor, for saving us once again, hee hee. Everyone surrounded Lin Chen, either surprised or excited. Lin Chen also enjoyed this feeling very much. In his opinion, everyone in class 66 was like a big family. Everyone, calm down first. Lin Chen got up, smiled and raised his hand. Everyone immediately quieted down. Everyone, this operation is my miscalculation, causing everyone to suffer such serious mental trauma. From now on, I will temporarily separate from everyone. Lin Chen's words made everyone look at him suspiciously. Through the battle with the illusory demon plate, Lin Chen re-understood that fighting these special fifth-order beasts was always walking on the tip of a knife, and one accident could lead to death. He thought that his ancient blue dragon was enough to protect everyone, but now it seems that he may not even be able to protect himself. Fighting against the fifth-order, hegemonic beasts on the giant whale island is still too much for the current class 66, and Lin Chen can't make fun of everyone's lives. After telling everyone what they were thinking, everyone in class 66 smiled. Relieved. Brother, this is not your problem at all. It is indeed that we are too weak. And it is indeed too early to join this level of battle. Bai Juanhao was the first to smile freely. They were only a few years old, and they were able to encircle and suppress the fifth-order beasts. This is already a great event in the wasteland. I agree with Junhao, brother, you don't have to blame yourself, you can do whatever you want next. We will follow your footsteps. Gu Qinfeng nodded in agreement. After Lin Chen returned from the evil king's secret realm, their strength has been improving by leaps and bounds, and now it is really not too hasty. Since everyone understands, then I'm relieved. Remember, you are all careful. Next, and we will meet again in 6 days. As soon as Lin Chen stretched out his hand, everyone made an appointment. Let's go on hunting fifth-order beasts, ha ha ha. Ying Liang and Bai Juanhao laughed with pride, and the girls in class 66 waved goodbye to Lin Chen reluctantly. After parting with everyone, Lin Chen's eyes flashed a little sharply. Before entering the general hospital, I have to become stronger. In the battle with Yao Wuji and Luo Wanquan, Lin Chen has clearly understood the high gold content of the students of the General Academy. If you want to gain a foothold in the headquarters of Tiange Academy, the highest institution in Lingzhou, your current strength is not enough. Lin Chen was about to leave the pink forest, but suddenly found a purple gold treasure chest suspended in the void. The brilliance of this purple treasure chest is the first time Lin Chen has seen it. This treasure chest is what was left after killing the phantom demon disc. Because Lin Chen was racing against time to heal the trauma of the spiritual origin for everyone, he was able to take away this purple treasure chest in the future. The treasure chest dropped by the fifth order, hegemonic beast, I don't know what kind of treasure it will be. Lin Chen curiously grabbed the purple gold treasure chest. The purple gold light was brilliant, the treasure chest was opened, and the system light screen popped up. The host opens the purple treasure chest and obtains the spiritual treasure. Illusory Sunluo. A piece of satin shining with a faint frosty brilliance came out of the treasure chest and appeared in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen mobilized Zijintong, and there seemed to be nothing surprising about this fantasy Sunluo except that it contained a spiritual power. Even the hidden spiritual power is dispensable to Lin Chen. Is this the only thing left in this illusory demon disc? Forget it, leave. hear and talk about it. Lin Chen retracted his gaze, jumped, and the true flame-purple phoenix wings unfolded, flying to the other end of Giant Whale Island. Giant Whale Island, 30,000 miles to the south. There are dark clouds and mountains here. Thunder and lightning, the sky is shattering. Tu Tianjiao from the General Hospital stood there with a dumbfounded expression. Located between the two mountain tops in the center of the thunder and lightning, the rank 5 overlord-level beast that is 100 feet long, the green thunder tiger fell in a pool of blood, and can't rest his eyes. On its corpse was an ancient blue dragon and a silver-robed youth, bathed in lightning. The host gets 600,000 points of lightning energy, 300,000 points of lightning energy, 400,000 points of lightning energy. Lin Chen picked up a large amount of qi and blood energy and lightning attribute light balls, and the pure power of him and the ancient Qinglong climbed rapidly. When they left, Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong were covered in blood, and their killing intent was bitter. The Tianjiao of the two headquarters did not even dare to raise his eyes to look at him a few times. When Lin Chen left, the two couldn't help but sigh. The new students are too fierce now. The blue lightning thunder tiger was wiped out in less than 2/4 of an hour. This strength is about to catch up with some old students in our main hospital, right? The 13th day of the assessment. Whale Island, Hurricane Abyss. Hoo. The roaring dragon roar continued to sound along with the gust of wind, and blue dragon breath rays of light radiated from the abyss. Immediately afterwards, the vast hurricane that overturned the world blew up from the abyss, and the abyss was full of frenzied wind blades, twisting the dragon scales to split, and the dragon's blood soaring. In the end, the colorful rays of war energy flickered from the abyss one after another, and the raging gust of wind slowly stabilized. After half a sound, the ancient Qinglong was swept out of the abyss with injuries, but its pure power became more and more tyrannical. The 15th day of the examination. All the examinees on the island, please note that the assessment time has come. All assessors are requested to return to the South Bank. From this time on, there can be no more battles between assessors, and those who violate the rules will lose their places in the assessment. At this time, a sound transmission that shook the sky and the earth spread throughout the entire Giant Whale Island, and everyone heard it clearly. They all rushed in the same direction. The Giant Whale Island has a wide area. After the assessment is stopped, the examiner will give candidates 2 days to travel to and from the test site. On the way back, in a branch of the 24th region, for students displayed their physical and combat skills one after another, each with a look of excitement. With their strength, they live in the middle and lower reaches of the 24 regions, but this time, they even picked up a 5th-order beast that had fought with other teams, and successfully passed the assessment of the General Hospital. It seems that our luck is like a rainbow. We were able to enter the General Hospital this time. Ha, entering the main hospital this time, I see who would dare to underestimate our branch. When the 4 of them were complacent, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky. Boom! The 4 branch Tianjiao were startled, and immediately flashed to a towering ancient tree, looking around vigilantly. But when they looked up, they suddenly found that they were surrounded by branch arrogants like them. At this time, they all opened their mouths and stared at the 3 figures in the sky. Inconceivable. Several hundred Zhang Qinglong and an ancient relic beast, the sword and the dark eagle, are fighting in the sky. The dragon roared and the eagle roared, and the shocking confrontation between power and power burst out between the eagle claws and the dragon claws. The monstrous dark tide and the blue dragon light collided back and forth, creating an aftermath that spanned the sky. Boom! A mountain was instantly crushed into powder by the aftermath of the collision between the two behemoths, and the fighting power was earth-shattering. The most surprising thing was the tiny silver-robed boy who spread out his purple flame wings. He held a black spear in his hand, and his body released a colorful light of war. He even cooperated with the blue dragon to kill the absolute sword and dark eagle several times, and every time it was full of danger. Night falls, space ripples appear on the edge of the sky, and 12 figures gradually emerge in the void. Among the group of figures walking in the air, there are old and young, both men and women. All of them are powerhouses at the Tiangang level, and they all wear the medals of Tianga Academy on their chests. All of them are elders and teachers from Tianga General Academy. Among them, the blonde old man who arrived at the Wasteland branch was also in the team. After reaching the high altitude of Giant Whale Island, a beautiful woman in red in the team couldn't help complaining. Each year's enrollment is so troublesome. The content and venue of the exams change, and I'm exhausted. This is also to ensure the overall quality of admissions. Sister Linger, don't complain, this is also our job, you didn't see you dislike it when you enjoyed the secret cultivation realm, brought to you by the General Academy, ha ha ha. The two old men in yellow robes shook their heads and laughed. Hee hee, I don't know how the freshmen of the 24th domain this year are doing. The branch is set up in the 24 regions of Lingzhou, and it is full of barbarians. Even if it passes the assessment, it can only be used as a foil in the arrogant place of the main hospital. It is precisely because of this that this seat specially ordered me, Du Yao Wuji, to participate in this assessment. The purpose is to exclude those wastes from entering the general court. A brawny man with fiery red eyebrows curled his lips in disdain, his eyes were full of arrogance. That's not necessarily true. This old man is optimistic about a dark horse. Ha ha ha. He is still from the Wasteland branch that ranks at the bottom. The blonde old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, looking calm and restrained. Come on, old man-ing, those people you favored before entered the general hospital either because they were too tough and were suppressed, or because their temper was too bad, they violated the rules and were expelled from the hospital. Humph, the 24 regions are just some ordinary people. How can they compare with the favored people selected from the major regions of Lingzhou? If you want to tell me, this broken rule should be abolished long ago. Just when the teachers and elders of the 12 general academies were about to go to the positions of the 5 chief examiners to hand over, the sky suddenly resounded with the cold drink of the boy. Death to me. The sudden outbreak of fighting momentum attracted the attention of all of them. I saw that under the altitude of thousands of meters, Lin Chen unfolded his purple phoenix wings and swept to the top of the dark eagle's head. His whole body was bathed in thunder and lightning, and streaks of fire burned from his body, looking like thunder and fire, majestic, like a god descending to earth. Huh? This student? All the teachers and elders stared at Lin Chen attentively. The next moment, Lin Chen held up the black abyss spear and smashed it across the head of the dark eagle. This shot, the power sinks the mountains and rivers, and instantly interrupts the consciousness of the dark eagle. The purple phoenix wings suddenly unfolded, and Lin Chen swiftly swept to the front of the eagle head of the absolute blade dark eagle. Thunder explosion. The black abyss turned into electricity, swept across the sky, and suddenly burst out from Lin Chen's hands, penetrating the head of the Ju Dao dark Eagle alive. Boom boom boom. For example, the absolute blade dark eagle of the hill fell from the sky, and the shadows in the sky dissipated with the fall of the absolute blade dark eagle. Lin Chen was covered in blood and sweat like rain, but the bright eyes seemed to hide the sea of stars, full of arrogant fighting spirit. The domineering and fierce killing between the eyebrows has not diminished at all. He stood side by side with the ancient Qinglong, the purple phoenix wings flapped slowly, and the power of the battle shocked the audience. No one dares to move. Tianjiao, of all the branches who went to and from the verification and assessment, were stunned in place, and some even felt ashamed in secret for picking up a fifth-order beast just now. Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong landed slowly, silently taking away all the attributes of the light ball and the beast core of the dark eagle. After Lin Chen left, everyone at the scene was relieved and heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Chen's strength is the strongest in the assessment of freshmen by the contemporary General Academy. This is too scary. Fortunately, we didn't meet him during the assessment. Everyone swallowed and muttered to themselves with trembling corners of their mouths. Those Tianjiao who looked at Lin Chen found that they were sweating all over. So strong. Who is this candidate? Which branch? Could it be the newly born genius of Tianyu branch? Have you seen it? He just brought the ancient blue dragon into his dantian. And this kid's body actually kept an ancient blue dragon in captivity? For so many years, I have never seen any Tianjiao with such a strange technique. And his technique? It's amazing, it can temporarily convert the fighting energy into a special energy bloodline, and achieve the effect of activating the bloodline similar to the special bloodline person. His spiritual power also has the taste of dividing the spiritual realm. With such a strong spiritual power, is this son also a pharmacist? Grandma, this time I found a treasure. During the battle just now, the pure power he exploded was full of his mother's 6 dragon power. Pure power alone can match some first-timers to the second level of the astral realm. The 12 teachers and elders were completely shocked, and they all started to talk like bloody chickens. 12 of them are teachers and elders from various fields of the main hospital, and each of them is proficient in a certain field. Tianga Academy sent such a lineup just to take care of any potential freshman when he was born. But until seeing Lin Chen just now, all the teachers and elders were shocked. No elder can pick out his shortcomings, he is good enough in any field and defying the sky. What is a wizard? This is a wizard. This is an astonishing talent capable of subverting martial arts. Their Tianga Academy is the place where such geniuses gather. Come on, go to the test center, we have to ask the examiners about this candidate. The teachers and elders can't wait to control the fighting spirit, sneak into the void and leave quickly. The next day, on the south coast of Giant Whale Island, in addition to the 5 chief examiners and the old man in linen, there were also the senior officials of the various branches who were waiting for the results, as well as the 12 new elders and teachers from the main campus. At this time, many candidates have already handed in the blood tokens and passed the assessment in batches. The most surprising thing is the entire class of 66. After parting with Lin Chen, Class 66 defeated another Tier 5 beast, with a total score of over 60,000. This result, even the 12 members of the test group were a little surprised. This is higher than all the freshmen present, including those old students who participated in this assessment. Only one person can get 120,000 points. The worst is the Mingyu branch and the Tianyu branch. These two are the first and second place in the branch. In the end, only 4 and 6 people passed the assessment. When they were ambushing Class 66 before, both classes were severely damaged. And they were involved in the aftermath of the battle between Class 66 and the 2 fifth-order beasts, and they used a lot of trump cards. Even after recovering from the injury, it is too late to encircle and suppress. How many Tier 5 beasts, and can only be reduced to the end of collecting enough points for each other. At noon, all but one of the candidates verified the test results. Most of the people in the audience, including the chief examiner, were looking forward to it vaguely. Because the biggest dark horse in this assessment has not yet appeared. He killed 5 Overlord-level 5th-order beasts alone, Lin Chen. Everyone waited until the afternoon. A silver-robed figure rode across from a height of several hundred meters and landed firmly on the shore. Lin Chen raised his head and saw the numerous chief examiners and the dozen or so newly emerged Tiangang realm. He didn't seem to be surprised. He walked towards the crowd calmly and with a smile on his face. Huh? I'm just Yao Wuji. Suddenly, the sturdy red-haired teacher suddenly questioned several examiners. He had previously thought that his disciple wanted to gain more points and continued to hunt 5th-order beasts on the giant whale island. Until just now, when he felt something was wrong, he released his fighting energy to investigate for a long time, only to find out that his proud disciple Yao Wuji was not on the giant whale island. Yao Wuji? He is already dead. Lin Chen didn't change his face, and smiled slightly. What? How did I die? He is half-step Tiangang realm. The red-haired strong man was furious, and a group of domineering red flames slowly burned from the top of his head. The thousand zhang space was violently distorted by burning, and there was a faint crack. Killed by me. Lin Chen was light and cloudless, and smiled casually, as if he didn't care at all. Boy, you are courting death. The red-haired strong man shot in anger and grabbed Lin Chen with one palm. As if thousands of fire dragons erupted from the volcano, plunged the land into infinite chaos and destruction. Seeing this scene, all those who participated in the assessment were shocked. This is the strong man who came out of the general hospital, and there are signs of shattering the world as soon as he makes a move. Lin Chen still did not change his face, which made many people's eyelids jump wildly. Long Qi, how dare you go wild in front of this old man? The cold and lazy voice rang out, and the space shattered like a mirror in an instant. One after another fire dragon quietly annihilated into nothingness, and all the fire elements of Ling disintegrated in an instant, like a mud cow entering the sea, and disappeared between heaven and earth without the slightest movement. The gray-shirted old man nibbling on the chicken leg stood beside Lin Chen and looked at the strong red-haired man with a sneer. Old Yuan, there must be an explanation for this matter. I was only stepped into the heavenly astral realm after being admitted to the hospital for less than a year. You can see it with high talent and talent, not to mention that the freshman assessment did not kill the general hospital. This is a rule for students. The red-haired strong man gritted his teeth fiercely, not daring to make trouble in front of the gray-shirted old man, but also extremely unwilling to say, if you want to be a scumbag, did this kid break the rules? When will it be your turn to decide? Unexpectedly, the gray-shirted old man Yuan Lao directly opened his mouth and cursed without showing any sympathy. That kid Yao Wuji is courting his own death, so many of our examiners have seen with our own eyes that he took the initiative to trouble this kid Lin Chen, and this little guy gave him a chance, can it only be your apprentice too? Maim others can't kill him? According to this statement, there is nothing wrong with this old man killing you now, right? At the end of the sentence, Yuan Lao's eyes flashed with fierce killing intent, and he didn't mean to joke at all. You. The strong red-haired man took a sigh of relief and did not dare to speak any more. Seeing that Yuan Lao protects Lin Chen so much, many candidates' hearts are full of envy. Thank you, Senior Yuan, for upholding justice. Lin Chen smiled and clasped his fists. Presiding over justice? Hey, just now, you kidnapped, clearly not to hide, you forced my old man to take action. You stinky boy is an old fox. Yuan Lao rubbed his chin and smiled strangely. You kid, you have a good pupil. Technique. He was planning to borrow Long Chi's hand just now to see if this little guy would release the ancient Qinglong to block it. He didn't expect that he didn't intend to fight back at all, so he forced himself to block it. This kind of character, if you don't make a move, it's amazing. Entering the General Hospital is also a ruthless character. Where, this kind of pupil technique is just a little trick, how can it catch your eyes, Mr. Yuan? I still have a bunch of treasures here, such as this 36 Royal Girl, Sansho, and my sister and I eat steamed buns. Evening and this book, The Secret of the Single Kings Becoming Handsome. Good stuff. Show me the third book. Seeing these two people who smells like each other, some teachers and elders couldn't help but help their foreheads, and old Yuan's old problem was repeated. Old man, it's still being assessed. The two chief examiners couldn't stand it any longer, and said helplessly. Yuan Lao finally recovered. Oh, yes, there is still an assessment, you kid. Hand over the jade token of blood to me to see. Lin Chen handed Yuan Lao his own jade token, and everyone couldn't help but cast curious glances. With a flash of blood, Lin Chen's blood decree jade card showed the assessment points. The first number displayed on the blood token jade token is 1, and if you count it back, it turns out to be 1,280,000 points. 1.28 million points. A 5th order vicious beast 100,000 points, overlord level vicious beast 200,000 points. Doesn't this mean that this kid actually killed more than 12 or all of the overlord level beasts? The 5 chief examiners were not too surprised by this result, but the test group that just arrived was completely different. Good guy, killing more than 12 tier 5 beasts or 5 potential overlord beasts is not a shocking thing to the world, but this is done within the 15-day assessment time. If it arrives, it will not be a concept at all. The blonde old man stroked his beard in amazement. In 15 days, even fighting so many tier 5 beasts was definitely an outstanding existence in the general courtyard. When he arrived at the Wasteland branch, he just thought that Lin Chen had the potential to be the first among freshmen, but he didn't expect that he would make so much progress in 4 months. Ha ha ha, okay, it's not in vain that the old man values you so much. Candidate Lin Chen, congratulations on passing the exam. Starting today, you are a student of my Tiange General Academy. Yuan Lao laughed proudly, and tapped Lin Chen's blood decree jade with his fingertips. The numbers and names on it turned into blue light. When transformed into cyan light, Lin Chen's entire blood order jade badge instantly shot into a ray of light, engraved on Lin Chen's chest, and turned into a shiny cyan metal. Huh? Big Brother's metal is different from ours? Bai Juanhao said curiously on the side, and the blonde old man immediately explained with a smile. In Tiange General Hospital, there are 5 levels of students: Huang Sun, Green Sun, Qing Sun, Lan Sun, and Zi Sun. A teacher took over the words of the blonde old man and laughed. Huang Sun has 10,000 points, Green Sun has 500,000 points, Qing Sun has 1,000,000 points, Lan Sun has 10 million points, and Zi Sun has 30 million points. Within 2 years of admission to the hospital, if a freshman cannot perform tasks, the accumulated points cannot reach thee. If you are a green rank, you will be expelled directly. You can also use the points transferred by other students, but they will not be counted in the passing points for the time being. Only after the green rank will transactions between students be counted. As soon as these words came out, all the candidates in the room suddenly took a deep breath. Class 66 was fine, except for a dignified expression. He didn't lose his composure. But the faces of those who passed the assessment in other branches completely changed. 500,000 points in 2 years? Doesn't this require them to hunt 55th order beasts within 2 years? For them who are still in the realm of the earth, isn't this more difficult than ascending to the sky? Little guys, don't be in a hurry to be surprised. These 500,000 points are far from simple. You can get 10,000 points because of the assessment rules. In the general hospital, the materials and the core of a 5th order fierce beast can only be exchanged for with 2,000 to 6,000 points. You have to work hard. Rack your brains, practice against the clock within 2 years, earn points, and have a chance to stay in the cruel general hospital. A graceful and beautiful woman teacher covered her mouth and chuckled, and the blonde old man said seriously, "Yes, our Tiange Academy doesn't accept mediocre talents and trash waiting to die. It's not enough to think that a little talent is enough to enter the academy. What is also needed is the fighting spirit to do everything possible to reach the top in the cruel world of martial arts, a breakthrough beyond the limit of life and death." Another handsome young teacher shook his head and sighed. "I don't know how many new students die every year in the process of earning points desperately, or leave in a hurry after waiting to die for 2 years in the general hospital. The country has a talented person, and the king has been on the top for hundreds of years." The faces of many candidates became more and more ugly. At this time, a gentle and pleasant female teacher with a long skirt like snow groaned slightly. "Every one of you, you are scaring the freshmen. Don't be too frustrated." Although Tiange Academy has the strictest survival rules in Lingzhou, it also has one of the best cultivation resources and environments. All you need is, while earning points and cultivating, there is still a little chance to stay. After Yuan Lao finished eating the chicken legs, he wiped his mouth and laughed. "Ha ha ha. All in all, what you guys are going to contact next is a brand new world with endless difficulties and opportunities waiting for you." Even Lin Chen is a little excited, and his yearning for Tiange Academy is getting stronger and stronger. Okay, the assessment for this trip is over. Those who didn't pass the assessment should wait on the island. People from your branch will come back to pick you up later. For the rest, come with us. Yuan Lao waved his hand suddenly, and his gentle fighting spirit lifted everyone up. In a blink of an eye, when everyone realized that they were already in the sky, in a state of high-speed flight, everyone was standing on the backs of a group of giant beasts of war that were so large that they could not be distinguished, flying at high speed. "Little guy, your spiritual power is very special. Do you want to come to our spiritual department?" "Well, young man, your practice is very suitable for practicing with me. Would you like to come to my sect and try to be a registered disciple first? Everyone hadn't reacted yet, the teachers and elders of the test group even scrambled to send invitations to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face was stunned. When did I become so handsome that both men, women, young and old were killed? This is too enthusiastic. Hey, little guy. There are regulations in Tianga Academy. The more high-level students the teachers and elders have, the more rights and treatment they can enjoy. If you accept their invitation, there will be many benefits in the future. At this time, the secret voice transmission from Lao Lao answered Lin Chen's doubts, and he suddenly realized. This kind of regulation will probably make everyone in Tianga Academy desperately go upstream. In the main hospital, almost everyone will give full play to their potential and energy, even the teachers. Teachers and elders, thank you very much for your invitation. I plan to wait and see after entering the general hospital. Lin Chen clenched his fists, neither humble nor arrogant, his mind was made up. Everyone in the test group felt very sorry, and turned to throw olive branches to other freshmen. Hey, the little guy is quite clever. The old man will give you another reminder. After entering the general courtyard, try to use the points for cultivation, and don't spend them on other unrealistic purposes, otherwise you will waste a lot of time. Yuan Lao's rare love for talent overflowed and explained to Lin Chen. Thank you Mr. Yuan for pointing the way, the boy will keep it in mind. Seeing that everyone in class 66 was chatting hotly with the teachers, Lin Chen didn't bother them at all and sat down with his knees crossed. The light of the nailing ring flickered, and two pale red elixir, surrounded by dragon energy, appeared in Lin Chen's palm. Tiangang Xianlong Pill, this is a top-grade elixir refined by Lin Chen from a roll of precious pill recipes obtained by robbing many old-fashioned Tiangang realms in the temple of the evil king's secret realm. Afterwards, the main high-level materials harvested in Lin Chenji's secret territory were refined, and the grade was at the 5th level intermediate level. On the way to refining, Lin Chen also failed twice, wasting a lot of materials. In the end, there were only 2 left, and the 4 herbs only succeeded twice. The ancient Qinglong will share a part of the energy I absorb, but the Tiangang Xianlong pill has enough energy, and 2 should be able to ensure that I break through to the Tiangang realm. Lin Chen took 2 Tiangang Xianlong pills in one go, chewed them into pieces. And the 2 mysterious dragon-like energies melted away from Lin Chen's body like a dagger. Boom. 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 There was an earthquake-like vibration in Lin Chen's body. Yuan Lao immediately waved his hand and set up a barrier of fighting energy, and his eyes flashed with surprise and doubt. What is the structure of this kid's body? Not only can he hide an ancient Qinglong, but he can even consume such terrifying energy directly. Does he want to directly break through the heavenly astral realm? Interesting. Interesting. Shuanglong dances wildly, 2 energies merge into Lin Chen's Dantian, half of his 9-color battle spirit is sucked away, and half of the ancient Qinglong is sucked away. Even though the Tiangang Xianlong pill's energy is vast, Lin Chen's absorption speed is like a bottomless pit, like rivers and seas, all madly into the body. Bang! A vortex of 9-color energy swirls above Lin Chen's head, 10 feet wide, containing gold, wood, water, fire, soil, wind, thunder, dark light, and complete attributes. This movement caught everyone's attention. The teachers and elders felt Lin Chen's rising fighting spirit, and their faces changed slightly. This kid is going to break through the heavenly astral realm? Everyone looked at each other. From ancient times to the present, no more than 5 candidates from the branch can enter the heavenly astral realm before entering the general hospital. As time passed by, Lin Chen's fighting spirit fluctuated like rivers changing seas, stars changing sun and moon. When the tide is rising, he is far ahead of him. I don't know how long it took. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and a wave of war energy suddenly erupted with him as the center. Boom! The fluctuations of the war chi shattered the war chi barrier that Yuan Lao casually made, causing everyone to be a little bumpy. The current Lin Chen's combat aura is several times stronger than before. It is not inferior to Tiangang realm at all. But the strange thing is, he did not break through the heavenly astral realm. What is this scenario? The heavenly astral realm can integrate its own battle aura into the heaven and earth. None of the elders present felt this change in Lin Chen. His battle aura just became stronger. That's not right. There is no such cultivation method. After the battle chi reaches saturation, you will either not be able to progress, or you will be connected with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and you will officially enter the heavenly realm or half-step heavenly realm. His fighting spirit is still getting stronger, and there is absolutely no sign of him wanting to integrate into the world. It's weird. Old man, I've lived for thousands of years, and this is the first time I've seen this happen. All the elders and teachers looked at each other, all stunned in place. Neither half-step Tiangang nor Tiangang realm? What is this operation? It's the way of the heart. Suddenly, Yuan Lao took the lead in speaking. His expression swept away the laziness and leisure of the past, and he said with unprecedented solemnity, "The stronger the foundation, the higher the upper limit. His mind is as powerful as the sun and the sky, and it contains the universe. It contains 9 attributes, and it has the power to destroy the world and create the world." Could it be a blue-level mentality? Blue-level intermediate or advanced? The gentle and pleasant female teacher asked in surprise. No, although the Blue Order mental method is rare, it is not without our academy, but no one has ever seen such a strange phenomenon. Yuan Lao shook his head in denial, causing all the elders to have a terrible thought in their hearts. Even the blue-level advanced mentality has no such power, so what is this? Child's mentality rank? Blue tier top? Or above? No one dared to speculate, but an extremely shocking thought occurred in their hearts. No one can tell what happened today, or I will kill him personally. Suddenly, Yuan Lao's eyes became extremely sharp, looking around everyone in the audience. Those candidates nodded one by one like chickens pecking at rice. They were really as weak as ants in front of Yuan Lao. Crush them with one finger. Okay, old man Yuan, put away your murderous aura, it's time to change your stinky temper. The 2 chief examiners said helplessly. All teachers and elders knew that Lingzhou's forces were mixed, and the strong were like clouds. Even though the reputation of Tianga Academy is huge, if today's incident spreads out, it will still bring death to Lin Chen. At this time, it was not only Yuan Lao and others who were shocked, but also Lin Chen himself. System, what's the situation with me? Didn't I break through the astral realm? The host's battle aura cultivation base, the 9th level of the earthly evil realm. The system just lists a box, and does not give any substantive prompts. Lin Chen turned to look at it, and his battle spirit essence attribute value has reached 360 million points. The effect of the medicinal pill is indeed working. Why didn't I break? Through the heavenly astral realm? Is it because of the mentality? Lin Chen took another look at his 9-color battle spirit again. The color was several times darker than before, and the 9 apertures didn't move at all. It doesn't matter, at least my combat power has actually increased. In a single round of combat energy cultivation, without recharging runes and converting them into special energy bloodlines, I can also easily match the heavenly astral realm. Lin Chen didn't worry about it so much, put away all his thoughts, at least. Getting stronger is the most real thing. Boy, your mentality is too involved. After entering the academy, it is best to take less shots and grow at the fastest speed, otherwise it will be easy to be missed. At this time, Yuan Lao's voice transmission was transmitted to Lin Chen. Only then did Lin Chen react. Looking at the eyes of everyone around him, he immediately understood the general situation, and clenched his fists towards Yuan Lao. Seriously. Boom. At this moment, the wind was blowing, and everyone who had been flying at high speed felt the flow of the outside air, for the first time. It's here, little guys, welcome to Tianga General Court. A strong white light passed through, and after everyone squinted a little, when they opened their eyes, a whole new world came into view. The sky is blue and clear. Immortal birds fly by, and the majestic mountains stand like immortal mountains, exuding the unchanging prehistoric atmosphere of eternity. It seems to be the most primitive wild world. However, in the sky above this great desolate world, there are islands in the sky connected by iron chains as thick as horned dragons, suspended in the sky. Like a fairyland. There are palaces and pavilions standing on the island. The scene is blurred and beautiful, and there is a detached temperament from the inside to the outside. In the sky, there are also Tianjiao-level Tianjiao who flew through the sky. Their temperament is otherworldly, and they fly very fast in the sky, like immortals from the sky. With Lao Lao driving everyone to fly, all the new students saw it. Each sky island presented a completely different scene. Some are arenas, with a lot of fighting space. Some are cities full of stalls and traders among students. Some islands are collections of medicinal herbs, which are full of various kinds of treasures. Some islands are engraved with stone steels, and many figures are sitting in front of the steels. The stone tablet is engraved with the practice of ancient times and ancient times, but so far few people can understand the mystery. Some enchantments are all over the place, occasionally releasing amazing energy. If a little bit is revealed, it will cause a lot of energy tides. The new world presented by this large and vast sky island is really wonderful. All the freshmen were stunned. Including Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel in his heart. What he urged Zi Jintong to see was far more than what everyone saw. Everyone thought that the branch they had come into contact with was already majestic. Compared with the scene in front of him, the branch of the 24 regions is completely backcountry. Yuan Lao took everyone to one of the sky islands, located in a quiet pavilion. Afterwards, Yuan Lao put everyone down and stood on the ground. The air around is fresh and full of aura. High strength, beautiful garden. Everyone took a breath of air, and the fighting spirit in the whole body actually flowed a little faster. Look, these soils used to cultivate green plants have actually derived a lot of mid-grade spirit stones. And this spirit tree, which is full of third-order green spirit berries. My God, even the floor is cut and cast from mingling mine? So many precious treasures were placed here by the most basic and common things back then, and no one would take a second look. All new brains are in a state of shutdown. In addition to shock. In the future, this will be your private dormitory, one per person, one attic. And one square. Your information has been recorded here. Remember, don't fight. In the safe area, otherwise your points will be deducted. Yuan Lao flicked his fingers, and the badges on everyone's chest flashed and disappeared. Boom. 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 As soon as Yuan Lao's voice fell, the waves of air exploded one after another. And even more unexpected things happened. Among the 15 people in Class 66 of the Wasteland, Shangguan Bihan, Bai Juanhao, and Qin Xiaofeng, after reaching the Sky Island for less than a dozen breaths, actually broke through their cultivation bases on the spot. Ha ha ha, in the past, the accumulation of new students in the realm was enough, but there was only one opportunity. After coming here, I was stimulated by the spiritual energy of the world and successfully opened the bottleneck of cultivation. A few chief examiners laughed indifferently, everyone nodded secretly in their hearts. It's no wonder that those who came out of the general hospital always look down on others. Even in this environment, they can grow wings. Lin exclaimed. The only one who remained calm at the scene was Lin Chen. His purple-gold pupils had already previewed these scenes in advance. Suddenly, Lin Chen said curiously, "None of that matters, I just want to know one thing right now." Everyone cast a curious look, wondering what is the dark horse of the strongest branch in history interested in? I saw that someone, Lin said seriously. I am the most handsome person in the general hospital, so the question is, what is the name of the most beautiful female senior in the general hospital? Tianga General Hospital, on a certain Sky Island, on a bright and wide street. Lin Chen and the 66 class members acted together. I don't know what 60,000 points can be exchanged for. Brother Lin Chen, you have 1.28 million points, have you decided what to buy? Now is the time against time. Everyone did not choose to retreat in peace in the dormitory, but went to the treasure pavilion in the Tianga General Hospital as soon as possible. The old Yuan also told me that when you arrive at the general hospital, it is best to exchange training resources first, and first improve your basic strength. Lin Chen smiled casually, and he had reached the only treasure pavilion on the island during the chat and laughter. Oh? Huang Sun, is it a freshman? Hey, why is there a student of Qingshuan with a new face? Is he here to bring newcomers? The old man who was stationed in the treasure pavilion narrowed his eyes for the sake of Qingshuan students. A smile appeared on his face at will. Everyone want to find something. It's okay, elder, let's take a look first. As soon as Lin Chen raised his hand, he took away a few lists on the counter, as if he was familiar with the road. Cut, it really is an old student leading the team. No matter what, you can choose slowly by yourself. The old man continued to lean on the chair with both hands, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he closed his eyes to rest. Lin Chen and everyone went through the various lists of treasure pavilion together, and with a little bit of fighting spirit, the names on it quickly scrolled down. The list is roughly divided into Lingbao, medicine pill, medicinal material, beast material, energy spirit stone, combat skill, strange mine, war weapon. Just click on an option, and the dazzling names of precious treasures fill everyone's eyes at once, and it is impossible to choose. Not only pills and weapons, but also some special energy bodies that are hidden in the dangers of heaven and earth are sold. The things in this treasure pavilion can be said to be everything. Don't waste your experience looking at those high-end treasures, just choose what suits you now. Lin Chen reminded everyone, and everyone nodded, carefully choosing their next Cultivation resources. As for Lin Chen, he just clicked on the option of Special Energy Spirit Stone, and a dazzling array of various elemental energy treasures were listed. Lin Chen glanced at it roughly, and couldn't help smacking his tongue in secret. Some supreme energy bodies that even he had never heard of were everywhere here. Similar to the 8 desolate body forging flame, 5 thunder heaven heart, source and starfall heaven's astral chi, they are all supreme treasures that can make the heavenly astral realm advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, the price is also ridiculously expensive. There are hundreds of thousands, millions, or even millions, and now Lin Chen can't afford it at all. After taking 2 casual glances, Lin Chen immediately picked out the special energy or energy spirit stone that was suitable for him. Taisu Leiquan, born in Tianyuan Lei Pond, contains the power of thousands of thunders. Price, 100,000 points. Earth Spirit Orbs, the earth spirits derived from the depths of the earth veins. One piece weighs 10,000 tons, and the price is 2,000 points per piece. Dark Demon Stem Source, born in the extremely dark space of heaven and earth, contains demonic energy, and those with low cultivation or spiritual power should use it with caution. Price, 200,000 points. Liang Guangzi, originated from the Thousand Spirit Tree in the ancient times, absorbs the light-type aura accumulated by the world for thousands of years. It is pure light-type energy, and those with similar attributes should use it with caution. Price, 180,000 points. Dingjin Sword Qi, all things in the world, Jin Feng breaks the sky. It originated from the Dingjin Sword Qi left by suspected swords in ancient times, and was sealed in the scroll. It can be used to attack the enemy or practice, and those who cannot control it should be used with caution. Price, 150,000 points. Blue and Blue Sea Dew, the Blue Sea Holy Dew accumulated from the deep sea. For thousands of years, pure water energy has magical effects such as automatic healing of injuries. The effect is soft, and there are no conditions for use. Price, 220,000 points. 9 evil winds, born in the eye of Jiyuan wind, have the power to tear mountains and rivers apart. Price, 150,000 points. Lin Chen bought all these special energy bodies or energy spirit stones in one go. After spending 1.24 million points in one breath, Lin Chen didn't feel distressed at all. There are still many people in Class 66 who haven't picked out the cultivation resources that are suitable for them. Lin Chen simply went back to his residence after paying the bills, and went back to his residence for a deep retreat. In Lin Chen's exclusive dormitory, the training room, Lin Chen sat down, turned on the system, and listed his attributes. Tiandao Pickup System version 2.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Earth Demon Realm 9th layer. Ultimate Strength, 5 Dragon Power. Chi and Blood Energy, 542.15 million points. The Essence of Fighting Spirit, 398.11 million points. Mental Strength, 860,000 points. Cultivation Essence, 3.5 million points. Mind Method, 9 Calamities of Creation, 20%. Learn the exercises, 8 Desolate Mysterious Fire, Taisher Bible, 25%, God. Desolate 9 Techniques, 80%. Possess Special Treasure, True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings, 70%. Possess Blood Energy, Qinglong Bloodline, 13,500 points, Zijintong Bloodline, 10,000 points. Abilities Runes, Slow Rune Level 2, Corruption Rune Level 2, Charge Rune Level 2. Runic power, 990,000 points. The energy of each element, fire 7.81 million, earth 4.06 million, wood 4.6 million, gold 5.18 million, water 5.51 million. Lightning 2.7 million points. Wind 2.75 million points, light 3.79 million points, dark 2.31 million points. First, rush all my other attributes to more than 4 million points. Lin Chen opened up the spirit ring and released special energy such as the Gangjin Sword Chi Scroll, Tai Su Lei Quan, Dark Demon Stem Source, Lianguang Branch, Blue Sea Dew, and other special energies that he had purchased before. Qinglong possessed. Lin Chen's body was covered with dragon scales. With the strong defense of his own flesh, coupled with the strength of Gu Qinglong's dragon body, he grabbed the Gangjin Sword Chi Scroll and ripped it apart. Puff. 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 The three-sword chi that cut the void suddenly appeared, and before he showed his power, he was run by Lin Chen to create the world for 9 tribulations. As soon as the dragon claws grabbed, the three-sword chi was incorporated into the body. Roar. Endless dragon might reverberated from Lin Chen's body. He strongly suppressed the dragon's might of the ancient Qinglong, and incorporated all the golden energy as deep as the Tianhe into his dantian. The host obtains 100,000, 300,000, 500,000 points of gold energy. Lin Chen's gold energy is soaring all the way. The left arm rolled and turned into a blue dragon arm. Lin Chen followed the method just now, grabbed the Tai Su Lei Quan with one claw, and ran the meridian route of the 9 tribulations thunder system of creation. Chi chi. Ka ka ka. The sturdy electric arc like a dragon is constantly beating on Lin Qinglong's arm, and the ordinary first-level Tiangang realm may not be able to fully withstand the tempering of this lightning. But Lin Chen's body refining foundation and ancient Qinglong's defense, this lightning energy is not enough to hurt him. Immediately after the gold element is the thunder element, dark element, light element, and wind element. Lin Chen's major element attribute values have been climbing all the way. After a day and a night, 2 mysterious figures entered Lin Chen's accommodation area, and his blood token Jade Token responded instantly, informing him that someone had entered his accommodation area. Lin Chen, get out and die. The roar of the broken mountains and rivers resounded through the sky, like a dragon roar, shaking the entire accommodation area. Lin Chen, get out and die. The thunderous roar was like the roar of an ancient beast, almost overturning Lin Chen's accommodation area. The ground shook a few times. Many freshmen in the nearby dormitories were frightened by the momentum. When I went out to investigate, I found that it turned out that 2 Qingxuan level senior students from the general hospital entered Lin Chen's accommodation area. My grandmother, who dares to disturb brother Lin Chen, I will do him now. Gu Qinfeng, who just finished the retreat, burst out of temper and rushed out of his accommodation area. Senior Qinfeng, don't worry, the offender is an old student of the Qingxuan level, at least the strength of the 2nd level of the Tiangang realm. In the past, we would only do a disservice to the eldest brother and leave it to the eldest brother to solve it by himself. Bai Juanhao, who was closest to Gu Qinfeng's accommodation area, suddenly sent a voice transmission to Gu Qinfeng. Lin Chen's accommodation area, a mysterious figure in armor is wearing a cloak, and the other is as straight as a gun, a red robe, a pair of blue lines lingering between the eyebrows, and there is a prehistoric aura between his pupils. It's a wild dog that climbed up from the barbarian land, doesn't it even dare to show its head? Believe it or not, I have demolished your broken place. The red-clothed youth just sneered, dressed in a silver robe, and slowly walked out of the retreat room and jumped into the courtyard of the accommodation area. Which family's dog ran out and barked in the early morning? Lin Chen leaned in front of the tree, took a bite out of a spirit berry, folded his arms around his chest, and smiled jokingly. He didn't take the blue metal on their chests into his eyes at all. You're Lin Chen? Can you beat my cousin Ling Tianyu? You've also become a Qing Sun class? A joke. Are the rating standards of the general hospital so low now? What kind of cat or dog can become a Qing Sun class? The red-clothed youth pouted and said contemptuously. He flicked his nails and said disdainfully, I haven't gone to you to settle the account yet, but you came to the general hospital by yourself. Oh. It turns out that you are Ling Tianyu's cousin. Disrespectful. Come here. Bring my 13-year-old titanium alloy dog leash to this dear brother. Lin Chen waved his hand prudently, and Gu Chenfeng shouted in the distance. Okay, the titanium alloy dog leash will be here soon. By the way, it will come with a pure gold flying, freshly baked, especially suitable for loud mad dogs. Many freshmen who have just been recruited from other areas in Lingzhou couldn't help sweating. This Lin Chen is too daring. He has only just arrived at the general hospital for a few days and dares to challenge the old student of Qingshuan level. The old students of the Qingshuan class are basically the powerhouses in the general hospital. They survived the extremely difficult selection environment, and even broke through to the Qingshuan level. Their potential and strength are first class. You dare to humiliate me? Behind me are the descendants of the Qinglong clan. Somebody come to the arena to fight with me. The red-clothed youth laughed in anger, stretched out his fingers, and pointed to a certain sky island. I think you hanged yourself as Shouxingong. If you want to fight, you can. 1 for 100,000 points and 2 for 200,000 points. Let's go together. Brother Chen, I packed it. Lin Chen pointed his finger at the figure in armor, and raised his eyebrows. Okay, you killed my Luo family Luo Wanquan, I just want to settle the account with you, although this person is just a slutty disciple in my family who eats and waits to die, but he is a member of my Luo family chamber of commerce. It's not the turn of a nameless soldier like you to take his life. I want you to return the valuables of the Luo family chamber of commerce. The armored figure said indifferently, 200,000 points is a huge sum of money. But the two of them already have an irresolvable grievance with Lin Chen. Wait a minute, who are you, kid? This chop suey is my prey. The red-clothed youth narrowed his eyes and questioned the mysterious man. Stop talking nonsense, my target is this kid. I will capture him later. I only need the treasure on his body, and he will be at your disposal. The mysterious man said casually, and the red-clothed youth smiled disdainfully. The premise is that this kid can survive in my hands. Coliseum number 3 is located in the Sky Island closest to the new student accommodation area. There are also hundreds of Tianjiao from the general hospital in the arena. And most of them are old students above the green rank. Every fight in the arena is terrifying, often attracting the onlookers of many new and old students. There are countless battles in the arena every day. Not everyone will come to watch the battle, but most of them will use the magic eye stone to watch the battle. And Qingshuan level battles are still very rare in the general hospital. Generally, whenever they happen, they will attract the attention of hundreds of thousands of people, including teachers and elders. The VIP lounge of the arena, two young men in white sat lazily, and the girls' blue silk fell on their thighs from time to time. "Well, junior girl, you know what rewards you have for serving us well." A young man in white smiled casually. After hearing the words, the woman's beautiful smile continued to speed up. At the moment when the two young men in white were preparing to enjoy the bliss, one of the many pictures projected by the magic eye stone in the VIP room suddenly caught the attention of the two. "Huh? How did Xiaoquang enter Arena 3? Competitor, Lin Chen? Still a freshman? No. Why is a freshman at the Qingxuan level? Sky Island, a cloudy waterfall. The beautiful woman stands pretty on the waterfall, Bibo's beautiful eyes are gazing at the picture projected by the magic eye stone, and she can't help but wonder with interest. Xiaoquang? Isn't this the madman from the Azure Dragon bloodline? Why did he suddenly enter the arena? His opponent is the new Lin Chen? In the Ziyun Pavilion, several Qingxuan-level Tianjiao were chatting happily. Huh? There is a Qingxuan-level battle in Arena 3. It's interesting, let's take a look. A handsome young man with sword eyebrows and star eyes released the magic eye stone and turned to project a picture. Everyone fixed their eyes, looked at each other in surprise, and exclaimed in unison. Qing Sun, Xiaoquang, to Qing Sun's freshman Lin Chen? Pill Hall, Gongfa Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, Bazaar, and many old students who are using the magic eye stone view battle arena have paid attention to the situation in the number 3 arena. Qingxuan level battles are rare in the arena. If you are lucky, you will only have 2 battles a day, and sometimes you won't even have one a week. Watching battles of this level will benefit a lot for those who can enter the main courtyard. When the old students saw the names and honors displayed in the arena, some did not react, and even thought they were wrong. This is a freshman recruited from which way, can he be related to Qingxuan level after admission? When everyone saw the level of this new student, they were all stunned. Is he also a Qingsun class? Somewhere in a fairyland-like garden, haunted by the mist, beautiful. When the elders sitting in the garden drinking tea saw Lin Chen's name and picture appearing in the magic eye stone, they couldn't help being stunned. I almost spit out the tea. How many days has this kid been admitted to the hospital? Just got into a fight with a Qingxuan level old student? Ha ha ha. I knew this kid was a troublemaker. Fight, the more fun you fight, the better. Yuan Lao looked at the dumbfounded appearance of these old guys, and seemed very satisfied. He took a sip of strong wine and laughed with pride. The duel of the Qingxuan class is full of attractiveness. When the spectators found out that one of the fighting forces was a freshman, the spectators were all shocked. Inside Arena 3, in a sealed space, surrounded by invisible transparent space walls, the entire arena is more than 5,000 feet wide, like a small plane. The purple phoenix wings flapped, and Lin Chen stepped into the air and floated, standing opposite Xiaoquang. The two sides have registered each other's blood decree jade plaque engraved in the arena, and there will be special elders watching, and the battle can start at any time. Some people from Class 66 also arrived at the arena. Sisters Yu Lin and Su Lan stared at Lin Chen in the arena with some worry. Of course they understand Lin Chen's strength and power, but the other party is a top-notch monster in the main courtyard from the many geniuses. Lin Chen's age may not even be 1/3 of the other's age, and the growth time is too little, and the cultivation time between the two is completely incomparable. It was not only Class 66 who worried about Lin Chen, but also the elders and teachers who were optimistic about him. Within a sealed combat space. Dare to touch my Qinglong descendants, and I will slowly crush your bones. Xiao Kuang was surrounded by a faint blue dragon breath, and the dragon scales shone from his skin. The dragon teeth were prominent, and the tyrannical and ferocious aura made Xiao Kuang almost completely transformed into an unparalleled beast in the ancient times. At this moment, Xiao Kuang's whole body turned into a huge dragon man shape, standing on his feet, his arms transformed into dragon claws. I'll kill you. Xiao Kuang let out a low roar, and violent air waves exploded from the surrounding void. Wait a moment. Suddenly, someone from Lin shouted loudly, and Xiao Kuang's figure paused. He was serious, and said righteously, patting his chest. I suddenly feel that this battle is not fair at all. The fairness of my actions is directly proportional to my handsomeness. I will not fight this kind of unfair battle at all. Huh? Unfair? You are afraid of being a coward. Ha ha ha. I thought there was some wonderful duel, but it turned out to be a frightened waste. I'm afraid it's not, because I saw Senior Xiao Kuang's Qinglong bloodline possessed. It seems that it was just a challenge initiated by a feverish mind. In the end, I'm a freshman. I think I have a little talent, and the sky is high. This is the Tianga General Academy. Whether it is a dragon or a tiger, it must lie down. Fuck talking about fairness, I'm laughing to death. Lin Chen's actions caused the old students who were watching the battle with the magic eye stone to be amused, laughing, mocking, or shaking their heads in laughter. Now all the old students are wondering, where did this kid get the rank of Qing Sun? Could it be that oolong made by the academy made the wrong Shui Sun? Even Elder Yuan looked at Lin Chen in the picture curiously. Is this kid really cowardly? However, upon hearing these words, Bai Juanhao, who was watching the battle in the lounge, immediately frowned, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Big brother actually thinks this battle is unfair? Steady, steady. It's not fair? You know what you're afraid of? Ha ha ha. Then kneel down and kowtow 1,000 times to Lao Tzu, give up your arms and admit defeat, and then go back to the clan to plead guilty. If our clan elders are magnanimous, maybe they can spare you. 1. Xiao Kuang laughed wildly, his bloody and violent pupils were full of disdain. I'm really scared. Lin Chen said seriously, and then said another sentence. I'm afraid that you will be unfair to you, Senior Xiao Kuang. The laughter of the spectators stopped abruptly, and they looked puzzled. Senior Xiao Kuang, look at how thin you are, you look like you are unarmed. And have no fighting ability, so you say, kidney deficiency, sometimes after being overworked. How can you fight me in such a state? Not at all. It's not fair. You should also call that dear friend just now. This is called a reasonable competition. Lin Chen looked like he was filled with righteous indignation, as if he was the one who suffered the injustice. God fucking thin and weak kidneys. The old student watching the game almost didn't scold. How can this new student come from strange things? Unarmed and incompetent? People can smash mountains and rivers into several pieces with one palm. Which of your eyes can tell that they are thin? Damn, you dare to insult Lao Tzu. Hoo. The dragon chi was like a tide, and the blue light dragon breath turned into a frenzy and rolled over. With Xiao Kuang as the center, a suffocating dragon claw was revealed. I saw, a ferocious blue dragon of more than 300 feet emerged from the dragon tide, and the gray-white evil spirit was billowing, revealing one After another gray-blue dragon breath. This kid is finished. Xiao Kuang even used his dragon body to possess him. TSK, 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 in order to deal with a new student, it is too stupid to even use the ultimate trick of pressing the bottom of the box. What a terrifying blue dragon. Xiao Kuang's blue dragon is at least equal to the third level of the heavenly astral realm. Many old students were smacking their tongues in secret, and most of them were waiting to see a good show. Hey, I said that, my dear friend from the show, if you don't come down, I will return the treasure of the Luo family chamber of commerce later. Lin Chen jokingly smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in the sealed space again, wearing a battle helmet, majestic. No matter what tricks you play, you will definitely lose today. The figure in armor was indifferent and disdainful, as if he was afraid that Lin Chen would be killed directly, which would prevent him from getting back the many treasures of the Luo family chamber of commerce. Moreover, this was Lin Chen's initiative to ask him to end, and even the elders of the arena approved it, and he couldn't blame others for his own death. Just a freshman, he dares to find his own way. Xiao Kuang turned into a blue dragon, and the dragon claws contained the dragon breath and pure power that could cut thousands of miles, and he swung down angrily. But see, Lin Chen's mouth slightly evoked a playful smile, and his whole body flashed blue light. Bang! Bang bang bang! The airflow in all directions collapsed and exploded, setting off an amazing wind wave. The eyes of all the veterans watching the battle suddenly froze, especially the Qingshuan level Tianjiao, who stared intently at the picture placed in the magic eye stone, as if seeing something terrible. The smoke and dust dissipated, but seeing the two huge dragon claws slamming into one piece, the strength of each other was evenly divided, and neither of them had any choice but to win the other. With dragon scales like sapphire, unicorn head, carp tail, and long beard on the face, the dragon's might shocks the 8 wildernesses, and transmits the terrifying dragon breath of the disillusionment nebula. Another blue dragon. And his strength is not inferior to Xiao Kuang. At this moment, the expressions of all the old students are very wonderful. Is this kid also a rare descendant of Qinglong blood? Damn, this kid pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. Ancient Qinglong, he is actually a descendant of Qinglong blood. Hey, the other Qingshuan class who participated in the war turned out to be her? No, you see, this blue dragon is not made by that kid. At the moment when the ancient Qinglong appeared, all the old students watching the battle were shocked, and their eyes were completely locked on the silver-robed figure beside the ancient Qinglong. Lin Chen folded his arms around his chest, and a cynical smile hung on the corners of his mouth, but in his deep, dark eyes, it was like an ancient well without waves, and he never moved from beginning to end. This ancient Qinglong actually came out of your body, boy. Who are you? Xiao Kuang transformed into a blue dragon and roared. Lin Chen waved his hand. I'll ask you when you win. Bang! The dragon claw swayed diagonally, and the pure power of the mad rush swept through the void, tearing out shocking space cracks. Puff! One claw tore through Xiao Kuang's dragon scales, blood surged, and the ancient Qinglong spit out a windblade-like dragon breath. Roar! The dragon's tail twisted and slammed up, crushing the dragon's breath on the spot. Xiao Kuang slaughtered in rage, and the 2 mountain-sized blue dragons slammed into one. The duel between the 2 dragons is like returning to the ancient times. The scene where the 100,000 dragons cover the sky and the earth, the era of millions of dragons swallowing the sun and the moon, seems to be right in front of you, which is extremely impactful and shocking. Don't give birth to new students, all the old students are dumbfounded. The two blue dragons do not have much skill, soaring in the air in a space of more than 5,000 feet, hitting the ground from the sky, and fighting from the ground to the sky. The light dimmed and collapsed, and the space distorted and collapsed. It's like falling into a doomsday catastrophe. The pure power of the two blue dragons has reached a terrifying 22 dragon power, and it is moving mountains and reclaiming the sea between swallowing a dragon's breath. The strength is comparable to the third level of the heavenly astral realm. When Lin Chen frantically hunted fifth-order hegemonic beasts on Giant Whale Island, he got a lot of chi, blood and energy attribute light balls. Before slaughtering 3 fifth-order overlord-level beasts in a row, the pure power of him and the ancient Qinglong broke through the bottleneck time and time again. His ancient Qinglong can actually be on an equal footing with Xiao Kuang. How is this possible? The human race controls the dragon body to fight. It can be supplemented by the battle phase, and the battlefield of vision is also wider. In theory, Xiao Kuang should be better. His ancient Qinglong fighting consciousness is very sharp and cunning. I'm afraid it has nothing to do with that new student. This ancient Qinglong seems to have transformed from his body. It's no wonder that when he was a freshman, he became a Qing Sun class. This strength is worthy of the name. Humph. This person is arrogant, and he himself is no more than the 9th level of the shattering realm. Everyone knows that anything is just a sideshow, and our human race is orthodox to cultivate fighting spirit. The outcome is uncertain, and regardless of whether his Qinglong can defeat Xiao Kuang, there is still a Qingshuan class present. This is the fairness that he emphasizes. It's a 1 versus 2. For Lin Chen's behavior and strength, everyone praised and criticized, but more disdain. In Tiange Academy, everyone knows that the only way the human race is to cultivate the fighting spirit is orthodox. In their opinion, Lin Chen hides an ancient Qinglong in his body, and relies on the power of the Qinglong to survive. This kind of sidetracking will one day be thrown away by others. Therefore, even if there is an ancient Qinglong, not many people still recognize Lin Chen's strength. Your trump card is unexpected. I'm afraid this Qinglong killed Luo Wangquan in the assessment, but I'm different from him. The mysterious man in the armor said coldly, his voice was deliberately low. 13 guns of skyfire. The 4 handprints quickly formed, and a fiery and violent fire energy vortex was spinning behind him in an instant. In the energy vortex, 12 energy war guns were shot at extreme speed, pierced through the space, shattered the billowing waves, and burned the space hundreds of meters into a fire. This armored mysterious man's cultivation realm is the 2nd level of the Tiangang realm, and his whole body is like Na Luo Wangquan, all of which are precious treasures or weapons. In terms of strength alone, this person and Xiao Kuang, who turned into a dragon, are on a par. Water system bloodline transformation. Lin Chen was abruptly shocked, and turned the blue battle aura with a single fist, and his arm became transparent and bright. 9 secrets of God's desolation waterfalls. Boom. 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 Lin Chen swung his right fist at extreme speed. Each punch was 6 dragon power, crushing the space to bend and collapse. The domineering style of boxing also carries the water-based fighting spirit that has turned into reality, and it comes violently like a violent storm. Boom. 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 Water and fire were intertwined, and all the fire energy war guns were blasted into mist, followed by a crackling sound of flames, and then they were wiped out by the water system war. His fighting spirit is so strong that it is not inferior to the realm of the first layer of the heavenly astral realm. What's going on here? Isn't he the ninth layer of the earthly demon realm? The armored figure exclaimed slightly. After Lin Chen's battle aura was transformed into a special energy bloodline, it was comparable to the second level of the heavenly astral realm. With the special energy bloodline and the attack from the pure power of his six dragon power, his strength can already match the third level of the heavenly astral realm. The afterimage of thunder and fire seemed to jump through space, flashing from Lin Chen's position to the figure in front of the armored figure. He was surrounded by a light blue wind whirl, and the wind energy bloodline. And the purple phoenix wings were so fast that even the other party couldn't react. The fist style that turned the fire dragon-like fighting spirit slammed into the lower abdomen of the armored figure, and the six dragon force hit it at close range, and it exploded together with the fire-type fighting spirit. Bang! The figure in armor was blasted away by Lin Chen with a punch, and flew thousands of meters away in anger. Tear! The purple phoenix wings flapped again, and the strange speed with which the space split open shocked the audience. What? It wasn't until the silhouette of the armored figure was blown away that everyone was able to react. The speed shown by Lin Chen made even the Qingxuan-level Tianjiao, who was watching the battle, feel apprehensive. How could a ninth-level Earth Demon realm have such agile speed? How fast? It's terrible, he must be stopped. The figure in the armor felt a little pain in the lower abdomen, and couldn't help but groan. The hands are flying, and the fingertips are swimming with a faint spiritual light. The 10 fingers shuddered suddenly, and the spiritual light filament shot out. The subtle spiritual blade like ripples. Chi-chi. I don't know why, when the sharp spiritual blade was close to Lin Chen, it was annihilated into nothingness by a sweeping spiritual wave out of thin air. The spiritual power of the spirit transformation realm. Who are you? The armored figure was shocked, and the voice became a little clear and pleasant. Sorry, Brother Chen, I am impeccable regardless of my appearance or strength. Lin Chen, who came at a high speed, grabbed the arm of the armored figure, and, while jokingly smiled, he suddenly reversed, and smashed the armored figure like a drumstick, and smashed the armored figure to the ground violently. Bang! The ley lines collapsed, the rocks shattered, and the sky was raging. Lin Chen punched in the air, bathed in thunder light, his left fist slammed down, and another punch hit the armored figure's chest. Click! The high-quality armor ranked in the 5th order intermediate level was smashed by Lin Chen with 2 or 3 punches, to create a very fine crack. The person in the armor suddenly changed his pretty face slightly. This is armor that can resist the 4-layer attack of the Tiangang realm. How could it be unable to stop his attack so soon? On one side is the battle between the 2 blue dragons, and on the other side is the showdown of various magical powers. Seeing that Lin Chen actually fought against the 2 elites of Qingxuan level alone, he could still have the upper hand, and those who had ridiculed Lin Chen for not being able to fight and cultivate, his face suddenly turned blue. Peerless, ruthless man. A freshman who has been admitted to the hospital for a few days has the strength to fight against 2 old students of Qingxuan alone. No matter what the victory or defeat, his Lin Chen's reputation will definitely set off a wave of upsurge in the general hospital. Boom! The ancient Qinglong and Xiao Kuang were inextricably battling each other, and both sides had their own winners and losers, but at this time, the general trend had begun to be gradually distinguished. The host obtains 1.19 million qi and blood energy, 130 Qinglong blood energy. 190 Qinglong blood energy. The ancient Qinglong became more and more brave in battle, but Xiao Kuang began to become more and more sluggish along with the protracted battle. The reason is very simple. Every time the ancient Qinglong injured Xiao Kuang, a lot of attribute light balls would be scattered. The ancient blue dragon is a part of Lin Chen's body, and it can directly touch the attribute light ball for absorption. Xiao Kuang, can't even beat one of his blue dragons? It's impossible. Xiao Kuang let out an angry roar, the dragon claws danced, and he slammed the back of the ancient Qinglong. He was swept across the head by the ladders. Qinglong tail swing, making him dizzy. Xiao Kuang did not know that the more fiercely he resisted, the higher the value of the blue dragon bloodline attribute light balls dropped. 3 absolute thunderbolts. The armored figure snorted, and suddenly scattered 3 thumb-sized energy stones right in the middle of Lin Chen. Bang bang bang. Every energy stone exploded at close range, and its power was not inferior to the triple blow of the heavenly astral realm, and the momentum was terrifying. The palm of the hand shook, and at the same time as turning over and getting up, the figure in the armor flashed, and it was thousands of meters away, and a few flashes left the center of the explosion. Oops, will it blow him up? The man in the armor exclaimed in a low voice, and before she could react, the silver robe was rolled up, and the figure of the golden boy emerged from behind. Surrounded by Tian Gang's fighting spirit, Lin Chen was almost unscathed, his hands and 10 fingers clenched into fists, and he slashed across the opponent's helmet like a battle axe. This blow completely stunned the owner inside, and his consciousness suddenly stopped. It was also at this moment that Lin Chen grabbed his shoulders, bumped his knees, punched violently, and his hands, knees, and calves were all turned into murderous weapons. Bang bang bang. The colorful explosion of war energy rolled up a continuous energy storm, and every attack of Lin Chen led to a war energy attack with more than one attribute. The rapid and continuous hits at close range burst out with ferocious power, continuously blasting large swaths of air, and the space was twisted and broken. Not to mention the parties involved, even the old students watching the battle have a shocking sense of sight. Lin Chen is not young, but his combat experience is not inferior to some old-fashioned powerhouses. How has Luo Qingyan ever suffered such a heavy blow? She has a very high status in the Luo family, her background is infinite, her talent has infinite possibilities, and her cultivation is going 1,000 miles. Even if he entered the Tianga General Hospital, he was famous for being promoted to the Qingshuan class in 2 years. But today, for the first time, she felt what fear was. If there is a chance to regret in this world, she will never agree to the invitation from the family to let her deal with this new student. As long as you open your eyes at this time, you can see the domineering and fierce eyes of the young man, revealing endless murderous intent and cruelty. His every punch was full of murderous intent, 100 times more terrifying than the desperados Luo Qingyan had encountered in the past. Bang! Kaka! That high-quality armor was shattered by Lin Chen on the spot. The shattered helmet showed a beautiful face of sinking fish and geese, but at this time, there was panic. It's not over yet. On the premise that Lin Chen found out that the other party was a woman, he still punched out angrily. Regardless of whether it is male or female, Lin Chen's principle is that as long as he is determined to be an enemy, he must defeat it with all his strength. With a punch flying Luo Qingyan, the opponent let out a scream of pain. Ah! The screaming voice was abrupt and ecstasy, but there was a despairing whine in it, which was heartbreaking, and at the same time there was a chilling, lingering fear. The armor fragments scattered from the sky fell like meteors, and a drop was scattered along with Luo Qingyan's heavy fall to the ground. The blue silk long hair was messy, and Luo Qingyan's delicate jade-pink face was full of terror, like those little white rabbits in the corner who were powerless to resist. Lin Chen didn't kill him either. The last punch he hit on the opponent's soft armor. A character like Luo Qingyan has strict protection on the inner and outer layers. In addition to that armor, she also has a soft armor. It won't be fatal, but there will definitely be severe pain. Don't fight, I admit defeat. Luo Qingyan's delicate body trembled, her eyes were filled with unprecedented fear. She didn't dare to look directly at him even when she saw Lin Chen's eyes. Just now, he was full of killing intent, and the offensive like a sea of fury was still vivid in my mind. It was terrifying. Why would you provoke such a person? But what Luo Qingyan didn't know was that when she recalled Lin Chen's domineering and fierce eyes, in addition to fear and panic, there was also a trace of indescribable panic and pleasure. Hey, senior, don't be afraid. If I knew you were so beautiful, I would have shown your true face earlier, and maybe I would have done it lightly. Someone Lin's murderous intent subsided, and said with a smile. The corners of the mouths of the old students, watching the battle, twitched slightly. Start lightly? Your last punch wasn't much lighter. More than enough to smash mountains and rivers. Since Senpai has admitted defeat, the 100,000 points will belong to me. As for Luo Wanchuan's treasures, it is impossible for me to hand them over. If Senpai wants to trouble me again, I'm always welcome, eh? The chest seems to be injured. I will help senior sister rub it to reduce the swelling. Seeing Lin Chen's innocent smile, he also teased Luo Qingyan. Many old students see their scalps go numb, making this special person seem like he didn't beat him. No. I won't bother you anymore. Luo Qingyan got up, her delicate body was trembling, tears were hidden in her beautiful eyes, and she finally glanced at Lin Chen, not knowing whether to blame, resentment, or ulterior motives. She flew away immediately. The attribute light ball dropped by this beautiful senior is not bad. Lin Chen picked up a few attribute light balls on the ground, and the essence of battle increased by another point. Then, when he turned to look at Xiao Kuang, he showed his white teeth and smiled brightly. Look, this devil actually laughed. He laughed like a child. Some old students watching the battle exclaimed. Seeing Lin Chen's smile, Yu Lin, Bai Juanhao, and the others who were watching the battle frantically held back their laughter. Chapter 193, Heaven does not give birth to me, Lin, a handsome man is as long as night. In the first week of entering the Tiange General Hospital, his azure dragon bloodline has risen by more than 5,000 points. Such a cool thing, can Lin Chen not laugh? Lin Chen was so excited that he wanted to put some incense sticks on Xiao Kuang to show his respect. On the other side, Xiao Kuang and many Qingxuan-level Tianjiao finally found the clue. Lin Chen's ancient Qinglong has always been in a state of getting stronger and stronger with more battles. It seems that he has taken away Xiao Kuang's energy without knowing what means, so that he has always maintained a full state during the battle. It's so weird. We can't see any trace of how his ancient blue dragon did it. We can only see that its blue dragon will approach the position of the dragon. Blood flowing out of Xiao Kuang during the battle. This new Lin Chen has a lot of background. Just when the seniors were secretly analyzing, Lin Chen faced Xiao Kuang, put his hands together, and made a prayer. Give me another 100,000 credits, and give me Qinglong bloodline points. Senior Xiao Kuang, you are burning yourself and illuminating me. Senior, you are really a great man, please accept me. Lin Chen bowed solemnly, and almost didn't make Xiao Kuang angry on the spot. Lin Chen, what are you? Roar. Xiao Kuang didn't even have the chance to scold him. He was pressed to the ground by the ancient Qinglong, and the dragon's claws abruptly ripped open. His dragon scales, blood rushing wildly. Another attribute light ball fell out. The host gets 230 points of Qinglong blood, 180 points of Qinglong blood. After praying, Lin Chen laughed, the purple phoenix wings flashed, the fist style was domineering and fierce, punching like a dragon, and smashed Xiao Kuang's dragon body brazenly and violently. Bang bang bang. In the mixed doubles match between Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong, Xiao Kuang was knocked unconscious on the spot, and he didn't even have a chance to admit defeat. Lin Chen beat Xiao Kuang's Qinglong possession alive, and fell to the ground, covered in injuries. Stop. The participant, Xiao Kuang, has lost his fighting consciousness, and the battle is over. The winner, Qing Sun level Lin Chen. The elder's thunderous voice resounded from the battle space, Lin Chen's azure dragon bloodline point, after defeating Xiao Kuang, already had 21,700 points. The Qi and blood attribute light ball obtained from Xiao Kuang increased the ancient Qinglong to 24 dragon power. Benefit a lot. This is the strength of the 9 types of battle energy that can be transformed into special energy bloodlines. It's so strong that even I feel like a dream, and I haven't used the 2 trump cards of light and dark. Lin Chen exhaled and clenched his fists excitedly. At this time, he has a new understanding of the power of his 9 tribulations of creation mental method. Without the help of any characteristic rune, now he, with special energy bloodline superimposed pure power, can single-handedly defeat the Qingxuan level Tianjiao, who can rival the 3rd level of the Tiangang realm. The figures flickered, and the figures of Lin Chen and Xiao Kuang disappeared into the battle space, and everything that was destroyed in the battle space was recondensed by a mysterious energy and returned to its original state. In the lounge of the arena, Lin Chen found that everyone from Class 66 was already waiting for him here. Brother, are you alright? Squad leader Lin Chen, your progress is too fast, isn't it? Yu Lin, Bai Juanhao and the others immediately surrounded him. Before Lin Chen could speak, an elder stepped into the lounge. Student Lin Chen, there is a woman who seems to be looking for you in a hurry. The old man suggests that you go to see him immediately. The elder Lin was shocked by what the elder said. Could it be that my handsomeness was revealed to the public because of this battle, and a beautiful senior has come to me so soon? It's so annoying. I just want to be alone and be quiet. Where is that woman? Outside the fighting arena, Lin Chen just walked out, and the beautiful woman who once met by chance came into view. Looking at the moving woman in front of him, Lin Chen showed a look of memory. You are the girl in the evil king's secret realm. What do I remember being called? Ling? Ayaziki. Young Master Lin Chen, that's great, you really are here. The woman was excited and anxious. She was Ling Ziki, who had a relationship in the evil king's secret realm before Lin Chen, and one of the top female talents from the Sun Temple in Lingzhou. You're looking for me? No, don't the girls in Lingzhou know that the most handsome man has arrived at the Tianga General Hospital? Lin Chen was startled, and his shamelessness caused many students around him to stop and snicker. Even everyone in class 66 next to him is a little ashamed. His own squad leader is good at everything, but this shameless ability is both a disadvantage and an advantage. Young Master Lin Chen, listen to me, the situation is urgent, my senior sister is in trouble. Ling Ziki was so anxious, she clenched her little pink fist anxiously, but she finally found out about Lin Chen's identity and origin. Your senior sister is Yin Manqing? Lin Chen recalled a little, the gentle and moving face of the alluring woman came to mind. Yes, our Sun Temple recently held the Holy Fire Conference. The conference requires a man and a female partner to participate. Moreover, the number of places for the conference reward is very limited. You can enter the Holy Fire altar to refine your fighting spirit. The warriors have benefited a lot, and it has an effect on the life of the warriors. Senior sister, she is now in the half-step Tiangang realm. The reward of this Sacred Fire Conference will affect her life in the future, but sister, she would rather give up than find a partner to participate in this conference, so I beg you, please help. How are you, sister? As Ling Ziki spoke, her blue eyes flashed with tears, as if it was much more than what she said on her face. It turned out to be the Temple of the Sun, Lin Chen student, I didn't expect you to have such connections. The elder who accompanied him gave Lin Chen a look with interest. The Sun Temple was second only to the Tiange General Academy, and it was a well-known top existence in Lingzhou. After the elder looked at Lin Chen back and forth, he smiled. Student Lin Chen, you should be at the 9th level of the Earth Demon Realm. Now, this old man suggests that you participate in this Holy Fire Conference. We have also heard a little about this Holy Fire Baptism. This is said to be an opportunity that can only be enjoyed by one of the highest level disciples of the Sun Temple. The influence on the warriors is indeed far-reaching. For a lifetime, maybe you can find the opportunity to step into the heavenly realm. Because of this, hearing the elder's words, Lin Chen's heart suddenly moved. Holy Fire Baptism? Could it be the eternal Holy Flame Baptism, similar to the Ning Qingxian family? Thinking of this, Lin Chen was a little moved. When he fought with the members of the Ning Qingxian family before, Lin Chen deeply realized the growth brought about by the baptism of the Holy Fire, and the degree of metamorphosis was simply beyond the specifications of the mortal body. Since this is all that has been said, and since the world needs my handsomeness again, I, Lin Mouting, are bound to. Heaven does not give birth to me, Lin Xia, my handsomeness is as long as night. In the Lingzhou area, fish and dragons are mixed, and there are 3 religions and 9 streams. Many ancient sects are based here, and the Temple of the Sun is one of them. Living in the Palace of the Sun in the Northwest Edge area. The Sun Palace is located in the Sacred Fire Mountains that run through the Northwest region. This mountain range is connected end to end. Palace of the Sun, Temple. Today, the temple is very lively, with the presence of many powerful people and noble families from Lingzhou's first-class forces. The conference will be divided into 3 parts. 12 groups of partners can participate in the competition. According to their respective results, the 3 groups of partners will be determined to receive the Holy Fire Purification. Behind the temple, in a majestic 1,000-zhang attic, many VIPs negotiate on the top floor of this attic, where banquets are set up and the heroes gather. There are elders from first-class forces here, deacons from major chambers of commerce, or heaven's proud sons from famous families. Manqing, have you really thought about it? This is not a child's play, this is the baptism of the holy fire. You will never have a chance if you miss it. The gray-shirted old woman who had met Lin Chen several times before persuaded the gentle and beautiful woman who was sitting quietly and gracefully in the corner. The beautiful woman is wearing a blue and white dress with picturesque dark eyebrows, empty valleys, and secluded orchids. Her lips are a little crimson, and her slender waist is full of willows. The 3,000 blue silks were only tied with a snow-white belt, and the hair on the temples was embellished like frost. One look at the city of people, and then look at the country. Su Sanqian. Xingguang, before reaching the beauty, smiled and frowned. Master, Manqing has really decided that Manqing will not settle the matter of his partner. This life is only for Lin Jun. If you miss this life, it may not be a bad thing to be alone in old age. Yun Manqing smiled lightly, and there was a little miss and nostalgia in her blue eyes. At this time, several beautiful women approached Yun Manqing's position. Why, does the Star of Hope in our temple have no partner? Among the women, the enchanting and charming woman at the head giggled, and the corners of her mouth were full of sneer and contempt. I have seen your sister Manqing is very talented, so she doesn't care about the number of places for the torch, but she has to wait for true love. What is outside, and it will never be orthodox. Several other women covered their mouths and sneered, with a bit of jealousy and revenge in their eyes. Hong Ying, you guys aren't necessarily eligible for the holy fire baptism. Do you dare to bully Lao Shen and Manqing so soon? The gray-shirted old woman said gloomily, and there was a trace of killing intent in her eyes. The expressions of the several women changed, and the charming woman in red sneered, Mother-in-law, how dare we disrespect you, for fear that some outsiders want to disintegrate us from my temple. Senior sister Hong Ying, why is this? I have no intention of competing for the temple and separating everyone. A hint of helplessness crossed Yun Manqing's face. She was not a disciple of the Sun Temple, but was recruited by the grandmother from the outside world halfway to the temple, but she was favored by the temple master and other supreme elders, causing countless criticisms. Hearing that, Hong Ying sneered. If you don't have it, then there's no way? Look, I'm bound to get the torch. Quota. No matter whether you have a partner or not, my partner will only be better than yours, and my qualifications will only be stronger than yours. After being baptized by the torch. As soon as the voice fell, a group of young Tianjiao appeared in the hall, attracting attention and exclaiming constantly. Some of them are cold and domineering, talented and evil. Some are handsome. Some even came from famous families, with strong backgrounds. Even the powerhouses of some old-fashioned sects would look at them. Several beautiful women who were still mocking Yun Manqing just now greeted them with smiles and stood with their partners. They stood beside their partners, enjoying the flattery and praise around them, and their vanity was greatly satisfied, and some people occasionally raised her arrogant chin to Yun Manqing. A group of young eagles thinking about flying before their wings are hardened. Granny Qian pouted in disdain. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up in the sky, making the guests on the top floor look up. The 5-colored rays of light passed through the clouds and the sky, flying through the clouds and driving the fog, and a behemoth caught everyone's eyes. Moo. The whole body is colorful and splendid, with a little glow, and a huge flying bull turned out, attracting everyone's attention. Many guests were amazed. Is this the 5-colored beetle? This is a 5th-order ancient alien beast. whose power is so powerful, even the fifth order 5-colored beetle can get it. TSK, 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 this 5-colored beetle alone is comparable to a second level Heavenly Astral Realm, which is a bit interesting. It is not uncommon for 5th order beasts to be placed in Lingzhou, but it is extremely difficult to tame a 5th order beast. Very difficult. Most of the 5th order beasts basically have their own intelligence and arrogance, and it is difficult to become an obedient mount no matter how much they are domesticated, so it is quite a feat to come up with this 5-colored beetle. Ing air, I'm here. The young man is slender and splendid, and at a young age he is already the arrogance of the second level of the Heavenly Gang realm. Temperament and appearance potential are top choices. He stepped on a 5-colored cloud and slowly landed to the top of the attic. Looking at Hong Ying with a graceful smile, like the dream lover of countless girls. Enjoying the many envious and amazed eyes, Hong Ying smiled very contentedly. Junsheng, you're here. After speaking, Hong Ying also gave Yun Manqing a mocking look at the demonstration. It turned out to be Yu Junsheng of Hingyu Palace, no wonder he has such a handwriting. A talented man and a woman are beautiful, and a beautiful woman is a wall. The surrounding VIPs whispered that Yu Junsheng landed next to Hong Ying. Glanced at Yun Manqing from the corner of his eyes, and there was a trace of greed and fanaticism in the depths of his eyes. Okay, the companions are complete, and finally I will confirm it again, Yun Manqing, are you sure you want to give up the quota for this torch conference? At this time an old woman from the void asked in a hoarse voice. All the VIPs turned their attention to Yun Manqing, and were amazed by her temperament and appearance, and couldn't help but feel sorry in their hearts. Facing everyone's gazes, Yun Manqing got up, bowed slightly to somewhere in the void, and said indifferently, Manqing is sure to give up. Boom. Before Yun Manqing finished speaking, a thunderous roar exploded from the sky. But see, an ancient Qinglong like a stalwart miracle rides through the clouds, tearing the clouds and coming. The dragon's breath is in all directions, crisscrossing the 4 seas, and the ancient blue dragon with long beards is entrenched in the sky, and the dragon's roar shakes the sky, scaring the 5-colored beast to hide behind a mountain. I saw, above the dragon head, stood a silver-robed youth figure. The boy's cynical teasing and light laughter resounded throughout the sun palace. God said, there must be light, and since then, the world will have light, and God said, let the world see the most handsome person. So, here I am. My precious Qinger, I am not too late. Bang bang bang. Just after the boy finished speaking, the sky exploded with beautiful and gorgeous fireworks. The color of the fireworks was slowly sketched into a handsome word. Suspended in the sky. Yun Manqing stared blankly at the continuous blooming fireworks in the sky. The young man standing on the dragon head wore a white jade mask, which did not show his true face. Could it be him? Is he really here? Yunman's sapphire hand gently covered it, like a dream, some can't believe it. Could it be that Lin Chen kid? Good guy, no one would do such a thing except him. Granny Qian was radiant, looking at the ancient Qinglong in the sky excitedly. Who is coming, and why are you trespassing on my sun temple? At this time an obscure hoarse voice came from the void. Senior, this is Yun Manqing's partner, who came to the conference specially. Lin Chen took out the holy decree of the sun that the mother-in-law gave him before, and some doubts suddenly rose and fell. Isn't it saying that Yun Manqing has no partner? What's going on? That is the holy order of the mother-in-law, it is true. My God, which noble son is he? There is an ancient Qinglong recruited as a mount. Some talented young girls chatted, and their eyes flashed with curiosity and anticipation. Even some old-fashioned first-class forces are no exception. The dragon beasts are the most arrogant, and it is the most difficult to surrender like a mount. This ancient Qinglong has pure blood, and its breath is like the sun and the sky. It is very handsome, and the dragon is powerful. It is the orthodox Qinglong family, and its bloodline rank will definitely not be low, to have such an ancient blue dragon. The forces behind it are unimaginable. Interesting, you old guys, look at the badge on that little guy's chest. It's the badge of Tianga Academy. Cyan, Qing Sun level? This son's life fluctuates not more than 20 years old. And he turns out to be the heaven's favorite of the Qing Sun level of Tianga Academy? Interesting, it seems that the partner that this little girl Yun Manqing is looking for is not easy. Some of the older generation of powerhouses and sect elders discussed a few words with great interest. How is it possible, isn't this bitch without a partner? How could she find such an outstanding man, who even uses a blue dragon as a mount? Seeing the high evaluation of Lin Chen by the powerful people, Hong Ying's face was pale, her silver teeth were clenched tightly, and she stared at Yun Manqing extremely unwillingly and jealously. The women in the temple who ridiculed Yun Manqing before, are now a little pale, and dare not say a word. The ancient Qinglong is the mount, and there are not many forces that can find this kind of background in Lingzhou. Okay, since it's Manqing's partner and Qian Yan's decree, let's return to his place. The voice in the void seemed to be somewhat satisfied, as if he knew some details of Lin Chen. Boom! The ancient Qinglong, who was flying through the clouds and driving the fog, crouched on a mountain peak. Long Wei suppressed the quartet, and the five-colored beetle roared slightly. Lin Chen volleyed down, and the purple phoenix wings unfolded, which made the eyes of many older generation powerhouses shine. Lin Chen landed firmly on the top floor and stood in front of Yun Manqing. You really came. Tears flickered. Yun Manqing looked a little like a dream, and looked at Lin Chen infatuatedly. Her beautiful red eyes looked charming. After all, I promised you to come to the Temple of the Sun, to see it. If you are in trouble, why would I stand by and watch? Lin Chen wiped the tears from the corners of Yun Manqing's eyes. His movements were very light. It seemed like a normal behavior between lovers. Yun Manqing's face was burning like xia. She was shy and happy, and she was in a hurry for a while. Hello, this dear brother, Yu Junxing is in Xiaohengyu Palace. Yu Junxing walked slowly, stretched out his hand tentatively, and asked with a smile. Wearing the mask, Yu Junxing couldn't see Lin Chen's expression, only he turned around and glanced at himself, and shrugged. It's none of my business who you are, and I don't shake hands with people who aren't as handsome as me. Lin Chen's words were tongue-in-cheek, completely different from conventional thinking. This man is a little arrogant. How dare you say your name? Yu Junxing squinted his eyes and exposed the blue veins on his forehead, but he still maintained a graceful smile. Lin Chen took Yun Manqing's soft weeds and turned to face the heroes and arrogances from all sides, calmly and without panic at all. Yun Manqing's face was crimson, leaning slightly behind Lin Chen's shoulder. This feeling of being able to rely on is really good. Lin Chen teased and chuckled. Zhang's surname is Zhang, and his name is Deshui. The top card of the Dark Horse Club is called Shirleji by the people in the rivers and lakes, and the handsome little Heilong by the people on the road. There is a black gun in the waves that is handsome and handsome. What's your problem? Zhang? Famous and handsome? Zhang de Shui? Pucci. In the crowd, several beauties couldn't help but burst into laughter, and then more and more young beauties couldn't help covering their mouths and snickering. Those mature and beautiful women like peaches couldn't help looking at someone Lin's body and swallowed their throats unconsciously. Brother Zhang is really humorous. Generally, for people like you, I hit 10 times on the street every day. Yu Jun is not smiling, his expression is a little gloomy, and the obscure, murderous intention is constantly brewing. I didn't expect you to be a person who values love and righteousness. You actually went to my Sun Temple at this time. Granny Qian had kind eyes, patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, and said to him with a smile, Mother-in-law is polite, as the so-called do not go to the three treasures hall. I am here for Manqing, and for your baptism of the holy fire. Lin Chen laughed and said secretly to Granny Qian. Granny Qian shook her head and laughed. This kid is still a real person. Although he is not serious, at least he is not a hypocrite. He dares to say that he is here for the baptism of the holy fire. It turned out that this little girl, Ling Ziki, called him here, but it seems that this little guy is confused and doesn't know what the holy fire baptism means for a couple. Granny Qian snickered in her heart. Now that the 12 couples have all arrived, the Holy Fire Conference officially begins. The dazzling sun and fire lit up the scene, the old woman's obscure and hoarse voice came from the void. A beautiful woman in red flew out and walked in the air. She smiled slightly and said charmingly, The first link of the Holy Fire Conference, Mandarin ducks, chase spirits, all partners will participate in order. Within 3/4 of an hour, 3 spirits of the Holy Fire altar are captured. If they cannot be successfully captured within the time limit, it will be regarded as a failure of the first link. The first group of partners, Su Qiao Qiao, Ling Yuni. In the crowd of young men and women, a pair of handsome men and beautiful women walked out with a little apprehension. All the VIPs looked forward to it, and their eyes were placed on a fire altar 10,000 meters away from the attic. The altar is simple and unpretentious, with radiant young fires rising from all directions, and 3 flame openings are placed inside the altar with the word Pin. When he saw the ancient altar, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed, and directly above the altar, there were 3 fist-sized attribute light balls suspended. These 3 attribute light spheres are rune energy, so full of light, I am afraid that each one is hundreds of thousands of points. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, he was lacking rune energy at this time. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to notice something, and secretly activated Zijintongs being out of nothing realm, and strands of mysterious fire. Filaments were condensing on the mouth of the altar. This kind of fire filament is not the fate of heaven and earth that Lin Chen saw, but a kind of spiritual energy condensing. Without the existence of any living beings, the energy body is condensed into a spiritual life body? Is this possible? Even Lin Chen was very curious. The first-class sects in Lingzhou are really unique, and they contain the mysteries of all things in the world. Su Qiao Qiao, Ling Yuni. Are you ready? The beautiful woman in red smiled warmly, and the first group of partners gave each other a look of encouragement and nodded. Elder, no problem, let's get started. Boom. The altar began to crumble, and 3 firelights swirled and intertwined, condensing into 3 small and exquisite flame elves. This flame elf has a chubby and lovely face, with bright eyes like precious jade, and a pair of small wings, like a delicate porcelain doll. Wow. Such a cute little thing. I really want to take one home. How can there be such a beautiful little cutie? Some young women were very excited and exclaimed happily. Suddenly, a sentence came from someone from Lin. Such a cute little guy, he should be able to cry for a long time with a punch, right? What the hell, you are a devil. Timing begins. The couple, Su Qiao Qiao and Ling Yuni, were extremely fast, and they approached the three flame elves in just a few flashes. Boom. Suddenly, the majestic and vast energy suddenly emerged from the altar, and the hot and violent heat wave suddenly hit, and the temperature was extremely high. An energy coating is automatically deployed throughout the attic to isolate the violent heat wave, so that guests are not attacked. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This feeling of heat is not for the human body, but for the fighting spirit. Chi chi chi. The speed of Su Qiao Qiao and Ling Yuni suddenly slowed by more than 10 times, and the three elves became extremely flexible and easily avoided them. The elf swept across the sky extremely fast, and in the space it swiped, it left a dazzling fiery red light in the void, like a rainbow, like a meteor. And it was beautiful. Su Qiao Qiao and Ling Yuni struggled very hard to fly, constantly chasing the three flame elves in the void, and even taking medicinal pills to increase the speed of their movements. However, the high temperature emanating from the holy fire altar had already caused the two of them to sweat profusely, and the three elves danced happily in the sky, leaving behind a beautiful and gorgeous fiery red arc. At this time, Yu Junxing held a white feather fan and smiled gracefully. Hong Ying next to him looked at him with admiration and admiration. It seems that this pair of partners is going to lose, and being distracted and persevering in such a high temperature against the fighting spirit itself will greatly affect the speed of the fighting spirit, and it will be affected in all aspects. On the other hand, the three elves are flexible and comfortable, like a fish in water, will not fall at all. He is confident, calm, and has a kind of self-confidence in pointing the country in his gestures. With such a king's arrogance in talking and laughing, not to mention those arrogant girls of young age, even some of the other male partners present agreed with him. Your Excellency is not handsome, but your tone is not small. If you don't know, you think you can see through the future. At this time, someone Lin pouted in disgust. Oh? According to Brother Zhang's tone. Brother Zhang, he is called handsome. No matter how big or small, is brother Zhang your name? Lin Chen was old-fashioned and taught Yu Junxing a lesson, but Hong Ying next to him couldn't stand it any longer, and sneered. What? Envy and jealous of my family's Junxing's experience and handsomeness? You can only move your lips. Boy. Yun Manqing, who had been standing quietly behind Lin Chen, looked a little cold for the first time. Baby, don't be in a hurry to show such an expression. Are you afraid that I won't be able to deal with this kind of stuff? Someone Lin scratched the beauty's nose, and the latter immediately turned back obediently. Since you are so inexperienced, then I will bet on which couple will pass this test. If I lose, I will quit automatically. If you lose, let this woman apologize to my baby Manqing, and her attitude, how about being sincere? Lin Chen was at ease and smiled casually. Wearing a white jade mask, no one could see through his expression or what he was thinking. Betting, who was afraid of who? Before Yu Junxing could react, Hong Ying sneered and responded. I hope you don't regret it. Lin Chen shrugged, and with a look he signaled Yun Manqing beside him not to worry. This kid is really good at it. Granny Qian, who had seen Lin Chen's various methods, praised in her heart. Time passed for a while, and 2/4 of an hour passed in a blink of an eye. Seeing that the site was about to arrive, Su Qiaoqiao and Ling Yuni, the couple, caught a flame elf, and there was almost no possibility of customs clearance. While everyone was waiting to see Lin Chen make a fool of himself, the situation at the holy fire altar changed suddenly. The two who had been acting together just now suddenly split into two directions. And their speed is extremely fast. The trajectory of flying in the air is like a spiral, and after a few turns, they approach the remaining two flame elves. What? Everyone was shocked. How could this be so fast all of a sudden? Brush, brush. Almost at the same time, the two grabbed the other two fire elves in the void. And the time just ended. The time limit is over. Su Qiaoqiao and Ling Yuni passed the first link. The beautiful woman in red glanced at the two of them admiringly. They slowly flew up and returned to the top of the attic. Many people next to them applauded. All the distinguished guests around turned to look at Lin Chen in amazement. How on earth did he predict this result? When the drastic change happened just now, it took less than 5 breaths to decide the outcome. Did he also expect this? This is too evil. It actually passed. How is this possible? Honging couldn't believe it. She took a few steps back, her pretty face turned pale. Even Yu Juanxing's face became gloomy in an instant, and he had already disregarded his demeanor, and the eyes with violent and murderous intent from the corner of his eyes locked on Lin Chen. Okay, apologize. Remember, your attitude must be sincere, otherwise I won't let the Manqing baby I discussed easily forgive you. Lin Chen shrugged, not caring about the eyes of the people around him. In his body, and Yun Manqing stared at him, more gentle and joyful. In the void, an obscure, hoarse voice muttered to itself. It's still the girl Qian Yan with sharp eyes. This kid is not simple. Seeing that Yu Junxing was angry and about to attack, a veteran of the 4th level of the heavenly astral realm came out with a smile to smooth the way. This, little friend Zhang Deshui, why don't you give the old man a face? How about taking a small step back? Today is after all. Who are you? Why should I give you face? I bet if I win and let them apologize, I have to make concessions. Why don't you fucking eat shit? My Manqing can be wronged, but she can't? Say it. Apologizing can still make her peel off? Lin Chen was scolded at the beginning, and he scolded all the VIPs nearby too. The point of ignorance. This is the elder of the 8 desolate halls. He is highly respected, and is also the #1 figure in Lingzhou. This kid is so crazy that he even scolds him straight away. If you don't apologize today, I'll beat you until you apologize. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, his murderous aura revealed, and he didn't give the elder any face at all. Lin is afraid of a fart. He is going crazy today. And it is madly unchanged, maddened to heaven. When he was leaving, Mr. Yuan had once instructed him that the students of Tiange General Academy were extremely honorable existences wherever they went. Not to mention Lin Chen of the Qing Sun level, even if the sky falls, there will be Tiange General Court supporting it. You? The elder of the 8 desolate hall was so angry that he blew his beard and stared, but when he saw Lin Chen's blue metal, he forcibly suppressed his anger. Lin Chen still didn't believe that the 8 desolate palace could threaten him for offending this elder, and it was just the elder's face. Seeing that Lin Chen is so protective of her, the love in Yun Manqing's heart surged like a tidal wave, and her heart filled with sweetness, and she became more and more unable to extricate herself. What are you staring at? If you don't agree, then take action for your own. Woman. Seeing that Yu Junxing stared at him angrily, Lin Chen sneered. Don't think that you are so arrogant, because you are from Tianga Academy. Boy, if people without strength become mad, they are courting death. Yu Junxing squeezed word by word from his teeth, and someone Lin waved in. Disapproval. If I have the strength, you can try it. I count 3 times, and if you don't apologize, I will personally ask you two to kneel down and apologize. Lin Chen's tyrannical and domineering attitude once again made many people take a breath. This is too arrogant. Let others kneel when they disagree? Now he is in charge of himself. Lin Chen has heard from Ling Ziki that Yun Manqing has been scorned and oppressed by these people in the Sun Temple for more than 10 years. It is simply unimaginable for ordinary people. If he hadn't come to kill the chickens today, the disciples of the Sun Temple would have thought that Yun Manqing was easy to bully. I apologize. I'm sorry, junior sister Yun Manqing. Hong Ying was intimidated by Lin Chen's aura and domineering. She forced out a few words between her teeth, and there was a trace of deep resentment and ferocity in the depths of her eye sockets. Fuck, this is also an apology? Come again. Say it loudly. Sorry, sister Manqing. If I can't hear it, I will continue to say it. If I can't hear it, I will continue to say it until I hear it. Lin Chen shouted thunderously, and the majestic and raging mental power was released together with the mental power, turbulently shaking in Hong Ying's mind. The spiritual power of the spirit realm? Good boy, this boy even has such high spiritual attainments. This is not far from the middle stage of spirit transformation. All the distinguished guests were secretly shocked, and their evaluation and impression of Lin Chen improved a bit. Hong Ying was so shaken by the shock that she almost foamed at the mouth on the spot, and even Yu Junxing, who was beside her, felt dizzy. Yes. I'm sorry. Sister Manqing. Can't hear, go on. With another mental shock, Hong Ying's delicate body softened and she fell to the ground with her hands on the ground, and began to twitch all over her body. Yu Junxing had just regained his senses, but his eyes were fainted by the shock. There was finally fear in her eyes, and she hurriedly shouted. I'm sorry. Sister Manqing. Yun Manqing couldn't bear it in her heart, and her delicate little hand pulled Lin Chen's sleeve. Lin Chen understood and waved his hand. Just get through it. How is it? Are you satisfied? I'll help you deal with them this time, and you won't be bullied here in the future. You are still too kind. Lin Chen whispered to Yun Manqing secretly, and laughed. Lin Chen. Yun Manqing's heart was moved for a while, and this scene was also very gratifying in the eyes of Qian's mother-in-law. Unfortunately, this kid is a good person, but he is a man of power. There are so many amazing people around him. I don't know if Manqing can keep her. Grandma Qian sighed in her heart. Hong Ying, are you all right? Yu Junxing recovered from Lin Chen's mental shock, immediately helped Hong Ying, and gave her an elixir to recover. Hong Ying's face was pale, and this time, she looked at Yun Manqing and Lin Chen with a little more fear. Yu Junxing swept towards Lin Chen murderously, completely treating him as air and ignoring him at all. What a Qingsen student of Tianga Academy, I remember it. I hope you won't be encountered by me in the 3rd session of the conference. Yu Junxing sneered and helped Hong Ying aside. This time, everyone has a new understanding of the means and impression of this little friend, Zhang Deshui. This is a tough role. This little episode did not affect the unfolding of the conference, followed by the appearance of the second and third couples. The companions who came out later did not turn around as abruptly as before. And they all ended in failure to capture the flame elves. Seeing the fifth couple, Yun Manqing suddenly asked, curiously. By the way, Lin. How did you know that the first pair of junior sister G could pass? This is actually because of a tacit understanding. In my opinion, the two are the most connected couple among all the partners in the audience. After they entered the altar from the beginning, they never relied on the fighting spirit to resist the rest of the holy fire altar. Wen is to keep his fighting spirit constantly in a state of being roasted. Lin Chen smiled casually. As soon as these words were asked, many distinguished guests pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what Lin Chen had just said. Judging from the partners who participated later, it was much more difficult to capture the flame elf than expected. Astonishing moves like the first couple coming to the back to turn the tide has never happened again. Then, Lin Chen continued. It's not the use of battle aura to resist the high temperature of the holy fire, although it will consume a lot of energy, but it is the fastest speed to familiarize your body and battle aura with the holy flame of the altar. And they have always reserved a part of the battle aura, and they are observing the movement of the flame elves and get used to it, and finally after the body gets used to the temperature of the holy fire altar as much as possible, all the fighting spirit will burst out in one fell swoop. Although holy fire elves have spirituality, they are still far worse than humans, because they are just taking shape and don't have as much thinking as humans, so as long as you see through their action patterns, you will have enough fighting spirit to support them. Flying at high speed, it's not too hard to catch them. After listening to this, many VIPs suddenly became enlightened and suddenly realized. Some individual old monster-level powerhouses cast admiring eyes on Lin Chen. Not only does this son have a strong background and a domineering aura, he even has at least the same level of experience as them. This son has extraordinary experience, strong mental strength, and his body is as strong as a wild beast. Even the old man can't fully understand his details. This boy has sealed his fleshy aura tightly. Hey, Xiang Lao Gue, this kid seems to have a unique secret technique. If you look at people like this, I'm afraid people will discover it long ago. The old man has been paying attention to the Tiange General Academy for the past 100 years, but it seems that I have never seen such a Qingxuan level student, who only has the cultivation base of the 9th level of the earth fiend realm. Hey, old ghost Ning, look at the elders of your 8 desolate halls being scolded. You don't make a statement? Ha ha ha, just scold me. These elders have been domineering in the hall recently. It's better to let them eat the slack outside, so as to save any strong enemies for the 8 desolate hall in the future. Several old men sitting in a corner chatted with wine and cast curious glances at Lin Chen's direction from time to time. Near the seats of several old people, no one dared to sit next to them. All of them are top powerhouses from various first-class sects. The Supreme Elder of the 8 Desolate Palace, the Deputy Palace Master of the Sanqing Palace, the Sole Swordsman of Tianjua Jianmen, and the Black and White Guardian of the Heavenly Soul Sect. All are first-class characters in Lingzhou. Even they have a very high evaluation of Lin Chen, and they can't even see through his identity and details. The other side. At the end of the story, Lin Chen smiled mysteriously at Yun Manqing. I'll give you a surprise later. Yun Manqing was full of joy, and gave a soft, After the first couple, it was not until the sixth couple that the second couple managed to capture 3 fire elves within the time limit. Immediately afterwards, the 8th pair of partners also passed. And Hong Ying and Yu Junxing are the 11th couple. When it was their turn to appear, Yu Junxing showed everyone in the audience a move. What's even more amazing is that Yu Junxing asked Hong Ying to wait beside the holy fire altar, and he even captured all 3 flame elves in a quarter of an hour, stunning all 4. It is also the cultivation base of the first-level Tiangang realm, but Yu Junxing has absolute strength that surpasses the other male Tiangang realm. Arrogance is on the scene. Finally, it's the turn of the much-anticipated Lin Chen and Yun Manqing. How will this domineering Tianjiao from the Tianga General Hospital pass this first round? Everyone does not want to miss it. I don't believe that he can beat my Shantian 9 dodge movement technique. Yu Junxing sneered disdainfully, and his heart was full of contempt for Lin Chen. At best, this kid has a little more mental strength. At the 9th level of the Earth Demon realm, he can still turn the sky over. 12th couple, are you ready? The beautiful woman in red who hosted, said to the two with a polite smile. No problem, you can start anytime. Lin Chen and Yun Manqing stepped into the void outside the attic. Suddenly, someone Lin laughed wickedly. Manqing, you have to hold on to my hand later. Oh no, hold me tight, don't let go. Yun Manqing's face was slightly flushed, as if her wuxia was burning. She happily said, The 12th couple, Lin Chen and Yun Manqing, began to participate in the first session. Boom. As soon as the elder beautiful woman's voice fell, the energy barrier unfolded, and the holy flame altar came out with a scorching high temperature, which immediately enveloped the nearby space and became extremely hot. This warm temperature seems to be able to burn even the fighting spirit. Yun Manqing subconsciously used the fighting spirit to resist, but in the blink of an eye, she was dripping with sweat. She was different from other senior sisters who had entered the heavenly astral realm. Except for the junior sister Ji, she is several decades younger than the senior sisters. Everyone has been promoted to the Tiangang realm, but she is still half a step in the Tiangang cultivation base, and she is not as strong as the senior sisters in resisting the temperature of the holy fire. Manqing, hold me tight. A big gift for you. In front of everyone's eyes, Yun Manqing shyly hugged Lin Chen's waist gently, which is very rare for her who has always been reserved, taking the initiative to do such a bold thing. Huh? It's so cool. Suddenly, Yun Manqing found that his whole body was surrounded by cool and refreshing water energy, as if he was in the sea, and the cool sea breeze and freshness rushed toward him. I saw that Lin Chen's whole body was transparent and bright, flashing with azure war energy. This is the power of his transformation of water energy. Bloodline. After absorbing the blue and blue sea dew, Lin Chen's water energy attribute value has exceeded 10 million points. Although the residual temperature of this holy fire altar is high, it is still inferior to the water system war energy that is operated by the special water system bloodline transformed by Lin Chen. This made Yun Manqing not only did not feel the heat, but also had a cool feeling. Special bloodline person? Good guy, hide it so deeply. What a pure water based battle aura. The Supreme Elder in the 8 desolate hall gleamed, and immediately set in amazement. No. Even if he is a person with a special bloodline of the water system, he is only at the 9th level of the evil realm, and it is impossible to resist the residual temperature of the holy fire that is too high. Look again, this sun's fighting spirit is far more intense than the ninth level of the earthly evil realm. It is not inferior to the first level of the heavenly realm directly. What an exquisite and domineering technique. A group of old monster-level powerhouses looked at each other, and saw shock and astonishment in each other's eyes. Manching, hold on tight. Lin Chen smiled casually, his legs turned into a light blue wind-based fighting spirit, and the purple phoenix wings suddenly unfolded. Boom! The earth-shattering gust of wind roared, rolling up a storm of monstrous flames. The purple phoenix wings cooperated with the special bloodline of the wind system, and Lin Chen's speed was many times faster than the regular Tiangang realm. The three flame elves who had just appeared were frightened by this momentum and hurriedly ran away. How can that be? Yu Junxing almost stared out his eyes. The whole banquet was undulating and gasping for breath. The other partners who had just finished the first session also took a deep breath. In the holy fire altar, the high temperature is unbearable, the fighting spirit is limited, and the real movement speed can be regarded as 1/5 of the speed is extremely fast. But Lin Chen's speed is simply ridiculous. Not to mention being limited by 1/5, even if it is given to everyone, it is impossible to break out this speed under normal conditions. Where did this monster come from? Wind fighting spirit, could it be that he has two special bloodlines? No, look again, look again. Several sectarian giants had rare expressions of excitement and curiosity, and they fixed their eyes on Lin Chen's figure. I saw that a strange scene appeared. At the height of the holy fire altar, the fire waves rolled over, the hurricane roared, and the three flame elves were chased and fled in a hurry. But with Lin Chen's speed, he only needed to catch the three flame elves in the blink of an eye. But he seemed to do it on purpose, deliberately slowing down when he was about to grab the flame elf, and then the three elf would quickly change direction. It's like playing with them. Play with the applause. But it's not over yet. The trajectories and space of the three flame elves will leave a splendid and coquettish red light. Therefore, the flight trajectory of the three flame elves slowly outlines a heart. Then, an even more miraculous scene appeared. The trajectory of the escape of the three elves is to outline the two characters Manching. When the last stroke of the word Qing was completed, Lin Chen accelerated sharply and grabbed the three flame elves. So, in the sky above 10,000 feet, everyone can clearly see this wonderful scene. A fiery red peach heart is suspended high in the sky, and in the middle of the peach heart is the word Manching of Yun Manching. The heart of the fiery red peach tightly encircled Manching, and under the fire, it looked dazzling, beautiful and dazzling. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their brains fell into a blank. I don't know which person suddenly shouted at the banquet. Quick! Quickly, bring the oranges. And my Shogwa jade seal and walnuts.